family, and being beautiful. But having witnessed her appearance this time, damn, the pressure was enormous. Amidst everyone screaming, Bai Yining slowly walked up to Wang Hao and briefly glanced at Yu Jinan standing opposite Wang Hao before quickly shifting her gaze, then looked at Wang Hao and asked, "What are you guys talking about?" The moment her cool voice rang out, the surroundings went quiet once again. Nothing much. Wang Hao, being more familiar with Bai Yining, was relatively less nervous. Those little hands weren't held for nothing. He casually shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "I was just discussing with him about how to act and deliver lines." "Oh." Bai Yining's face remained expressionless as she calmly asked, "And the outcome?" "The outcome was he showed me a bunch of numbers." Wang Hao spread his hands helplessly. "He said just do it like that, and when it's time for dubbing after filming, just read directly from the script. Also, he said if I wasn't satisfied, I could mess with him however I wanted." Wang Hao then relayed the entire exchange as it happened, while people around Gao Mingxing nodded in agreement. Yu Jinan's face completely changed. If he had been smug and triumphant before, now he was absolutely ashen, without a trace of pride left. Once Wang Hao finished speaking, Bai Yining turned to Meng Qingming and asked, "Is that true?" With so many people around, Meng Qingming didn't dare to lie even if he had 10 times the courage. After hesitating for a long while, he stammered, "Yes, it's like that." "Very well." Bai Yining turned around, slightly narrowed her eyes, and coldly said to Yu Jinan, "From now on, you are fired." Yu Jinan suddenly collapsed onto the ground, completely deflated like a frost-bitten eggplant. Whenever he interacted with other people, he could show off all he wanted. A young and popular star worth 20 million, so cool and cocky. But in front of Bai Yining, he was nothing. A strutting wild chicken on the ground and a phoenix soaring in the sky. They were utterly incomparable. From the moment Bai Yining appeared, she had completely dominated the scene. That was her strength, her ability to absolutely crush any young pop star. High above, she looked down upon all. A trending star worth 20 million was nothing in her eyes, not even deserving a second glance. She fired him just like that. Now that was a perfect face slap. At this moment, everyone in the room held their breath. No one had expected that this mysterious Wang Hao, the lucky charm of the film crew, could actually converse with Miss Ice Princess. What was this guy's story? It would have been understandable if they could merely converse, but what happened next would shock everyone. "That," Wang Hao quietly asked, "how come you're here?" "I came to check because our finances have been tight since we invested in this drama," Bai Yining replied as she pulled out a bank card from her purse and handed it to Wang Hao. "I didn't expect to see you here. I brought the royalties for the few songs we agreed upon. Take a look." Holy shit. Did these two know each other? And royalties for songs? Was Wang Hao some hidden master who could inconvenience Miss Ice Princess to bring him song royalties? Everyone's jaw dropped, and their worldview was greatly challenged. How could this be possible? "Oh my, look at this. I've inconvenienced you to come here yourself." Wang Hao casually pocketed the card without even looking at it, and then he asked Bai Yining, "But speaking of which, your investment in film seems quite hasty to me. I just looked around, and this film crew doesn't even have a production manager." The term production manager was absolutely familiar to the industry insiders in Wang Hao's previous life. However, Bai Yining looked puzzled upon hearing this term and asked, "Production manager? What is that?" Damn, she doesn't even know this, and she's making movies? Now Wang Hao understood why the entertainment industry was so backward in this world. Many film crews completely lacked key positions. "I was saying, no wonder you mentioned that your budget is always tight. Come on, let me explain it to you." Wang Hao slapped his thighs vigorously, not caring that he was in front of the top celebrity in the Heavenly People's Republic. He pulled Bai Yining aside to sit down. Meng Qingming, Gao Mingxing, and other crew members formed a large circle around them. Then watched the mascot Wang Hao, dressed in a chic black trench coat, start showing off. "Why do we absolutely need a reliable and responsible production manager?" Wang Hao spoke as if he was an expert. "This production manager, you see, is like a project manager, a shopkeeper. From the start of the preparations for the film crew until the final wrap-up, he has to keep an eye on everything and be responsible for the producer. Because he is the overall responsible person of the crew, a seasoned production manager is like an all-rounder. Although he may not be an expert in every technical department, such as lighting, wardrobe, or props, he must have a basic understanding of each. To this world's film industry, what Wang Hao just mentioned was absolutely revolutionary. The crowd listened with bewildered faces. Oh, my goodness, do we really need such a person for filming? Don't believe me, huh? Seeing everyone's expressions, Wang Hao knew they were skeptical and continued educating them. For example, if the art department in the crew needs to set up a scene and the art director claims it will cost 10,000 yuan, then they show you the newly designed blueprint. The production manager would look at it and say, "This scene doesn't lay tracks or use a crane. No need for a wide shot. You can do without those windows, and that wall doesn't need painting. And that carriage, the lead actor just passes by it. It doesn't need to be mobile, so just make a simple prop. Good. Enough for show." After Wang Hao finished explaining, Bai Yining's eyes widened. Could that really work? And another example, Wang Hao continued. Say the props department needs to provide a seal for the emperor in a scene where he stamps edicts. The production manager would immediately say there's no need to find an actual seal since the shot is from a distance, not a close-up. Just grab a turnip, cut it into a square, and it will do. Such a production manager knows how to spend money wisely and saves money effectively, focusing the limited budget on what truly matters. And they don't just blindly save, spending where necessary, and saving where possible. Hearing this, Bai Yining nodded repeatedly, and Gao Mingxing, excited, slapped his thigh hard. Brother Hao, I got it. I was wondering why our film crew works so smoothly. Turns out you're essentially an advanced handyman. Chapter 104. Brother Hao's Cornucopia. Shit, such a high and mighty position turns into a mere errand runner in your hands. Wang Hao silently shed tears. But thinking about it, it actually did feel somewhat close. Anyway, never mind about that, he continued. This executive producer, right, has to have authority in the film crew, be able to communicate and cooperate with different departments, and know when to be lenient or strict, build good relationships with all departments when things are relaxed, and be decisive and efficient when things are tense. From dealing with popular stars, throwing tantrums to drivers conspiring to steal fuel, he can handle it all. That's why this kind of housekeeper-like executive producer is the top choice to ensure the crew's operation. Take, for example, many film crews. Wang Hao casually used Meng Qingming's crew as a negative example. The filming process is especially rough, with constant hiccups. If the art department isn't cutting it, they change personnel. If the photography doesn't work, they switch photographers, until they even end up changing the director. The people around listened with stunned expressions, nodding in agreement. They had indeed encountered such situations. How did Gao Mingxing get into this crew? With his status, he was at least supposed to be shooting TV dramas on that level. But this time he appeared in an online drama crew because the original director couldn't cut it, and he had to take over temporarily. It really is. Gao Mingxing nodded like a pecking chicken. Many crews just can't continue halfway through the shoot. Actors run off, or the plot encounters issues, a complete mess of problems. And finally, they have no choice but to disband. Exactly. Wang Hao slapped his thigh hard. As long as the executive producer is still watching over things, morale doesn't fall apart. The producer can handle all kinds of messy situations. On the other hand, if you hear that some crew can't continue shooting halfway through, that show is basically doomed and beyond salvage. So that's how it is, Bai Yining nodded lightly, saying, I was wondering why our company's crews always encounter various issues during filming and often find the budget wasted while the film quality never improves. Saying this, she suddenly tilted her head to look at Wang Hao and said lightly, But I am quite curious. How did you come up with this position? From what you've said, you seem very knowledgeable about it. At Bai Yining's words, Wang Hao immediately broke into a sweat. He couldn't dare reveal that his ability to change the world backdrop by his lucky dice was equivalent to crossing. Thus, Wang Hao forced a dry laugh and grabbed at any reason. Haha. Actually, it was just something I discovered inadvertently while researching how film crews are structured. Don't look at me like that. My role in the crew is just like doing various odd jobs, so I was just figuring if my job could be done even better. It turns out, the role of Wang Hao was indeed that of an errand runner, and his excuse was absolutely watertight. Oh, you're doing odd jobs here. Bai Yining was truly hearing for the first time what Wang Hao did. So she curiously looked at Gao Mingxing's crew and then asked Director Gao, "Is your production going smoothly?" "Absolutely smoothly." Once Gao Mingxing heard this, his eyes lit up. He enthusiastically slapped his thigh. "Ever since Brother Hao joined us, although there have been occasional mishaps, the filming progress has been incredibly fast. Just now, after hearing what Brother Hao said, our crew definitely needs an executive producer. I think Brother Hao is perfect for the position." "All right, I understand." Bai Yining nodded slightly. Then looking at Wang Hao, suddenly revealed a slight smile, saying, "I'll discuss this back home. This executive producer position you proposed is very creative." I noted down. As she spoke, she stood up. Meng Qingming's crew didn't even deserve a second glance from her as she got into her white Aventador and with a roar of the engine, quickly vanished from everyone's sight. What do we do now? Meng Qingming never expected that today's events, because they failed to give face to this young man, even resulted in their young star Yu Jinan getting kicked out. Now he truly wanted to cry but had no tears. Yu Jinan was fired, and Miss Bai Yining of the Bai family clearly had an extremely poor impression of the crew. What was the point of playing games now? He could only pack up and leave. With their crew's embarrassed withdrawal, what came next was simple: continue filming. By now, Wang Hao was practically worshipped in this crew. Despite his modest position, his influence was on par with, if not surpassing, director Gao Mingxing. And when he said go east, absolutely no one dared go west. Brother Hao, it would be a waste not to use such a talent. Gao Mingxing straightforwardly handed the script scenes over to Wang Hao. Take a look whether there's anything here that can be economized. Let me see. Wang Hao looked over the script scenes for a while. This scene is where the male lead single-handedly storms into the enemy's nest, right? Why make such a big scene for it? Shooting close-ups, having 3 to 5 people in the frame is enough, isn't it? I think the makeup should be simplified. Look at this. These guys have tattoos all over their heads. It's nearly as bad as having villain tattooed on their foreheads. Not only is the makeup a waste of time, but it also looks awful. Decisively remove it. Gao Mingxing nodded vigorously. Brother Hao is right. This needs to be changed. Wang Hao continued to brag. Look here, it's a dark and windy night, and the main character is a special agent. The props definitely need to be advanced, but why are all the ones you made so finely crafted? I've read the script, and the only things actually used throughout are just an electric baton and a spring knife. For the rest, just making the shapes would do. Everyone around looked at each other, and the person in charge of props smacked himself. Fuck. Why didn't I think of that? If we just made those 2 props, we could save at least 10,000 yuan on this scene alone. Wang Hao, you guys throw money around like that. My monthly salary is only over 2,000 yuan. You spent over 10,000 on some crappy props. In the following time, Wang Hao identified several scenes that didn't need to be complicated. In just about 15 to 20 minutes, he helped the film crew save more than 50,000 yuan. At the end, Gao Mingxing looked at him as though he was a treasure trove. Brother Hao, let's just leave that part as is, and you go rest. Where's the staff? The staff. Get Brother Hao a parasol, and drinks, cold drinks. Right? Where's the sense of urgency here? Bring him a cigarette too. What are you waiting for? Coming right up. The staff was really enthusiastic this time. Brother Hao, here are your drinks, and let me light that cigarette for you. Okay. Look how polite you guys are. Wang Hao casually lit the cigarette, nodded in satisfaction, and then took out his mobile phone, laughing. You guys keep going. I'll rest for a bit. All right, Gao Mingxing shouted. Everyone get ready. Let's start. Finally, they resumed filming, while Wang Hao started browsing the internet on his phone. I might as well check how the book is doing. Today was a lucky day, no time to waste. Wang Hao immediately opened the author's dashboard and was taken aback. Holy shit. 1,438 favorites. It's rising so fast. He hurriedly checked the rankings. Already number 12 in the overall rankings? It deserves to be called a phenomenal book. These statistics are amazing. This time, Wang Hao just glanced at it briefly before he headed to Dragon Mountain to find suitable writers. After all, it was a lucky day, and with Break the Heavens already secured, he naturally planned to prepare for his second book. After searching for over an hour, he still hadn't found the right writer. Bored, Wang Hao checked the rankings again. Number 11 now. That was quick. New authors, new book rankings. First, Ultimate Detective, Index 32461. Second, Yin and Yang Storm, Index 30548. Third, Supreme Invincible, Index 28432. Fourth, Ninth, Shocking God, Index 20149. 10th, Charming Ghost, Index 17652. 11th, Break the Heavens, Index 17248. The quality of Break the Heavens was definitely not an issue, but the rapid climb in rankings today seemed a bit off. Speaking of which, the indices of these books in front seemed to be just about the same before. Wang Hao muttered to himself, took a closer look, and then thought for a moment, decisively took a screenshot. Something seems off here. After another half hour, Wang Hao figured out what was wrong. Chapter 105. 105. Taking off completely. Extra update tonight for the 5th Alliance for your sleepless night. New author contracted novel ranking. First place, Ultimate Detective, Index 32461. Second place, Yin Yang Strife, Index 30548. Third place, Supreme Invincible, Index 28432. Fourth place, Ninth place, Shocking God, Index 20149. 10th place, Break the Heavens, Index 18465. 11th place, Charming Ghost, Index 17652. Apart from my Break the Heavens, are the indexes of the other books all unchanged? What's going on here? This is no small matter, so Wang Hao observed. Carefully for another half an hour. After waiting for the data to refresh, this time he could finally confirm it. Ninth place, Shocking God, Index 20149. 10th place, Break the Heavens, Index 19322. 11th place, Charming Ghost, Index 17652. Oh my freaking lawn mower, Wang Hao said, nearly shaking with excitement. The indexes of the books in front are all unchanged. It's only my book that's changing. What on earth is happening? First place has a total index of just 32,000, right? Doesn't that mean I could rush to first place today? This was simply an unstoppable rhythm of chi fortune. You see, normally trying to climb the rankings without a recommendation spot is almost impossible. But who would have thought that the indexes of all the top 15th books would actually be locked? Add to that the quality of Break the Heavens, and aiming for the top spot on the new author contracted novel ranking today wouldn't be difficult at all. Even Brother Retian noticed it, his QQ avatar flashing wildly. Holy shit. Brother Retian, you're simply invincible. This is definitely a case of gigantic chi fortune kicking in. Did you notice? The indexes of all other books on the new book ranking aren't moving, but yours is climbing like crazy. Holy shit. Wang Retian. When luck comes, nothing can stand in its way, huh? Today I'll manage to rush to first place. Brother Retian, absolutely. If you can make it to first place, this book is guaranteed to be a huge hit. Wang Retian. Invincible. Do you know what invincible is? Brother Retian. I'm kneeling for Brother Retian. Hee. This is what it means to kneel before the sheer strength of my incredible luck today. Absolutely. Confidence. That's what this is called. Confidence. I'm lucky today, invincible. Strike while the iron is hot. Decisively publish a single chapter to ask for recommendation tickets. My dear book friends, we are now less than 200 votes away from 10th place on the new book ranking. Please support strongly. Editorial Department of Fengyun Chinese website, Technical Group. The technical director asked the technicians below. Today we received quite a few complaints from authors and readers that the new author contracted novel rankings index isn't changing. Have you figured out what the issue is? The technician looked very helpless. Some bored guy appeared out of nowhere and started messing with us. Playing around? The technical director rubbed his temples. So you mean, the reason the top 15 data got locked is because that guy deliberately tampered with it following the rules? Yes, the technician nodded. This person brushed 1,000 favorites for the top 15, then deleted all those 1,000 favorites, causing our server to determine there's an anomaly with the data, thus locking the index for 48 hours. He said, shrugging his shoulders. So now, there's nothing else we can do but wait it out for 48 hours. That's just being bored to an extreme level. the technical director said in frustration. How about the other books? Apart from the top 15, everything else is normal. The technician pointed to the list. So now it seems, this book called Break the Heavens has taken a huge advantage. With such a pretty book number and great chief fortune, the technical director shook his head with a smile. Sheer fate doesn't lie. If nothing unexpected happens, this book is set to be a hit. Can't compete, the technician sighed. I've been in tech for 3 years, and I've never seen someone with such good luck. It's awesome. By the way, boss, do you think it's something the author of the book did? That's not likely. The technical director shook his head denying it. What author has that kind of ability? Let's just continue observing for now. Okay. Editorial Department of Fengyun Chinese website. Editor-in-Chief Wen Song was assessing the overall potential of various books that had been put on the recommendation spots. This is an important task for an editor-in-chief because judging a book's prospects from the comprehensive data post-recommendation takes years of editorial experience to see. What's up with this swordsman of the wind? When Song looked on, suddenly caught by the data of a book, last updated 4 days ago. Eunuch? In the spirit of taking every task seriously, when Song hadn't rushed to make a decision, but instead chose to contact the author. What's the status of your book? Not writing anymore. Chasing Wind Swordsman author. I'm really sorry, editor Wen Song. Something came up at home recently, and I'm afraid I won't be able to update for a few days. Wen Song. I see. Then I'll have to remove your share for now. Let's talk again when you can update. Chasing Wind Swordsman author. Alright. I'm really sorry. Wen Song. It's normal. Who doesn't have issues from time to time? Don't worry too much about it. Just remember to tell your readers. Closing the chat window, Wen Song immediately started looking for a suitable book to replace it. The category spotlight was a fantastic recommendation spot, so Wen Song was extremely meticulous in his choice. Break the Heavens. Wen Song had been looking around when suddenly his eyes lit up. 1,526 favorites. It's rising so fast. Of course, as an editor-in-chief, his eye for detail was quite sharp. However, just a rapid increase in favorites wasn't enough to impress him. So he checked Break the Heavens comprehensive data, 1,269 weekly recommendations, 17 gifts today, 1,046 comments. This book is amazing. It's the one. Since the comprehensive data was excellent in all aspects, Wen Song immediately replaced Chasing Wind Swordsman with Break the Heavens on the recommendation spot. As a novel enthusiast, Li Chong would almost always check his favorite fantasy genre books every week after the recommendation spots were updated. This time was no exception, but even after scanning all the books on the recommendation spots, Li Chong couldn't find one that satisfied him. Sigh. Looks like I'll have to reluctantly nibble on something. Once again opening the fantasy channel of Fengyun Chinese Network, Li Chong could only randomly nibble on the barely palatable books. But just as he had begun to read, his eyes suddenly shone bright. Break the Heavens? It wasn't there yesterday, right? What's happening? I must go check it out. Opening the novel's page, the impressive data immediately caught his eyes. 13,628 clicks, 1,149 weekly member clicks, 3,688 recommendation tickets. Total word count 51,478. These numbers are decent. This must be a good book. He then looked at the comments in the review section. Great book. An absolute gem. I've never seen such originality in a book before. Looks like it's bound to be a hit. Begging the author for more updates. This is definitely a classic gem. A refreshing new genre that deeply impresses with the author's imagination. Called by the author. I offer up 6 recommendation tickets. After reading through the comment section, Li Chong was completely stunned. Was this book really that good? Anxious to read more, Li Chong only needed to read 2 chapters before he was thoroughly captivated. Great book. An absolute gem. Li Chong's eyes grew brighter as he read. Without a second thought, he immediately tipped $20. Keep it up, author. Just please, don't become a dropout. 1,646 favorites. Break the Heavens has truly hit it big time. Wang Hao mused as he looked at his phone screen. Given the rate this data is growing, there's hardly any suspense in rising to first place today, huh? With Break the Heavens claiming so much chief fortune, it was unmatched. For a moment, Wang Hao was in a great mood and found everything pleasing. The morning quickly passed, and when it was noon and time for lunch, Wang Hao opened the novel's page again and immediately checked the front page for the ranking of new author contracts. First place, Break the Heavens, index 35,687. Second place, Ultimate Detective, index 32,461. Third place, Yin Yang Storm, index 30,548. Fourth place, Supreme Invincible, index 28,432. Fifth place, Haha, Break the Heavens successfully surged to first place. Invincible, my luck today is simply incredible. After checking the rankings, Wang Hao quickly went to the author's backend. 1,983 favorites. Watching the favorites shoot up was simply soaring. He also checked the review section, which, worthy of the first God-tier book, was overflowing with praise. Holy cow, this book is amazing. Author, please update more. Update quickly. I'll have monthly tickets once you're on the shelf. Recommendation tickets have been cast. Author, when is the burst update coming? I'm getting anxious. The first time reading a book, I don't care about additional updates, or if it's padded, as long as I can see 2 updates a day, my heart settles down. It's good, just too few. Well, now it truly has taken off. As long as the exposure is sufficient, who in the literary online world can suppress the edge of Break the Heavens? Chapter 106, Release That Sullied Woman. The next morning, Wang Hao got up early and pulled out his luck dice, continuing to pray for good fortune. Divine spirits above and below, bring me good luck. Wang Hao slapped the dice onto the table. Let's go. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The dice spun wildly on the table, and after it stopped. Ha ha ha. Good luck again. What was he waiting for? He quickly opened the web page to see how his book was doing. Holy crap. 4,639 favorites. The speed is skyrocketing. When he went to sleep last night, there were just over 2,900 favorites. It had gained a whopping 1,600 overnight. No wonder it's considered a divine book. That speed. He checked the recommendation tickets next. 3,584. It had gained nearly 2,500 tickets in one day. If this goes on for a week, 16 or 17,000 tickets. Awesome. And gifts. 19 gifts just this morning alone. Powerful. High-end. Classy. Top-notch. Ha ha ha. It really is freaking awesome. Wang Hao felt incredibly good, seeing that with the current data, it was almost certain the book would be a big hit. Time to find a writer. Wang Hao clasped his hands together, muttering under his breath. Dice bro, please be powerful. Everything's already perfect now, I just need another writer. These days, he had been rolling the dice daily, and apart from completely stabilizing things with the golden sunflower, he was just waiting for the second writer to appear. Finding a writer, that was currently Wang Hao's most crucial pursuit. After all, he didn't have to write himself, so he could endlessly replicate successful cases. Find one writer to write Doloa Continent. 2 could write Devouring the Stars. If he could find 3, then he could start other hits like Heavenly Covering, Doloa Continent, Eternal Life. If calculated this way, 1 book would earn 2 million a year, 2 books would make 4 million, and 3 books would bring in 6 million, doubling the income. And the best part was, he had absolutely no stress about typing the books himself. If it's 10 books, just the subscription fees would bring in 20 million a year, not to mention copyright revenue and sales from anime adaptations. So right now, Wang Hao was essentially sitting on a gold mine looking for excavators. Damn it. If brother was a graduate from Lanxiang, that would be awesome. He logged into Dragon Mountain Forum, and speaking of today, things were indeed going smoothly. Just as he entered the Idle Gossip Forum, Wang Hao saw a post. The pride in my bones, sorry I can't lose it. New book's first chapter, asking for reviews. Author, how much flowers fall in dreams? Clicks, 1027. Replies, 36. Writing, and apparently a newbie. Not sure about this. Writer's talent, better quickly check it out. But as soon as he clicked on the post, Wang Hao was astonished. In fact, Wang Hao hadn't even read the main text yet. Instead, he first noticed various arguments within the post. Holding shoe target, look at donkey. What the heck is written in your book? It's not good at all, and you're proud of that. Go back and practice for another 2 years. How much flowers fall in dreams? Cut the crap. Beneath my pure appearance hides a stern intent to kill, a type of coquettish that's hard to express. Talking to you is like playing the lute to a cow. Go play by yourself. Trampling snow facing the red dust. This book is indeed SOSO. The writing and plot are terribly mediocre. How much flowers fall in dreams. The deeper the defamation I endure, the greater the praise I can tolerate. Difficult youth. Personally, I think the author isn't cut out for writing. Seeing that the author seems to be a woman, it'd be better to marry a rich man. That's the right way. How much flowers fall in dreams. Why should I marry into a wealthy family when I am a wealthy family myself? Wang Hao browsed for a while. This brat was quite mighty. Although the plot was average, those replies were absolutely epic. The key was the writing, though not very ornate, reminded Wang Hao of someone, one of the 5 outstandings from his previous life. He decisively replied below. Wang Ritian, let go of that lady scoundrel. Let me handle this. Author, do you have a QQ number? Let's chat privately. Wang Hao had actually just asked casually, as he knew well that fierce and dominant girls weren't so easy to handle. But to his surprise, it took less than 2 minutes for a private message to light up. In dreams fallen flowers know much. What's up, handsome? Got any advice? If you want to mess around, get lost. Wang Hao, man, that temper is fiery. But what does mess around mean? After some thought, Wang Hao finally understood and broke out in a cold sweat, hastily replying, not at all, not at all. I just have some modest understanding of writing and wanted to discuss it with you. Just not sure if the beauty would be willing. Sometime later, in dreams fallen flowers replied, men and women are just like convex and concave. I don't believe for a second you just want to talk about writing. I've seen plenty of your type. Wang Hao, is it really okay to be so brutal? Wang Ri, I really do want to talk about writing. If you're not interested, that's fine. There's no sense in trying to warm up to someone who's cold. Here's my QQ. Add me if you want to chat. Wang Hao didn't hold much hope, yet to his surprise, his QQ soon lit up. In dreams fallen flowers know much. Hurry up, open the door, SF Express. Wang Hao, what's with this sudden creepy feeling? Quickly accepting the request, Wang Hao greeted first. Beauty. In dreams fallen flowers know much. Handsome, what's up? Heard you wanted to talk. About writing. Wang Hao, not at all, not at all. Just have a creative idea. I don't have the time to write it myself, so I was thinking of finding a collaborator. I think your writing is not bad. It's just the plot that's a bit weak. So, how about it? Interested in collaborating? In dreams fallen flowers know much. Collaborate. You and me? Ha ha ha. If you said you wanted to hook up, I might believe you, but write a book with me? Do you even write? Do you understand novel fires? Damn, doubting my capabilities. Wang Hao. Do I even need to answer that? Of course I understand. Just look at this beginning you wrote. I could easily point out at least 5 or 6 flaws right off the bat. In dreams fallen flowers know much. The minute you said that, I imagined this. You squatting in a field of hope, energy sinking to your dantian, knees slightly bent, sitting on a little stool, your buttocks slightly sticking out. Your quadriceps are carrying a chrysanthemum's melancholic sorrow. That heap of 24K pure gold is entangled with your slightly frustrated frown, deeply betraying the itch in your heart. And that roll of white toilet paper, how much it entwines your philosophical confusion about life. Can't you stop showing off? Damn, you've got some serious skills in words. Watch me make it so you can't even take care of yourself? Wang Hao, you don't believe me? Then let me explain. Look at this opening, starting off with a long background introduction. Fine if it was a decent introduction, but you laid out the whole book, over 2,000 words. Are you messing around? In dreams fallen flowers know much. Who wouldn't see that? Wang Hao decisively continued. And then, the first 3,000 words are just background. No plot at all. Just watching 2 old guys putting on airs, and even then, they're all vague. Where's the protagonist? The protagonist. In dreams fallen flowers know much. Huh. I call it setting up a plot, you get it? Wang Hao. You're just digging a pit for yourself to fall into, okay? No plot. The plot. The 3 essentials of a novel: character depiction, plot, and typical setting. Do you have them here? Do you? In dreams fallen flowers know much. Oh? Sounds somewhat reasonable. Go on, handsome. Wang Hao kept the words flowing. We read novels not to hear you blabbering. If there's no conflict in characters, what's there to read? You tell me. In dreams, fallen flowers know much. Sounds impressive. So how should the opening be written according to you? Still don't believe it, huh? Watch me show you what being impressive is. Wang Hao. You want to know, right? I'm going to tell you a stream of consciousness that shows you what a good opening is. In dreams, fallen flowers know much. Sure, go ahead. Wang Hao. First, the protagonist's name is Luo Feng. Chapter 1 needs to convey the following information. 1. The setting. 2. A minor character seeking advice from the protagonist, highlighting the protagonist's impressiveness. 3. A brief introduction of the worldview. 4. Introducing a short-term foe. 5. The appearance of the female lead, whom the protagonist has almost no chance with. 6. The arrival of the short-term enemy. 7. The protagonist's current goal, the college entrance exam. 8. The appearance of a world background monster, introducing high-end martial forces. 9. Briefly describe the confrontation of high-end forces, then the protagonist heads home. End of chapter 1. In dreams, fallen flowers know much. In dreams, fallen flowers know much. You're messing with me. How could one chapter possibly contain that much information? It'd have to be at least 20,000 words. Wang Hao. Still don't believe it? What if I can actually write it? In dreams, fallen flowers know much. If you can actually write it, I'll live stream eating shit. Chapter 107. Are you really willing to let me stream, handsome? Extra for 7th Alliance's ultimate destruction. Holy shit, this guy isn't just looking down on me. He's completely ignoring me. I can't stand this. Wang Hao. Okay, then wait and see. Today I'll make you understand what writing a novel is all about. I'll break it down step by step. Dreams of fallen flowers. Well, old lady is waiting to see how you write. You dare to doubt me? Just wait and see how you'll eat shit today. Wang Hao started to break it down one by one. The sky was a resplendent azure, like a gigantic piece of blue jade, with the sun, like a fiery ball, suspended in the middle of this vast expanse. Judging from the sun's position, it was probably around 3 in the afternoon. Ian District 3rd High School. Ding, 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 as the loud bell rang throughout the campus. A hubbub of noise suddenly erupted, and a multitude of students poured out of the teaching buildings, chatting and laughing in groups as they headed towards the school gates. After writing this passage, Wang Hao sent it directly to Dreams of Fallen Flowers. That's the time and place. Dreams of Fallen Flowers. Not bad. You actually write pretty fast. No shit, Sherlock. Wang Hao continued to write. Among the crowd, a young man walking with classmates, holding books and wearing a plain blue tracksuit, was rather slim and stood around 1.75 meters tall. At that moment, he turned his head in confusion toward the voice calling him. A male student around 1.9 meters tall with a broad back and a bear-like build, his arms unusually robust. Who are you? Luo Feng asked doubtfully, not recognizing the person before him. These two, one was muscular like a black bear, while senior brother Luo Feng looked like an ordinary person. In terms of height, there was a huge difference between the two. However, the broad-backed and bare-waisted student seemed a bit restrained as he carefully studied his admired senior brother Luo Feng and thought, it seems the rumors are true. Senior brother Luo Feng is indeed easy to talk to. Senior brother Luo Feng. I need to ask for senior brother Luo Feng's help with something, the muscular student said nervously. What is it? Luo Feng asked with a smile. When I practice my punches, the force doesn't feel right, and I was wondering if senior brother might have the time to give me some pointers, the muscular student continued. According to what my martial arts teacher says, with my strength, I should be able to increase my punching power by at least 50%. But when I punch, I always fall short of that. The muscular student looked at Luo Feng with hope. Oh, I see. Luo Feng paused briefly, nodding his head. How about this? Come find me this Sunday afternoon at the martial arts school. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, the muscular student said, with continuous gratitude. Wang Hao. This is the second part, where an extra asks the main character for advice, highlighting the main character's awesomeness. How many words do you think this is? Dreams of Fallen Flowers. Fuck. It really is. You've already introduced the character interactions so simply. Wang Hao. That's why I said, Just because you can't doesn't mean others can't. You don't even dare to try, and you still want to write crap? Watch me. Wang Hao continued to write. Nowadays, in countries and regions all over the world, almost every high school student, in addition to receiving a cultural education, also joins a martial arts school to develop their bodily potential. Ian District 3rd High School, with 3 grades, comprises nearly 5,000 high school students. Most of them are beginner students at the martial arts schools. Only a very few become intermediate students. And those who qualify as advanced students number just 3 people. What Wang Hao was writing was none other than Devouring the Stars, previously penned by the supreme god of the past life, I Eat Tomatoes. Back then, it swept all the charts on Qidian and was hailed as one of the web novels with the highest subscription rates. While Wang Hao might not remember the later plots very clearly, he was quite familiar with the opening scenes, having read them several times over. Now, he could imitate at least 80% of that content. Using this material to fool this dirty girl was certainly no problem. Wang Hao. This is just a simple introduction to the background. How many words did I use? How many did you use? Dreams of fallen flowers. My God, that's so freaking awesome. Wang Hao. Save your breath. I'm waiting to watch you live stream eating shit today. And then he continued. Luo Feng also looked over, only to see a girl in jeans and a light white polo shirt with a ponytail walking along the side of the road among the throngs of students at the distant school gate. Luo Feng's heartbeat sped up ever so slightly. A name flashed through his mind, Su Xian. In freshman year, he and Su Xian were assigned to the same class. The first time he saw Su Xian, he found her dazzling. So during class, he sat at the back and, for some reason, couldn't control himself and involuntarily always found his gaze drawn to Su Xian's back, quietly watching. Just being able to see Su Xian's back was already satisfying. Because of the division of classes in the second year of senior high, I was no longer in the same class as Su Xian during the second and third years. But whenever I saw Su Xian, I just couldn't help but look over. Only 1 month left until the college entrance exam. Luo Feng silently thought to himself. I never had the courage to chase after girls and date before, nor did I have the time. And now, with the last month upon us, everyone is busy with exam prep, including Su Xian, who's a very determined girl. How could she possibly be distracted by romance now? And I can't afford to be distracted during this last month before the exam either, or I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Forget it, this unrequited love. I'll just treat it as a memory. Unrequited love. So bitter, it hadn't even blossomed yet, but it had already withered. At this point, Dreaming of Falling Flowers was completely hooked. With just a few simple strokes, Wang Hao had depicted the one-sided love a boy of humble origins had for a proud girl, lofty as a swan. Though the words were simple, the slightly melancholy emotion burst forth. Wang Hao. You see, the female lead has made her appearance, hasn't she? The image has taken shape, right? Dreaming of Falling Flowers. Holy shit. You wrote so few words, and yet you conveyed so much information. Wang Hao. Bro, do you admit it or not that I'm impressive? Dreaming of Falling Flowers. Admit it. I'm genuinely impressed. I don't even need to lean on a wall. That's how convinced I am by you. Wang Hao. Hee hee, I dare you to live stream eating shit. As soon as these words were sent, there was a clear pause on the other end, and then, Dreaming of Falling Flowers. Ah. Oh dear, why does it seem like I suddenly contracted a disease where I can't remember what I said before? Did I say that? That definitely wasn't really me. I only talk nonsense when I'm sleepwalking. Ah. Wang Hao. You're going to wiggle out of it just like that. Dreaming of Falling Flowers. Damn, I'm still a maiden here. Do you really have the heart to ask me to live stream it, handsome guy? Hee hee, running out of power now, aren't you? Wang Hao sneered. You were so cocky just now. Now you realize you can't just say anything, huh? Dreaming of Falling Flowers. I get it. I get it. So handsome guy, you want me to write online novels, right? I'm really interested in learning. By the way, handsome guy, what's the name of your book? The beginning is super awesome. I'm so lucky. Wang Hao. The title is Devouring the Stars, and sure, you can learn, but I've got conditions. As soon as Dreaming of Falling Flowers heard this, she got angry again. After all is said and done, Is it not all just because of boy-girl stuff? Dreaming of falling flowers cursed. I wouldn't be so cheap as to sleep with you just for that. Get lost. Wang Hao. Who the hell wants to sleep with you, damn it? I'm talking about collaboration, about having a spirit of contract. Do you understand the spirit of a contract? Do you think you're some big star like Ice Princess by Yinning? What the heck is this girl's brain filled with? I clearly plan to discuss how to draw up a contract with her, and she's thinking about that sort of thing. Can't let her get away with this. Dreaming of falling flowers. It's really not that kind of thing? Wang Hao, no shit. I haven't even seen what you look like. Do you think all guys just think with their libido? Dreaming of falling flowers, aren't they? Wang Hao. Of course not. Wang Hao roared. I'm asking if you're willing to sign a cooperation contract. Dreaming of falling flowers. All right, then let's hear it. Wang Hao, I don't have time to write, so I thought I'd see if you could do some writing, and I'll guide you throughout. Dreaming of falling flowers. Is that so? Sounds good. How much will you pay? Wang Hao. 15 yuan per 1,000 words. Dreaming of falling flowers. Holy shit. That's so cheap. Are you sure? What's going on? That's cheap? Shouldn't she complain that it's too little? What's the deal with cheap? Wang Hao, I said 15 yuan per 1,000 words. Dreaming of falling flowers. I know, 15 yuan per 1,000 words, which means you teach me how to write 1,000 words, and I give you 15 yuan. That price is really cheap, yeah? I suddenly feel, hey, handsome guy, you're offering such a low price. Are you sure that's okay? Wang Hao. What situation is this? Chapter 108. Lu Qing Master Lu. In the dream, it took Wang Hao a while to process what had just been said. Holy shit. Does she mean she'll pay me 15 for 1,000 words? Damn, this person must be a big shot. No shortage of money. Honestly, Wang Hao promptly began to show off. Your writing actually isn't very good. 15 for 1,000 words is a bit low. You must know that your diction isn't very flowery. There aren't many adjectives, and to use web novel terminology, it's quite dry. In the dream. Cut the crap. I know that already, what else? Wang Hao. But actually, you shouldn't be too hard on yourself. Not being flowery doesn't mean you can't write a good novel. I see some strengths in your writing. In the dream, what strengths? Wang Hao. Saucy as hell. Hearing this, in the dream once again flew into a rage. You're the saucy one. Your whole family is saucy. What I write is very serious. Okay. I'm not writing smut here. And I am at least. Damn it. Just tell me how to write it already. Wang Hao. Chill. Why are you rushing, sis? I was just kidding. Actually, you're kind of. Writing can often produce interesting stuff. Of course, provided the structure is reasonable. Want to give it a try? In the dream. Let's give it a shot. Wang Hao. Your style isn't fit for writing lots of messy stuff. You need to focus on the details, replace big scenes with details, and include more exposition in each chapter. In the dream. Are you saying my descriptions are a bit verbose? Wang Hao. Exactly. Take this beginning for example. You always try to mimic others' styles, babbling on and on about useless stuff, which is meaningless. What do readers want to see? They want the story, the information conveyed through your words. That's what will make them keep reading, got it? In the dream. Makes sense? Okay, I'll give it a shot and see how it turns out by following your advice. After that, Wang Hao detailed the subsequent plot settings to her, talking nonstop for over 2 hours. Speaking of which, in the dream's writing is very much like that of I Eat Tomatoes, who was one of the supreme gods in web novels in my previous life, very straightforward and concise. With just a little cultivation and good control over the pacing of the plot, I believe it won't be long before she can stand on her own. After closing the chat within the dream, Wang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. If everything goes as planned. Wahaha. Found the second writer. Zhonghai Writers Association Literary Group. In the dream, ha ha ha. Today I caught an awesome web novel mentor. Ha ha. You losers, come congratulate your queen. Picky to perfection. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Well done, Your Majesty. Flat chest genetics. Her Majesty is in good spirits today, eh? Got yourself a good mentor? So you're really planning to pursue web novels, huh? Flirt master. Cut it out. Perfectly good printed books, and you want to mess with web novels? What future is there? Look at me. These days I've been hooking up with a new artsy chick. In the dream. Changing women more often than sanitary pads. Just wait for the day you cramp up. Jerk, get lost. Dancing on Coffins. Your Majesty, wasn't your last printed book a big hit? I heard it sold over 300,000. Why bother writing web novels? In the dream. You don't get it. We're in the information age now. We must keep up with the times, get it? Dancing on Coffins. But our style doesn't suit web novels. You've tried starting more than a dozen and haven't had one good result. Can getting a mentor this time make it work? I doubt it. In the dream. You don't believe me, huh? Just wait, I'll shock you all yet. Queen of Heaven's filth is pretty confident this time. Really effective? Doubt my eye for things. The master I subscribe to is super cheap. Only 15 for 1,000 words. Initially, I thought this level would start at least 100 per thousand. Damn, I really hit the jackpot this time. Weren't you learning to write web novels? You actually had to pay. Extra. You don't understand, Queen. She owns billions. It's not the same for us. What she wants is to prove her capability. Money is literally insignificant, right? Hee, you do get it. The 3 million plus I earned from my printed book, I donated it all to the Hope Project. Money is just a number to me. It's proving my strength that matters. Huh? The Queen is incomparable. I was over the moon just selling 40,000 copies, and here you are, casually donating millions. It's just a minor thing. I won't chat anymore. I need to seize the moment and write more. Just wait for my good news, and make sure to support me when my book becomes a hit. Everyone together shouted, "We will adhere to Queen's orders." Wow, today really is a lucky day to run into such a writer, and a dirty one at that, haha. Having finally found the second writer, one who even pays extra money, Wang Hao stretched lazily, leaned back in his chair, and sighed. The world sure is wonderful. Oh, by the way, I'm now carrying a whopping 300,000. How should I spend this money? Forget it, never mind. Time to head to the filming site. He got up to wash, dress, and brush his teeth, ready to leave for the set, when suddenly his phone began to ring. Rin Xing. It was this guy calling. Wang Hao hurriedly answered. What's up? Brother Hao, are you free today? The cheerful voice of Rin Xing asked over the phone. I was thinking of going downtown to look at some apartments today. You know my situation with Zhang Muqing. I thought I'd buy an apartment to show my sincerity. What do you think, Brother Hao? Want to come check it out with me? Hearing this, Wang Hao was immediately shocked. Damn, are you serious? This was Zhonghai after all, and he was talking about buying an apartment for his lover. That'd be at least 5 million. Of course I'm serious, Rin Xing whispered mysteriously, lowering his voice. Brother Hao, let me tell you, Muqing is absolutely top-notch. Huge progress last night. I kissed her. Her lips, so tender, I think it was her first kiss. Damn, you can't even find such a gem in a kindergarten, you know? Buying her an apartment is definitely worth it. Heh. This guy was still so flamboyant. Wang Hao made a playful face. You're planning to keep a beauty in a golden house, huh? All right, where are you? I'll come to you. Just come downstairs. I'm right there. Rin Xing laughed loudly. Enough chit-chat. She's gone to buy me cigarettes. We can't let her hear this, hee. Seeing a close friend find his significant other is a good thing. Since there were no big events at the site and Rin Xing was a shareholder, he took leave directly. As soon as he stepped out, Wang Hao saw Rin Xing's black Land Rover Range Rover. Now wealthy and carefree with a beauty in his arms, Rin Xing truly seemed like a winner in life, a stark contrast to others. Fatso, still showing off, Wang Hao said as he opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, chuckling. So, spotted a good apartment complex yet? At that moment, Zhang Muqing, sitting in the back seat, greeted Wang Hao as he got in, but what surprised Wang Hao more was that there was also a middle-aged man in the car. The man was dressed in black traditional Chinese clothing and sported a pair of black sunglasses and a small mustache, holding a snuff bottle. He didn't even acknowledge Wang Hao's arrival, but sat there looking rather arrogantly, resembling a person of high achievement. Rin Xing hurriedly introduced him to Wang Hao. Brother Hao, let me formally introduce you. This is Master Lu Cheng, a genius in feng shui and face reading. I invited him today specifically to help check out the apartment. Rin Xing's dad was a miner who highly valued feng shui, so Rin Xing was also influenced significantly. Since they planned to buy an apartment, checking the feng shui was obviously essential. So this is Master Lu. Nice to meet you. Wang Hao quickly turned around and extended his hand. Nice to meet you for the first time. Please take care of me. No need. Master Lu snorted out 2 words from his nose, completely ignoring Wang Hao, and said directly, let's go. I'm on a tight schedule today. After looking at the apartment, I still have to do a reading for Zhang Group's venerable ancestor. No time to waste. Zhang Group's venerable ancestor? Wang Hao looked towards Ren Xing, who promptly smiled and explained, it's the Zhang Group's old ancestor who's more than 90 years old. Master Lu reads his fortune every month to give him guidance. Master Lu came today just because of my dad's face. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother with anyone else. Chapter 109. The Fat Man Who Believes in Feng Shui. Damn, listening to Fatty say this Master Lu Cheng seems to have a high status. Wang Hao sheepishly withdrew his hand. All right then, the guy's a revered master and looks down on us little hicks. Ignore us if you must. Brother Hao, Ren Xing, who was holding the steering wheel, was making small talk to change the subject. Golden Stone Town. The apartments here are said to be selling quite well, and the sizes aren't bad either. I was thinking about buying Muqing a duplex, one with 2 floors. See that? That's what you call a tycoon. Definitely a tycoon. Wang Hao chuckled back. Just buy it if it catches your eye. Why are you even asking me about this? That's not how it works. Ren Xing gave his opinion while driving. Brother Hao, your knowledge is vast. If it weren't for that incident, you would have at least been in a key provincial university. I'm thinking of buying something satisfactory, so you'll have to give it a good look for me. Wang Hao and Ren Xing had been best friends since childhood. Apart from mucking around, they were quite inseparable in everything else. Since there wasn't much going on today, and luck was on their side, helping out was definitely a must. Sure, no problem. Wang Hao immediately nodded. Let's first see what the houses look like when we get there. Today, we're definitely picking a great one for you. Speaking of which, besides being rich, Ren Xing really didn't have much else going for him. Why he liked this community, he struggled to articulate clearly for quite some while. Brother Hao, I just feel like it should be good. Ren Xing laughed while driving. It's purely an intuition. I don't understand this stuff. I just saw the brochure and liked the name, so I came over. So, you're planning to buy a multi-million-dollar house because it sounds nice? Wang Hao was speechless. This guy was the absolute epitome of a rich second generation, rich but pretty useless in other aspects. But that's how it goes, eh? People can drive you crazy with envy, and this guy is just ridiculously lucky, beyond reason. What about the surrounding facilities? You should at least know about that, right? Ren Xing didn't understand, but Wang Hao knew a bit about it. Buying a house was firstly about the developer and secondly about the surrounding facilities. Without supporting facilities, Ren Xing thought for a moment, then stroked his chin. I didn't really think about that, but no worries. He scratched his head, laughing. We'll see when we get there. Wang Hao, so you're buying a house on a whim. I want to buy a house. And then you just pay, right? Forget it. This guy's always been like this since we were kids. No way to change him. That's why he asked me to come look. Golden Stone Town wasn't too far from Wang Hao's house, roughly a half-hour drive. When they arrived, Wang Hao could see from afar that the parking lot was packed, with no spots left. It took Ren Xing a good 10 minutes to finally find a spot, not an easy feat. Getting out of the car, Wang Hao took another look around. It was all Mercedes or BMWs, and if you drove a rundown car, you'd feel embarrassed to park here. Impressive, Wang Hao exclaimed. People these days are really damn rich. Buying houses like buying cabbages. He felt the 300,000 yuan bank card in his pocket. Before, he thought he was holding a fortune, but coming to this place, fuck, it's barely enough to buy a bathroom. Let's take a look around first, see how the surrounding facilities are. Wang Hao and Ren Xing each lighted a cigarette. Then Wang Hao said, if the surrounding facilities are not comprehensive, it's going to be troublesome in the future. Nowadays, many developers in their greed build towers close together like a bamboo forest in a small plot, blocking light and lacking all kinds of facilities. So no matter where you buy a house, the primary thing to check is whether the facilities are comprehensive or not. Sure, you call the shots. Ren Xing nodded, but didn't move. Instead, he respectfully turned to Master Lu and said, Master, I'll go look around with my friend first. I'll find a place for you to have some tea and rest for a while. After all, it's a property investment, and Master Lu knew you couldn't rush multi-million-dollar deals, although he still maintained a lofty demeanor. He nodded slightly and said through his nose, "I'll give you 30 minutes. Go." "Yes, yes, definitely." Rin Xing escorted the master to a tea house next to the sales office, and then came running down, sweating profusely. "Brother Hao, let's go." Wang Hao. This master really had some style, so cool. Never mind him. The trio, Wang Hao, Rin Xing, and Zhang Muqing, started wandering around. While walking, Wang Hao explained to Rin Xing, "You see, when you want to buy a house, the surroundings must be fully facilitated." What does fully facilitated mean? Various convenience stores, restaurants from low to high-end, shopping malls, schools, police stations, fire stations, banks, and so on, all must be present. Rin Xing gave a thumbs up. "Otherwise, why would we ask you to come? Brother Hao, you really know a lot." Zhang Muqing also smiled with pursed lips. This brother Hao seemed to know everything under the sun. Just yesterday, when the film crew didn't have a location, brother Hao took care of it, and it worked immediately. The most awesome part was how that haughty young star got totally knocked down in front of brother Hao. Totally dominated. He was just awesome. "Nonsense, just see what I do for a living." Wang Hao chuckled, and after walking around the district for a while, he pointed to a row of small shops ahead and said, "See that? What I'm talking about, the facilities, are right here. Look, there are cyber cafes, supermarkets, and various restaurants." Rin Xing nodded like a pecking chicken. Right there. They walked a bit further, and Wang Hao's eyes suddenly brightened. He laughed, "Haha, nice, a kindergarten. Oh boy, when you guys have kids, you won't have to worry about kindergarten. Look at the size of this kindergarten. It must be thousands of square meters." Zhang Muqing's face instantly turned red, and she kept her head down, silent. Rin Xing laughed heartily. This is great. I knew we had to bring brother Hao to see this. Otherwise, I just wouldn't feel settled." The guy was really good at flattering. Wang Hao chuckled and shook his head. Then they continued walking for a while. Wang Hao looked around and frowned. "We can't keep walking like this. The distant places are out of reach for now. Let me check the map." He took out his phone and opened Baidu Maps. He located the area and zoomed in on the surroundings. Wang Hao laughed. "Hee, buddy, you're really lucky. Look here, 2 streets to the south, there's an elementary school. Beside the elementary school is a middle school, then a high school, all in a row. This place is good. Generally speaking, the school district is definitely one of the most important facilities around a residential area. And this Golden Stone town is right next to this school district. Damn, the location here is so good." Wang Hao was tempted himself. He felt the 300,000 in his pocket. The money wasn't enough, damn it. "Hee, I told you my instincts aren't bad." Rin Xing started scratching his head. "Brother Hao, how do you feel about this place?" "The overall facilities are no problem." Wang Hao looked at Baidu Maps and stroked his chin. "Look here, this is the biggest outlet supermarket nearby. Next to it is Xi Shopping Mall, and not far from here is Wanda Plaza. Damn, buddy, your intuition is spot on." As he said this, Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh. The guy was naturally lucky, and there was no comparing. Just thinking about buying a house and casually looking at a property this awesome. The most crucial part was that this was a newly developed property. The surrounding planning was very good, the roads were broad, transportation was convenient, especially towards the south, 3 school domains, plus a university town further away. This whole area had no high-rise buildings. The view was very open, completely free from the drawbacks of other properties where, if you open your window, you'd almost face other buildings directly. Hee, not bad. Then brother Hao, let's get moving. Let's go back and discuss. Rin Xing laughed. Today we definitely need to seal this deal. Buy early and relax early. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. Yeah, sure. Let's see what the master says later. By the way, buddy, do you really take phone shui that seriously? I have to, Rin Xing nodded. I've been superstitious since I was a kid. I always believe in feng shui. It's better to believe it exists. Whether the house is suitable or not mainly depends on its feng shui. Even if a house with bad feng shui is in a good location, I won't feel comfortable buying it. Chapter 110. Indeed, as expected, this guy has always liked hearing this. No matter, it's fine. I'll take a look at the actual location and structure of the house in a bit. The three of them headed back to the sales office entrance, first respectfully bringing out Master Lu, and then they proceeded into the sales office. Outside the sales office was a beautifully decorated small garden path. At the very outside was a brown screen wall, with the words Golden Stone Town Jiosong Manor written in big letters. It wasn't so much that alone, but what really caught Wang Hao's attention was the row of small print below. One manor per household, a sphere of distinguished territory. Jiosong Manor, a brand new masterpiece from Golden Stone Town, a natural achievement, shining forth for the world. Look at that advertising slogan. They really knew how to make it sound impressive, upmarket. Walking past this screen gate was where Golden Stone Town's Jiosong Manor specific promotional slogan was. Continuing the 5,000-year-old cultural essence of courtyard houses, the revival of modern courtyards in the Heavenly People's Republic, a work of courtyard. Mansions integrating Western elements with an Eastern return, dedicated to the heavenly country, people who cherish their initial faith in life. 9 courtyards hidden within the mansion, harmonizing heaven and earth in one ode. A house is not a home without a courtyard. To heavenly country people, a courtyard is not only a material space, but also a spiritual one. It represents tradition as well as heritage. Jiosong Manor, appealing to the deep-rooted courtyard sentiment of the heavenly country people, meticulously constructs 9 courtyards and 9 realms, creating the noble enclosure of Gaoshan's mansion. In the front and backyards, verdant grass sprouts in spring, birds sing and cicadas buzz in summer. The forest becomes a tapestry of colors in autumn, and winter dresses in white. Every step offers a scenic view to delight the spirit. Every plant and tree fosters a sense of intrigue. 9 years in the making, a mature and bustling metropolis. Bilingual kindergartens, developed commercial streets, sports parks, slow-paced schools, interest communities, dream colleges, cultural and creative markets, all converging here. Quality of life is reflected in every aspect. Brand launch, we warmly welcome you to experience it. That advertising slogan was quite something, so upscale. Wang Hao walked into the interior with Ren Xing. After the front screen wall was an extremely beautiful 2-story building, shaped like a rectangular box, occupying at least 3,000 square meters, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows all around, refracting the morning sunlight into the hall, making it look glittering with gold. As soon as he entered the sales office, Wang Hao was stunned by the scene in front of him. The entire sales office was bustling with people, a hive of activity. Every customer was accompanied by a sales representative, sitting on sofas around small round tables. Some were looking at floor plans, others signing contracts. Extremely lively. Is this what looking at houses is like? Wang Hao couldn't help sticking out his tongue. This is even more impressive than a farmer's market. It turned out, real estate was already booming before Wang Hao crossed over, and it seemed this world was no exception, with the same kind of booming popularity. Hello. A young girl approached them, speaking very enthusiastically. Is this your first visit? Do you have an appointment? It's our first time, Ren Xing said with a grin. Can you give us an introduction? It's like this, the girl smiled. If it's your first visit, we'll need to make a record over here. Then I can arrange a professional sales representative to show you around the houses. It'll be very convenient. Oh, okay then. Ren Xing went with the girl to sign in, and quickly returned, holding a number plate in his hand. Salesperson number 108. Xia Yuding? Oh, seems like a guy. What a pity. Wang Hao, you're still as flirtatious as ever, planning to have a fling with a sales lady, huh? But Xia Yuding? That name sounds so familiar. I remember a university classmate named Xia Yuding. Now that they had the name card, the salesperson quickly came over. He was a young man around 27 or 28, wearing black-framed glasses, with a crew cut, dressed in a uniform black suit with a tie. He looked a bit listless, but when he came over, he was stunned. Wang Hao. Holy shit, it really is you. Xia Yuding. Brother Hao? What brings you here? Wang Hao really guessed right. Xia Yuding turned out to be his university classmate, from the same class. You guys know each other. Ren Xing glanced at Xia Yuding, then at Wang Hao, and immediately burst into laughter. If it's our own people, then things should definitely go smoothly. Looks like today is going to be good. After exchanging pleasantries, Xia Yuding immediately pulled Wang Hao aside and whispered, Brother Hao, is the guy who came today your friend? You really have to help me out. I don't know if it's just bad luck or what, but I haven't sold a single house this whole year. Others are selling houses like crazy, some even several a day. As for me, no matter how I try, I just can't make a sale. I've already spent thousands just treating clients to meals. Wang Hao, damn, man, the real estate market's booming and you're still losing money in sales. What's going on with you? Wang Hao listened with a chill. You got a streak of bad luck or something? So tragic? Don't worry, look to brother. Today brother's luck is on fire, unbeatable. I'll try to help you sell at least one, maybe 1.5 houses. Brother Hao, I'm counting on you, Xia Yuding said, almost moved to tears. Then let's go see the houses now. The two returned to Rinxing. Rinxing shook his hand and then pointed to Master Lu beside him. This is Master Lu, who I specifically invited to look at houses. If you have anything to say, talk to him. Then he pointed to Wang Hao, my best buddy from childhood. You guys should get cozy with each other too. After we look at the houses, it's my treat, and we'll go for a good drink. After the mutual greetings, Xia Yuding then led the four to see the houses. The house Rinxing was looking at was a multi-story Western-style building, 5 floors in total, with direct elevator access to the residence. The overall construction style and everything else seemed rather nice. Xia Yuding took a laser pointer out of his pocket and started pointing out locations to Rinxing. Now in this Western-style housing area, only this building and a few other units are left. I don't know what type you're looking to buy, Brother Rin. The Western-style building he pointed to was located in the center of the community, with fairly decent geographical conditions, but Wang Hao just frowned at the sight. However, with Master Lu there, he held his tongue. I'm thinking of buying a 2-story unit, with a garage, if possible, Rinxing asked. Do you have anything like that? Our garage is an underground parking lot. Xia Yuding immediately got excited when he heard Rinxing was interested in buying a 2-story unit, and quickly replied with a smile. From the car to the elevator, you can go directly to your doorstep, which is very convenient. If it's 2 levels, then it's only the northwest corner units left that haven't been sold. They are perfect for joining into a single 2-level unit, with each floor approximately 100 square meters, quite a nice size. As he spoke, the laser pointer detailed the location, and Rinxing examined it closely, then smiled. The size looks good. Do you have the floor plan? Can I take a look? Oh, and does the top floor come with an attic? Of course, there's an attic, and there's even a small garden on the rooftop. Xia Yuding hurriedly brought over the floor plan for Rinxing to look at, and explained as Rinxing studied it. This suite faces West Mountain, transparent from north to south, with a good medium size and nice interior layout. You enter to a big living room, followed by the kitchen and bathrooms, 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. And of course, if you buy both floors to combine, you can remodel it however you want. As long as you don't touch the load-bearing walls, you're free to make changes. Rinxing looked it over with relish while Wang Hao's frown deepened, but he still kept silent. Indeed not bad, Rinxing nodded and said. The size and floor levels are quite nice, but I'm a believer in feng shui, so we'll have to see what the feng shui master says before we can decide. Feng shui master. Upon hearing these words, the surroundings instantly quieted down. Other potential buyers all turned their heads, their gazes focusing on Master Lu. Even the salespeople stopped their pitches to look over. A feng shui master, that's someone significant. Immediately, about a dozen people discreetly moved closer, ready to see the excitement, murmuring to each other as they approached. That's a real master there, can read feng shui, amazing. Awesome. These days, a feng shui master is like a big shot, hard to hire without paying up thousands. Today I'm lucky to witness one in person, incredible. Meanwhile, people started taking photos and posting on social media. Damn, didn't come for nothing today. I actually saw a feng shui master with an attached photo. Look at this presence, look at the style, definitely a master, with 2 attached photos. Chapter 111. This is a magical duel. While everyone else was buzzing with excitement, Wang Hao was on the side, listening and feeling all sorts of speechless. Do feng shui masters in this world really have such clout? And there are so many people flocking to take photos with him? Before he crossed over, Brother Hao remembered that an average feng shui master would charge a few hundred yuan for a consultation. Here they're actually talking about tens of thousands? His words are made of gold, or what? Wang Hao had read some books on feng shui and fortune-telling out of curiosity before and had looked up some information. He had a fair understanding, so he wasn't in a hurry and decided to see what Master Lu had to say. But before Master Lu could start his performance, a Buick GL8 van squeaked to a stop right at the front door, and then people started pouring out. These guys looked like they were from the mafia, decked out in various fashionable clothing, gold chains around their necks, jade rings on their fingers, and jackets on their backs. They entered the door and scared all the salespeople. The leader, wearing sunglasses and carrying a briefcase under his arm, led his entourage straight to the real estate model. He looked around profoundly, then nodded. Just when everyone was waiting for him to speak, suddenly, he caught sight of Master Lu standing next to Ren Xing, and with a startled look, he quickly extended his hand and said in a genuine Beijing accent, "Hey, Master Lu, didn't expect to see you here. I'm Zhang Qiangdong. Ha ha ha, haven't seen you in over half a year. How have you been lately?" "Humph, not too bad," Master Lu replied arrogantly, nodding his head, then extended his hand. "Oh, it's little Zhang. What wind has blown you here today?" "I was thinking of coming to check out some houses," Zhang Qiangdong answered as he shook hands with Master Lu, smiling. "Since you're here, care to give them a look?" "I charge for feng shui consultations," Master Lu said indifferently. "You can't skimp on the red envelope." "Oh, that's easy." Zhang Qiangdong immediately took out a stack of 100 yuan bills from his bag and stuffed them into Master Lu's hand. "Please accept this, Master." Master Lu took the money without even looking at it and shoved it into his wallet. Only then a smile appeared on his face. Wang Hao, damn, is feng shui really this amazing in this world? By the way, who the heck is this Zhang Qiangdong? Quite a flashy entrance set. Wang Hao quietly elbowed Ren Xing. "Fatty, what's the deal with this Zhang Qiangdong? He seems pretty impressive." "I reckon," Ren Xing said carefully after a look, then whispered. "If I'm not mistaken, given his accent and his grand entrance, he should be from the Tianjin Property Flipping Group." The Tianjin Property Flipping Group. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuding's eyes widened. The Tianjin Property Flipping Group was here, and that meant big business. This crowd was said not to buy by the unit, but by the floor. Brother Hao, did you see?" Xia Yuding was so excited that he was shaking. "The Tianjin Property Flipping Group. I'm sure I can sell some houses today." "Yep, shouldn't be a problem," Wang Hao agreed with a laugh. "I'll try to help out." While they were talking, Master Lu began to work. After all, since he had taken the money, he had to work hard, right? Everyone saw Master Lu looking around the scale model carefully. Then with his hands together and eyes closed, he chanted scrupulously, "Great ancestors above, your disciple hereby boldly discusses feng shui. Please, great ancestors." Wang Hao watched from the side, eyes wide in disbelief. Is he summoning the ancestors for protection? Impressive. The crowd around them respectfully paid attention. This is what you call a real master. Such presence. After summoning the ancestors, Master Lu respectfully took out a compass wrapped in red cloth from his pocket. He carefully unfolded the red cloth layer by layer, then walked around the model twice. Just when everyone was curious about what he was doing, he suddenly shouted, "Open!" The shout echoed through the hall. Although there were only about 20 people in their group, after this shout, another 30 people immediately crowded around. Wang Hao, damn, this guy is really professional. Qian, Can, Jin, Zhan, Sun, Li, Kuan, Niuai. Master Lu held the compass, circling the building Ren Xing was interested in, and while he walked around, he murmured, "The main gate is Qian. The Can position is 6, the Jin position is heaven, the Zhun position is 5, the Sun position is disaster, the Li position is extinction, the Kuan position is prolonging, and the Dui position is birth. Among them, birth, prolonging, heaven, and hiding are the 4 auspicious positions. Disaster, 5, 6, extinction are the 4 ominous positions." His enigmatic muttering left the crowd feeling both confused and impressed. Beside him, Wang Hao scratched his head. Had he been looking at fake feng shui all along? 12 spirits, not bad. Master Lu continued his circling a while longer, periodically glancing at his compass and calculating something, followed by more mumbling. 9 dragons. It's a shame. Only returning dragon and hidden dragon these two. After a while of calculating, Zhang Qiangdong listened with great interest, and Rin Xing stealthily asked Wang Hao, "Brother Hao, what do you think of his calculation?" "I'm not sure yet." Wang Hao shook his head. "We'll have to see what conclusion he reaches in the end." At this time, the crowd watching the commotion were all expressing their admiration in a hubbub. "See that? A master is a master. I can't even understand the terminology he's using." "Exactly. Would he ask for 10,000 yuan otherwise?" "An expert indeed." The crowd worshipped the feng shui master, looking at Master Lu as if he were the god of wealth. After Master Lu had walked around the model a few times, chanting under his breath, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Azure dragon and white tiger complete, vermilion bird and black tortoise guard the gate. A good house, a good house. Wang Hao was instantly dumbfounded. Did this guy even know how to read feng shui? That's it. And this place is considered a good house? He had casually noticed at least 5 or 6 major feng shui taboos in this house just by glancing at it. Said Wang Hao, completely on instinct. "Is this really considered a good house, Master Lu?" This. As soon as Wang Hao spoke out, the surrounding noise distinctly quieted down. Then, Wang Hao could feel all eyes from the crowd who were there for the show turning towards him. This is going to be a battle of wisdom. Now it's going to get interesting. That's right. The master says the house is good, but this young man disagrees. Oh, I can't wait to see what they'll say. I never expected to witness such a scene today. I haven't come for nothing. Sure enough, as soon as Master Lu heard Wang Hao actually refute him, his face fell. Oh, Master Lu took off his glasses, revealing a pair of scornful eyes, and sneered disdainfully. I hadn't expected this young man to oppose my view. Do you understand feng shui? Reading feng shui is a matter of experience. This young man's age. With this, he chuckled coldly and shook his head, saying, "I'm afraid he's still a bit too green." Zhang Qiangdong's eyes lit up when he looked at Wang Hao, smiling and saying, "This young man says it's not good. Would you mind giving us a reason?" Xia Yuding also became anxious, frantically tugging at Wang Hao's sleeve. "Brother Hao, you're my real brother. Please don't ruin my business." "Relax, I've got it all figured out," Wang Hao reassured, patting Xia Yuding's arm, then turned his head with a smile and fixed his eyes on Master Lu. Damn it. He had looked down on him in the car, but Wang Hao didn't care because he was brought in by Gao Shan. But now he was clearly spouting nonsense, and Wang Hao couldn't stand it. If Gao Shan didn't believe in feng shui, it wouldn't matter, but inviting someone so politely and being fobbed off like this? Master Lu. Wang Hao was inwardly angry, but his face did not show it. Instead, he spoke with a smile. "When it comes to experience, I indeed don't have much, but I've come across some of this stuff before. Just let me speak, and then you listen, and afterwards, you can see if what I say makes sense." He spoke, and without giving Master Lu any room to refute, started circling the scale model of the house. The potential buyers and salespeople watching all stepped aside to make room, waiting to see his explanation. Chapter 112, Magical Duel. First of all, this house. Wang Hao pointed at the surrounding high-rise buildings enveloping the mansion and said, "These skyscrapers encircle this property, creating what appears to be a sheltered pattern. But the problem lies in the fact that the shops around have boxed the mansion in, creating a well-like formation. To put it bluntly, this is called sitting in the well and looking at the sky in feng shui, which is a very unfavorable layout structure." Hearing Wang Hao start off with the term sitting in the well and looking at the sky, Master Lu's face changed instantly. Whether one understands feng shui or not, professionals can usually tell from a few words. So when Master Lu heard Wang Hao mention sitting in the well and looking at the sky, he knew trouble was brewing. He had clearly overlooked this point earlier. "Nonsense," Master Lu snorted. "Obviously, this is the pattern of a wealth pot. That's why I said this house is good. Don't be in such a hurry, Master Lu." Wang Hao looked at Master Lu with a sly smile and said, "I haven't finished yet. What's the rush?" Once everyone around quieted down, Wang Hao continued, "Actually, the building itself isn't too problematic. After all, finding a perfect structure isn't easy these days due to limited land. So it's tolerable that the big picture of the building is slightly off." But his tone finally turned serious as he said, "Fatty, Look at the position of the westernmost unit. Isn't it directly aligned with the road entering the community? Renxing studied it closely and then nodded. Yes, that's right. This is what we call a piercing shaft in feng shui. Wang Hao finally got down to business. A piercing shaft is an invisible force. The saying "a straight road is like a gun" means that if the front door of a house is facing a long, straight corridor or path, or if you're at the center and there's a straight road or river charging towards you, it's considered a piercing shaft. This kind of layout is very inauspicious. However, since there are so many houses in this row, the problem isn't too severe. The real key issue, Fatty, take a look at this. Wang Hao pulled Renxing closer and then said, from the position of this front door, if you look straight ahead, aren't the top 2 floors just above the top level of the shops? Renxing looked carefully and continued to nod. That's right. It is. Hee, that's correct. Wang Hao nodded with a grin and said, what I mentioned before aren't serious problems, but this last point is the most severe. Because according to feng shui, this is called heavenly/evil, meaning that when 2 tall buildings are very close, they create an extremely narrow gap between them, looking as if the house has been split in 2 by an axe dropped from the heavens. This issue, combined with the earlier piercing shaft, Wang Hao's face suddenly turned ominous as he said, if someone were to live in this house, a piercing shaft, heavenly/evil. Just hearing about these 2 types of evil energies was enough to scare people, even without anyone living in the house yet. Oh my, now that I look at it, this house really cannot be bought. Exactly, this is what a true master is like. Just listen to him. It's professional. Although he's young, I wonder who taught him, but what he says makes sense. The surrounding crowd was abuzz with discussion, seeing Wang Hao in a new light. Renxing slapped Wang Hao hard on the shoulder. Ha ha, Brother Hao, I knew bringing you was the most reliable decision. If it wasn't for you, I would have bought this house and moved in. Then I'd be doomed, right? Renxing had always believed in these mystical things since he was a child. If Wang Hao hadn't come, he would have paid for the house without a second thought. But now that Wang Hao described such huge problems with the house, it couldn't be purchased, not at any cost. As for Master Lu, Renxing had initially thought him to be a true expert, but now he seemed quite ordinary. You're spouting nonsense. Master Lu pointed at Wang Hao and shouted, I think there's absolutely no problem with this house. You're just deliberately trying to sabotage me. What piercing shaft? What heavenly/evil? Are there so many evil energies? His outburst raised the curiosity of many onlookers. Right? These evil energies sound quite formidable, but living there can't be that mysterious, can it? I don't think it's a big deal. Didn't you hear? Feng shui is such that if you believe, it exists. If you don't, it doesn't. It's hard to say. I've heard about a family in our area who had all sorts of issues because of bad feng shui. Quite spooky. Surrounding people were buzzing with discussion, but Wang Hao didn't pay attention to them and just stared at Master Lu, sneering. Master Lu, I ask you, do you know the dozens of types of evil qi in feng shui? Do you know what reflective evil is? Do you know what feet-cutting evil is? Do you know what sickle evil is? With each question Wang Hao asked, Master Lu took a step back until, after the 3rd type of evil qi had been mentioned, Master Lu was already sweating profusely. Wang Hao pressed on. Then do you know what heavenly gate and earthly portal is? What about 9 dragons and 9 stars? What about 5 mountains and 5 stars? Master Lu continued to shake his head. By the time Wang Hao had finished his barrage of questions, he had already nearly retreated to the door. If you don't understand any of these and can't explain them, then what feng shui are you offering to people? Wang Hao snorted coldly. A charlatan acting all high and mighty. At first, I thought you had some skills, but it turns out you're nothing but a fraud. Someone like you. I could take on 10 of you single-handedly. You, Master Lu, pointing at Wang Hao, was trembling. You're spouting nonsense and confusing the crowd with nonsense. Where's all this mystique supposed to be? Damn it, you don't believe in the mystique, yet you're taking people's money? You don't believe in it, yet you're putting on airs as if you're someone very important. Wang Hao was about to continue the fight when the commotion attracted so many people that the lobby manager, curious, came over. After listening, she immediately became displeased. Young man, by saying our property is no good, who will buy these houses then? Who will be responsible for the loss? The lobby manager's name was Zhao Fong as per the name tag on her chest. A woman in her early 30s, with an ordinary appearance but a delicately arranged ponytail, her brows knitted in clear irritation. That's right. That's right. You're cutting off people's livelihood. Master Lu shouted from the side. That's not ethical. Cutting off people's livelihood? Your property is riddled with major feng shui taboos, not to mention several major structural issues within the house itself. Now, you're blaming us because you can't sell the property? If Fatty really fell for your scam and actually bought this house, when he eventually finds out about the feng shui problems, whose fault will it be then? Yours or ours? Wang Hao was about to respond when, at that moment, Manager Zhao, where is Manager Zhao? A man ran in, flustered and sweating heavily. Upon seeing the female manager, he shouted, Manager Zhao, I want to cancel my purchase. I'm requesting to cancel. Someone wanted to cancel their purchase. And in front of so many people. As soon as this was heard, everyone in the place was in an uproar, crowding around and packing the lobby so tightly that Manager Zhao's face changed, but there was no room for her to leave. Mr. Li, please don't panic, Manager Zhao Fong asked hastily. What happened? Why do you want to cancel? It was apparent that this man was of high status, so even though he was demanding a cancellation, Manager Zhao dared not neglect him. Most importantly, Manager Zhao was very aware that Mr. Li had bought the unit, right below the one Wang Hao had mentioned earlier, on the 3rd floor. Ever since I got this apartment, I've faced nothing but bad luck. Manager Zhao said despondently, right after buying the apartment, my company ran into problems. My son fell down the stairs at school and ended up in the hospital. And just yesterday, my dad was in a car accident while shopping at the market. Luckily, he took an extra look or he wouldn't be here anymore. Wang Hao, listening on the side, was dumbfounded. What a coincidence. At that moment, someone curiously pointed to the building and asked, Mr. Li, which property did you buy? Is it this one? Yes, that's the one, the Western unit. Manager Zhao kept nodding. I thought I might have been hexed or something. But then I paid a lot to hire a feng shui master, and after he looked at it, he told me there was a serious problem with this house. But as to what the problem was exactly, he couldn't say. He just told me to either cancel the purchase or seek a master to resolve it. Manager Zhao, you deal with it. Chapter 113, Break the Evil. Mr. Li had just finished speaking when Master Lu knew that the game was over. It was one thing for Wang Hao to say all those things before. Master Lu could have denied them to the death. After all, feng shui is a matter of perspective, with both sides able to argue as being reasonable. It isn't easy to determine who is superior. But now, the problem was the homeowner really had shown up. This cornered him completely. People were now testifying against him, and he had no way to deny defeat. Mr. Li was no small figure, and Manager Zhao knew she couldn't afford to offend him. But to allow a refund, especially in front of so many people, could she even continue as a manager? Just as she was worrying, her eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Li, don't worry. Today we just happen to have an expert here. Manager Zhao pointed at Wang Hao without a second thought. This young man knows feng shui. You ask him. He'll definitely resolve your problem. Manager Zhao was just saying anything at this point. But at that very moment, another person rushed into the main entrance in a hurry. I want a refund. I can't live in this house anymore. If I stay any longer, I'll end up divorcing my wife. The person shouted as they walked. I can't handle it anymore. It's too ominous. The onlookers were dumbfounded as one person directly pointed at the building. Brother, did you also buy the one at 33 West Mountain? Isn't that obvious? How did you know? The man spoke with a fluent northeastern accent. Ever since I bought this place, it's only been a few days, and my wife nearly had her arm chopped off by a machine at work. These past days I've been constantly scolded by my boss. I almost lost my job. No, I must refund. This house has a bad vibe. It's unlivable. Everyone's gaze turned to Wang Hao. Damn, this young guy is simply a god, right on the money. What did he call this house again? Bro, don't panic. See this person? Someone pointed at Wang Hao. This young man is an expert. He said your house has a gun evil coupled with heavenly/evil. Lucky you noticed it early and came right when the expert is here. Ask him. He definitely has a solution. At this point, Everyone knew Master Lu was a complete fraud, and this young brother was the real expert. Even Zhang Qiangdong, the property speculator from Tianjin, looked at Wang Hao differently now. Although he wasn't a big believer in feng shui and bought floors mechanically, investing in property was almost the same as investing elsewhere. Who wouldn't want to buy a house that sounds good? Both of you, don't worry. Driving out evil is considered a meritorious deed. To put it modestly, it's called taking pleasure in helping others, or more grandly, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. So, Wang Hao immediately parted the crowd and said, "Let's go. Since we're here today, let me explain slowly to you." This young master was going to personally dispel the evil on site. Upon hearing this, everyone in the sales office followed, a large group swarming out of the building's main entrance. On this journey, Mr. Li was on Wang Hao's left, the guy who came later on his right, Zhang Qiangdong, Ren Xing, Zhao Feng, Mu Qing, Xia Yuding, and others followed behind, with the rest of the people even further back in a grand and spirited procession. As for the so-called Master Lu, who cared what he was doing at that point? "Master, you must help me dispel this evil today." Mr. Li knew once a house was bought and moved into, it was almost impossible to get a refund. So now his request wasn't demanding. He just needed help dispelling the evil. At this point, how could he care about anything else? He handed a business card to Wang Hao the moment he finished speaking. "I came in a hurry today and didn't bring any money. This is my card. Take good care of it. If you ever need anything, just tell me. Rest assured, I guarantee you will be satisfied." Wang Hao took the card, glanced at it. Li Yihui, CEO of Jinhua Group in Zhonghai City. He wasn't sure what this Jinhua Group did exactly, but figured he'd deal with that later. No hurry. Another person chimed in from the side. "Master, you must help out. This is my card. Feel free to call if you need anything." This person was called Zheng Jia, the HR director of a nearby company, and also had a bit of clout. In the blink of an eye, Wang Hao had received business cards from 2 impressive individuals. This trip turned out to be quite worthwhile. He smiled and said, "When I ask you something later, just answer as detailed as possible. The more you tell, the easier it is to dispel the evil. Don't hold back." "Understood. Both men nodded in unison. "We'll follow whatever the master says." Ren Xing proudly boasted to Zhang Qiangdong, who was following behind the crowd. "See that? That's my brother, solid as iron. He was once known as Brother Hao of Long Lake in the Jianghu. No joke." Zhang Qiangdong, watching Wang Hao's retreating figure as if he were a deity, exclaimed, "Before, I thought Master Lu was a real immortal, but today I realize what badass truly is. My dude, are you going to buy a house later? If you do, include me in on it." "That's no problem." Ren Xing smiled. "Once we've dispelled the evil influence, I'll have my friend pick out a good one for us." As they spoke, the crowd had arrived at the main entrance of the villa area. Wang Hao stepped forward and stood firm, causing the surrounding people to stop and wait eagerly to watch the expert dispel evil influences. Wang Hao took a deep breath, then scanned the surroundings and said, "Overall, this place isn't bad. There are no major issues, except the main entrance here. It's missing something." Missing something above the main entrance? Honestly, Zhao Feng was following along, but still harbored some doubts in her heart. How could feng shui be so mysterious? Nevertheless, she had already been authorized directly over the phone with the developer's side, so she stepped forward and asked, "Sir, what, in your opinion, should be changed here?" "Don't rush just yet. Let me ask first." Wang Hao looked over at Li Yihui. "Mr. Li, have you felt anything unusual since moving in here? Like when you're sleeping, or during your daily life? If so, tell us about it." "Well," Li Yihui pondered carefully, then said, "Yes, I remember now. When I first moved in, I dreamt at night that I was on a battlefield, surrounded by soldiers wielding huge cleavers and others holding long spears, with dead people and blood everywhere." Whoosh. Upon hearing Mr. Li's words, the people watching around instantly buzzed. Can it really be that sinister? Too terrifying. No kidding, it's too frightening. If this evil influence isn't dispelled, the house is truly unsellable. Under normal circumstances, people would definitely be skeptical about Wang Hao's back-and-forth questioning with Mr. Li. But the key was Mr. Li's identity. He was no ordinary person. Zhao Feng knew that Mr. Li was the boss of a very impressive elevator manufacturing company in the city. His villa was a gift from the developer as a token of their great relationship after he installed elevators for them. So the idea of him colluding with Wang Hao to put on an act was out of question. Right. Then that settles it. Wang Hao looked at the high-rises on either side, and then inside the park, before continuing. Making the changes is easy to say. Since these two high-rises can't be moved, the simplest way to deal with heavenly/evil is to create a blockage. Your main entrance overhead is too open, splitting it in half like a blade. This is absolutely unacceptable. So, you need to add a covering above the door, the more sturdy and solid it looks, the better. If you don't mind the trouble, just place a large stone right there, on top of the door. You should know that weapons fear massive stones. Any blade would break upon striking such a rock, and that will break the heavenly/evil. Wang Hao's explanation was simple and easy to understand. Zhao Feng immediately nodded. All right, I've got it. I really must thank you, sir, for your assistance. Otherwise, we would have had no idea how to deal with this issue. She wasn't exaggerating. Despite the cost of breaking the evil influence, if Mr. Li and Zheng Jia and their families had faced any life-threatening danger. Otherwise, had they really moved in and a couple of people died within a month or two, they wouldn't be able to sell a single unit in the whole complex. Who would dare to buy a property where people died due to feng shui? The developer's reputation would be ruined. Speaking of mysterious, the moment Wang Hao finished speaking, Mr. Li's phone started ringing. Hello? Dad, what's up? Mr. Li pulled out his phone and hurriedly asked, Are you okay? Yes, I'm at the house. What? For real? Good heavens. Thank the heavens. Ah no. Thank the master. Chapter 114. Visiting the villa with the master. Extra for Alliance 12, member 101-0105. As he rambled on about the supernatural, everyone around was befuddled. But once he finished his phone call, he started bowing continuously to Wang Hao. Master, I truly can't thank you. Enough. What the hell is going on here? What happened? Asked Wang Hao, curious. What's going on? My dad was just crossing the street. Mr. Li was drenched in sweat, his body steaming, as he wiped his forehead. He was looking at his phone, and somehow, he just suddenly became alert and stopped. Right then, a car zoomed by, barely missing his face. If he had taken one more step, I'd never see him again. As soon as he finished, everyone in the room stood agape in shock. This is freaking incredible. It was like saving the old man's life. If the evil chi hadn't been broken just now, someone could have died. Master, I've got nothing else to say. Li Yihui was almost on his knees in gratitude to Wang Hao. I'll never forget this life-saving grace. Just give a call anytime for anything, and I'll be at your beck and call. Wang Hao felt a bit embarrassed at those words. Scratching his head, he laughed and said, Oh, come on, don't mention it. I did it to rack up some good karma for myself. It's not that serious. Now, everyone was utterly convinced of his abilities. Zhao Feng had a look of fright and kept smiling, saying, Master, I misunderstood you earlier. Please forgive us. No problem. It's totally normal, replied Wang Hao with a smile as he led the crowd into the park. Sure enough, there was a straight path leading right to the west side of Building 33 that they'd been looking at. At this point, everyone could indeed see there was an issue. The road was too straight, taking a sharp turn right before Building 33. It looked unsettling. This is the source of the gun sha. Wang Hao stamped his foot. Though it's not as vicious as the heavenly/evil, it's still a big nuisance. But to solve it, it's not hard. Smooth out the corner of this road, then repave the road, add a few twists to create a scenic view, and put up a pavilion or something. If the gun's handle isn't straight, then naturally, the evil chi will be broken. Thank you, Master. Now that the evil chi was broken, Li Yihui and Zheng Jia were weeping with gratitude towards Wang Hao. Thank goodness they encountered the Master to help today, or else they'd be too scared to live in these houses. Clap, 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 clap. Everyone in attendance started to applaud. The scene today was just too awesome, something to boast about for a lifetime. Brother Hao is awesome. Ren Xing gave a thumbs up with excitement. Ha. I knew it would be a good deal to invite Brother Hao over. Brother Hao, now that the evil chi is broken, about the house. As soon as Rin Xing broached the subject of the house again, Xia Yuding's eyes instantly lit up. With the way things were going today, they were definitely going to sell a house. But unexpectedly, without even a second thought, Wang Hao flatly refused. This house, of course, cannot be sold. As soon as these words came out, everyone around was stunned. After all that talk, breaking the evil qi, taking the pants off, and now you're saying the house still can't be sold? The salespeople in the distance couldn't help but smirk, especially two of the men, who were laughing the hardest. Not for nothing is he known as Never Sells a House Xia Yuding, a salesperson named Deng Wenqi said with a sly grin. Given such a golden opportunity, he still can't sell a house, haha. Another named Chui Boming took delight in the misfortune. Exactly. This guy here is something else. None of the customers he deals with ever buy a house from him. Instead, after meeting with him, they always end up buying from someone else. Isn't that bizarre? Deng Wenqi. Lately, he's just tagging along for free meals. Can't help it. Someone snatches his customers, you've got to at least treat them to KFC, huh? Chui Boming. I was just thinking he might sell a house or two today, but looks like it's a no-go again, huh? At this point, two of the female salespeople joined in the laughter. Right. Hey, do you think we should look into his client today? I think it's a good idea. Selling a house nets a nice commission. This guy is like a walking cash cow. Ha ha. While these salespeople were gloating and making mocking gestures, Xia Yuding was in complete despair. He tugged at Wang Hao's sleeve, his face contorted with distress. Brother Hao, you can't be serious. I finally got a chance to sell a house, and with that one sentence, you've scared everyone off from buying these two properties. Don't worry, Wang Hao said with a grin, patting Xia Yuding's hand reassuringly and whispering, Brother Hao's got your back. With me here, are you really scared you won't be able to sell the house? After consoling Xia Yuding, Wang Hao turned to look at the clients around him and declared loudly, Everyone, don't panic. When I said these houses shouldn't be bought, it wasn't aimed at you. It's for my friend to hear. He shouldn't buy this particular property because there's a better option for him, a villa in the back that I've chosen for him. There's absolutely no issue with these two houses if any of you are interested in buying them, and you won't face any trouble. At this, everyone understood that the issue wasn't with these two houses, but rather that there were better properties available now. Better feng shui means going for the better option, naturally. Brother Hao, is there really something better? Ren Xing's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry over. A large crowd around them started stirring. Exactly. Even if we can't afford a villa, there's no harm in having a look. Let's go. Today we'll feast our eyes on the villas. Deng Wenqi whispered to Wang Hao, looking intrigued. Hey, are they seriously planning to buy villas? Chui Boming frowned and pondered for a moment. You know, it might be possible. But villas, those start at least in the tens of millions. Can they really make a decision? On the spot, their little group exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. Come on, let's get ready. We might be in for a big sale today. That's right. If we manage to sell a villa, hee. Xia Yuding has never managed to sell a house before. It would be a waste not to give it a shot, right? After watching all this excitement, we have to make a move. In an instant, they dispersed and started to casually approach members of the Tianjing Property Speculation Group, with one salesperson managing 2 or 3 people, and they began their pitch. Sir, are you interested in viewing the villas? Look, the master is here himself. The villa area must have great feng shui. Wang Hao saw everything the salespersons were doing, chuckled to himself, and chose to ignore them for now. A bunch of softies who fold easily. They think they can take advantage of Brother Hao's classmate. Huh? Just you wait and see. A large procession made their way through the townhouse area, straight to the fountain in front of the villa area to the north. After all, this was Zhonghai City, where a mere villa could cost 7 to 8 million, a figure utterly astronomical for the average homeowner. That's why under normal circumstances, not many would come to view the villas. But such a large crowd of close to 100 people today. The head of the security team came out immediately. You are. Manager Zhao Fong stepped forward. I'm Zhao Fong, the sales manager at Goldenstone Town. Today, I'm accompanying a master to assist our clients in selecting houses. A master? The moment he heard the word master, the security captain's eyes brightened. A master has come to check the feng shui? Good heavens, Manager Zhao, you're incredible for managing to invite one. Who is it? As he spoke, he began scanning the older people in the crowd, trying to spot the master, but despite looking for quite a while, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. Zhao Feng held back a laugh. Stop looking. The master I'm talking about is this one. So young. The captain's eyes widened in surprise. This must be a true disciple of a great master. I'm so sorry for my rudeness. Please come in. Wang Hao smiled and shook his head. Think I'm too young, huh? The security captain quickly moved aside, chuckling. Not at all, not at all. Please come inside. The villa area was located directly to the north of the townhouse area. At the front was a clubhouse for homeowners, which housed a scale model of the villa area. To the east was a CAF, and to the west a reading room. The environment was quiet and appeared to be quite nice. Wang Hao led the large crowd to the model, and they all gathered around, waiting to hear Wang Hao's analysis. Brother Hao, what do you think? Ren Xing was there to buy a house today, so he was the most eager. Is this better than the townhouses? Chapter 115. Everyone's confused. In Ren Xing's heart, living in a mansion where the negative energy had been dispelled should feel more secure. However, since Brother Hao had spoken, he still wanted to listen. Yeah, that's right. Wang Hao carefully examined the model for a while and then nodded with satisfaction, smiling. The designer of this villa estate definitely knows feng shui. Good, good. Damn, is this villa estate really that good? Everyone present felt their hearts lift, and Zhang Qiangdong asked curiously, Master, what's so good about this villa estate? You see, Wang Hao began to describe the overall layout of the villa estate. To the east are a dozen or so high-rise buildings, staggered and well-planned. Directly north are 8 high-rises, but they're slightly lower than those on the east. To the west, there are also high-rises, but these are lower still than those to the north. The designer is definitely a master, not a simple person at all. Is it really that mystical? Everyone exchanged looks with each other, completely baffled. Brother Hao, there must be some significance to this, right? Ren Xing asked with beaming eyes and smile. Just from what you've said, I can tell the feng shui here is good. Indeed, you're right. Wang Hao pointed to the high-rises on the east and north and said, Here, the high-rises act as mountains. See how their color is all earthy yellow? Yes, yes, yes. The people around him nodded in agreement. They're earthy yellow. Now that you mention it, Master, those high-rises really do seem to represent mountains. Wang Hao laughed. So, viewing these high-rises as mountains, the layout of this villa estate is the classic treasure basin layout, especially since the villas themselves are dark red in color. When you squint, don't they appear very prosperous? Everyone squinted their eyes and then nodded together. Awesome. So there's such sophistication to it. Let's also take a look at the west side. Wang Hao continued to point at the high-rises on the west, saying, These western high-rises are shorter than those on the east. In the study of feng shui, there's a saying, azure dragon to the left, white tiger to the right, vermilion bird in front, and black tortoise in the back. The dragon must soar, so it needs to be high. The tiger must crouch, so it has to be lower than the azure dragon. The black tortoise is heavy set. Did you notice that the high-rises in the back have a very large volume? The vermilion bird needs to fly, so there can't be any obstructions in the front. The design of this villa estate is as if someone purposefully carved out a perfectly complete treasure basin layout right in the midst of the city, with the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise all present. Such good land. Damn. Hearing the master explain this and looking at the model, Zhang Qiangdong immediately decided, this is it. The feng shui is so good, I must buy 2 sets. Brother Hao, you're truly amazing. Ren Xing laughed heartily, saying, No wonder you said not to buy that mansion. So, should I buy one of these villas? By the way, Brother Hao, if we're getting one of these villas, which one do you think is best to pick? It's getting serious now. The feng shui here is so good, of course, if you want to buy, you'd want the best in the estate. At this moment, everyone pricked up their ears, waiting to hear what Wang Hao would say. Which one to buy? Wang Hao stroked his chin, then surveyed the whole area, analyzing each part, and soon came to a conclusion. There are 2 best spots for the houses in this villa estate. One is right next to us at P1, P2, to the south, slightly to the east. The view here is great, unobstructed all around, with convenient transportation. It's really nice. P1 P2. Without a second thought, Ren Xing asked Zhao Fong, who was standing beside them. Manager Zhao, how about these 2-row villas? As soon as Ren Xing asked about this, Manager Zhao could only give a wry smile. I'm sorry, those 2 have already been taken. P1's units 1 and 2 have been made into model homes and aren't for sale at the moment. Units 3 and 4 have already been sold, and P2 has been completely sold out. The surrounding onlookers were speechless. Someone had already beaten us to it. Damn. What? They've been sold. Ren Xing slapped his thigh. When were they sold? Your property hasn't been on the market for very long, has it? They were taken by friends of the developer. Zhao Fong shrugged helplessly. Sir, think about it. Such good locations would obviously be snapped up the moment word got out. Did you see that? Master's words were spot on. The 2 best spots were snatched up right away. What a pity. Brother Hao, Brother Hao. Ren Xing clung to Wang Hao's shoulder, acting spoiled. The best ones are sold out. Help me pick another one. Everyone craned their necks, waiting to see where else Wang Hao would say was the best. This time, Wang Hao, stroking his chin, looked around for quite a while, hesitating a long time. The whole park was actually very nice, but since it was a close friend after all, he of course wanted to pick out the best for him. He looked around a bit more, and when his gaze fell on the eastern high-rises, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he smiled. Got it. Pointing at villa number P15 in the eastern central part of the estate, he asked, Manager Zhao, that one hasn't been sold yet, has it? This one hasn't been sold, Zhao Fong nodded. However, it's a forward delivery house, so you won't be able to get the property until around October tomorrow. Then let's go with this one. Wang Hao slapped his thigh emphatically, then walked over to the high-rise to squat down and take a closer look. No mistake. Haha, fatty, congratulations, this villa is absolutely perfect. Perfect. Damn, is it that good? Everyone immediately widened their eyes, waiting for the master to analyze what exactly made this villa so great. Look here, fatty, Wang Hao pointed. At Villa P15 and then at high-rise building A1. If I'm not mistaken, around 10 o'clock in the morning, this building should block some light for P15, which is like shielding it from wind and rain. And this building just happens to be at the southeast corner of Villa P15. There's a saying in feng shui that goes, better to have the azure dragon rise 10,000 zhang high than let the white tiger rise even a head. This building is P15's azure dragon, which brings nobility and auspicious qi. Once the house is delivered, you just put a pair of bronze Pishio in the living room to guard the home, ward off evil, and attract wealth. Perfect. Damn, is it really so mystical? Zhang Qiangdong also exclaimed, right, right, right. Damn, master, that phrase you just mentioned, I've heard a wise person mention it before. So that's what it means. Building number 15 it is. Ren Xing, with deep pockets and especially bold, had one critical trait. If he thought something was fine, he'd definitely splurge. 6 units. Just this one building for me, and no one else compete with me. Wang Hao. Shit, do you have to be so extravagant? I was just thinking of helping you pick out a good one, and you're talking about taking the whole lot? While everyone was still stunned, Ren Xing's phone suddenly rang, and as soon as he picked up, he couldn't help but laugh. Really? Fuck, can things really be this good? Alright, no problem. Ha ha ha. Okay. Putting down the phone, Ren Xing hugged Wang Hao. Brother Hao, my dad just called to say that just now, a notice from above came down. They're going to do something about that coal destocking. Ha ha. With just this one directive, our coal stock can sell for at least 20 to 30 million more. Awesome. Ha ha ha. Damn, there's such a thing. Everyone present was floored. Without a word, they whipped out their phones, and sure enough, the coal destocking policy was issued. Big news. This happiness came a bit too suddenly. Xia Yuding was still in shock when Zhang Qiangdong decided on the spot. Buddy, you're not being fair doing things this way, picking all the best for yourself. Now I'm left to just drink soup. Then he went to Zhao Fong. For units, right next to Villa 15, Villa 14 is mine. With such an amazing property, you have to act fast if you want to buy? Zhao Fong. Xia Yuding. The others began a frantic scramble, buying the villas one after another. Number 26, I'll buy one. Number 33 is mine. Number 13, I want villa number 13. For units. Number 22, for units. Watching everyone buy villas this way, not just Xia Yuding, but even manager Zhao Fong was stunned. She was utterly baffled, feeling like money was falling from the sky. One bill at a time, one stack after another. A commission of 0.3% on one house, 7 million for a villa would get you 20,000, 10 million for a side unit would get you 30,000. And just now, in the blink of an eye, 50 or 60 units had been sold, averaging out to a commission of 25,000 per unit. Damn, that's over $1 million entering the account. Wang Hao, naturally aware of such a big piece of the pie, directly pulled manager Zhao aside and said with a smile, Xia Yuding is my classmate. I won't say much more, but these houses that were sold, put them all under his name. All right? As the master's classmate, that clearly was no problem. Zhao Fong nodded immediately. No problem. I'll report today's event to our developers. You, master, will definitely not be treated unfairly. You can be assured of that, and we'll talk separately later. A sharp person, Zhao Fong understood Wang Hao's intentions the moment she heard him. Choosing to talk separately later was to avoid seeming like a plant to those who bought the houses. That would be bad. Zhao Fong went to give the orders, and at that moment, Deng Wenqi and Cui Boming's mood turned sour. The houses sold would be registered under Xia Yuding's name, meaning they had busied themselves for nothing. Not only had they busied themselves for nothing, they also had to keep smiling. Otherwise, if the clients complained, they'd be in big trouble. Kids, remember how you were showing off earlier? Now you're feeling miserable, right? Hee satisfying. Chapter 116, The Zhao Family's Zhao Jinhao. In the following time, it was all about processing paperwork and making the deposit, which basically meant Wang Hao had nothing to worry about. Master. Zhao Fong led Wang Hao into a small conference room and smiled. After they finish with the procedures, today I will represent the company to host a meal, and you must graciously accept. Also, I heard Mr. Ren is your childhood buddy. The several units he's buying, I can use my official authority to give him the maximum discount possible. That's something I can do to ensure that you, master, will be satisfied. That's wonderful. Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction, and then he sighed and laughed. The house is indeed a great house. I've seen the model, and it's very beautiful. The layout of the units is good too, really nice. The two of them chatted casually for a while when Ren Xing came in beaming with Zhang Muqing, and as soon as they entered, he laughed. Brother Hao, these houses are really something. The design is incredibly badass. An elevator to boot. It's like a fortress. Of course, Wang Hao laughed heartily. I just spoke with manager Zhao, and she said that when you pay for the house, she'll give you a discount that could save you a few 100,000. That's fantastic. Ren Xing, smiling, sat next to Wang Hao and said, Brother Hao, you've been such a great help today. I don't need to say anything else. I sure won't leave you out of the benefits. Which unit on P15 do you like? I'll just gift you one. Who wouldn't want to live in such a good house? But, wasn't the key point that he had no money? Don't. How could I accept that? Wang Hao shook his head with a smile and said, adding up all my possessions now, I might just be able to afford a bathroom. Even if you give it to me, I wouldn't be able to afford to live there in the future. Service fees, heating fees, they are a lot of money. No worries, no rush. Ren Xing was feeling really good about being able to buy such nice houses today. Since he wasn't short on cash, he had bought 6 units at once, planning to reward Wang Hao with one. He glanced at Zhao Fong and said, Manager Zhao, when the time comes, write down a name for my brother Hao. From now on, brother Hao will be living in the same neighborhood as me. Of course, there's no problem at all. Zhao Fong nodded immediately, smiled, and said, I'll mention it to our boss. Then the house master lives and will have the service fee waived. The heating fee waived. That should do it, right? Wow. Ren Xing slapped his thigh and gave a big thumbs up. Magnanimous, it's settled like that. Wang Hao. So, from now on, am I also someone with a villa? Oh my god, today is indeed a lucky day, awesome. Haha. Okay, shall we head out then? Today, they nearly sold out half of the villa neighborhood. And now Zhao Fong looked at Wang Hao as if he were the god of wealth, and said, Today we'll go eat our fill at Marriott International. Order whatever you want. The company is paying. Our boss said whatever you Eat. The company buys. Early the next morning, Wang Hao woke up early. Got lucky yesterday. Badass indeed. Snagged a villa just like that. Wonder what kind of luck I'll have today. Come on, dice brother. I'm counting on you. Wang Hao took out the luck dice, blew a breath of fairy air. Here we go. Rattle, rattle. The luck dice spun wildly on the table, and once it finally stopped, Wang Hao took one look and inhaled sharply. Bad luck. Damn, haven't seen bad luck in days. Have no idea what's happening today. But no matter what, come hell or high water, today I'll just tuck my tail between my legs, and that should be enough, right? Dressed and out the door to exercise in the park. Oh, the morning sun isn't too bad either. The air is fresh. Looking at so many old men and women practicing Tai Chi in the park, surely the early morning is the crux of the day. Since it's a bad luck day, let's just practice Tai Chi at low key. Low key is the Wang Dao. Wang Hao watched for a while and saw an elderly lady with an air of immortality practicing her kung fu. Her age didn't prevent her punches from being strong and forceful. This old lady seems to have some kung fu. Wang Hao stepped forward and asked, Old lady, I see your Tai Chi is quite good. How about teaching me to practice with you? Oh, young man, you want to learn? The old lady eyed Wang Hao up and down, and with an enigmatic smile, she said, Sure, but first throw me a punch. Testing my natural talent. Without another word, Wang Hao immediately went for a punch. And then, someone's getting hit. Just as the old lady wasn't even touched yet, she screamed and fell to the ground. Wang Hao. In an instant, a large crowd surrounded them, and in the end, Wang Hao was swindled out of $500. Damn it, this is just unbearable. Oh well, today's just bad luck. Got to stay low-key. Low-key is the Wang Dao. Looks like it's time to return home and sleep off this bad fortune. Within the second ring of Zhonghai City, Zhonghai Tianfu Building. The Zhonghai Tianfu Building is one of the few ultra six-star hotels in Zhonghai City, standing a total of 216 meters tall, with 58 floors providing a comprehensive one-stop service for dining, drinking, entertainment, and leisure. Without exaggeration, this place is a paradise for the wealthy. And most importantly, the owner of Zhonghai Tianfu Building is none other than the Zhao family, one of the four grand families known to be on par with the Bai family. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom with the license plate Zhong 888888 punctually stopped at the main entrance of Zhonghai Tianfu Building. Immediately, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit approached to open the car door. This middle-aged man appeared to be about 50, well-maintained, and within his eyes and brows lurked an oppressive aura of someone in a high position. He was none other than one of the three current heads of the Zhao family, Zhao Chongsheng. Ah, Brother Bai, we've been anxiously expecting you. Upon seeing Bai Haochen, Zhao Chongsheng immediately extended his hand with a smile, saying, Please come inside. Come inside. Brother Bai's arrival truly graces our humble lodge. Look at you making a fuss. Our families have been close for years. Wouldn't I immediately come over if you gave me a call? Bai Haochen shook hands with Zhao Chongsheng and then said, Today, I had to coax and cajole Ninger before she agreed to come. She's always been a bit headstrong, so she might arrive a bit later. I hope Brother Zhao won't mind. Not at all, not at all. After all, girls, especially ones as beautiful as she, definitely need some time to get ready before going out. Zhao Chongsheng didn't mind at all, fully aware of Bai Yining's status in Bai Haochen's heart. She's his precious gem that couldn't be trifled with, only to be revered. While the two men exchanged pleasantries, Zhao Chongsheng's wife was chatting with Bai Haochen's wife, Ning Rookie, about all kinds of family matters. After all, this was an arranged meeting, and in such an environment, the conversation naturally revolved around jewels, luxury watches, and cars, the various fancy things of that sort. After a brief exchange of greetings, the four of them entered a private room inside the building. The room wasn't particularly large, just about 200 square meters, but the interior was furnished with high-end decor. A person who hadn't seen much of the world might not get the full picture, but those in the know would realize that just the calligraphy, paintings, porcelain, and other decorations in this room were worth at least tens of millions. Brother Bai, please have a seat. Please have a seat. Zhao Chongsheng ushered Bai Haochen to the main seat with a laugh, saying, My son Jinhao has been busy with company matters these past few days, a minor business deal. so he'll be a little late. I hope Brother Bai won't take offense. Haha, Brother Zhao, you are too modest. Any deal from the Zhao family certainly starts in the billions. Bai Haochen shook his head with a wry smile, saying, your son Jinhao excels in all aspects among his generation in the family. Such a minor affair must involve an investment of at least 10 billion, right? Not at all, Zhao Chongsheng, while feeling extremely proud inside, responded humbly. It's just an Internet Plus project, good enough to impress the public, but I wouldn't dare boast in front of Brother Bai. As he said this, he glanced at his watch, then added, looking at the time, he should be arriving soon. Zhonghai Tianfu building parking lot. At the entrance, 6 sleek black Jaguar XJ 3.0 vehicles came to a halt in quick succession, an impressive sight. The lead car's plate number was Zhong A58588. Setting aside the car's own value, just this license plate was exceptionally hard to obtain in a major city. From the uniformed fleet of Jaguars, 12 burly men in black suits stepped out. Just by their stance and their large hands, it was clear they were all military veterans, far more formidable than ordinary bodyguards who knew just a little bit of flashy kung fu. After the 12 positioned themselves, a young man stepped out from the front passenger side of the lead vehicle. The young man's physique was toned and fit, his features scholarly and sharply defined, with a hint of a light, almost imperceptible smile. If Wang Hao were here, he would undoubtedly exclaim in surprise, damn, a manly version of Song Zhongji? That's right, this young man was indeed Zhao Chongqing's only son, a genius ranked at least among the top 5 of the Zhao family's younger generation, already in control of over 5 billion in assets. Zhao Zhenhao. Chapter 117. The big star goes on a blind date. Wealthy and handsome in his youth, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Zhao Zhenhao had all the makings to become the dream lover of countless young girls. Initially somewhat confused, the car parking attendant perked up the moment he saw Zhao Zhenhao, hurriedly running out to greet him with respect. Young master, you've arrived. We've reserved a parking spot especially for you downstairs. I'll take your fleet there right away. Go ahead, Zhenhao said lightly with a wave of his hand, then pulled a pristine white handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands. Make sure my cars don't get a speck of dust on them, understood? Understood. The manager nodded eagerly, like a pecking chicken. I've had the parking space cleaned 3 times already. Afterwards, we sprayed water to ensure the air is dust-free. Even if your car stayed there for a week, I guarantee it will be just as it was when it drove in. Good. Zhao Zhenhao nodded in satisfaction, then offhandedly said, 1,000. Instantly, a bodyguard from his entourage reached into his pocket and stuffed a wad of $100 bills into the manager's hand. This is the young master's reward. You may go now. Thank you for the reward, young master. The manager accepted the money, nodding and bowing as he saw the group off. Looking at the grand entrance of the hotel, Zhao Zhenhao exhaled softly, smiling. Finally, I have the chance to meet Yining. I've truly waited too long for this day. Steadying his mind, Zhao Zhenhao instructed the bodyguards beside him. You remember what I told you on our way here, don't you? The lead bodyguard replied. Remember, we guarantee to complete the mission. Good. Zhenhao nodded with satisfaction. I'll go in first. Remember to handle things well. The reward will be generous. Understood. Inside the private room, Zhao Chongsheng and Bai Haochen were chatting about household matters when a knock on the door was heard. Soon after, Zhao Zhenhao gently pushed open the door and came in, immediately greeting Bai Haochen and Ning. Rookie, I'm sorry for being late due to some company matters, Uncle Annie. It's no problem. Take a seat. Bai Haochen sized up Zhao Zhenhao with a smile. Not bad. You've become even more handsome since I last saw you, and it seems you've done well in your career. Quite an impressive young man. Ning Rookie also expressed her admiration. This child gets better looking every time I see him. I remember when you were in junior high a few years ago, right? Back then, you ran wild like an untamed horse. Looking at you now, you've changed so much. If I'm not wrong, you should be 25 this year. Born in April 92, I'm indeed 25 this year, Zhao Zhenhua replied with a bashful smile, then wiped his chair before sitting down. Yes, achieving so much at 25 is truly not easy, Bai Haochen nodded and asked, so what business are you in now? Would you mind talking about it? Of course, upon hearing Bai Haochen's inquiry about his business, Zhao Jinhua immediately perked up. Currently, I'm focusing on Internet Plus, mainly following the virtual economy route. It's about integrating payment and top-up services for various portals into one system, where our company charges a fee of 2,000%. After all, he was a business tycoon. Zhao Jinhao succinctly conveyed the essence of his venture. The virtual economy was exactly the field currently undergoing rapid development in the Heavenly People's Republic. His ability to seize this opportunity clearly demonstrated his exceptional foresight and skill, especially as a member of the Zhao family, one of the top 4 families who innately held tremendous advantages. Indeed, this is a promising direction. Bai Haochen nodded in approval, smiling. While 2,000% may seem small, we are now in an era of rapid internet development, and the daily financial flows of major portals are staggering. I've calculated before, based on the current financial flow of nearly 100 industry portals within the country, the sum is approximately 3.26 billion. 2,000ths of that is 650,000 renminbi, which amounts to a profit of 240 million a year. Even after deducting some costs, it's still considerable income. Very good. The future looks promising. 2,000% may not seem like much, but the daily financial traffic in the Heavenly People's Republic is massive. Once Zhao Jinhao's virtual economy fully connects, it would mean that users only need to top up in one location to use nearly 100 portals. Convenient and efficient, and with the rapid development of the internet, this business will only grow more lucrative. Why was Jack Ma Earth's richest man in the Heavenly Empire? Wasn't his greatest advantage that Alipay connected countless websites' payment systems, earning commissions in the process? Clearly, Zhao Jinhao was developing this very business. Right, the cash flow in online shopping is also substantial. Bai Haochen thought for a moment, then asked, is the channel through Taobao open? This is a bit difficult. Zhao Jinhao shook his head with some helplessness when it came up, saying, now the channels on Taobao are controlled by the Fong family, and it's not easy to get a foot in the door. The Fong family. Bai Haochen pondered for a while before he sighed, and said, this really isn't that easy. Among the 4 great families of the Heavenly People's Republic, the Bai family controlled more than 60% of the film and entertainment resources. The Zhao family originated from the internet, with Baidu being one of their family's industries. The other 2 families included the Hong family that managed the instant messaging system QQ, as well as a real estate company, the Marriott Group, with a total asset of 250 billion. Finally, the Fong family controlled the Taobao Mall, also valued at 250 billion. For this reason, neither Zhao Changsheng nor Bai Haochen had any solutions when this topic was mentioned. Let's not talk about this anymore. After a brief silence, Bai Haochen said with a smile, after all, it's the young people's business to struggle and rise. With Jinhao's vision and methods, it's inevitable that he will become a top-tier Phoenix man in the country. As soon as he said this, it represented his recognition for Zhao Jinhao. Therefore, Zhao Changsheng was very excited and laughed, with brother by saying this, our Jinhao's value must have risen. A level, haha. Yes, I have no objections to Jinhao. Bai Haochen nodded and said, what's left is to see what my daughter thinks. While saying this, he checked the time. This girl, what time is it already, and she's still not here? Such a headache. Boom, boom. When the white Lamborghini stopped at the entrance of Tianfu Building, it was already 6:32 in the evening. Bai Yining, in a white long dress, had just gotten out of the car and immediately caught everyone's attention. It's difficult to express a woman's beauty through words, but one can glean an understanding from the reactions of those around her when she appears in public, whether it's ignored, awestruck, or simply dumbstruck. Clearly, Bai Yining definitely belonged to the latter category. Zhao Jinhao's 12 bodyguards were lined up at the entrance, already fully prepared for any situation that might occur after Bai Yining's arrival. They overlooked one thing, her beauty. As soon as they saw Bai Yining, the 12 bodyguards were stunned, standing like statues until she entered the doors of the Tianfu Building. It was only then that their team leader came to his senses, slapping his forehead sharply. Damn, I forgot to deliver the gift the young master prepared for her. What should we do now? The team leader was instantly dripping with sweat. Oh heavens, if the young master blames us. No way, she's too beautiful. One bodyguard sighed, saying, anyone who sees Miss Ice Princess would react the same way. Bai Yining had a very cold expression. In fact, she rarely smiled. Following the waiter's direction, Bai Yining finally arrived at the private room where her father Bai Haochen was and knocked on the door to enter. Sorry, I was delayed due to a traffic jam and arrived a bit late. As soon as Bai Yining appeared, Zhao Jinhao's eyes noticeably lit up. He diligently got up to pull out a chair for Bai Yining, saying very gently, good, you've arrived, please have a seat. Thank you. Bai Yining replied coolly and then sat down gracefully. Ah, Yining has become even more beautiful. Zhao Chongxing smiled as Bai Yining sat down and said, now I really understand what they mean by time waits for no one. Looking at Yining makes me truly wish I could be 10 or 20 years younger. You old rascal, his wife laughed on the sidelines. Even if you were 20 or 30 years younger, it would be to no avail. Ha ha. That's true, laughed Zhao Chongxing, and he immediately stood up, saying, Brother Bai, let's not meddle too much with young people's affairs. Let's go. I just got a nice new project here. I'll take Brother Bai and sister-in-law for a visit. Bai Haochen nodded. Sure, let's go. I'll take a look. If Brother Zhao says it's good, it must be very surprising. The four people left the private room as they spoke. For a moment, the entire room was left with just Zhao Jinhao and Bai Yining. Chapter 118. Thank you, Grandpa. Xia, Yining, what would you like to drink? At this moment, Zhao Jinhao was the epitome of elegance, his face adorned with the most charming smile, his eyes fixated on Bai Yining as he tenderly said, coffee? Tea? Juice? Just anything. Bai Yining responded with an obvious lack of enthusiasm, her voice faint, the kind that conveyed indifference to everything. You decide. Then let's have tea, Zhao Jinhao said, getting up to brew the tea. In fact, Bai Yining was notoriously cold in nature. Every distinguished young man she had previously encountered had been hopelessly rebuffed. Therefore, Zhao Jinhao was not perturbed by Bai Yining's reaction. He was well aware that although Yining seemed icy on the surface, once her frosty exterior was shattered, a warmer and more passionate heart than that of other women would await. While Zhao Jinhao was making tea, Bai Yining, out of boredom, took out her phone and started to read a novel. Blind dates were of no consequence to her. Even though her parents did not insist on her choosing a particular suitor, she knew that she would likely never escape this circle for her entire life. Zhang San or Li Si made no difference to her. Apart from their looks, everything about them was identical. Almost the same background, nearly identical education, comparable careers, as well as a similar level of tedium. Life within this circle was almost always a repeat of the previous day. If you stripped away the grand exteriors of these young scions, they were nearly all the same on the inside. Perhaps one or two might stand out, but Bai Yining still found them unacceptable. It wasn't that she despised everyone in the circle, but rather she disliked such a fate. It was like a mystery thriller series. If you already knew the outcome from the beginning, even the whole process, then what was the point of watching it? What are you reading? A tender voice asked. Zhao Jinhao, with white gloves on, placed the teapot and teacups onto the table, then poured a cup of tea for Bai Yining and asked with a smile, is it about a new Chanel product or a piece of clothing you like? A novel written by a friend, Bai Yining replied without even lifting her head, simply gazing at her phone screen. A tale of an underdog's struggle. Oh, a friend. Zhao Jinhao prided himself on keeping his composure in the face of the most serious situations, but hearing that Bai Yining was reading a novel written by a friend still stunned him. Yining, you actually have friends now? Is it a man or a woman? A profound sense of crisis surged from the depths of Zhao Jinhao's heart. Yining was famously cold, and no one had heard of her having friends. Even the daughters of well-placed families in the circle, who weren't much inferior in terms of their backgrounds, had never managed to get close to her. Now she casually mentioned that she had friends? Why can't I have friends? Bai Yining replied indifferently. It's a guy, just someone unremarkable. A male friend. Naturally, Zhao Jinhao wouldn't believe Bai Yining had gotten herself a boyfriend, but the fact that she had a male friend was shocking enough. Even though Bai Yining had mentioned he was someone unremarkable. A nobody. Could it be? Zhao Jinhao quickly caught on. He cautiously asked, is that the guy in the car? Bai Yining nodded. Someone quite interesting. Zhao Zhenhao took a deep breath, realizing he had to think on his feet, far from the lackluster herd of his peers. His eyes shifted as he started scheming. Smiling, he said, I see. It said the situation was quite dire at the time. He must have made a significant effort. Indeed, we should thank him for that. So, if Yinning doesn't object, I would like to invite him for a meal sometime, okay? You? Hearing Zhao Zhenhao's words, Bai Yinning finally lifted her head, speaking indifferently. Under what identity are you inviting him to dine? Zhao Zhenhao knew this was a crucial moment. One wrong answer and this blind date could be a loss. So he hesitated before cautiously replying. I thought I might express my gratitude on behalf of a friend of yours, to thank him for saving the most beautiful goddess of the Heavenly People's Republic. Is this reason acceptable? Bai Yinning cast another indifferent glance at Zhao Zhenhao, and then gave a slight nod. Fine. After saying this, Bai Yinning added, but you're not my friend yet, please. Remember that. Zhao Zhenhao visibly faltered, then nodded forcefully. Okay, I understand. Good. That's settled, Bai Yinning said and slowly stood up. It was nice meeting you. I have things to do. We'll contact each other when there's time. Seeing that Bai Yinning was ready to leave, Zhao Zhenhao quickly said, Wait, Yinning, could you leave me a contact? For time. Is tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock okay? Zhao Zhenhao smiled and said, I'll prepare well. The venue. Let's set it at Hualong Xian. Okay, take down my cell number. Bai Yinning considered that not leaving any contact information would still be somewhat impolite. The two exchanged phone numbers right then, and Bai Yinning left. Oh man, yesterday just sucked. I couldn't even get a good sleep at home. Wang Hao thought back to the horrors of the previous day while getting up in the morning, still a bit unnerved. Terrifying. No water, no electricity, not even the internet. It was sheer misery lying in bed. During such unlucky times, the best course of action is to do nothing at all, and Wang Hao didn't even read his novels, just dared to sleep. Come on, lucky die, you must be forceful today. Wang Hao cautiously pulled out his luck die. Here we go. The luck die tumbled several times on the table, and when it stopped, Wang Hao was immediately overjoyed. Good fortune. Ha ha ha. Good luck once again. I'm unbeatable once more. Time to check out the book. Currently, Break the Heavens is shooting up the rankings like a rocket, truly living up to its status as the top divine book. It's just awesome. Now, it's not only topping the new author signing charts, but it's also surged up the membership click charts, and the recommendation tickets have reached over 2,000 a day. Its momentum is challenging the veteran big shots on the Wind Cloud Chinese network. Ha. Looks like these results are undeniably fantastic. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. All that was left was to continue updating regularly and wait to publish. No more worries about the novel. He was eagerly anticipating the release of How Much Do You Know About the Flowers in Your Dreams? What a thrill. Isn't it always said that good fortune is unbeatable? After finishing reading and getting dressed, his phone started ringing. He picked it up. Huh? A big star is looking for me? He quickly answered. Bai Yinning, what are you doing? Are you free? Wang Hao. I'm free, just chilling at the film set, hee. What's up? Bai Yinning. Are you busy tonight? Wang Hao. Shouldn't be, what's up? Bai Yinning. Yesterday, I went on a blind date, and that guy insisted on taking me to dinner. I refused, and afterward, he said he wanted to invite you to dinner. Wait a minute, this is confusing. Why would a big star's blind date want to dine with me? I don't even know the guy. Wang Hao. He wanted to invite you, right? What's it got to do with me? Bai Yinning. You're home, right? I'm coming. Over. Wang Hao. Hey, wait. Why is she suddenly coming to see me? Wang Hao. I don't think it's a good idea for me to go. Bai Yinning. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Wang Hao. All right then, since she's made up her mind. And after all, the barefoot are not afraid of the shoot. Let's do it. 10 minutes later. Cold heart. I'm here, where are you? That was fast. Wang Ritian. I'm at the entrance of the community. Where are you? He looked around, but didn't see her usual car. Cold heart. I see you, right across from you. Wang Ritian. Across me is a silver Audi R8. Cold heart. It's mine, come on over. Wang Hao. This girl has changed cars again. He hurried over, and sure enough, once the car window lowered, the disguised face of Bai Yinning appeared. Get in. Okay. He agreed and opened the passenger door, sliding right in. Wow, it smells really nice in here. Here, as soon as Wang Hao got in the car, Bai Yining handed him a bank card. This is for you. Are you trying to keep me? Wang Hao confusedly took the bank card. What's this card for? How much is in it? If you're keeping me, I won't agree if the money is too little. Stop talking nonsense, Bai Yining scolded with a smile. The royalties from those songs of yours amount to 400,000 after taxes. So it was that money. Wang Hao quickly asked. That's not right. I said 20,000 a song. It shouldn't be this much, right? And that's after tax. Bai Yining replied indifferently. The rest is a tip from this young lady. To round it up, aren't you going to thank your benefactor for the grace? Thank you for the reward, my lord. Wang Hao immediately raised his hands above his head, bowing in worship. Your servant pays respects to the Empress Dowager. I wonder where the Empress Dowager plans to take your servant today. His tone was soft and playful, making Bai Yining burst into giggles. More charming than flowers. Indeed, a woman who laughs is the most beautiful. Chapter 119. Let's go buy clothes. Don't rush off just yet, Bai Yining said to Wang Hao, speaking with utmost seriousness. There are two things I must tell you. Wang Hao nodded. Yeah, go ahead. First, Bai Yining's tone became very solemn. In the music industry of our Heavenly People's Republic, you're the first one in this decade whose debut song made 700,000. Damn, no way. Am I that awesome? I'm even feeling a little embarrassed. Ah, it's nothing, just luck, haha. Wang Hao laughed twice, modestly in a token gesture, but his expression clearly told the superstar. Keep the compliments coming. Well, you're also the first to have such thick skin, Bai Yining chuckled again. Second, tonight's dinner might be quite formal, so I need to take you to buy some clothes first. The person I'm meeting for the blind date is somewhat of a big deal, and as my friend, you can't embarrass me. No embarrassment, definitely can't. Embarrass you. Can't show any weakness, right? Wang Hao laughed while scratching his hair. So shall we get going? Of course. Bai Yining started the car, and the roaring engine drew curious glances from passers-by, truly fitting for a sports car. It starts up fast. The car raced along, heading straight for the biggest shopping plaza in Zhonghai City, Zhonghai Avenue. Damn it, back here again. I was planning on getting you tailored clothes, Bai Yining said calmly. But there's no time, so we'll have to just buy some off the rack. Don't mind it. Don't mind it. Absolutely don't mind it. This is fine. Even though I'm no longer a loser, I still can't afford tailored clothes. They entered the parking lot, got out of the car, took the elevator straight to the third floor for men's clothing, and once out of the elevator doors, Wang Hao began wandering around with Bai Yining. It has to be said that Bai Yining's taste is indeed very good. Whatever Wang Hao tried on made him look talented and handsome, and even she couldn't help but laugh. I didn't realize your figure is actually quite good. You look nice in clothes. So what? The stuff I wore before doesn't count as clothes. Just average, Wang Hao said with a grin. This set is pretty good. I think it'll do. Then he checked the price tag. Top for $1688, pants for $888. Those are some pretty hefty prices. But no worries. I now have 300,000 in my pocket. I'm loaded. Buy? Definitely buying. This one it is, Bai Yining told the sales assistant, then said, wear it out, and pack up the ones he's changing out of. Wang Hao quickly went to the counter to swipe his card. The sales assistant, a young lady, looked at Wang Hao with a change in her gaze, a woman's intuition. This man must have something special about him. So she subconsciously glanced down toward the area between his legs below his abdomen. For crying out loud. I'm not some kept man, okay? Silently weeping inside. I tell you, this money is honestly earned by me. What can I say? Women sometimes have such a keen eye. After examining the area between his legs, the sales assistant started looking upward, and then seemed pretty ordinary actually. Wang Hao. Oh, come on. Is it really okay for you to look that directly? Is she your girlfriend? She's really beautiful, the sales assistant wondered. She looks so much like the big star ice princess. Bai Yining. What do you mean looks like? She is the ice princess. After leaving the boutique, Bai Yining pursed her lips and smiled. Do you feel happy with the change of clothes? Do you even need to ask? Thrilled is the word, and I'll say it just once. Haha, let's go, shall we continue? Wang Hao chortled. Having a big star help me shop for clothes. It's like a dream come true. You sure have a way with words. Bai Yining was clearly much more relaxed around Wang Hao. She handed him the already wrapped clothes. Let's go buy a pair of shoes. Actually, I didn't want to buy something so expensive and pressure you. But as you know, those who have blind dates with me come from very good families. If you're dressed poorly, it's easy to be looked down upon. Such a great girl, taking care of our feelings like that. Understood. Wang Hao nodded. I can't disgrace you, right? No big deal. I'll try to perform a bit better at the time. Thank you. Bai Yining glanced at Wang Hao. I'm glad to be your friend. That line seems like something I should be saying, right? While they were talking, they reached the men's shoe store and chose a pair side by side. Soon they picked a nice-looking pair, and Wang Hao decisively grabbed them to try on. No helping it. One must pay attention when trying on shoes. After all, a man's got to have some manliness. After trying on the shoes and pairing them with the outfit he had chosen earlier, Wang Hao asked, How do I look? Okay. Now Wang Hao was all dressed in high-end clothes, looking indeed quite different from before. Bai Yining nodded her approval, even jokingly teased. Not bad. You look quite the part. This light and playful attitude all of a sudden made Wang Hao stare in amazement. Even with makeup on, she was a beauty. You're really beautiful, Wang Hao said with a grin, scratching his head. I think you look much prettier than when I first met you. Really? Bai Yining shrugged her shoulders. Thanks for the compliment. Since the decision was made, it was time to pay. After they left the shopping center building, Bai Yining said, Let's go. Next I'll take you to get your hair done. Yeah, just up ahead not far. It's a salon owned by my personal stylist. I'll take you there to get a makeover. See that? Personal stylist. Even I have such high-class moments. They drove straight there, and indeed it wasn't far. It only took about 5 minutes to arrive, at %Korean1 hashtag, %Korean1, %Korean1 studio. The entire name is in English. I don't recognize a single word. Definitely high-end. Grand. Classy. They got out of the car and walked in. As soon as they entered the store, a woman in her 30s came up to greet them. Oh, it's the young miss. Planning on a makeover? The moment she finished speaking, she suddenly hesitated as it seemed to dawn on her who she was talking to, and asked carefully, Miss, this gentleman is? She saw that this man had gotten out of the young miss's car. Just a friend, Bai Yining said indifferently. I brought him here for a makeover. Do you have time now? Yes, of course. The woman examined Wang Hao carefully from head to toe before leading them into an inner room. Please come inside. It's quieter. Once in the inner room, the woman had Bai Yining sit on the side and led Wang Hao to get his hair washed while saying, So, I hear from the miss that you're a friend? That's not easy, you know. I've known her for 4 or 5 years, and she's never had any friends. It's good that she finally has one. Well, of course, don't. You know who I am. It's not too bad. Wang Hao laughed. We met by chance, When they reached the hair washing station, the woman said, Lie down here. Let's wash your hair first. As Wang Hao got comfortable, she started to wash his hair and spoke. Sigh. The young miss is perfect in every way. It's just that her family is too strict. I've known her for over a decade and never seen her have any friends. You're remarkable. What's your name? Wang Hao. He introduced himself, then curiously asked. Speaking of which, she mentioned this the other time we had dinner together, but I didn't pay much attention at first, only to realize later. It's normal for her not to have a boyfriend. But why doesn't she have any girlfriends? That shouldn't be the case. You've actually had dinner with the young miss? The woman exclaimed. My goodness, you must hold a high place in her heart. Being praised just for eating together? Wang Hao casually boasted with a touch of swagger. By coincidence. That's impressive. The woman sighed. It's a good thing the young miss finally has a friend. Alas, she's been hurt before. There were a few girls who approached her on their initiative. In the beginning, she didn't think too much of it, and everything seemed fine. But later, she realized these girls were getting close to her just to snoop for information, like what the young miss likes or dislikes, and everything would be leaked out at the first chance. After finding out, the young miss locked herself in her room for a whole day, and from then on, she trusted no one. Such a poor girl. Wang Hao sighed along with her. It's truly sad when someone is only approached by others around them with ulterior motives. All right, rise. The woman said as she finished washing Wang Hao's hair and helped him get up, then added, You're the only friend the young miss has, so please, No matter what, don't hurt her. Is my character still in question? Wang Hao smiled brightly. Don't worry, I understand. Chapter 120, Zhao Jinhao's preparation. Back in the room inside, the woman started to style Wang Hao. As Bai Yining's personal makeup artist, she demonstrated her impressive skills right away. The scissors in her hands seemed to come alive. In less than 10 minutes, a completely new Wang Hao appeared in the mirror. In 1 word, handsome. In 2 words, very handsome. In 3 words, incredibly handsome. It's the first time I've realized I could be this handsome, Wang Hao said, touching his chin as he looked at himself in the mirror. Wow, hairstyle really makes a huge difference. No wonder they say you can lose your head, but never mess up your hair. Even the usually stoic Bai Yining couldn't help but smile and say, vain. The woman was shocked. Had the lady just made a joke? Now that the styling was done, Bai Yining was ready to leave with Wang Hao. All right, Sister Chun, we're off now. Take care. Mississippi. They left the styling studio, got into the car, and Wang Hao asked, that's all sorted then. Hopefully, there's no problem now. I hope tomorrow's dinner isn't too fancy. Otherwise, I'll embarrass you like a country bumpkin. It doesn't matter, Bai Yining smiled. Dressing appropriately for formal occasions is just good manners. As for the rest, don't worry too much. I've seen people who like to drink white wine and eat stir-fry at Western restaurants, and that's perfectly fine. Drinking white wine and eating stir-fry at a Western restaurant. Whom could that be? Far away in the Guahao Twin Towers, Bai Haochen suddenly sneezed. Who's talking behind my back? Achoo. Zhonghai City, the Shi-Jiantang upscale residential district. This could be called one of the best high-end residential areas in Zhonghai, with winding waterways and flexible space. The designers have analyzed private Jiangnan gardens to embody the spiritual characteristic of the Heavenly People's Republic. Combined with the simplistic facade and modern building materials, the entire area embodies an aesthetic of both retro and modern elements. It's one of the densest gathering places for Zhonghai's elites, and with a price of up to 150,000 yuan per square meter, the exclusivity of this place is evident. Within one of the Shi-Jiantang villas, Zhao Jinhao, the Zhao family scion, was sitting on the living room sofa, preparing for tomorrow evening's dinner. Tomorrow at 6, I am hosting Miss Ice Princess for dinner, Zhao Jinhao stated gravely. Give me the most detailed list immediately. List everything we could possibly need. Oh, and Miss Ice Princess's friend Wang Hao will also be there. Prepare a gift for him too, preferably something symbolic. The elderly butler cautiously asked. Master, everything else is straightforward, but what sort of gift were you thinking for Mr. Wang Hao? He has been quite close with Miss Ice Princess recently, and I'm not exactly fond of that, Zhao Jinhao said softly. So you know what I mean. Being perceptive was part of being a good butler, so he immediately nodded and smiled. Of course, master. Please give me a moment. Being a member of the Zhao family meant efficiency was a given. About 20 minutes later, the butler came over with a detailed list of items. Master, please review this. Zhao Jinhao took the list and began to read. Gift, an Omega watch. Entrance, a bouquet of top-quality roses. Red wine, 2 bottles of genuine 82 Lafite. Dinner, a homemade dinner by a top Italian chef. The list detailed dozens of items that might be needed, even including detailed arrangements for the people involved at the event. Yet Zhao Jinhao felt it still wasn't enough. These items are still okay, Zhao Jinhao said. I'll go purchase them immediately, and also prepare detailed information about all these items, which will serve as conversation material during dinner with Miss Ice Princess. I don't want to be unable to answer her questions when she asks. Understood, young master, the old butler nodded. I will have my subordinates gather the detailed information right away. Half an hour later, the old butler returned carrying a stack of documents, 2 centimeters thick, of A4 paper. Good job. As a perfectionist, Zhao Jinhao was determined to prepare for this rare opportunity to have dinner with his beloved Miss Bai Yining. He was not someone who liked to leave things to chance, believing that arranging everything meticulously was the preferred way to operate in his life. Thus, he prepared not only the items, but also detailed information about them. For example, those 2 bottles of the finest 82 Lafite, including knowledge about this type of red wine, hoping to demonstrate his erudition at use. Many people know that 82 Lafite is precious, but not why it is considered so. Zhao Jinhao had drunk red wine before, but he had never delved much into the related knowledge. He was not willing to waste his time memorizing irrelevant details. But this time was completely different, because it was an extremely rare opportunity to have dinner with Miss Yinning. So he began memorizing. Lafite refers to the red wine produced by Lafite Vineyard, one of the 5 great vineyards of Bordeaux, France, with a long history. Founded in 1354 in Poil village. Lafite is known for its floral and fruity scents, rich and smooth flavors, and elegant profile, often referred to as the queen within the kingdom of wine. To possess top-notch quality worldwide, of course, it starts with the unique soil and microclimate of the Lafite vineyard. Around 70% is Cabernet Sauvignon, about 20% is Merlot, and the rest is Cabernet Franc. The average age of the vines is over 40 years, with an annual production of about 30,000 cases, ensuring every grape pressed meets high-quality standards. To protect these precious vines, unless there's a special permit from the headquarters, Lafite generally does not allow visitors. Moreover, Lafite is also famous for spending heavily to employ top-tier wine masters. Time flew swiftly, and the day passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Jinhao had memorized nearly all the information related to this date. Just the printed A4 papers alone were 2 centimeters thick. Clearly, knowledge about wine was only one aspect. The 82 Bordeaux wines were rated 10 points, and Lafite Vineyard is located within the Bordeaux region, so undoubtedly, for those who appreciate wines, the 82 Lafite is a superior choice. After completely memorizing this last section, Zhao Jinhao set down the materials and nodded in satisfaction. That should be about it. I believe when I meet Miss Yinning, I will definitely be able to offer many accurate insights about the wine. Closing his eyes to recall everything once more, making sure he wouldn't forget, Zhao Jinhao then slowly asked, "What time is it now?" The butler, who had been standing by, awaiting instructions, smiled and said, "It's 12:21 p.m., young master." "Ah, time sure flies." Zhao Jinhao let out a very charming smile and said, "I'll take a nap first to refresh myself. Anything else can wait until I wake up." "Understood, young master." Zhao Jinhao then slept for over 3 hours, and when he opened his eyes, it was already past 3 p.m. I really slept soundly. He checked the time, got up, and started to get ready. Which suit should I wear? As he was selecting the appropriate attire, the old butler spoke up. "Young master, you're awake. A professional stylist is already in place. Once you are dressed, you can come get a perfect styling." "All right," Zhao Jinhao nodded. At last, he picked a very formal black dinner suit and then walked downstairs. Entering the room where the stylist was, he began his final grooming. Being a perfectionist, Zhao Jinhao did not permit any flaws in his appearance for this dinner. Finally done. It's already 5:21 p.m. How is everything I arranged? After being styled, Zhao Jinhao checked the time. It was just right. "Everything is ready," the butler replied. "Would you like to take a look, young master?" "Of course," Zhao Jinhao nodded. "I must ensure that everything is flawless. No surprises are allowed." "All right. Very good. Then, young master, please follow me." Chapter 121. The butler immediately led the way, and soon they arrived at a large room of about 200 square meters. At this time there were about 30 people waiting in the room. As soon as Zhao Jinhao followed the butler into the room, everyone suddenly became serious. "All right, everyone, the young master has arrived." The butler clapped his hands, and once the room had quieted down completely, he said, "The young master needs to check everyone's preparedness one last time. So, starting from the top, the first group stepped forward." Right after the butler finished speaking, 16 bodyguards dressed in black suits stepped forward. Each bodyguard was in full suit and tie, with white shirts underneath, their leather shoes spotlessly polished, hair uniformly cropped short, and all wearing white gloves on their hands. Not only were their outfits identical, but their builds were also nearly the same. These 16 walked up to Zhao Jinhao, formed 2 lines of 8, standing ramrod straight, as if their spines couldn't bend even if the sky fell. "Very good," the butler said slowly. "When Miss Yinning arrives, what should you do?" All 16 bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle, and the leader of the left column respectfully said, "Welcome, Miss Bai. We are honored by your presence." After saying this, he presented a beautifully arranged bouquet of roses and said, "This gift was specially prepared by young Master Zhen Hao for Miss Bai. Please, miss, kindly accept it." Acceptable. Zhao Zhenhao was satisfied with their performance and immediately ordered, "Depart at once." Yes. The 16 voices responded in unison, turned, and left the scene. This was merely the first appetizer. Once the 16 people were out of the door, the old butler began to check on the second item. "All right, how is the second item being handled?" Report. A person stepped forward from the crowd, announcing loudly, "Hualong Xian has been booked exclusively, with a price of 50,000 per table, costing a total of 1,200,000 for the entire evening. I can guarantee that, apart from those arranged by the young master, no one else will come to disturb." "Very good." Zhao Zhenhao nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Yanning loves tranquility. Tonight, I don't want any outsiders to disturb us." Now for the third item. The old butler clapped his hands again, and quickly, a young man emerged from the crowd, holding a small black box in his hand. Inside the box lay a very beautiful silver wristwatch. The young man introduced, "Young master, after meticulous selection, I have chosen this Omega Seamaster watch. The model number is 233.90.41.21.0 automatic mechanical, 950 platinum, 41 millimeters, priced at 444,000. I believe it will fully meet the young master's requirements." "Very good." Zhao Zhenhao examined the Omega Seamaster watch closely, smiling. Giving this watch to Wang Hao should convey the right level of prestige. "And the price is also good." "Yes, let's go with this one." "You've done well." "Young master, giving such an expensive gift at a first meeting. I'm afraid he might be too timid to accept it." The butler pondered and then smiled. "However, giving a watch at a first meeting has a profound implication. Men and women cannot possibly have a purely platonic friendship." Zhao Zhenhao's mouth curled into a slight smirk. Even if Wang Hao doesn't have such intentions, over time, feelings are bound to develop. "Of course, I cannot allow Yanning to spend all her time with another man. It's imperative to nip this in the bud early. Take this opportunity to make him back off, and then find a way to turn him into my man. That's the best choice." The meaning behind giving a watch can vary. If it's between lovers, then obviously there's no problem. But between men, giving a watch carries a meaning like giving a clock, and implying a very subtle hostility. Start by giving him a warning, then make secret contact, hit him with a stick, and offer a sweet date. Once you buy him off, you can expect twice the result with half the effort. "All right, if the young master has decided, then it's settled." The butler nodded in satisfaction, then took the Omega Seamaster watch and handed it to Zhao Zhenhao. Next came the fourth item. The butler gestured with a hook of his finger, and immediately, a servant came forward, carrying an exquisite box. The butler said, "This is an authentic bottle of 1982 Lafite that we personally brought back from a French winery by plane, totaling 400,000 yuan. The better choice would have been Romanée Conti, but the vintage ones are hard to come by, so we had to settle for this." Zhao Zhenhao nodded. "These two bottles are guaranteed to be authentic, right?" The butler smiled and said, "Of course, at least 95 out of 100 bottles of 1982 Lafite on the market are fake. These two were personally taken out of the winery's cellar by us, so their authenticity is guaranteed." "As long as they're authentic, that's good," Zhao Zhenhao responded, pleased. To serve Miss Ice Princess fake wine would be akin to courting death. Then came the fifth item. 3 foreigners wearing tall chefs' hats stepped forward. The butler said, "Young master, these 3 are famous Western chefs who I have specially invited from Italy. Their professional grades are all rated as master chefs, and they have also brought some extremely delicious ingredients with them this time." The 3 chefs bowed to Zhao Zhenhao together, and the lead chef spoke a string of Italian. A translator on the side provided a simultaneous interpretation for Zhao Zhenhao. Mr. Castronovo says that this time, they have specifically prepared an exquisite 51-kilogram bluefin tuna, air-shipped here, believing it will certainly satisfy everyone. Bluefin tuna? Zhao Zhenhao's eyes lit up upon hearing this term, and he said, "The meat of this fish is said to be extremely delicious. Tell me more." Mr. Castronovo spoke at length, and the translator explained, Mr. Castronovo said that the meat of the bluefin tuna is very expensive, and it must be prepared carefully to avoid wasting the ingredient. The one they have brought this time is just over 50 kilograms, just mature. The best taste of the fish doesn't come from when it's caught fresh, but rather it needs to be preserved on ice for 5 days to release all its amino acids during transport for the ideal flavor. The fattiest and most delicious part of the bluefin tuna is the belly, an absolute divine-level delicacy. Oh, great, Zhao Jinhao praised, then asked the translator to repeat it and had everything written down in detail. Afterward, he nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "With this knowledge, I believe I can gain a favorable impression from Miss Yinning. This topic is quite interesting." "Very good. By the way, is there any other knowledge about this fish? If so, please tell me. Thank you." The translator immediately conveyed Zhao Jinhao's words, after which Mr. Castronovo spoke quite a bit. The translator began to explain. Mr. Castronovo said that this bluefin tuna feast is divided into 4 steps. They go in order. The whole process was quite complicated, and it took nearly 10 minutes to finally finish speaking. Zhao Jinhao memorized the gist. Of course, there was no time to get into more details, as it was almost 6 in the evening, and being late would not create a good impression. "Young master, it's 5:46, the butler looked at the time and said, "Let's set off now." Being late might leave a poor impression on Miss Yinning. Zhao Jinhao agreed wholeheartedly with the butler's words. He nodded and then addressed the group of about 7 or 8 people waiting behind him. "I won't ask about the arrangements for you all again, but I trust that everyone will perform exceptionally at the time. Thank you in advance." The 7 or 8 people nodded together. "Rest assured, young Master Jinhao, we guarantee we'll complete the task." Since everything was organized down to the last detail, Zhao Jinhao straightened his clothes and said with a smile, "Well then, let's set out now." Just before leaving, Zhao Jinhao said as he walked, "By the way, have the contingency plans for various possible emergencies been prepared?" "They're ready, young master," the butler replied with a smile. "We have prepared as many as 30 different contingency plans, ensuring that no mishap will occur during dinner and that you will leave the best impression in Miss Yinning's heart." "That's good," Zhao Jinhao said contentedly as he wiped his hands, smiling. "I am truly looking forward to this dinner. Miss Yinning will understand that only a man of noble birth like myself is suitable to be by her side. As for Wang Hao, being of common birth, the gap between him and our circle is too vast. The best he can do is to withdraw with dignity, or if possible, buying him over to provide more information about Miss Yinning would be feasible. I wish you all the best, young master." As the butler saw Zhao Jinhao off to the car, he waved, "Have a smooth journey, young master." Chapter 122, Shining Debut. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Finally ready to leave, Wang Hao opened the car door and, smiling, asked Bai Yinning, "How do I look now? Can you rate me?" Bai Yinning looked him up and down, then smiled and said, 70 out of 100, I guess." "That low?" Wang Hao was shocked. "I thought you would give me a 90. "Based on looks alone," Bai Yinning replied with a smile, "Zhao Jinhao would probably score 90. Wang Hao said gloomily, "Then he definitely isn't as talented as I am." "Maybe," Bai Yinning's smile grew wider. "After all, he graduated from Tianjin University of Technology. He's quite the scholar." "Damn, I graduated from some no-name university. Who am I afraid of? Am I going out to dine or to embarrass myself?" Wang Hao said dejectedly. "By the way, where are we going to eat?" Bai Yinning casually replied, "Hualong Xian." "Hualong Xian." Wang Hao repeated and then suddenly froze. "What did you just say?" "Hualong Xian." Wang Hao had considered many possibilities for this dinner. He knew that a meal hosted by a tycoon would definitely be high-end, but he hadn't expected it to be at such a level. Their destination was Hualong Xian. Hualong Xian, unanimously ranked as the top restaurant in Zhonghai City. Although just an ordinary guy, Wang Hao had heard of the grand name of Hualong Xian. Recognized as one of the highest-class restaurants in Zhonghai City, it boasts understated luxury in its decor, and its prices are terrifying. Dining there costs about 3,500 yuan per person. Moreover, the key point is that having money isn't enough to dine there. One must make a reservation a week or even a month in advance. And yet, They had only mentioned hosting this meal yesterday, and here they were today. Truly a magnificent tycoon. People from the old wealthy families really are different. Now that I think about it, I'm actually going there to eat today. Will I encounter any embarrassing situations? Inside the car, Wang Hao kept checking his outfit. Overall, it wasn't bad, clean and tidy, and his hairstyle was really cool. The only regret was not having a wristwatch. How could you dare to dine in a place like this without wearing a watch worth hundreds of thousands? What are you thinking about? Scared by what I said? Bai Yining softly spoke while driving. Don't be nervous when we get there. Just eat like normal. If there are any issues, I'll try to help. It's really nothing. Wang Hao replied cheerily. I'm just afraid of embarrassing you. For myself, it doesn't matter. Just a commoner embarrassing himself isn't a big deal. After all, the disparity is there. But it wouldn't be good if I embarrassed a big star like you, he. Don't think too much. Bai Yining paused, then spoke very seriously. I never considered your background when becoming your friend. Whether rich or poor, that doesn't matter. What matters is, you're a good person. Man, you sure are smooth at delivering these good guy badges, sis. Hee, I'm pretty sure about that. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. I might not have much, but at least I've still got my integrity, huh? The car sped along swiftly, and a 5-kilometer journey wasn't very far. About 10 minutes later, the car stopped at an intersection to wait for the traffic light, and Wang Hao could see the sign for Hualong Xian on the 8th floor of the Blue Sea Hotel nearby. This place was practically the downtown center of Zhonghai City. To the northeast was Zhonghai City's busiest commercial street. Not far south of Hualong Xian was the Huangpu River, which runs through the entire city. Dining here, one could enjoy both delicious food and a beautiful view of the river. An absolutely sublime experience. We're almost there, get ready. Soon after crossing the intersection, Bai Yining steered the car onto the lane leading to Hualong Xian and quickly entered the underground parking garage of the restaurant. Normally, this parking lot was almost always filled with cars every evening. But today, strangely, there were only a few. Bai Yining parked the car and then got out with Wang Hao. Wang Hao looked at the empty parking lot and chuckled. The rich really are different, huh? They must have booked the entire place, right? Who did you say? Wanted to meet me again? Zhao Jinhao from the Zhao family. Mr. Zhao. Bai Yining suppressed a laugh. Don't forget now. Yeah, Mr. Zhao really knows his stuff. Wang Hao grinned. Knows you love peace and quiet, so he booked the whole place. Huh, nice touch. You remember that detail clearly. Bai Yining shook her head. But that last time you invited me for drinks, you couldn't pick a quiet place. Had to go to a noisy food stall. I don't have the money to book a whole venue. Wang Hao didn't mind at all. If it comes down to it, just come over to my place. Guaranteed to be peaceful. He was actually just saying it offhand and didn't expect Bai Yining to agree. All right, I'll definitely come over when I get the chance. Bai Yining nodded. Let's go up first. Hualong Xian truly lived up to its reputation as a top Chinese restaurant. The atmosphere was impressive. The antique decor showcased heavenly classical flavors everywhere. The antiquated wooden flooring, the authentic Chinese paintings on the walls, the frosted liquor bottles on the wooden cabinets. Everything, big and small, was captivating. Wang Hao looked at the koi in the water and was even more in awe. The world of the wealthy. They left the elevator and right in front of them was the main entrance of Hualong Xian's Grand Hall. And just as Bai Yining and Wang Hao approached, they saw 16 young men in black suits lined up neatly on either side of the entrance, all in white shirts and ties. Their leather shoes spotless, hair neatly cropped, and each wearing white gloves. Upon seeing Bai Yining, the 16 men simultaneously bowed at a right angle. The leader respectfully said, "Welcome, Miss Bai." After he spoke, he presented an incredibly beautiful bouquet of roses. These are a special gift Mr. Jinhao prepared for Miss Bai. Please accept them. Oh crap, what a scene. Wang Hao's eyes widened, staring at the arrangement. Absolutely formidable. Bai Yining politely accepted the bouquet of roses and said, "Thank you. Thank you, Miss Bai." Once the gift was delivered, the 16 men breathed a sigh of relief, and the leader immediately made a welcoming gesture. "Miss, please come inside." Upon entering the hall of Hualong Xian, a beautiful cheongsam-clad waitress came forward, her tone soft. "You're here. This way, please." "Yes," Bai Yining nodded. The waitress then led them to a square table at the very center of the hall, smiling. Please have a seat. Young Master Zhao will arrive shortly. Okay. Handing the bouquet of roses to the waitress, Bai Yining looked at Wang Hao somewhat helplessly. Originally, I was planning to just have a casual meal with you, but this guy insisted on meeting you, turning it into such an event. No worries, no worries, Wang Hao laughed. It's normal for a guy to want to show off a bit in front of a woman he likes. Speaking of which, have you really not considered him? He seems quite decent to you, everything well arranged and willing to splurge. The grand entrance and private booking indeed cost a substantial amount. I don't like others arranging things for me. Bai Yining shook her head. Because it always makes things complicated, you should know that. All right then, Wang Hao shrugged. Freedom is most important, hee. This Mr. Zhao, I tried to persuade, but it's not my fault you didn't catch his interest. They waited for about 5 minutes when suddenly the door opened again, and Wang Hao saw a very cool and handsome young man walk in. The man looked to be about 23 or 24, dressed in a sharp black suit, his hair styled, a lapel pin on his chest, holding a beautiful bouquet of white roses, smiling broadly, his chiseled face, those cool long legs, those shiny black shoes. Damn, he is totally the parallel universe version of Song Zhongji. Song Zhongji, or rather Mr. Zhenhao Zhao approached and first offered the bouquet to Bai Yining, softly saying, Miss Yining, you are as pure and noble as this bouquet of white roses. It's for you. Look at his presence. Look at his demeanor. If a fan was blowing his hair right now, it would be perfect. Chapter 123. Please start your performance. Thank you, Bai Yining said as she took the rose and then set it aside. Zhao Zhenhao then turned to Wang Hao, stretching out his hand first and smiling. Hello. You must be Mr. Wang Hao? Miss Yining has mentioned you. It seems you are the first friend Miss Yining officially acknowledged. I'm quite envious. I'm Zhao Zhenhao. Nice to meet you. Please take good care of me. Oh, what slick talk. So proper. Hello. Hello. Wang Hao quickly stood up, reaching out to shake hands with Zhao Zhenhao. Nice to meet you. Please take good care of me. After the pleasantries, Zhao Zhenhao subtly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, then took a small black box out of his bag, smiling. Just a small token. Please do accept it. As soon as he opened the box, Wang Hao suddenly felt, oh my, why is this light so blinding? I can barely keep my eyes open. Is this too valuable? Is he implying he bought a watch? Looks like this guy is up to no good, but why refuse a freebie? Wang Hao cheerfully accepted the watch, examined it, and then smiled. Omega, that's a big brand. This watch must be expensive, right? Let me see. 233.90.41.21.0, 3.002. What are these numbers? These numbers seem very odd. About 440,000. I hope you like it, Zhao Zhenhao smiled. These numbers are just the model code of the watch. You can ignore them. Why not try it on? Actually, as soon as Zhao Zhenhao mentioned giving the watch, Bai Yining felt something was amiss. Generally, it's okay for men to give gifts when meeting for the first time, but giving a watch is rare. Bai Yining thought about it, then discreetly searched the model code on her phone and soon understood. It seems Zhao Zhenhao came prepared, and this price is definitely not friendly. The larger the clan, the more particular about numbers they are, and 444,000 is definitely not a normal gift price. Given Zhao Zhenhao's background, it's unlikely he made such a low-level error. Who gives a gift price like that? Try giving someone a gift priced at 444 and see if they don't beat you up? Bai Yining understood in her heart, and obviously, Wang Hao wasn't foolish either. Giving such an expensive gift right off the bat, who knows what he's playing at? But that's fine. If he dares to pull anything on me, I'll just deal with it. I'll try it on. Wang Hao put on the watch and then gestured to Bai Yining. How is it? Does it look good? Not bad. Bai Yining pursed her lips and smiled slightly. Indeed, it looks quite nice. Seeing Bai Yining actually smiling at Wang Hao, Zhao Zhenhao slightly narrowed his eyes. He discreetly pulled out his handkerchief again to wipe his hand, quickly returning to normal, and smiled. I'm glad you like it. I was worried the style might not be suitable. Suitable, definitely suitable. Wang Hao said cheerfully. Oh, on my way here I was thinking about how embarrassing it would be to come to such a high-end place without wearing a watch worth hundreds of thousands. Looks like my wish really came true today. What you wish for, you get, haha. Well, now I'm also a man with a watch. They say men are judged by their watches and women by their bags. Wearing a nice watch almost turns me into a tall, rich, and handsome guy, haha. Watching Wang Hao's joyful demeanor, Bai Yining and Zhao Junhao had different thoughts. Bai Yining was anxious that Wang Hao didn't understand Zhao Junhao's intention and felt the watch shouldn't have been accepted. Zhao Junhao, on the other hand, sneered privately, thinking he was just a country bumpkin, getting so excited over a watch, clearly unsophisticated. Should I warn him? Bai Yining thought to herself. He seems to really not understand the meaning. Zhao Junhao obviously has bad intentions. But the problem now is, no matter what, Zhao Junhao's actions seemed flawless on the surface. He gave a gift worth over 400,000. There's no clear way to object. And even if you did speak up, what then? He could easily dismiss it with a simple misunderstanding. Just as Zhao Junhao was feeling smug, Wang Hao suddenly blurted out a comment that instantly changed everything. This watch really does look good, just not sure if there's another one like it. Wang Hao murmured as he examined the watch. If there's a similar one, buying one for my future wife would surely look impressive. Haha. Right. How did I not think of that? Yining's eyes suddenly lit up. One watch was 444,000, so two would be 888,000. Didn't that number instantly become auspicious? And it seemed they were a matching pair for couples, too. That was very appropriate. This idea isn't bad. Yining covertly gave Wang Hao a hand while responding to Zhao Junhao, smiling as she said, "Last time we had dinner, I hadn't reciprocated yet, so why not just gift you a matching ladies' watch of the same model? No refusals allowed." Wang Hao was taken aback this time and scratched his head out of habit, saying, "How could I accept that? The watch is quite expensive." "It's okay," Yining whispered softly. "It's rare that you're willing to accept a gift, so it's a perfect chance to show my appreciation." Hearing this, Zhao Junhao's face immediately turned green. They had already had dinner together before. Oh, heavens and earth! His meticulous arrangement, and having spent at least 3 to 4 million on this meal was all for naught, and Miss Yining had already dined with this guy first. This was utterly intolerable. Moreover, not only did the watch worth over 400,000 get gifted, but it also turned into a pair of couples' watches totaling exactly 888,000. Well, it's kind of embarrassing to say. Refusing now would seem a bit prissy and might make Yining lose face. So this time Wang Hao agreed quite willingly. "All right then, I won't be polite, haha. Matching couples' watches, haha. Today is a big win." Then he quickly thanked Zhao Junhao. Thank you, young Master Zhao. You're really too courteous. I really like this watch. Thank you. Zhao Junhao felt extremely frustrated inside, yet couldn't show it, and put on a gentle smile again, saying, "As long as you like it, I'm relieved. Relieved my foot. I made such thoughtful preparations, and it ended up benefiting someone else. And it was a buy one get one free." It was necessary to change the topic now. Continuing to talk about the watch would clearly be inappropriate. Now it was only 6 in the evening, still early, and it was a rare chance to have dinner with Yining. Naturally, more communication was needed. Zhao Junhao, wearing his most elegant smile, started a topic. "It's my first time dining with Miss Yining, and I'm very honored. Since it's still early, why don't we chat casually?" This was the time to show off a bit, and Zhao Junhao asked, "I wonder which places Miss Yining has visited before? I'm somewhat familiar with the customs and cultures of various countries." Wang Hao smirked internally. This act would barely score 60. What was the point of mentioning all those highfalutin things at an occasion like this? No wonder our superstar isn't fond of these well-bred young men. It's always the same few tricks, showing off their worldliness and sophistication wherever they are. How boring is that? Sure enough, Yining wasn't really buying it, and she simply said, "Is that so? Then tell me about it." What a perfect opportunity to show off. Zhao Junhao cleared his throat, beginning to speak. "You know, beauty is just a viewpoint. The summit of Mount Everest, a pristine snow-clad goddess, stands alone, receiving worship from devoted descendants for generations. The Mediterranean coast, where the full moon rises above the Parthenon temple, casting its cold light over the sacred soil of humanity's eternal myths. The Serengeti grassland, where herds of wildebeest surge under a blood-red sunset. The primitive law of the survival of the fittest pulsating here with life as its drum. The Arctic icebergs glow with a ghostly blue light on the water, while Aile's giant rock reveals vibrant red and yellow in the evening glow. The Caribbean beach, where one covers the harsh sun to embrace the horizon, and the distant sunlight and slight sound of the waves suddenly all feel within reach. Wang Hao listened, absolutely dumbfounded. Wow, wasn't this passage you recited pretty slick? Zhao Zhenhao had indeed prepared thoroughly before coming. This speech, which he had his subordinates find after much effort, was very poetic and was intended to pique Yining's curiosity. Then he could continuously talk about various wonders of the world, showing off his broad knowledge while also creating a romantic atmosphere. After all, every woman hopes to travel the world with her man, right? Chapter 124, 10,000 Critical Damage Points. Oh, Bai Yining nodded absently. Not bad. You've been to a lot of places. Of course, indeed. This was a good start. Zhao Zhenhao was slightly proud. He had prepared well. He flashed his most charming smile, saying, I've seen many beautiful sceneries, and there are a few places that are my favorites. One of them is the Ngauruhoe volcano. As the most famous volcanic area in New Zealand, Tongariro National Park houses 15 volcanoes that have been active recently or are still active, aligned in a linear pattern extending to the northeast. There's a crater that constantly emits a huge white plume of smoke, which is the most spectacular sight, and that's the Ngauruhoe volcano. The perfectly conical shape of Ngauruhoe changes its rich colors through the variations of morning and evening light. There's no other volcano in the world that can present such seductively tranquil beauty amidst its ferocity. Wang Hao secretly heaved a sigh. What a boring know-it-all, brother. I've also read that top 100 most beautiful places in the world before. No wonder our big star is not interested in these rich kids at all. Even eating a meal and having a chat is this boring. It must be pretty. Bai Yining shook her head. But unfortunately, I don't like traveling much, and my status doesn't really allow me to tour famous sites. See that? You should see her status. She's the top superstar in the Heavenly People's Republic. Can she roam around the world? Does she have the time? Even if she had the time to go out, what would happen if she got surrounded by crowds? And in this scorching heat, who would want to go out? What if she gets a tan? And with all this talk about volcanoes and Mount Everest, those sorts of things might impress young girls who haven't seen much of the world. I see. Zhao Zhenhao felt deeply frustrated as none of his carefully prepared lines came into play. But there's nothing he could do. Given his background, this is all he could talk about. The rest of what he had prepared was just about places with nice scenery, or what was fun somewhere, or about meeting some nobles abroad, none of which interested Bai Yining. At that moment, things started to feel a bit awkward. Zhao Zhenhao suddenly found it hard to find a topic as all the material he had readied was useless. He also didn't know what Bai Yining was interested in, and, given her personality, she didn't know how to communicate with him either, making the atmosphere quite uncomfortable. But being a good young man of the 21st century, Wang Hao couldn't just let everyone sit there in a daze, right? So he spoke up. Actually, those famous sites aren't that interesting. Going out boils down to a few things. Sleep in the bus, get off to pee, take pictures when you reach, and when you walk around and come back, you're sunburnt like a sausage. Plus, you'll find that all those pictures you took are already available online. This was actually him being a bit sour since Zhao Zhenhao didn't think so, believing that seeing something with one's own eyes could never compare to just looking at pictures online. But Bai Yining agreed. She really couldn't just wander around, and getting back to fair skin after tanning wasn't that easy. So Bai Yining smiled. That makes sense, so I don't really like going out. What do you find interesting then? Zhao Zhenhao took another hit, a massive one. Why do the rough words of this young man always make Miss Yining show her most beautiful smile? Speaking of interesting, Wang Hao said cheerily, those of you born into major families like yours get exposed to lots of modern things and miss out on many joys. I grew up in the countryside, where the river was full of fish. We kids would go down to catch fish and take baths, go back home exhausted and sleep. The air in the countryside was so fresh, especially in the morning. Then, digging up wild vegetables from the field and dipping them in soybean paste was quite nice. Indeed, Bai Yining seemed to prefer these childhood stories, her eyes sparkling as she asked, that does sound fun. Do you still go back to the countryside? Usually just during festivals, Wang Hao laughed. During the New Year, A huge family of dozens gather together, make dumplings, cook, play poker, and play mahjong. That's when it's really lively. Wang Hao spoke of a kind of atmosphere that mostly existed in ordinary families, where a whole family would gather to see the elders and then make dumplings, play poker, and mahjong. In a small courtyard, dozens of people would gather in a lively scene, which was something that people from large, prominent families like Zhao Zhenhao wouldn't be able to experience. Within his family, not to mention the older generation, just his age group was filled with competition. Competition was inevitable. The resources a family could provide depended entirely on one's ranking among peers, which inevitably led to the young people being outwardly cordial but secretly competitive. It was absolutely impossible, like Wang Hao described. Bai Yining could totally relate to Wang Hao's words. Although she was the only beloved pearl of Bai Haochen, the Bai family wasn't just about Bai Haochen's lineage. Weren't the young people from the other branches tightly wound every day? During the family gatherings for the new year, everyone engaged in overt conflicts and covert battles, cold mocks and warm scoffs, just like attending a meeting, which was utterly boring. It sounds quite interesting, Bai Yining sighed softly and muttered. Our family probably can't experience that kind of fun. Look at this poor kid. When there's a chance later, I'll take you to the countryside to relax. Wang Hao laughed. We'll set up our own barbecue, buy some meat and skewers, cool several cases of beer with well water, have a blast drinking, and then sleep it off on a traditional heated brick bed. Zhao Zhenhao was nearly scared to death. You're actually planning to take our big star to the countryside and sleep on a traditional heated brick bed? Would they gather to meet elders and receive red envelopes next? If he continued, he might as well start planning the engagement dinner. Although he knew Bai Yining would never marry Wang Hao, Zhao Zhenhao still felt uncomfortable and hurriedly laughed. That sounds great. Maybe we can all go and experience it together? He must accompany them. He absolutely could not let them be alone together. It was too dangerous. Sometimes, the divide between the rich and the poor is like the poles of a magnet. They may never meet in a lifetime. But you can't resist the attraction of someone else's magnet, can you? If they really hit it off, wouldn't they be inseparable? It would indeed be interesting to experience it. Bai Yining showed some interest. Where can we go and play after getting there? Wang Hao thought for a moment and said, it depends on the season. Each season is different. Generally, there's not much excitement in spring other than fishing. You can get a big mosquito net, cut it into a square, secure the four corners with bamboo poles, and put cornmeal or something in the middle of the net. Put it in the river, and in no time, you can catch a whole bunch of small fish. You can either eat them or keep them as pets. You see, doesn't the day fly by when you're catching fish? At times like this, Zhao Zhenhao couldn't get a word in edgewise. The fish he usually dealt with were either ornamental fish worth thousands or tens of thousands each, or high-end delicacies from the mountains and seas. Those small river fish from the countryside were something he wouldn't even bother to glance at. But obviously, since Wang Hao had mentioned the 4 seasons, and he had only just finished talking about spring, Zhao Zhenhao was so frustrated. There were still summer, autumn, and winter to go. Why is it said that good plans never work, but bad ones do? Just as Zhao Zhenhao thought this, Wang Hao started talking about summer. As for the summer in the countryside, there's also fun to be had. Wang Hao began with a smile. We've talked about barbecues. Let me tell you about the animals in my hometown in the countryside. This was new to Bai Yining as well, so she nodded and prompted him. Sure, go on. Wang Hao eagerly slipped into blabber mode. These small animals, there's a lot to say. It's said that the world is divided into the 5 gods and all creatures into the 5 beasts, you know? Zhao Zhenhao was utterly confused. Who knows any of that nonsense? As if someone would study such messy stuff. Chapter 125. Enemies vanish into smoke with casual talks and laughter. I know the 5 elements are metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Wang Hao's jumbled up explanations. How could Bai Yining know them? She thought carefully and then shook her head. As for the 5 gods and the 5 categories, I don't know those. Well, let me explain. Wang Hao began to talk nonstop. You know about Journey to the West, right? In the segment of the True and False Monkey King, the Buddha once summarized the 5 gods and 5 insects. These 5 gods are called heaven, earth, deity, human, ghost. Heaven refers to heavenly immortals, the highest. rank, residing above the 33 heavens, with the 3 pure ones at the very top of them. And among the 3 pure ones, Yuan Shi Tianzuan is the highest. Earth refers to earth immortals, exemplified by immortal Jin Yuan. These earth immortals nominally acknowledge the supreme status of heavenly immortals, but they don't just take orders without question, and even heavenly immortals have to give them some respect. Deity refers to the ordinary gods and immortals, like those generals and soldiers under the Jade Emperor's command. At this point, Zhao Jinhao finally found the chance to interrupt. So, human refers to the people down here, right? He thought he definitely got it right. Heaven, earth, deity, human, ghost. Human must mean ordinary people. Wrong. Wang Hao decisively gave him no face. This human refers to immortals, and speaking of immortals, there are a few you definitely have heard of. Zhao Jinhao and Bai Yining asked together, who? During the Three Kingdoms period, there was someone called Yu Ji. This guy was quite something. Wang Hao said with a smile. In the Tang dynasty, there was Yuan Tiangang. Oh, and also Li Chunfeng. They all belonged to the class of immortals. Zhao Jinhao and Bai Yining nodded together. So that's what it is. Lastly, there's ghost. Wang Hao continued explaining. This ghost is not the kind of ghost we usually talk about, but the immortal among ghosts, like the ox head and horse face in the underworld. At that level, they can be called ghost immortals. After this explanation, Zhao Jinhao was practically knocked senseless. What the heck is all this? To have a nice meal, chat about local conditions and customs, show off your awesome knowledge. How did it turn into this jumbled mess of heaven, earth, deity, human, ghost? What exactly was going on? Bai Yining, on the other hand, listened with utmost curiosity, eagerly asking, now that you've finished with heaven, earth, deity, human, ghost, what about the 5 insects? What are they? These 5 insects, Wang Hao said, and then called out to the waiter, got any water? Bring me a bottle. Zhao Jinhao quickly showcased his awesomeness. No need to rush for water. I've prepared 2 bottles of 82 Lafite. Let's drink that in a bit. Oh, Wang Hao's face showed disappointment. I thought it was 82 mineral water. Your sister, does your family have 82 mineral water? Puffed. Hearing Wang Hao's amusing comment, Bai Yining couldn't help it and burst out laughing, shocking both Wang Hao and Zhao Jinhao. My goodness, a big star is really a big star. A single laugh almost takes your soul away. Why are you both staring at me like that? Bai Yining's face turned visibly red. Then she reproached Wang Hao cutely. Keep talking about your 5 insects. Zhao Jinhao was so annoyed, he almost ground his teeth to bits. This is unbearable. All right, I'll continue. Wang Hao laughed, shaking his head as he spoke. The story goes that Pangu created the world. Nuwa fashioned people from clay. The heavens and earth were in flux. The 6 harmonies were unstable, transforming myriad beings. 10 types emerged. There are the 5 gods, heaven, earth, deity, human, ghost, and the 5 insects, victors, scaled, feathered, furry, shelled. These victors refer to the legless creatures, such as frogs, earthworms, with humans being the chief among victors. Scaled is simple. It refers to creatures with scales, like fish and snakes, with the dragon being the leader of the scaled. Furry points to furry beasts, cats, dogs, lions, tigers, and such, with the qilin at the head. Feathered means birds with feathers, with the phoenix holding honor. The last one, shelled, refers to insects with shells and also includes some aquatic creatures, with the xuanwu at the peak. His explanation completely stupefied Zhao Jinhao. What kind of brain does this young man have to know these things? Actually, the stuff Wang Hao mentioned, if put on Earth as it originally was, isn't worth much. Many people would know it. But the problem is, the entertainment industry in this world took a different direction. There's no TV series version of Journey to the West, starring 6-year-old child. Without this version of Journey to the West, very few people would be familiar with many things from it. So, listening to Wang Hao explain it, they were as if listening to a heavenly script. Zhao Jinhao was obviously stunned speechless, and even Bai Yining was gawking in amazement. I'm unbeatable with my mouth cannon. Bring on any number of enemies, and I'll wipe them all out. After all that talk about conquering fish, insects, and birds, That's easy to handle, Wang Hao said with a chuckle. Let's not talk about insects. As for fish, the river is full of them. Let's go fishing and grill them to eat. For the furry critters, we could catch some rabbits in the mountains. And for birds, nearly every household in the countryside raises chickens. Pure, natural, free-range chickens at that. As for the insects, Wang Hao looked at the two of them. Ever had deep-fried grasshoppers? Both shook their heads together. Zhao Jinhao's face had already turned a bit pale. Wang Hao then asked, what about deep-fried cicadas? The two continued shaking their heads together. Zhao Jinhao's complexion clearly not right anymore. Wang Hao delivered the final blow. Then, deep-fried scorpions? Bai Yining's eyes widened, and Zhao Jinhao immediately made a vomit sound, covering his mouth as he charged out. Damn, I forgot that the big star mentioned this guy was a clean freak. Guess he couldn't handle hearing about these edibles and ran off to throw up in the bathroom. Oh dear, poor kid, I really didn't mean it. I was just trying to keep the conversation going. You see what I've done? Ha ha ha. This is called planning strategies within the command tent to ensure victory. 1,000 miles away, that doesn't sound quite right. It should be more like talking and laughing as prideful enemies turn to ash and smoke. Inside the restroom, Zhao Jinhao truly vomited his guts out this time. It couldn't be helped. He'd been a clean freak since he was young, which wasn't an issue itself, but he was especially sensitive to bugs. Seeing them used to send shivers down his spine, and hearing Wang Hao talk about eating deep-fried insects, he just about hit the floor. That bastard, Zhao Jinhao muttered in frustration, unable to say it out loud. He could have talked about anything else, but why did he have to bring up deep-fried insects, grasshoppers, and scorpions of all things, vomit? Everything he ate for breakfast was now thrown up. Finally finished vomiting, he rinsed his mouth with some water and took a deep breath. Come to think of it, this Wang Hao really does have the gift of gab. Zhao Jinhao wiped the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, even though Miss Yining would never fancy him, I still come from the distinguished Zhao family. If I were to be outdone by such a nobody, wouldn't that be utterly laughable? No, whether it's currying favor or giving him a hard time, that's for later. Today, I can't afford to lose face in front of Miss Yining. I must take back control of the rhythm. In reality, Zhao Jinhao really didn't consider Wang Hao a rival. What a joke, him, a proud young master from the Zhao family, chasing after Bai Yining. Might not even be successful. What kind of status does Wang Hao have? How could he possibly capture Bai Yining's heart? The difference in status between the two was like that of the sun and the moon. Even if Bai Yining were blind, she wouldn't choose such a nobody as a boyfriend. To make a more picturesque comparison, his and Bai Yining's statuses were like two elephants. Even if Wang Hao, this little mouse, pulls off some fancy moves, what could he do? Marry an elephant as his wife? Just let you jump around for a bit. Zhao Jinhao straightened his clothes. But later, I can't allow you to outdo me again. I may not be as familiar with the daily life of a small fry like you, but in the upcoming wine-tasting banquet, you can't possibly outshine me. Can you? For this dinner, he had prepared hundreds of pages of material. No matter how Wang Hao jumps around, he's just a nobody. He might be familiar with the ways of the countryside, but at the wine and bluefin tuna banquet later, won't he just revert to being a bumpkin? Thinking of this, his mood greatly improved. Zhao Jinhao walked out of the restroom, putting back on his most elegant smile, and said, my apologies for the embarrassment. I've been a bit of a clean freak since childhood, can't stand anything to do with bugs. I made a fool of myself, please forgive me. Truly born of a grand family, the upbringing is indeed different, far from those rich second generations in web novels who fly off the handle and threaten slay a commoner's entire family at the slightest provocation. Chapter 126, Mouth Cannon Mode activated. Extra for Alliance Hierarch Lan Yueyao. Ah, I didn't mean to. Upon seeing Zhao Jinhao's elegance, Wang Hao scratched his head and chuckled. Sorry about that. I promise not to mention these things again. Thank you. Zhao Jinhao smiled and then clapped his hands, saying, all right, we've talked enough. It's time for the next item on the agenda. Soon, a waiter pushed over an exquisitely presented cart. The waiter was tall and slender, wearing a white shirt and black vest, his short hair looking very neat, and about 40 years old, with a gentle smile on his face. On the cart were two beautifully packaged bottles of red wine. accompanied by 3 wine glasses. Zhao Jinhao introduced them. For this dinner, I especially asked someone to get 2 bottles of 82 Lafite from France for us to taste. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. 82 Lafite, eh? This stuff seems to be super fancy. It's exactly what rich people love to flaunt when they're showing off. See the difference in swagger? We pronounce the French FA with the 3rd tone. They pronounce it with the 4th tone. See the gap? Speaking of which, Wang Hao was quite curious. Just how much 82 Lafite did they make? After drinking it for so many years, how have they not run out? It was clearly Zhao Jinhao's time to shine. He took the red wine from the waiter's hand and smiled. Lafite refers to the red wine produced by Lafite Winery, one of the 5 famous wineries in Bordeaux, France, with a long history. Founded in 1354 in Poil Village, Lafite wine is known for its floral and fruity aromas, its richness and mellowness, and its elegance, earning it the name Queen of the Wine Kingdom. Wang Hao, Zhao Jinhao continued. The world-class quality is attributed, of course, first and foremost, to Lafite vineyard soil and unique microclimate. About 70% is Cabernet Sauvignon, about 20% Merlot, and the remainder is Cabernet Franc. Wang Hao, Zhao Jinhao was obviously enjoying himself. The 82 Bordeaux wines were rated a perfect score of 10, and Lafite Vineyard is located in Bordeaux. So without a doubt, for those who know how to appreciate wine, the 82 Lafite is an exquisite choice. Its most precious feature is that every bottle you drink, there's one less in the world. To taste such fine wines is a true symbol of nobility. Wang Hao, you must have spent a good deal of time learning all that stuff. Huh? Props to you. Indeed. Bai Yining nodded. Lafite is indeed best from 82. See, Bai Yining agrees with me. All that prep wasn't in vain. Zhao Jinhao secretly reveled in her approval before proceeding with the most elegant tone. Tonight, let's savor this legendary fine wine. Mr. Waiter, please open it for us. Thank you. As the waiter reached for the bottle to open it, Wang Hao asked, Are we drinking now? These 2 bottles of wine, they're pretty expensive, right? Not too bad. Zhao Jinhao looked at Bai Yining gently and smiled. 250,000 per bottle. Of course, money is a small matter. The chance to have dinner with Miss Yining is priceless. Nicely done with the show-off. Bro, you get an 80 from me. 250,000 a bottle. Wang Hao exclaimed, Wow, this is really something else. It makes me a bit afraid to drink it. You're too kind, Zhao Jinhao said gracefully. Actually, there is a certain way to drink this sort of wine. If Mr. Wang wouldn't mind, may I explain it to you? Wang Hao nodded vigorously. Sure. Look at how I'm giving you face, so cooperative. You'd better explain it well, don't embarrass yourself, got it? Zhao Jinhao subconsciously glanced at Bai Yining. Seeing that she was also looking at him, his heart skipped a beat, saying, In a moment, I'll pour a little out first to observe its color and scent. Then I'll test the wine to confirm its quality. If all is well, then we can enjoy this fine bottle. That's it. Wang Hao's eyes widened. That's it? For a bottle worth 250,000, that's all it takes to drink it. Jinhao was befuddled now. Yeah, otherwise, how else would you drink? Actually, Jinhao had indeed prepared quite comprehensively. He didn't just bring wine, but also included information such as its origin, grape cultivation, and even the most elegant way to drink that could easily capture a woman's heart. He diligently practiced that. But the problem was that he had prepared all this just for the occasion. And while in general there wasn't much to criticize, he still overlooked one thing. Wang Hao was a man who had crossed over. That. Wang Hao glanced at Jinhao, then at Bai Yining, and decided not to show off. After all, isn't it a bit much to perform too well while the young master is courting a beauty? So he decided to leave the opportunity to Jinhao. Actually, it's nothing much. You just missed a step about aerating the wine. Oh no, I am so sorry. Jinhao smacked his forehead hard, getting too excited upon seeing Miss Yining. I actually forgot the most crucial step. My apologies. He had been about to call the waiter to aerate the wine, but then, Bai Yining, suddenly whimsical, looked at Wang Hao with a hooked corner of her mouth and said, Wang Hao, you must have some other opinion, right? Then why not speak up? Could it be that you want to please him? Damn it. Do I need to suck up to this guy? I just think it's unnecessary to upstage him in this kind of situation, okay? This is a matter among you rich folks, and I honestly don't want to meddle as just an ordinary person, all right? Actually, Bai Yining just enjoyed watching Wang Hao talk endlessly and effortlessly, but Jin Hao thought otherwise. He took another careful look at Wang Hao and said, "It seems Mr. Wang Hao definitely has some unique insights. Why not share them with us and enlighten me as well?" He was sure Wang Hao couldn't come up with anything sensible and was just ready to see what kind of mess Wang Hao would spout this time. Do I really have to say it? Wang Hao was somewhat at a loss. You see, once I start talking, there's no end to it. Maybe I better not. Speak, Jin Hao said through gritted teeth. You must speak. Come on then, talk, Bai Yining said with a smile. I find it quite interesting when you talk about these things. I want to listen. All right then, since you all insist, I guess I'll have to oblige you today. Let's make this clear, it's not me volunteering here. I'm being forced. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Time to activate blabber mode. Actually, this law fight, it's quite sophisticated. Wang Hao switched on his gift of the gab, not to mention other things. Just talking about how to preserve it properly is a story in itself. Upon hearing this, Jin Hao was ready to fold. Damn it, this guy's surely going to ramble on about a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, Bai Yining asked curiously. Then tell us, how should it be preserved? Preservation involves 6 factors, Wang Hao cheerfully explained. They are temperature, humidity, light, ventilation, vibration, and placement. For temperature, the ideal condition for storing lawfite in a cellar is around 11 degrees Celsius, because the expansion and contraction from temperature fluctuations can easily cause the wine to seep out of the cork, leading to oxidation. Too low a temperature, and the wine matures slowly. Too high, and it matures too fast, affecting the taste. Jin Hao. Second, humidity. Wang Hao continued. 70% humidity is the best for storing wine. Too humid, and the cork and label can rot. Too dry, and the cork can lose its elasticity. Jin Hao. Wang Hao. As for light, it's best to keep any source of light out of the wine cellar, as light can cause the wine to spoil, especially fluorescence, which can induce changes in the wine. Jin Hao. Wang Hao. It's ideal for a wine cellar to have good ventilation to prevent the wine from absorbing other smells and affecting its taste. Jin Hao. Wang Hao. Excessive vibration can affect the quality of the wine, so it's best to minimize moving the bottles around, especially aged wines. Jin Hao. Wang Hao. And regarding placement, the bottles should ideally be laid flat to keep the wine in contact with the cork and maintain its moisture. Jin Hao. Chapter 127. Flip the table, damn it. After saying these words, Zhao Jinhao was simply speechless. Who the hell researches even how to preserve the wine in such detail? Big bro. And clearly, he wasn't done yet. Or why would it be called river talk mode? After talking about preservation, next comes the pre-drinking preparation, Wang Hao said, making Zhao Jinhao kneel again. Before drinking, first, you should stand it upright in the wine cellar for 3 days to settle. When you open it, indeed you have to taste the wine, but not just to test if it's good or bad. It's more about tasting its flavor to determine its condition, and thus decide how long it needs to breathe. Letting the wine breathe is one of the most important steps when tasting red wine. A bottle of lawfite in normal condition needs to breathe in a decanter for at least 2 hours. It needs time to release its fragrance, or else it won't taste much better than vinegar. Skyfire Avenue is a great book, comrades. That's where I learned all about lawfite. I was curious when I was reading it, and even looked up some information. I never thought it could be used in situations like this. Ha ha ha. I'm invincible today, bring it on. After he finished speaking, Zhao Jinhao was completely overwhelmed. Even though he had prepared over 30 contingency plans, he hadn't expected Wang Hao to explain lawfite so thoroughly. He had spent 500,000 on these 2 genuine bottles of lawfite. But damn it, his moment to shine was completely stolen by that damn Wang Hao. How on earth does this young man's brain work, knowing such comprehensive stuff? So that's how it is. Bai Yining pursed her lips and smiled. I've really gained some knowledge today. Even Miss Yining said so. What else could he say? Zhao Jinhao quickly showed his grace. He even specifically stood up and bowed to Wang Hao. Thank you, Mr. Wang Hao, for enlightening me. I always felt that drinking it this way was a bit of a waste, but I couldn't explain why. Today, after hearing your words, it's all clear to me. Impressive. How can you not say his cultivation is indeed extraordinary? Anyone else would have already exploded in anger. Look at him, still so graceful. Ah, you are too polite. Wang Hao was a bit embarrassed. I just happened to learn a bit about it before, and just used it. To be honest, I haven't actually tasted it myself. Haha, it's only you rich folks who can say let's drink, and just get 2 bottles. I can't compare. Such hypocrisy. Damn the hypocrisy. Wang Hao originally thought this was just a casual dinner. Just eat a bit and chat, and that would be it. But upon arriving, he realized this meal wasn't easy to get through. It was a battle of wits and strength. Luckily, I'm clever. Speaking of law fight, the waiter took it to aerate, and it was time for the main course. Zhao Jinhao clapped his hands, and soon 3 Italian top chefs pushed a cart over. When they reached the 3 of them, the lead chef first bowed to Bai Yining, then nodded respectfully to Zhao Jinhao and Wang Hao, and afterwards babbled a stream of words. Translator said, Chef Castro Novo says, he has specially prepared a bluefin tuna feast for tonight's dinner, hoping you all will enjoy. It hardly mattered. Bai Yining was obviously curious as she really hadn't eaten bluefin tuna before. Zhao Jinhao, however, was smug. Bluefin tuna wasn't easily accessible. This single fish had cost him nearly 600,000 and could be described as top-notch anywhere. Just as Zhao Jinhao was about to show off the information he had memorized to Bai Yining, he heard Wang Hao exclaim on the side, Bluefin tuna! My God, to actually encounter this delicacy. Haha, what a treat. Bloody hell, does he even know about this? Instantly, Zhao Jinhao's heart started thumping wildly, and he cautiously asked, Mr. Wang Hao, you wouldn't happen to know about this too? This? Damn, I accidentally blabbed. Bro really doesn't want to steal your thunder. Wang Hao's head shook like a rattle drum. I don't know, absolutely not. I know nothing. I just heard the name. Damn, just by looking at his expression, you know he knows everything. Zhao Jinhao was scared out of his wits. Mr. Wang Hao, you are too modest. I think your knowledge is very extensive. You must know something about this dish. I'd really like you to teach me a bit. He felt so conflicted. He wanted to show off his knowledge in front of Miss Yining, but he was also curious if Wang Hao really knew or was just pretending. I don't know. I know nothing. Wang Hao shook his head frantically. Mr. Zhao, you are the learned one. Please, you explain. I'll just listen. He. Zhao Jinhao, Bai Yining. Now was definitely the time to make him talk, because this guy always knocked it out of park. Bai Yining even threw in a bit of coquetry. Young Master Zhao asked you just. Say something. Oh, that soft voice, so delicate. Yet Wang Hao still shook his head. Can't say any more, can't say. I'm a low-key person, and today is young Master Zhao's treat. It wouldn't be nice for me to keep talking. Oh, come on, Mr. Wang. Don't be shy, Zhao Jinhao said with a slight display of modesty and a laugh. Mr. Wang, don't be a stranger. If you know, then just tell us. Miss Yining and I are all ears, okay? This? Wang Hao looked at Bai Yining and then at Zhao Jinhao. Do I really have to say it? Both nodded. You must say it. Wang Hao. Well then, I'll really say it. Both continued nodding. Well, don't wait. Say it. Well, okay. I'll give a brief introduction. Wang Hao started with a smile, beginning another round of chatter. Bluefin tuna lives in the deep sea and only weighs over 220 pounds when mature. After being caught, it's not at its tastiest when fresh, but needs to be preserved in ice for 5 days during transport to release its amino acids, reaching the optimal flavor. The fattiest and tastiest part of the bluefin tuna is from the belly. Zhao Jinhao. Holy shit, this guy actually knows. I even had to study for so long before coming here. And all my knowledge came from the Italian chef personally. Bai Yining was surprised. Her mouth agape. Wang Hao was truly amazing, seeming to know everything. Wang Hao cautiously asked, didn't I scare you all? Zhao Jinhao felt so frustrated. All that preparation for nothing. However, he couldn't show it on his face. Must maintain composure. Zhao Jinhao said, Mr. Wang, you are indeed knowledgeable. Then please, tell us, how should we eat this bluefin tuna to best enjoy it? We can't give this guy any more chances to show off, or I'll completely turn into a side character. You may know all the data about this bluefin tuna, but how to eat it, you surely can't know that? But the problem is Wang Hao didn't know how to eat it. Wang Hao said, well, The first dish should be the big belly hand roll. Yes, and with this you should also prepare a white wine. Do they have white wine here? Zhao Zhenhao. Holy crap, this guy even knows this. Zhao Zhenhao was almost scared to death. The first dish was exactly as Chef Castro Novo had described. I had to memorize it for a good while when I listened. And where the hell does this guy get his information? At that moment, the translator had already translated for Chef Castro Novo, who immediately gave Wang Hao a thumbs up and rattled off a bunch, with the translator saying, Chef Castro Novo says, "You really are knowledgeable. That's exactly how to eat the first dish. And for this dish, Chef Castro Novo has specially prepared a bottle of white wine." Zhao Zhenhao almost wanted to crawl under the table. If only I knew I'd run into this. Why did I even bother preparing? I should just have let Wang Hao talk and listened on the side. Flip the table, damn it. At this point, what composure? Left? Decisively getting ready to eat. Can I just accept my bad luck? Chapter 128. Knowledge is power, brothers. Since Mr. Wang has already mentioned the first dish, let's start now. Zhenhao prepared his knife and fork, looking as dejected as a defeated rooster. Mr. Wang's descriptions have me almost drooling. Oh man, actually, my stomach has been growling for a while now. The three of them got ready. Wang Hao glanced at the knife and fork, then at the food being prepared, and carefully asked, I'm not used to knife and fork, just a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. Could I have a pair of chopsticks? Damn it, you haven't seen the world yet. You just rattled on about 5 gods and 5 insects in La Fight, and now you even know how to prepare bluefin tuna. You still claim you haven't seen the world. What more do you want, damn it? Zhenhao was completely bowled over. Get Mr. Wang a pair of chopsticks, please. Soon the chopsticks arrived, and thus the scene turned quite interesting. Zhenhao was the epitome of a young master, with a napkin tucked into his collar, holding his knife and fork. Bai Yining was casually drinking tea, while Wang Hao eagerly tried the chopsticks. The main course was served quickly, and in no time, Chef Castro Novo had brought up the toro hand roll. Zhenhao prepared to elegantly cut the hand roll into small pieces with his knife and fork. Then he saw Wang Hao pick up the entire hand roll with his chopsticks and gulp it down in one bite. Is this supposed to be eaten this way? At that moment, Zhenhao clearly got confused. He hesitated for a moment, then whispered to a waiter nearby, "Could I also get a pair of chopsticks?" Now with both Wang Hao and Zhenhao using chopsticks, Bai Yining felt compelled to follow suit. "I'll take a pair too." So the three of them ended up eating Western food with chopsticks. Speaking of which, the toro hand roll was really delicious. After Bai Yining gripped the entire roll with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth, she was immediately hit by a rich fragrance. She didn't even know how she managed to eat the whole thing. Then she saw Wang Hao take a sip of white wine, and both Zhenhao and Bai Yining followed suit with a sip each. Indeed, it was very nice, that flavor. Bai Yining elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin. Delicious. It is indeed delicious. Wang Hao belched satisfactorily. Don't rush, there are tastier dishes to come. Then he began to explain. Next up is the chu toro. This toro needs a tiny copper hot pot. You fill it with kelp soup, and then there are these nicely cut rectangular slices of meat. Zhenhao, flip the table, damn it. He even knows this. This was something specifically told to us by Chef Castro Novo. How does he know this? Did he really eat this before? That's impossible. How could a complete bumpkin have ever eaten such a thing? Even I'm eating it for the first time. Sure enough, soon a plate of pinker, rectangular slices of fish was served. This just needs a quick dip in the water until it turns white, Wang Hao said as he introduced to the others. Chu toro is also bluefin tuna belly, but it's less fatty than the toro, suitable for hot pot or raw eating. To balance the richness of the previous dish, it should be eaten this way. Damn it, you can really talk. Back then I even wondered why chu toro was the second dish. Chef Castro Novo made a point to explain, and now Wang Hao has spelled it all out. The procedure was precisely followed, and a stack of sauces was brought over. Wang Hao expertly mixed a small plate for himself. At this time, Zhenhao felt like he was the real country bumpkin, almost mirroring Wang Hao's every move, also mixing a small plate. Bai Yining was more straightforward, treating Wang Hao as a good friend without any hesitation. Resolutely did exactly the same. Soon the kelp soup in the hot pot began to boil. Wang Hao showed them first. This fish meat, just dip it briefly, see? The fish turns from red to white almost instantly when it enters the pot. Then snatch it out and dip it in a little sauce, and now you can eat it. Wang Hao gently bit one, saying, "Look, where I bit, you can see the outside is white, but the inside remains red, like a hawthorn cake dusted with a layer of white frost. Beautiful, isn't it? And delicious, too. I'll give it a try," Bai Yining, doing as she had seen, also took a bite and nodded, saying, "Indeed, it's not as rich as the other belly, but with the sauce, it's quite delicious with an excellent texture." Zhao Zhenhao, tears running down my face. Why did I spend over 800,000 to prepare this dish? The fish itself was 600,000. Getting the 3 chefs here cost about 200,000, and now I just listened to Wang Hao making casual conversation. My limelight was completely stolen. Absolutely nothing left. Damn it. Furiously taking a bite, Zhao Zhenhao nodded. Tasty, indeed. The texture is very unusual. Silently crying. A sound of camel bells rang in my ears. Soon, they finished that course, and Wang Hao continued. After this hot pot is sashimi eaten raw, big belly, medium belly, fish meat, divided into 3 kinds: pale pink, light red, dark red. All pieces of fish are cut the same size and served with freshly ground wasabi, which is very tasty. Oh, speaking of which, I especially love eating it raw. This is what I call seafood. Zhao Zhenhao, Mom, I want to go home. This world is too scary. A nobody from an ordinary family. Damn it. His presence completely overshadows me. Didn't leave me anything. Obviously, the fish weighing over 100 pounds was not something 3 people could finish. Basically, all 3 were almost full when the last dish finally arrived. The last one is grilled fish heads and necks. Wang Hao pointed to the large tray pushed over by Chef Castronovo, explaining, "This dish is about roasting the fish head and neck until they're golden brown. Don't be deceived by the looks of this fish head. Its taste is actually quite good." While he spoke, Wang Hao's chopsticks were already reaching for the fish's eye. He picked out a fish eye and naturally placed it on Bai Yining's plate. Fish eye brightens the eyes, highly nutritious, it has a crystalline texture, and is really tasty. Try it. Zhao Zhenhao, he even knows about this. Thank you. Bai Yining looked at the somewhat fierce fish eye, initially hesitant to taste it. But seeing Wang Hao's encouraging gaze, she finally steeled herself, picked it up, and put it in her mouth. It's indeed very tasty, Bai Yining smiled after eating. Wang Hao, you are really amazing, knowing all this. Zhao Zhenhao is depressed. Zhao Zhenhao is going nuts. Zhao Zhenhao is pulling his hair out in handfuls. Damn it, he is even picking dishes for Miss Yining. And Miss Yining actually ate it. She didn't even find it disgusting. Damn it. How is it? Tasty, right? Wang Hao asked cheerfully, then started picking up another fish eye. Young Master Zhao, you try it too. It's really good. I'd rather not. Watching the fish eye, Zhao Zhenhao's face turned white again. I am pretty satisfied just eating the fish meat. That's such a pity. Wang Hao held the fish eye, urging him to try. Taste it, it's really good. Looking at the black and white fish eye, Zhao Zhenhao's facial muscles twitched. I'd rather not, that look. I can't stand it, ugh. At this point he completely broke down, covering his mouth as he hurried into the restroom. Is his germophobia that severe? Wang Hao watched, dumbfounded. I thought he was just sensitive to insects, so fish eyes too. It seems I'll just have to eat it myself. Oh my, these fish eyes are actually quite tasty. Ha ha ha. Knowledge is power, brothers. This is what you call defeating the enemy without a fight. In the distant hall, a waiter who had been quietly observing the scene saw that Zhao Zhenhao had once again headed to the restroom, quickly took out a walkie-talkie, and reported softly to his superior. Young master didn't manage to outperform his opponent. Request for backup. The instructions from the walkie-talkie were issued promptly. Received. Initiate contingency planning. We can enter the scene in about 10 minutes. Chapter 129. The arrival of outside help. In a certain guest room of Hualong Xian, Zhao Zhenhao's butler sat on the sofa, carefully picking out a plan. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a black suit, who was the chief strategist of this dinner meeting, codenamed Black Fox. Behind Black Fox stood 3 bodyguards in black suits, responsible for relaying his orders at any time. The young master went to the restroom twice. The butler muttered, stroking his chin. And based on the high-definition surveillance video from the scene, the young master hardly spoke at all. He seemed to be mostly listening to this Wang Hao. What do you think? It must be that the materials the young master prepared couldn't be used. Black Fox watched the video again and said with certainty, "Look here, when this Wang Hao speaks, although the young master keeps a smile on his face, his hands are constantly trembling. It's clear that he is quite agitated, and he often changes his sitting position, which further indicates that this Wang Hao has completely exceeded the young master's expectations." "Indeed," the butler nodded, then asked, "So according to the plan the young master had prepared earlier, which backup should we send in to save the situation at this time?" "In my opinion, it's best not to choose someone with a strong offensive presence to come in at this time." Black Fox narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "The young master prepared more than 30 contingencies for this dining event, but no matter what, he never expected to be completely overshadowed by this young man. Using those preset plans is no longer appropriate, so we must change our thinking." The butler thought for a moment and said, "Your meaning is, this young man is much stronger than he appears on the surface, so choosing those strong offensive backups to enter now is very likely to make the young master even less able to get a word in, right?" "Exactly," Black Fox nodded. "If Wang Hao can still handle it, the young master will be completely out of play. So I suggest we pick number 3, number 8, and number 12 to enter. These 3 are better at easing the atmosphere, won't attract too much attention from the other party, and will also make it easier for the young master to participate in the discussion." "Okay, let's go with that decision." The butler nodded in agreement, then arranged for the 3 bodyguards to go and notify the backup personnel to get ready to enter. After the 3 bodyguards left, the butler sighed, shook his head, and said, "I always thought this Wang Hao was just a minor character. I never expected the young master to be completely out of options against him. What a miscalculation." "The young master is still impetuous," Black Fox said with a laugh. "He's never faced any kind of failure before. It's understandable. Young people, they always need to grow." Not long after Zhao Zhenhao went to the restroom, Wang Hao's phone rang. As he took out his cell phone, Wang Hao shivered suddenly. "Damn, it's Wang Mengfei calling. Good heavens, what does Brother Fei want this time?" I'm going to take this call, okay?" Wang Hao gestured with his phone towards Bai Yining. "I'll be right back." Bai Yining smiled slightly. "Okay." After running off to the side and answering the phone, he heard Brother Fei roaring, "What are you doing? Why did you take so long to answer? Are you free now?" "I'm having dinner with 2 friends," Wang Hao said quietly. "What's up?" "Of course, it's an emergency," Wang Mengfei grunted. "The chubby guy also needs to talk to you." "Where are you now?" "Nowhere," Wang Hao quickly said with a laugh. "How about I call you back after I finish eating?" "So secretive?" Wang Mengfei suddenly became suspicious. "Tell me, who are you having dinner with? Is it a girl? Where? I want to come see." Hearing this, Wang Hao's whole body broke out in goosebumps. Could there be any good if Brother Fei showed up? No need. No need," Wang Hao hurriedly said. "Just having a casual meal." "Stop blabbering," Wang Mengfei suddenly roared. "Spill the beans, or you're going to pay for it later." "Flip the table. Damn it. This jerk actually dares to threaten us." "Shit, the problem is the threat works." Wang Hao, sweating profusely. "I'm at Hualongxian. Wait, you guys are really coming?" Wang Mengfei muttered on the other end. "Where's Hualongxian?" She had been studying in Tianjin for the past few years, so it was normal for her not to know Hualongxian. But the thing is, it didn't matter if she didn't know. Someone else did. Then Wang Hao heard Ren Xing shouting like a pig being butchered. "Brother Hao, you're with her, right? Damn, you 2 actually went to that kind of place to eat. How did things progress so fast between you 2? You didn't invite us to such a grand affair. Pick on you, will I? We have to check it out." "We must." Then the phone call ended with a snap. "Holy crap, they're seriously coming. Brother Fei and that fatty Ren Xing. If these 2 characters show up at Hualongxian, won't they turn the place upside down?" "Well, if they're coming, they're coming. Can't I just admit defeat today?" When he got back to his seat, Wang Hao looked at Bai Yining with some difficulty, whispering, "Well, you know, a few friends of mine said they might stop by later." "Here." Bai Yining thought for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't mind, but I'm afraid young Master Zhao may not let them in." "Never mind, I'll talk to him about it later. He'll give that much face." Didn't even have to speak of anything else. This Zhao Jinhao sure had some real culture. So, fundamentally speaking, Wang Hao didn't dislike Zhao Jinhao. At the very least, the guy never looked down on anyone and almost always kept a smile no matter what, which was really quite rare. Zhao Jinhao returned from the restroom rather quickly this time, taking around 5 minutes before sitting back at his seat with a smile. Wang Hao suddenly felt that this guy must believe in Brother Chun. There's no way he could have bounced back so quickly, full health and everything. If he'd thrown up a couple more times, by now he would have been exhausted. Sure enough, sons of big families are more impressive. After Zhao Jinhao returned, the three of them ate a bit before Bai Yining said, "Mr. Zhao, a few friends of Wang Hao would like to come and sit with us. I wonder if you could let them in. Just call me Jinhao. No need to be so formal." Zhao Jinhao, as if nothing had happened, responded with sang-froid. Everything before seemed as if it never occurred. He was still so composed, nodding his head. "Mr. Wang's friends are of course not a problem. Don't worry, when they arrive I will let them in." Since he brought up the topic, Zhao Jinhao took the opportunity to follow up. He looked at Bai Yining, smiling. "By the way, speaking of which, it's rare for me to have dinner with Miss Yining and Mr. Wang tonight. So I especially invited a few friends to come join us for a meal, to chat, and liven things up a bit." Since the host had agreed to Wang Hao's friends coming over, it would seem bad if Bai Yining declined his invitation, so she nodded. "That's fine. I don't mind." With Bai Yining's approval, everything was naturally worry-free. Soon after, the entrance to the hall opened, and 3 people, 2 men and a woman, walked in. Both men were in suits and shoes. The man on the left wasn't very tall and sported a buzz cut, with a slash scar about 5 centimeters long on his right cheek, his eyes scanning around constantly. The man on the right looked to be in his 40s, a chubby guy with good maintenance showing, walking with a swagger. "What's this? How is Mr. Zhao Jinhao, inviting such a character to make an appearance?" The woman was dressed in an evening gown, looking to be about 37 or 38, with average looks, but possessing a unique charm in her every move. Even if Wang Hao didn't know her, he could tell she was definitely the artistic type, exuding a literary air. When these 3 walked in, it didn't take long for them to spot Wang Hao's table. The man on the left suddenly brightened up and moved forward, extending his hand first. "Ah, Mr. Zhao is so busy yet honored me with an invitation. I'm truly flattered. Ha. Mr. Zhao, it's been months since we last met. Hope all is well." Chapter 130. This is a feast at Hongmen today? Hee hee. You are being way too polite. Zhao Jinhao smiled as he first shook hands with him, then quickly introduced, "Let me introduce this gentleman, Lin Jingjia. You two might not be familiar with the name, but once I mention his title, it will definitely ring a bell." The man kept modestly downplaying. "Ah, Mr. Zhao, you're flattering me. I really couldn't. I dare not accept the praise." Wang Hao decisively played along. "So this gentleman's title is?" "Asian Gambling Saint," Zhao Jinhao said with a smile. "Now you must be familiar, right?" "Familiar, my foot? I'm new here, I don't know anything." "Gambling Saint. Wow, impressive, impressive. Hello. Wang Hao hurriedly greeted. "My idol." Bai Yining glanced at the Asian Gambling Saint and said indifferently, "Hello. It's Miss Yining." As soon as the Asian Gambling Saint saw Bai Yining, his eyes lit up, and he quickly put on his kindest smile, gesturing to her. "Just now I was wondering which beauty could catch Mr. Zhao's favor, and it turns out to be Miss Yining. It seems Mr. Zhao really has clout this time. Managing to invite Miss Yining for a meal. I'm envious, but wouldn't dare to resent. Wow, this little speech is quite something." He managed to compliment Bai Yining while subtly highlighting Mr. Zhao's status. Not bad at all. That flattery deserves a score of 90. After all, who doesn't like to hear nice things? Bai Yining smiled lightly, and Zhao Jinhao humbly boasted, "I don't deserve such praise. It's only thanks to Mr. Wang's good grace that I could invite Miss Yining to a meal today." "Oh." The Asian Gambling Saint was taken aback and looked at Wang Hao in surprise. "This gentleman actually has such great influence? Has Miss Yining ever agreed to dine with anyone before?" Impressive. I'm in awe. Just got lucky," Wang Hao said, chuckling, as he stood up to shake hands. Hee hee. With this external support coming to the rescue, Zhao Jinhao finally could bring up a topic proactively. He immediately introduced the others. "Of course, Miss Yining needs no further introduction from me. Today's focus is Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang is extremely knowledgeable, a good friend of Miss Yinning's, and I'm fortunate to invite him to dine with us. Truly not an easy feat. Just average, just average. Wang Hao smiled as he greeted everyone. Nice to meet you all. Please look after me, huh? This lady. After Wang Hao finished greeting, Zhao Jinhao introduced the artistic young woman, the famous domestic screenwriter Zhang Xingran, the writer of My Heavenly Immortal Girlfriend. Miss Yinning, you're probably familiar with her, right? This woman is the screenwriter of My Heavenly Immortal Girlfriend. I thought she was a middle-aged literary woman, but now, brother here completely doesn't recognize her. I have long admired you. Wang Hao chuckled and nodded. All predecessors here. Zhang Xingran nodded proudly. Miss Ice Princess, Mr. Wang, nice to meet you. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Zhao Jinhao introduced the last person, the chubby man. This is Mr. Xia Bin, a big boss here in Zhonghai. Speaking of which, Mr. Xia and Miss Yinning must be well acquainted, right? The My Heavenly Immortal Girlfriend series was invested in by both of your families, correct? Wang Hao, is the world really this small? I just sent that you Jinan packing a couple of days ago, and now I run into the investor and screenwriter here? Looks like this is a setup, a real banquet at Hongmen. Blast it, come at me. If I were scared of you guys, I'd reverse my name and call myself Hao Wang. Miss Ice Princess, hello. Xia Bin began by greeting Bai Yinning, then took off his jacket and draped it over the back of a chair. After sitting down, he stretched out his hand to Wang Hao. Mr. Wang. Hello. This is our first meeting. Please look after me. Of course. Wang Hao chuckled and shook his hand. If he finds out that brother Hao messed up his drama, he won't know what kind of fun is in store. Since everyone has been introduced, Zhao Jinhao was brimming with confidence. Everyone here is my person. Will you not be subdued this time? We're all from the film and TV industry and not outsiders. Zhao Jinhao suddenly revived with full energy and smiled. Miss Yinning is probably not interested in the business side, so it's just right for us to talk about the script. It's a good topic. Mr. Xia, the drama My Heavenly Immortal Girlfriend that you and Miss Yinning invested in is going well, right? Eating a meal, there should always be a topic, right? Discussing scripts is perfect for insiders, so Zhao Jinhao really did choose the right person this time. Unfortunately, brother Hao is lucky today, invincible. Some young punk. The esteemed screenwriter Zhang Xingran elegantly lifted his glass for a sip. I don't know how, but a couple of days ago, I ran into this messy youngster who trashed our script. He bashed it to the point that director Zhong lost his confidence and is now clamoring to strike. What? Is that for real? Zhao Jinhao listened, dumbfounded. Who is that capable to meddle with the script? Bai Yinning bitterly held back her laughter while Wang Hao was also flabbergasted. That person is sitting right here. What do you mean a messy person? Don't mention it. Xia Bin leaned back in his chair and chuckled. Not only did he ruthlessly criticize my script, but he also poached Yu Jinan. After saying that, he looked at Bai Yinning and smiled. Miss Ice Princess, I don't mean to blame you. Please don't misunderstand. In this matter, I am on Miss Ice Princess's side. An actor who doesn't even learn his lines can certainly not be a good actor, so now we're considering replacing him with another actor. Right? Bai Yinning nodded lightly. It's nothing. Having had the spotlight completely stolen by Wang Hao during the meal earlier, if Zhao Junhao doesn't know to ease the tension now, he shouldn't bother being in this business at all. Just a little star, right? Zhao Junhao laughed heartily. It doesn't matter. These little fresh meats with followers are easy to hire if they have money. If not, I can try to find you a capable actor. Miss Yinning has always been serious about films. Yu Jinan got what he deserved. Yes. Xia Bin vigorously nodded. Just replace the actor, no big deal. Come. Since the three of you are here, just in time, Zhao Jinhao smiled. Today I have specially prepared a bluefin tuna feast. If the three of you don't mind, let's start with some appetizers, and then we can move on to the next item. Bluefin tuna. The Asian gambling saint exclaimed. I've long heard that this fish is the king among fish. I never expected to have the chance to taste it today. I'll definitely have to dig in, haha. You flatter me, sir. Zhao Jinhao resumed his elegant demeanor. This fish is around 100 kilograms. Please eat up, don't be shy. Although the three Asian gambling saints came to play supporting roles, they couldn't just starve. So after a bit of polite refusal, they started eating. As they began to eat, Zhao Zhenhao started making small talk. He turned to Zhang Xingran and smilingly said, "Mr. Zhang, about that young man criticizing your script, you shouldn't take it too seriously. Young people are always spirited. It's quite normal. Isn't that the truth?" As soon as Zhao Zhenhao said this, Zhang Xingran got fired up. "You say some young punk is dictating things about my script. Does he even know what a script is? Does he understand what a plot is? Huh. To think he almost broke up our crew. It's so embarrassing if this gets out." "How embarrassing is that?" Bai Yining was holding back laughter so much her stomach started to hurt, while Wang Hao nearby definitely kept a low profile. "Oh dear. Let's drink, ha 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 ha." Normally, at this point, drinking a bit of alcohol and changing the subject would have been the end of it, but Zhang Xingran, feeling justified, insisted, "If I ever get the chance to meet that kid, I must ask him, what's wrong with my script? Why isn't it good?" Wang Hao, "Should I just cut and run now?" "Yes, yes, yes." Zhao Zhenhao was agreeing on the side, full of common animosity. "We can't just let this go. It affects your reputation." Conversations over meals, of course, must follow along. So Zhao Zhenhao turned his head to Bai Yining. "Miss Yining, from what Mr. Xia said, you were there at the time. Do you know that young man?" He was just saying it casually. How could Bai Yining with her personality possibly know such a messy person? And then he deeply understood what it meant for words to fail. Eating a slice of raw fish elegantly, Bai Yining pointed her chopsticks at Wang Hao. "Isn't he right here? If you have any questions, just ask him directly." Chapter 131. Darn Unreliable Teammates. As soon as Bai Yining finished speaking, the whole scene fell silent once again. Zhao Zhenhao was miserable. Zhao Zhenhao was going crazy. Zhao Zhenhao was yanking his hair out by the handful. Damn, how did the topic shift back to this kid again? Who would have thought, of all people, that messy young man would turn out to be this guy? Can you even write a screenplay? If you're so talented, why the hell did you go and work as a temp in the crew? Damn it. Are you just playing dumb to catch me off guard? In an instant, all eyes at the table turned sharply and stared at Wang Hao's face. If looks could kill, Wang Hao would be sliced 1,000 times over by now. Wang Hao said cautiously, glancing at the faces around him. "Can we, maybe, not talk about this topic? It's kind of embarrassing." Zhao Zhenhao, Zhang Xingran, and Xia Bin said in unison, "No." Bai Yining also held back a laugh, looking earnestly at Wang Hao. With her understanding of Wang Hao, this guy was definitely someone who could turn a full grasp into half a chance, so now she was even more curious. Wang Hao was totally bewildered. "Why are you all staring at me like that? Do we really have to talk about this? I don't actually understand much. Today, I really didn't want to stand out. I just came to be an extra and make a brief appearance. Mr. Director, keep this up and I'll have to ask you for a pay raise." "Do tell," Bai Yining said with a smile. "I'm quite curious. I've known you for so long, and it seems like there's nothing you can't do. I really can do anything, but I still want to keep a low profile." Zhao Zhenhao, "Damn it. You two must be having an affair. What do you mean there's nothing he can't do? How long have you known each other? What have you talked about? Is it a romance scene? Why not throw in a kiss scene while you're at it?" Wang Hao sweated profusely. "Maybe I still shouldn't say it. Look, everyone present is a professional. I'm just a temp worker." "Damn it." Zhao Zhenhao knew upon hearing this that this guy had to have something up his sleeve. "Speak. You must speak." Zhang Xingran, seeing his adversary right in front of him, refused to let the opportunity slip by. "If you don't clarify today, I'm definitely not letting you off the hook." Exactly. Xia Bin joined in, egging him on and not forgetting to drag Zhao Zhenhao into it. "Mr. Zhao is here as a witness. You have to spell it out for us this year. Otherwise, I won't be able to continue shooting my movie." "What a pig teammate, damn it." "Mr. Wang, please do tell." Zhao Zhenhao almost spit out his bile. "I'm really eager to hear any creative ideas from you." "You really want me to tell?" Wang Hao was even more depressed. "Do you really want to hear it?" Everyone nodded together. "We want to hear it." "Fine, I've been cornered." Wang Hao had to start blustering again. "Well, as for the script, it depends on what genre you want to shoot. Generally speaking, I haven't been involved with many films, so I can't compare to any of you. like romance films, sci-fi, comedies, web series, fantasy and fairy tales, and what else? Family dramas, artsy films, action, horror, thrillers, adventure, crime, mysteries, war, historical. I really don't understand much. Nobody's going to believe you. If you don't know, then how could you mention so many types? Damn it. I've gone through so much material and still can't beat you. Mr. Wang is joking, Zhao Jinhao said with politeness, though very reluctantly. I'm also very curious why Mr. Wang thinks Mr. Zhang's screenplay won't work. Of course, I can guarantee everyone here will keep your secrets. Well, you all forced this on me, so don't blame me. Speaking of the screenplay, there's a lot to say. Wang Hao took a deep breath before starting off. First off, why choose a contemporary urban film? Naturally, because the investment has got to be reasonable, right? After that is the theme. For urban films, it's definitely romance, right? So what kind of romance should it be? Zhang Xingran interjected disdainfully. Do you even need to say it? My screenplay is about a fairy falling in love with a mortal. What's not to love about such a premium theme? The theme isn't a problem, Wang Hao laughed. Romance movies are either about a man chasing a woman or a woman chasing a man. But the issue is that no matter what kind of romance theme it is, the heroine is usually the obedient, naive, sweet, and silly type. The audience has grown tired of it. Just take Mr. Zhang's script that I had studied before. The female lead is too sweet and silly. It's not interesting at all. Sweet and silly, Zhang Xingran retorted. The audience likes that. What's wrong with it? Sweet and silly itself isn't a big problem, Wang Hao said with a grin. But the issue is that a flat and straightforward movie lacks impact. I'll be blunt, your script lacks a climax. Climax? Oh, that word sounds a bit dirty. You're the one without a climax, Zhang Xingran exclaimed. At the end of my script, the two characters erupt in a fierce conflict before finally overcoming all the hardships and getting together. How can you say there's no climax? With her shouting like that, it wasn't just Wang Hao and the others who were stunned, but even the wait staff around them were taken aback. What's going on? This woman isn't experiencing a climax? Bai Yining tried to control her blushing face and simply kept her head down eating. Zhao Jinhao and Xia Bin broke out in a cold sweat. What can I say? When literary women of a certain age get fierce, even gods would be afraid. Don't get too worked up, Wang Hao said, sweating bullets. Your plot's ending has the two characters with different life philosophies, one divine and the other human, right? In the end, the goddess gives up her immortality to be with the male lead. But that's just an ending, not a climax. How can it not be a climax? Zhang Xingran fumed. This is the climax. I was thrilled and on fire when I wrote it myself. If this isn't a climax, then what is? Wang Hao, can't you keep your voice down? Can't you see that the wait staff is trying not to laugh? Going around in circles, all this talk, Wang Hao covered his forehead. Come on, let me give you some substantial advice. First of all, a climax and an ending are two different things. A climax is a climax. The ending is the resolution plus the epilogue. Moreover, a climax doesn't have to be emotional. If anyone tells me it should be emotional, I'd definitely slap them in the face. If you say the climax didn't reach high enough, lacking strength, that's passable at best. Zhang Xingran turned away huffily. Go on. It's not easy at all. Truly, it's tough to appease a literary woman of a certain age. But luckily, I have plenty of knowledge on my side, huh? Let's break down this matter of the climax. Wang Hao continued with a smile. A successful climax is made of 49% character, 49% structure, and 2% climax. The problem with your climax is not from the climax itself, but from issues with your characters and structure. When your climax clearly couldn't reach high, you still forced it. That's you causing your own issue. Bai Yining, Zhao Jinhao, Xia Bin. Are you really serious, telling her that the problem with her climax has nothing to do with her climax? Wang Hao wasn't thinking in that direction at all and continued to speak. The peak of character action should fully reveal the character's personality and the central themes of the work, and it should be unified. In the action system of a script, all actions should be tested in the climax scene, which means the unity of action includes the coherence before and after, as well as the causal relationship between actions, all needing to be verified in the climax. Zhang Xingran sneered. Where did you get all this theory from? Wang Hao, you're such a renowned scriptwriter. Haven't you ever read On Theatricality by Master Tan Peixing? Well, let's not discuss where it came from. Wang Hao continued with a smile. The causal connection between suspense and climax makes the beginning and the core action echo each other, ensuring continuity from start to finish, which is a key aspect of achieving unity in action. He went on as if feeding chewed food to someone. Your climax is not successful, and 80% of the problems come from the beginning. Since we're talking about writing scripts, well, let me talk about scripts. Theatrical language is different from novel language. The language of drama is action. Action, the structure of the drama. Prologue, the beginning, the opening, introduction, development, secondary climax, delay, the climax, resolution, epilogue. This is the basic structure of a play. Now take another look at your script. Does it have all these? Chapter 132. This sentence is so informative. Zhang Xingran was at a loss for words. Wang Hao had just mentioned things that her script truly lacked. At least, it wasn't that comprehensive. Drama is the art of choice and sudden changes. Wang Hao continued. In the many structural parts before the climax, if any one part goes wrong, the climax won't succeed. Let's break it down. Beginning. The beginning needs to introduce events and retain information, set the situation, and showcase the basic appearance and development of characters. Opening. Characters enter, their personalities are presented, and the suspense and start of events need to create a certain sense of mystery. Insertion. Characters immerse themselves in events and the situation. Development. Characters develop in the midst of events. Their personalities are presented, events drive forward, suspense intensifies, and relationships between characters have progression, development, and change. Secondary climax. A stimulating event that affects the main character or even all characters, marking the beginning of major changes for the characters and the start of an emotional outburst. Delay. The accumulation of emotions, persistence, the easing and compressing of events and rhythm. Climax. The ultimate eruption of conflict, character transformation, the resolution of suspense, and the complete revelation of characters. Conclusion. The follow-up after the climax, the continuation of characters. Epilogue. Lyrical, the continuation of characters. Having finished explaining these concepts, Wang Hao took a sip of water, and by that time, Zhang Xingran was completely stunned. She had never imagined that there were so many intricacies to a script. When she first entered the industry, her teacher had only talked to her about character environment, plot, and the like. How could they have such rich theories? For a moment, Zhang Xingran was speechless, wanting to say something but only opening and closing her mouth without uttering a word. Zhao Zhenhao was also quite frustrated on the side. They had agreed on support from abroad, but how had Wang Hao managed to steal the spotlight again at the turn of a head? He could only sit there as an audience member the entire time, unable to get a word in. Okay, that's the structure. I don't know specifically what you wrote in your script, its size, or contents. This time Wang Hao looked into Zhang Xingran's eyes and smiled. But I think the climax is the easiest to write, while the opening and secondary climax are the hardest. The climax should be pushed upwards, not designed and forced to be written that way. Moreover, the climax should trigger an eruption and sublimation of the audience's emotions, not be melodramatic. But yours? It's entirely melodramatic, forcibly trying to make the audience emotional. What kind of thing is that? Huh? What kind of thing? Zhang Xingran, this. Wang Hao. Aristotle said in Chapter 6 of Poetics, tragedy is the imitation of an action that is serious, complete, and of a certain magnitude, through embellished language, each kind of which is used in different parts of the play. Its mimesis is through action, not narrative, and through the evocation of pity and fear to accomplish the catharsis of these emotions. Bai Yining and Zhao Zhenhao, among others, were wide-eyed with astonishment. This guy could even pull out such stuff. In just an instant, they felt an immense sense of awe. Aristotle, a literary master. While they were shocked, Wang Hao didn't hesitate at all to continue his tirade. Therefore, we need to evoke emotions, not to be melodramatic. Melodrama is a very low form, particularly disgusting when it's forced on the audience. And how to incite the release of emotions. In the period of ancient Greek drama, Tragedy spoke of heroes. What is a hero? You surely can't tell me it's Superman. Build your character well. Give them the ability to resist. Ultimately, in helplessness and sacrifice there exists a very effective tragic pattern. Structurally, the climax needs to be pushed, not written. Let the character's actions push the climax. So, Wang Hao slammed his hand on the table. What your movie lacks now is not melodrama, but the image of the character lacks impact. Without impact, of course, it's very difficult to have a climax. Don't think that by throwing in some melodrama or tragedy at the end, that already makes a climax. This time, Zhang Xingran was completely convinced, and she humbly asked, then how can it have impact, have a climax? Zhao Zhenhao was drinking to alleviate the awkwardness and spat out his wine. Is it really okay to consult on this topic in such a way? How can it have impact? Wang Hao chuckled. That is, the image of the female lead has to change. She must be strong. Absolutely strong. Very strong. There must be a strong contrast with the male lead. For example, the female lead should be able to kick and break a small tree with one leg. When a hooligan comes to harass, the male lead is scared, but then the female lead goes up and with a few punches and kicks sends everyone flying. That's what you call a sense of conflict. So that's it, indeed. Zhang Xingran's eyes sparkled increasingly as he thought it over. And finally, he exclaimed excitedly, huh? This will definitely work. With this, I can absolutely write a really good climax scene. Only then did Wang Hao let out a long sigh of relief. It wasn't easy, but I finally made it clear. At that moment, the thought popped in his head. How the heck should you deal with Brother Fei? Zhao Zhenhao. His face suddenly turned pale. Why did the mention of Wang Hao make him recall his previous nightmare? I have a high school classmate who is unbeatable in fights, Wang Hao said with a smile. Just base her character on her. I've even thought of the movie's name. It'll be called My Savage Girlfriend. Zhao Zhenhao. Fuck. Why am I shaking all over? Mr. Wang, Zhao Zhenhao asked cautiously. The name of your classmate is? Wang Hao. Wang Mengfei, also known as Brother Fei. Zhao Zhenhao. By Yining. Wang Hao. Is your friend really that awesome? From what you've said, she must be quite interesting. The film should turn out great if we make it. Of course, Wang Hao laughed. She will be here in a moment, and at that time I'll introduce you to her. Zhao Zhenhao. That. Zhao Zhenhao turned ghostly pale, obviously ready to wet himself. I'm feeling a bit of stomach discomfort. Please excuse me for a moment. Soon after, Wang Hao found out that Brother Fei was on her way. An event with Brother Fei was bound to be full of surprises, comrades. First, a noisy commotion erupted from outside. While everyone was bewildered, the sound of a fierce fight broke out, followed by the doors being thrown open. Then Wang Hao saw Brother Fei and the chubby Renxing walk in with beaming smiles. Gasped Wang Hao. Inhaled sharply. Outside, there were no fewer than 16 black-suited bodyguards. Oh my god. Sure enough, not only was Wang Hao stunned, but Renxing, who followed the pair, was also sweating bullets. There's no way this guy just laid a hand on them, which meant that Brother Fei had easily taken down those 16 bodyguards without so much as breaking a sweat. As soon as Wang Mengfei entered the lobby, she quickly spotted Zhao Zhenhao and walked over with a grin. Well, look at you, little Hao Hao. You've grown up a lot in the past 2 years, huh? Even renting out the whole place. Little Hao Hao, what the hell is going on? How did you get here? The foiled Zhao Zhenhao stuttered. How did you know I was here? See that? The ever-graceful and smiling Mr. Zhao Zhenhao is getting nervous. Is this the intimidating aura of Brother Fei? It was like taking a general's head from amidst 100,000 soldiers with utmost ease. Wang Hao was still reflecting on this when he noticed Zhao Zhenhao sneaking around. Your group of wives, they didn't follow you, did they? Wang Hao. Fuck, wait, what's going on here? That's a lot of information in one sentence. Brother Fei's group of wives. Wives? A group? Just here by yourself? How happy. Brother Fei gave Zhao Zhenhao a look, then walked over to Wang Hao's side and soon noticed Bai Yining, immediately exclaiming, Wow, Brother Hao, the big star Miss Ice Princess is dining with you. No, wonder you wouldn't come out when I called you. Not bad at all. Haha, my visit today was indeed not in vain. What can I say about Bai Yining? She really has seen the world. She actually stood up with a smile and reached out her hand first. Hello. You must be Wang Hao's friend. It's nice to meet you for the first time. Please take care of me. Damn it. No, don't shake hands. Brother Fei, can't you just treat her like a woman? True to Wang Hao's expectations, Brother Fei did not let him down. Hey there. Hello, hello. Worthy of a big star. Just look how soft your little hand is. Then Wang Hao saw Bai Yining visibly tremble from head to toe. Brother Fei wasn't just shaking hands. She used both hands and, not stopping at that, kept rubbing them. I'm gonna die, seriously gonna die. We absolutely cannot let her take advantage of our big star. Chapter 133. Beat up every time they meet? Who else could Bai Yining be but Bai Yining? She indeed had seen the world. She stood up, smiled faintly, and reached out her hand first. Hello. It's nice to meet you for the first time. Please take care of me. No, don't shake that hand. Brother Fei, can't you just see her as a woman? Sure enough, Brother Fei didn't let Wang Hao down. Oh, hello. Hello. Truly a big star. Look at how soft this hand is. Then Wang Hao saw Bai Yining shudder from head to toe. Brother Fei didn't just shake her hand. He grabbed it with both of his. And not only did he grab it, he rubbed it. We're going to die. We're going to die? You absolutely can't let her take advantage of our big star. That's enough. Wang Hao mustered his courage to pry Wang Mengfei's hand away. Don't scare her. This guy was definitely not simple. You can't let her take advantage. All right, for your sake. Wang Mengfei let go, then looked at Zhao Jinhao. Little Hao Hao, it's been 2 years since we last met. How have you been recently? This is definitely gossip. Wang Hao saw everyone nearby perk their ears up, the fire of gossip burning bright in their eyes. I've been all right. Zhao Jinhao's forehead started to sweat. You've been okay too, right? Let me just say, this is a formal occasion, not a taekwondo club. We're here to eat, not to fight. Wang Hao was instantly stunned. Looks like their relationship was very complex. Oh, gossip fire, heaven help us. Wang Mengfei chuckled and shrugged. Don't worry, I'll take some care of your image. That's good. That's good. After all, coming from a prominent family, Zhao Jinhao quickly changed the subject and looked at Ren Xing with a smile. May I ask how to address this brother? Ren Xing. Ren Xing replied with a grin. Wang Hao's childhood friend. I heard he was eating here, so I thought I'd come and see. My apologies for any disturbances. And then his beady eyes started to glance over at Bai Yining. At first look, one could tell that he was Bai Yining's superfan. Zhao Jinhao didn't call him out, but hurriedly smoothed things over. Come, it's more fun with more people. Everyone sit down. Let's play some cards to relax. Poker, huh? I can do that. Speaking of which, it wasn't clear what relationship Brother Fei and Zhao Jinhao had, but she didn't consider herself an outsider. Count me in, count me in. Everyone's included, everyone's included. Zhao Jinhao broke into a sweat and quickly nodded in agreement. Come, sit down quickly. Wang Hao's curiosity was through the roof. These two definitely had a story. Even Bai Yining sneaked a poke at Wang Hao and whispered, This friend of yours, does he know Zhao Jinhao? I'm not sure either, Wang Hao murmured back. I'll ask for you. He discreetly nudged Wang Mengfei. Do you know Mr. Zhao? Yeah. Wang Mengfei looked at Wang Hao as if he were an idiot. Can't you see? This guy used to provoke me in the taekwondo club. Since then, I've beaten him up every time I saw him. It's normal for him to have a psychological shadow. Wang Hao, Bai Yining, the rest of the onlookers. No, it's not normal, okay? You've beaten up this badass Mr. Zhao every time you've met. It's all in the past now. It's a joy to have friends from afar. Zhao Jinhao decided to let loose. Let's not talk about that. The Asian gambling saint is here. Let's relax. Shall we play a round? Of course, no one objected to this suggestion, so everyone quickly sat down. Finally, it was the Asian gambling saints. Time to perform. He coolly spun the deck of cards on the outside of the box, skillfully tore off the plastic wrapping, and took out a pack of cards. After shuffling them swiftly, he said with a smile, These cards, to me, are like living sprites. Whatever card I want them to turn up, they'll turn up. After shuffling the cards 3 times, he turned to Wang Hao and asked with a smile, Mr. Wang, what card would you like? Is he asking me to pick a card? Wang Hao immediately called out, The Joker. All right, Big King. The Asian gambling saint casually pulled a card from the deck. That's the right one, right? Everyone looked, and indeed, it was the Big King. At this moment, Zhao Jinhao quickly took the opportunity and chimed in. Miss Yinning, would you pick one too? Okay. Bai Yining thought for a moment and said, 9 of spades. 9 of spades. The Asian gambling saint reached out and, sure enough, picked the 9 of spades. Me too, Wang Mengfei called out. 2 of hearts. That number suits you pretty well, Brother Fei. Okay, no problem. The Asian gambling saint drew another card, and it was the 2 of hearts. Indeed impressive. Wang Hao's eyes widened. So does that mean if I were playing cards with you, you could just pick any card you want? Yes, the Asian gambling saint nodded. Actually, these are all little tricks, good for a bit of fun and to liven things up, but it would be somewhat indecent to use them to try to win. Money. Looks like this guy knows his limits. Gotta give him a thumbs up for that. The Asian gambling saint sighed and said, 9 out of 10 gambles are deceitful. Ah, you know about Jinhua, right? Heard of it, what about it? Wang Hao asked. Was that also done with a trick? Yes, the Asian gambling saint replied. That was the most ruthless instance I'd ever seen. Before, everyone was playing fairly normally, with wins and losses. But when it came to the last hand that would decide everything, one person had 3 kings, which you could nearly guarantee would win. He had won quite a bit before, but then he kept calling until it came to the showdown, and his opponent had 3 aces. Just on that one hand, he lost 6 billion. Holy moly, that's a brutal loss. Sad, but not pitiable. Bai Yining shook her head slightly. It's all due to greed. At this point, Bai Yining suddenly remembered the time she offered Wang Hao a car. This Wang Hao wasn't greedy, and it was because of this that she was willing to consider him a friend. Yes, for gambling, greed is the original sin, the Asian gambling saint said with a smile. So today, let's just play for fun, no money involved, just for happiness. How about that? Hee hee, of course it's best not to use money. If we used money, I could only watch. Sounds good. How shall we play? Wang Hao asked. With so many people, Jinhua. Let's play Jinhua. The Asian gambling saint smiled. But for fun's sake, we should still have some stakes. How about we use sticky notes instead? Of course, the 3 ladies are goddesses, so they don't need to participate, okay? You counted 1 extra. Comrade, it's clearly 2. I'll participate too. As expected, Wang Mengfei did not disappoint Wang Hao, speaking loudly. Miss Ice Princess doesn't need to, right? Then she turned to ask Zhao Jinhao. Right, little Hao Hao? You two definitely have something fishy going on. That's perfectly fine. Zhao Jinhao had the heart to cry, but quickly agreed on the side. However, it's hard to keep track with sticky notes in Jinhua. So, I'll give everyone 10,000 cash as base money. Lose it, and you stick a note. How about that? Great idea, since it's not my own money anyway. In essence, this 10,000 is just to keep the math simple. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhao Jinhao immediately clapped his hands, and soon a waiter brought a tray of RMB, all new 100 yuan banknotes, neatly stacked. Come, 1 share each. Zhao Jinhao distributed the money. It's all in good fun. Remember to return it after we play. Haha. Mr. Zhao could hardly care about these thousands. The Asian gambling saint let out a laugh, taking the first stack. Come on. I'm getting impatient. Let's start. The bottom stake is 500. Each round must raise at least 100, and one loses 10,000. Stick a note. After all, gambling was just part of the fun in such an atmosphere, so everyone was relaxed. They each took a stack of money and started to play. The rules of Jinhua are simple. Each person has 3 cards, the highest being 3 of the same card, or leopard, with triple aces as the strongest. Straight flush comes next with QKA being the highest. Then it is flush, straight, pair, and high card. The waiter, who had been waiting on the side, started to deal the cards. Zhao Jinhao first placed the bottom stake of 500, and then everyone followed for 1 round. Since nobody was trying to win big, everyone was very relaxed, laughing and firing away for 3 rounds. Chapter 134. No Friends in a Casino. At this point, the more conservative players had started to check their cards. Rinxing glanced at his and discarded it. The gambling saint naturally couldn't pull any tricks this round, so he discarded as well. Then Xia Bin, Fang Xingran, and Bai Yining all threw their cards into the pile. At this time, only Wang Hao, Zhao Jinhao, and Wang Mengfei were left without checking their cards. Keep betting. Wang Hao, 500. After all, it's not our money. Wang Mengfei, 500, staring at Zhao Zhenhao. Zhao Zhenhao wiping sweat furiously. I'll follow. Then it continued. Wang Hao, 1,000. Wang Mengfei, 1,000. Zhao Zhenhao, 1,000. Wang Hao, 1,000. Wang Mengfei. I'll take a look first. I won't follow. Zhao Zhenhao, quietly tossing out 1,000. Oh boy, it's just the two of us left. Wang Hao threw another 1,000. 1,000. Zhao Zhenhao, I'll follow. Wow, look at that confidence. Wang Hao, 2,000. Zhao Zhenhao, I'll follow. In a short while, 5,000 had been thrown away. Wang Hao, 5,000. Going all in. Zhao Zhenhao. I'll follow with 5,000 and check the cards. Since we're just sticking on labels, the comparison of cards began. Wang Hao first reveals 1. Heart, 3. Zhao Zhenhao also reveals 1. I've got the diamond ace. It's your turn. If the rest of your cards aren't bigger than mine, I won't bother revealing anymore. Just look at how happy you are. Watch as my second card takes you down. Wang Hao reveals another. Heart ace. Haha, that card is surely bigger than yours, isn't it? Not bad at all. Let's see my second card. Zhao Zhenhao turns over his second card. Haha, diamond queen, still bigger than yours. What? This guy has 2 big cards. But no worries. Let's check the third one. At this point in the game, Zhao Zhenhao had the diamond ace and queen, and Wang Hao had the heart ace and 3. Both had the potential for a flush, and what's more, they might even get a straight flush. Such a scene is rare to see. Everyone present started to get tense. On Zhao Zhenhao's side, the Asian gambling saint, Xia Bin, and Zhang Xingran all crowded around to watch, while on Wang Hao's side were Wang Mengfei, Ren Xing, and Gao Shun. Bai Yining, with her sensitive identity, stayed neutral, not siding with anyone. Diamond King. Diamond King. Zhao Zhenhao's side shouted loudly. Heart 2. Heart 2. Wang Hao's side also shouted loudly. Soon Zhao Zhenhao saw his last card and placed it steadily on the table, spade 9. Although it wasn't a flush or a straight, a 9, a set wasn't small either. His chances of winning were quite high. Please be strong. Please be strong. Wang Hao turned over his last card and immediately burst out laughing. Huh, I won. He slammed the last card on the table with a smack. Diamond King. Bigger than yours. Time for the sticker. Everyone's eyes bulged. What an exhilarating round of cards. Though none were high cards, the victory was sweetened by that little bit of advantage. This works. Zhao Zhenhao's eyes went wide. Just a bit bigger than mine. My goodness. At this moment, Wang Mengfei had already prepared a label on the side, and with a giggle, she took a piece of transparent tape and stuck it right in the middle of Zhao Zhenhao's forehead. Zhao Zhenhao, Wang Hao, Bai Yining, other bystanders. After a brief moment of stunned silence, everyone burst into laughter, and Zhao Zhenhao's face was so flushed with embarrassment he wanted to bury it under the table. There went my image. Totally ruined. Ha ha, a straight of 5, 6, 7. Put the money down. Put the money down. Wang Hao was on a hot streak today. He was invincible. He was truly slaughtering all comers. Zhao Zhenhao. With 6 floors, Xia Bin with 3 floors, Asian gambling saint with 3 floors, Ren Xing with 2 floors. What was key was that Wang Mengfei had also been beaten by him for 3 floors, and now Brother Fei's glare toward Wang Hao was so murderous. But no way. There are no brothers in a casino. Ugh, no husbands and wives in a casino. Wrong. There's no friendship in a casino. It doesn't matter who anyone is, just obediently pay up. If you don't have enough money, just obediently paste a sticky note. Once the game of Jinhua gets going, time flies by. By now, Zhao Zhenhao was refusing to believe the situation and stubbornly went head-to-head with Wang Hao. But what could he do? At best, he could only draw even with Wang Hao, but there was still Brother Fei on the other side. So, another half hour passed, and Zhao Zhenhao had 11 sticky notes on him. If they kept playing, his face would probably disappear completely. At this moment, he looked just like the squid captain from Pirates of the Caribbean, with a face full of tentacles. Despite it just being a casual game with a lively atmosphere inside, an unexpected situation was occurring outside. Fang Wenbin and his group of rich second-generation friends decided to come to Hualongxian for some Western food that evening. As soon as they entered the parking lot, they sensed something was off. The entire parking lot had only about a dozen cars. In the past, at this time, there would have been at least 100 cars parked here. Huh? What's going on today? Why are there so few people? Fong Wenbin got out of his Ferrari and looked around. He quickly noticed Zhao Jinhao's Jaguars and frowned. Zhao Jinhao? He's here too? Could it be that he's booked the place? It is said that you can tell a person by their car. Next to Zhao Jinhao's Jaguars was an Audi R8, and when Fong Wenbin saw the license plate, he immediately understood. Miss Yining is here too. Does Zhao Jinhao have such great clout that he could invite Miss Yining to dinner? This was somewhat incredible, and Fong Wenbin felt a rush of anxiety. Could it be that Zhao Jinhao managed to invite Bai Yining here to eat, implying that the two of them? Let's go and check it out. Let's see what's happening. Fong Wenbin waved his hand, and his few followers immediately swarmed around him, heading straight for Hualongxian. When they reached the entrance of Hualongxian, Fong Wenbin saw 16 bodyguards in black suits guarding the door. The odd thing was that these bodyguards had various shoe prints on them. Had they been kicked around? At this time, Fong Wenbin couldn't care less. He took the lead and walked towards the door. Get out of the way. Otherwise, even Zhao Jinhao won't be able to protect you. This was none other than the eldest young master of the Fong family, and equal to Zhao Jinhao. The bodyguards didn't dare stop him. The leading bodyguard pleaded desperately. Young Master Fong, please don't make things difficult for us. We can't afford to mess with you, nor can we afford to mess with young Master Jinhao. Don't worry, if you get out of the way now, you won't have to deal with anything, Fong Wenbin said, his expression so dark it seemed as if water could drip from it. I just want to see what's going on. Once I see, I'll leave, and I assure you Zhao Jinhao won't trouble you. This was a case of deities clashing and mortals suffering. Fong Wenbin and Zhao Jinhao had always been at odds with each other behind the scenes, both fervent admirers of Bai Yining, and to make matters worse, both from the same top 4 aristocratic families. Conning ordinary wealthy nobles was one thing, but with someone like Fong Wenbin, it wasn't going to work. If you dared to lay a finger on him, you'd probably be chopped up and fed to the sharks in the sea by the next day. So, without much difficulty, Fong Wenbin pushed the door open and barged in. And then he saw a sight he might never see again in his lifetime. Is that Zhao Jinhao? Fong Wenbin stared disbelievingly at Zhao Jinhao, who was plastered with notes like an octopus person. He rubbed his eyes and then fell to the floor with a thump, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Ha! I'm dying. Zhao Jinhao, Mr. Zhao, you've met your match today? Ha ha ha. The sound of clicking camera shutters filled the air as his entourage took photos of Zhao Jinhao from every angle. These were all high quality smartphones with a starting resolution of at least 18 million pixels. Awesome. Clear. No need to explain. Zhao Jinhao's face went pale with rage. In all his years dominating the underworld, when had he ever suffered such a loss? This was the age of the extremely developed internet. These photos would become viral on social media in a blink of an eye. Sure enough, as Fong Wenbin was rolling on the floor laughing, his accomplices joined in the fun. Haha, already posted on social media. Wow, what a sight to see today. Such a rare event. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Jinhao would have stood up and fought with Fong Wenbin for 300 rounds. But don't forget, in the presence of Brother Fei, there's always a surprise with such a company. Brother Fei slammed the table and stood up. Who the hell are you? Can you laugh at my little Hao Hao? The plot thickens. Brother Fei actually referred to him as her little Hao Hao again. Wang Hao looked over, and Zhao Jinhao instantly lost all his bravado, looking as aggrieved as a bullied daughter-in-law. Chapter 135, The Singleton. Who the hell are you? The guy with a head full of white hair behind Fong Wenbin had no idea about Brother Fei's power and was still yelling at Brother Fei. Is it your turn to talk when Brother Wenbin is speaking? Well, Brother Fei never interrupts. She went straight for the kick. The white-haired guy practically flew out without even seeing a shadow. At that moment, Fong Wenbin realized he was out of his league, and he hurriedly asked Wang Hao, who was present, Brother Hao, your friend? Gosh, that Brother Hao sure made me feel so comfortable. Wang Hao nodded. Yeah, a high school classmate. Don't mess with her, okay? She's too much to handle. Just pay your respect. Oh, Fong Wenbin raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? You saw the bouncers at the door when you came in, right? Wang Hao said with a smile. Did you notice the shoe prints on them? You mean she kicked them? Fong Wenbin looked at Wang Mengfei, as if he saw a ghost. He knew his stuff. The Zhao family's bouncers were almost all military school graduates with solid one-on-one capabilities, and they were beaten by this woman? Yeah, Wang Hao nodded. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. You can ask her yourself. By the time I took notice, she had already come in. I can't believe how strong you are, Fong Wenbin cautiously asked. Did you take down all those bouncers outside? Or did you kick them? Wang Mengfei sneered. Why do you care about that? Let me tell you, it's okay if I bully my little Hao Hao, but you guys had better stay in line, or else. She lifted her leg, and suddenly a shadow flashed by, and a stool instantly flew out 10 or so meters. Damn, that stool had to weigh at least 50 pounds. Kicked out for more than 10 meters, my god. Fong Wenbin. The lackeys. Wang Hao. You guys have fun. Fong Wenbin, sweating bullets, chose to retreat immediately. I was just curious to check out the scene today. Won't disturb you any longer. Have fun. Damn it. Brother Fei was just born in the wrong gender. Otherwise, she'd be the perfect protagonist material. Come on, let's continue. Wang Mengfei called her friends. Keep it going, keep it going. It's rare to meet up today. Let's all have fun. Everyone was sweating profusely, nodding together. Continue, continue. After Fong Wenbin and his group left, his gloomy henchman said, Brother Wenbin, that woman was too arrogant. Should we find someone to teach her a lesson? Show her how to behave. Don't be an ass. Fong Wenbin scoffed. One person took on more than 10 bouncers without a scratch. How many do you plan to send to take her on? And didn't you see Zhao Jinhao couldn't even lift his head in front of her? Brother Wenbin, is she really that terrifying? Someone asked. I mean, Zhao Jinhao is one of the Zhao family's big young masters. No matter how strong she is, he shouldn't be afraid of her like that, right? Hard to say, Fong Wenbin said as they entered the underground parking lot. I vaguely heard something about Zhao Junhao getting into some big trouble while studying a couple of years ago, and it blew over, but I think it probably had something to do with this woman. That terrifying, the man exclaimed. Even the Zhao family couldn't handle it. Remember, being of high birth doesn't mean you can do whatever you want, Fong Wenbin suddenly smiled. Anyway, at least today we can confirm the relationship between Zhao Jinhao and Miss Yining. Haha, I didn't expect Wang Hao to be here too. He must have coaxed Miss Yining here, using Wang Hao as an excuse. Now I'm relieved. Fong Wenbin was sure, among everyone present today, the only one who could invite by Yining was definitely Wang Hao. Ah, what a great meal I had today. My gains were not small. Among them, a pair of watches worth 880,000, a feast of bluefin tuna, and especially before leaving, a splendid show. And the few millions Zhao Jinhao spent on carefully preparing the meal, the only thing he gained seemed to be getting his face covered in notes, and then getting photographed and posted on social media. Poor guy, but what can he do? It's his own fault for knowing Brother Fei. Ah, Brother Fei, you sure know how to hold the floor. Wang Hao sat in the co-driver's seat, expressing his admiration. As soon as you showed up, Zhao Jinhao's face turned green. Huh. Puffed. That guy used to challenge me, Wang Mengfei said as a matter of fact. And in the end, he got beaten up by me. This was just idle chatter, and suddenly, out of nowhere, Wang Mengfei changed the subject. That switch was as fast as her legs. You never know where the next kick will come from. Brother Hao, are you free tomorrow? Wang Mengfei asked. Do me a favor. Wait a second, what's going on? Brother Fei is actually asking for my help. Did I hear that right? So, Wang Hao cautiously asked, is there really something in this world that you can't handle? Cut the crap, Wang Mengfei replied irritably. Just tell me if you're free tomorrow or not. Well, Wang Hao thought carefully. There's nothing big going on, just something with the crew. The crew is invested in by the fat cat Renxing. Although I'm just a gopher there, I still have to show some respect, right? Can't be too proud. No worries, Brother Hao. I'll give you a day off. Renxing, clutching the steering wheel, visibly trembled, and sweat immediately formed on his forehead. Just go help Brother Fei. Oh, and Brother Hao, that apartment is also ready. The key can be delivered within half a day. Wang Hao looked bewilderingly at Renxing. What's the deal with you? Why so scared? So, Brother Fei. Wang Hao felt more and more there was something off about today's events. Both of these guys had to come here late at night. Renxing had given me a whole apartment he bought before, and that's that. But the key point is Brother Fei. What could she possibly need from me? So Wang Hao shrank subconsciously into his seat and preemptively declared, "Just to be clear, I am a good socialist youth. I won't get involved in a brawl. With your skinny frame, I wouldn't call you for a fight anyway." Wang Mengfei sighed and said, "My mom is setting me up on another blind date." Another blind date for Brother Fei? In an instant, Wang Hao felt chills down his spine and promptly asked, "You mean, call me to make a timely appearance and save the day?" "What I mean is," Wang Mengfei said, "you'll pretend to be my boyfriend and come with me to mess up the blind date, got it?" Wang Hao, damn, I knew it wouldn't be good. So, Wang Hao sneaked a glance at Wang Mengfei. Auntie means well, just go on the blind date. Stop yapping, Wang Mengfei said tersely. I'm a bachelor for life. The woman who can conquer me isn't even born yet. Are you going to help or not? Ah, this thing. Help. Of course, I'll help. The hair on Wang Hao's head almost stood on end as he sensed a killing intent behind him. Wang Mengfei chuckled. That's more like it. Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, I'll call you. This is nothing short of a nightmare. Just thinking about accompanying Brother Fei on a blind date made my heart nearly burst out of my chest. Time to go home and sleep. It was 11 o'clock by the time I got home. My dad was lounging on the sofa watching TV, and my mom was playing with her phone. I'm home, Wang Hao said as he came in and changed his shoes. Little Bai waddled over and sniffed around Wang Hao before settling down on the floor. This much sure knows how to play it cool. Thumbs up to you. Where have you been playing till this late? My dad muttered and soon noticed something different about him. Wait a second, where did you get that watch from? My mom looked up at this and immediately laughed. Oh my, our Hao really does look the part with that watch on. Little Bai, woof woof. Seriously. So it's not okay when others say I look the part, but this mutt isn't happy about it? Ah, a friend gave it to me. Wang Hao smiled and explained. It seems like it's a nice watch. Mom exclaimed with excitement. Let me have a look. Wang Hao quickly passed the watch to his mom. Here, take a look. I've seen this symbol on TV before. It seems like a high-end thing, my mom exclaimed. That watch must be worth 10 or 20,000, right? Where did you get the money, you rascal? What 10 or 20,000? My dad snatched it away and looked closely. This is an Omega, a world-class brand. I bet it cost at least 50 or 60,000. You better tell the truth. What's going on? Chapter 136. This water is muddy. How should I put this? We just went out for dinner tonight, and then I ended up with a pair of brand-name watches. That escalated quickly. Ah, it's really nothing. Wang Hao scratched his head and promptly began to concoct an excuse. It's just that tonight I went to a party with that person, and she said a man can't go without a watch, so she gave me one. Little Bai stood up. Woof woof. You little brat. You dare to lie to me now, don't you? Dad roared in anger. I'm telling you, don't look at Little Bai as just a dog, but he can tell when you're lying. More accurate than a lie detector. Spit out the truth. Now. Oh crap, you mongrel have this skill too. Brother Bai, are you an undercover agent sent by the Bai family? That's right. That's right. Come on, tell the truth. I'm telling you, otherwise you're in for it. Mom also asserted her authority. Tell the truth so we can help you come up with ideas, right? Speak up. All right, but if I tell you, you have to believe me. It's really fantastical, Wang Hao said cautiously. Even more fantastical than what I just said. Dad urged. Cut the crap. Out with it. Well, here's the thing. Wang Hao then began to tell the story. You both know that I'm good friends with that big star, right? To put it simply, there's a rich tycoon chasing her. How rich? Almost the same league as the big star's family. As wealthy as the Bai family. Mom pondered for a moment. Someone from the 4 big families? Bai, Zhao, Fong, Hong, which one? Mother, you even know this. I can only kneel. It's from the Zhao family, named Zhao Jinhao. Wang Hao gulped, saying. So, this Zhao Jinhao knows I'm friends with the big star and figures to invite me to dinner, casually including the big star. Because she wouldn't accept if he asked her directly. Who do you think you are, that you command such respect? Dad huffed, though he did not object. Continue. So we went. Wang Hao continued. This Zhao Jinhao is a real tycoon. He can spend millions without batting an eye. So he prepared a gift for me, which was this watch. Mom patted. Little Bai, is he lying? Little Bai shook his head. Mom nodded with satisfaction. Good. Go on. Wang Hao. Brother Bai, You must have traveled through time, right? Then, there seems to be some significance behind this watch, Wang Hao said. The big star also ended up giving me one. It's just that she hasn't given it to me yet. Zhao Jinhao from the Zhao family gave you a watch as a meeting gift. Dad stroked his chin's beard and said, considering the Zhao family's wealth, that's possible. What happened next? What next? Wang Hao shook his head. Nothing much, just ate and chatted. It was just an expensive meal, that's all. Basically, that was the gist of it. Wang Hao simply omitted a lot of details, but had managed to make the main point clear. Dad pondered for a while, then spoke earnestly. Your dad doesn't mind you having such friends, but both your mom and I worry. We're afraid that hanging out with them too much will make you too high-minded. Plus, that big star is from the Bai family, so you should understand that Zhao Jinhao certainly has feelings for her, otherwise why would he give you gifts? We're just an ordinary family. We're not on par with that sort of class. Not to mention anything else. Just take this watch. Oh, and that computer set of yours. How are you going to repay this favor? Don't think just because you've saved her once, she owes you a lot. Saving someone is a duty, and we should not accept gifts if we can help. Understand? I know, Wang Hao quickly nodded. Actually, I hadn't planned on getting involved with them, but since they brought it up, I went to see. I'll try to avoid getting entangled with them from now on. The waters are too muddy. This was definitely a candid revelation. Bai Yining was pursued by countless suitors, not quite in the tens of thousands maybe, but certainly the eligible ones from just the top 4 families alone would amount to dozens, or even hundreds, right? Just being friends and chatting with her now and then was one thing, but actually developing feelings for her might not be so fortuitous. At least Zhao Jinhao managed to maintain his composure, and Feng Wenbin was also tolerable. But what if one encountered those who were unreasonable? Our family was just ordinary, and if those top families really started to stir things up, our only option would be to run as far as we could. We truly couldn't afford to get involved in such matters. Yep, it's good that you're aware of the potential crisis, Dad thought for a moment, then said, Actually, my idea is that you should find a partner as soon as possible. At least that will be safer. The girl I introduced to you the other day, that was with this thought in mind. Speaking of which, how are things going with that girl? How could they possibly be going, Your Majesty? I'm not able to handle Brother Fei. They're SOSO. Actually, that girl was a high school classmate of mine, Wang Hao said with a grin. I only found out when I saw her, but the prospects aren't great. Not just not great, but absolutely no hope, right? So that's the case, Dad thought for a while, then continued. Well, let's just leave it at that for now, and we'll see what the future brings. And with regards to the watch, you shouldn't wear it for the time being. Such a valuable item, we better find an opportunity to return it to its rightful owner. But then again, given the Zhao family's status, once a gift is given, there's absolutely no taking it back. Let's do this. When you get the chance, invite this Zhao Jinhao and the big star over to our house. We can have a simple meal to express our gratitude, and that shouldn't be a problem. Mom spoke up from the side. Invite them to our house. Is that appropriate? Could they possibly want to come? That's what I mean when I say you women are clever with little things, but can be clueless about bigger matters, Dad retorted. It's precisely because their status is so high that we're inviting them over. If we go to a restaurant, would you feel okay with anything less than 5-star? And even with a 5-star rating, it might not be good enough for them, whereas inviting them home is more genuine. Well, that's true, Mom nodded. All right then, how about next weekend? At that time, we can invite them over for a visit. Whether they can come or not, at least the invitation should be extended. Expressing our thanks is always the right move. A real invitation? Upon thinking about Zhao Jinhao's germophobia, are you sure he can even handle eating at our house? All right, I'll do my best, Wang Hao nodded in agreement. But if they don't come, it's not my fault. Cheeky kid, as if that needs to be said, Dad laughed and scolded. Off you go to bed. Get up early tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going. As Wang Hao entered his room, Dad lowered his voice. Looking at things now, the situation doesn't seem too bad. At least from my observation. Our Howard didn't show any particular reaction when the topic of that Zhao Jinhao pursuing Bai Yining came up. That suggests he really isn't considering that direction. Mom chuckled. Isn't that the truth? Why would our Howard be so foolish? Just consider their status. Cars worth millions, casually gifting luxury watches. We can't even afford to reciprocate such gifts. It's too deep for us. Yeah, Dad sighed. When he was young, I was worried about his studies. Now that he's grown up, I'm worried about his dating life. And in the future, we'll have to prepare for his wedding. These days, you need to have a house and a car to get married. Given our family's situation, it's not easy. This kid too, of all the people he could get tangled up with, he goes after a big star. I don't even know about the woman, but they say the man from another family always seems best. A man who can get involved with a big star must be extraordinary. Eventually, those who might circle around. However, could be those of high status, families easily worth tens of millions. If that day comes, he might even have to marry into their family, and the kids won't carry the Wang surname. I tell you. That's enough from you. Don't be such a worrywart, Mom laughed and scolded. You always think too much. All right, let's sleep. On Xinqing Road in Zhonghai City. Xinqing Road was reputed to be the most beautiful garden road in Zhonghai City. This quiet, narrow road, hidden under the dense canopy of plane trees, was tranquil and faintly aristocratic, exuding understated elegance. The towering plane trees on both sides proudly guarded the street's serene charm. Here, there was a horseshoe-shaped alleyway known as Xinqing Villa. In the past, this alley housed many expatriates from different countries, which is why it was also known as Foreigners' Alley. Inside the alley, there were dozens of European-style garden residences with varying architectural styles, including British, American, Dutch, Italian, and Spanish. Therefore, as one entered the alley, it was as if they had stepped into a European village. However, if one was truly from the upper echelons, they would know that the entire alleyway actually belonged to one of the four major families, the Zhao family. Chapter 137. I just like readers like this. At this moment, inside a medium-sized villa in the entire alley, Zhao Jinhao's father, Zhao Changsheng, was sitting on the sofa with the Lady Wei Qianru, inquiring about the details of the recent dinner. Jinhao, Zhao Changsheng pondered. You just said, Wang Hao almost stole all of your thunder. You spent nearly 3 million on this dinner, and in the end, you got nothing out of it, just a face full of paper notes, and you were even photographed by Fang Wenbin from the Fang family. It was like a stain that could last a lifetime. Zhao Jinhao sighed helplessly. Yes, I prepared documents amounting to over 100,000 words, and in the end, none of them were used. What's worse, I'm afraid I've lost some points in Miss Yining's impression of me. Zhao Jinhao was very frustrated. It couldn't be helped. Anyone would be frustrated in such a situation. 3 million was not a small number. Even for the wealthy Zhao family, such a loss still hurt a little. The main issue was that it was completely in vain, and it had even backfired. What's the background of this Wang Hao? Zhao Changxing narrowed his eyes slightly, speaking gravely. How can a poor guy from an ordinary family have such capability? Has he read a lot of books before? I don't know, Zhao Jinhao thought for a moment, then said, I don't know where he got all that knowledge from. But what's most important is that he could even recite things from Journey to the West. Although it's one of the 4 great classical novels, who would read that casually and remember it so clearly? Yes, Zhao Changxing spoke slowly. Ordinary people might read the 4 great classical novels to broaden their horizons, but he can even remember all that. This person is no simple character, and according to what you've said, Bai Yining seems to show him special kindness. Do you know the reason? Zhao Jinhao shook his head. I'm not clear on that yet. I always feel that their relationship is not as simple as just friends, but with Wang Hao's appearance, capabilities, and status, it's obvious that Miss Yining wouldn't fall for him. It's quite mysterious. We really have to be on guard against this, Zhao Changxing thought for a moment. Then his wife gave a suggestion from the side. Why not? Have someone give him a little knock. If this person holds a high position in Bai Yining's heart, that will have the opposite effect. Zhao Changxing thought further, then decisively took out his phone. I'll ask Brother Bai over there. Jinhao, don't rush. There must be something here that we are not aware of. Saying this, he found Bai Haochen's number and dialed it. After a quick answer, Zhao Changxing said with a smile, Brother Bai, are you busy tonight? When it's a call from Brother Zhao, I have to drop everything, no matter how busy I am. Bai Haochen replied from the other end of the phone. What's the matter at this late hour? It's like this. Zhao Changxing chose his words carefully. Tonight my son Jinhao had dinner with your Ninger and that Wang Hao. To put it simply, the dinner didn't go very smoothly. I wanted to ask, is there anything between your Ninger and that Wang Hao? I always feel that their relationship doesn't seem that simple. You mean that Wang Hao? Bai Haochen laughed. Speaking of which, the poor guy is not bad. I quite like him. Of course, I don't like him in the way one would like a son-in-law. All right, Zhao Chongqing nodded. Then I'll look into what exactly is going on. Zhao Jinhao chuckled, then asked, Father, what should I do now? First of all, we definitely cannot touch Wang Hao, Zhao Chongqing said. Bai Yining and he have a very special relationship. It's like childhood sweethearts, but without romantic involvement. If Wang Hao were to have any problems, and Bai Yining found out it was our doing, her personality would guarantee a fallout with you. So, I think the best approach for you now is not to press too hard, but instead, to get in touch with Wang Hao more, and also spend more time with Bai Yining, slowly breaking down her defenses. When the time comes that you surpass Wang Hao in her heart, everything between you two will naturally fall into place. You can't rush to eat hot tofu. You must not be too hasty with this matter, or it will have the opposite effect. After listening to his father's words, Zhao Jinhao already had some ideas in mind. I understand, father. Zhao Jinhao finally showed a smile. Then I will head back first. I'll find time to meet with Wang Hao tomorrow. Good, go ahead. Ah, what a refreshing sleep. The next morning, Wang Hao got up early, washed up, and got dressed. Another new day, time to get to work. First, finish up the Dupo biography, then off to the set. Now, Wang Hao was a standard idol person. It was fine just sitting around on set. Of course, it wasn't a problem if he didn't go, since a mascot was acceptable either way. Let's see how the novel is doing. He found a comfortable spot to sit. Turn on his phone. This phone from the prize draw was very nice. Look at that speed. Opening the page of his novel, Wang Hao glanced at the statistics. Collection 5,923. As expected of a divine book, this rate is quite good. Haha. More than 2,000 recommendation tickets this morning already. Truly amazing. The novel was the foundation of his rise. It demanded close attention. A message popped up on QQ. Longy. Brother Ritian, are you there? Someone is looking for you, urgent. Wang Ritian. What's the situation? Longy. A reader is asking how they can get more updates. Willing to reward the Alliance hierarch. You gotta come. Wang Ritian, for real? He hurriedly entered the group and saw a book friend chatting with everyone. Purple Phoenix. Has the author not arrived yet? I want to ask how I can get more updates. Wang Ritian. Here, what's going on? Purple Phoenix. Are you the Alliance hierarch? How can we get more updates? I can't get enough. Wang Ritian. Well, I'm sorry, but the speed of typing is limited. Hoping for more updates is probably too optimistic. Purple Phoenix. How about one more update for an Alliance hierarch? An additional update for $1,000. He quickly messaged the Golden Sunflower. How much reserve do we have now? Golden Sunflower. Only about 10,000 words. What's up, Brother Ritian? Wang Ritian. Nothing. Haha. Nothing. Just go to class. Entering the group, Wang Hao sent a silent emoji. Wang Ritian. Doesn't look like it's going to work. Do I really need that 1,000? Damn it. The key point is that Golden Sunflower doesn't have any reserved chapters. Crying. Purple Phoenix. Those two Alliance hierarchs. Damn, $2,000. Wang Ritian. The key issue is I don't have any manuscript saved. Purple Phoenix. Then I'll send you my photo. That should do it, right? If you don't have any saved, just write it now. Damn, this must be a beauty. Sending a photo. Wang Ritian. High definition and censored? Purple Phoenix. Yes. Wang Ritian. Still no good. Long, Renxing. Xiangwei. Purple Phoenix. Purple Phoenix. I hate you, author. Sob. So when is the next chapter coming? Wang Ritian. From 9 in the morning to 6 in the evening. I keep a good sense of time. Purple Phoenix. Can it be earlier? 5 o'clock. Wang Ritian. No way. Purple Phoenix. I just love authors who have principles. Let me go give a reward first. Wang Ritian. Why do I suddenly have principles? The key point is, brother really doesn't have any manuscript saved. Very soon Purple Phoenix sends a screenshot. Reward. Flowers in full bloom. Tears of gratitude. Such talent deserves this reward. Essence, top. Purple Phoenix rewards 100,000 wind cloud coins for faster updates. Update. Update. Update now. Wang Ritian. Purple Phoenix. Long E. Begging for the high definition and censored pic. Purple Phoenix. It's just for Doozy to see. I'm not bothering with you. Wang Ritian. Purple Phoenix. Doozy moi. Wang Ritian. Phoenix moi. Wahaha. I just love readers like this. Ding ding ding. The sound of a private chat rings out. Purple Phoenix. Doozy. When will the story explode on the shelves? Wang Ritian. It should be around September 1st. That's when we'll be competing for the rankings, so I need to work on the manuscript during this time. Purple Phoenix. Really? How many chapters can explode? Wang Ritian. That depends on the situation. Purple Phoenix. If it's more than 10 chapters, I'll show you my photo. Wang Ritian. Deal. I've decided. Purple Phoenix. Doozy is the best. Wang Ritian. 6 updates when it hits the shelves. Purple Phoenix. Wang Ritian. Purple Phoenix. I'm so hurt. 555555555. Wang Ritian. Quality. It's all about quality. Purple Phoenix. True. Doozy moi. I'm off to have fun. You better get typing. Wang Ritian. All right. Chapter 138. Ah, such an enthusiastic female reader. It's making me blush. Ding ding ding. The private message alert sounded again. Dream of falling flowers. Handsome guy. Want to go for a round? Wang Ritian. Wang Ritian. Speak human. Dream of falling flowers. I wrote all day yesterday and finally got down all that information you asked for, but I just can't fit it all into one chapter. Putting it all together, it's over 8,000 words. Wang Ritian. Dream of falling flowers. Take a look and see how I did. Wang Hao carefully read the opening part that Dream of Falling Flowers had sent over. Honestly, this person's writing was quite simple and efficient, and in many places, just a few short paragraphs managed to paint a very three-dimensional scene with a strong sense of imagery. However, regrettably, it was still somewhat verbose. Wang Ritian. The overall plot doesn't have any problems, and the imagery is good, but it's still wordy. Try to remove any unnecessary parts and make the connections between the scenes more natural. Look at the elements I discussed with you last time. You've used over 1,000 words for almost each one. For the opening description of the location, you used over 300 words. That's completely unnecessary. Just briefly summarize that part and mention the name of the high school. The reader will naturally fill in what the high school looks like. Dream of falling flowers. Ah, it looks like I still need more practice. Handsome guy, you're really cool when you talk. About storytelling. Need someone to warm your bed. Wang Ritian. Scram. Dream of falling flowers. Haha, are you blushing? Wang Ritian. Cut the crap. Where are the time, place, characters, and events? In reality, 100 or so words should suffice for the time and place. There's no need to go into too much detail about the classmates. The key is the introduction of the world background in this part, since it's a battle scene. So you need to depict the might of the monsters, as well as the unbelievable strength of human warriors, to stir up the reader's anticipation. Dream of falling flowers. Alright, anything else? Wang Ritian. Nothing else really. Just revise this part, cut it down to around 5,000 words, and then I'll talk to you about the subsequent plot and setting. Dream of falling flowers. I'll go make the changes right away, moi handsome. About an hour later, Dream of Falling Flowers showed the revised draft to Wang Hao, and this time it was indeed much better. All that needed to be explained was nearly done, and Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Wang Ritian. This is good. Alright, I'll give you the upcoming settings. Right. My settings for this book are very comprehensive, including all kinds of characters, levels, plot development, etc. If it's well written, I guarantee it will be a huge hit. But let's clear something up beforehand. You said earlier that you'd give me 15 for 1,000 words, right? Dream of falling flowers. Of course, handsome. It's like I'm keeping you. Wang Ritian. Get lost. I'd rather die than submit. Dream of falling flowers. One day you'll fall at my feet. Wang Ritian. Not wanting to banter with this person anymore, Wang Hao sent over the outline summary of Devouring the Stars that he had previously written. This summary outline was exactly the one Bai Yining had looked at before, very comprehensively organized. Dream of falling flowers. Dream of falling flowers. Holy shit, Your settings and plot are fucking awesome. I really have an eye for talent. Wang Ritian, what are you going to do? Dream of falling flowers. Done deal. I'll aim for 20,000 words a day. Wang Ritian. Holy shit. 15 for 1,000 words. That's $300 a day for 20,000 words. Wang Ritian. Hold on. Let's aim for 12,000 a day. The premise is to ensure quality. Don't rush just to pad the word count. Dream of falling flowers. Makes sense. Worthy of being my destined one. Handsome. Want to go for a round when you're free. Wang Ritian. Go die. I will not succumb even in death. Ding ling ling. After closing QQ and casually browsing the online messages, suddenly his phone started to ring. When he glanced at the caller ID, it was actually Zhao Zhenhao calling. What's the situation now? Yesterday during the meal, the two of us eventually exchanged phone numbers. After all, the other party did gift me a luxury watch. It'd be impolite not to leave. Contact information, right? Zhao, what's the situation? After the poker game last night, their relationship had become fairly amicable. Wang Hao answered the phone with a smile. What's up? You looking for me? Zhao Zhenhao had reverted to his voice full of magnetism. Just thinking of you, so I called to check in. So polite. That doesn't seem quite right. You're probably thinking of Ice Princess, the big star, aren't you? Wang Hao. So concerned about me, huh? No need for the pleasantries. Come on, out with it. What's up? Here's the thing, Zhao Zhenhao said. I'd like to invite you out for a meal. Are you free? My God, another meal? What kind of play is this? Nothing much going on at the moment, sure. Wang Hao thought it over, then added, just the two of us? Yeah, just us two, Zhao Zhenhao chuckled. Just a casual meal. I know a really nice French restaurant. Want to try it out? Wang Hao pondered for a moment. He couldn't refuse Zhao Zhenhao's face and promptly asked, all right, sure. Where should I meet you? Zhao Zhenhao said, you send me your location, I'll come to pick you up. Another ride in a chauffeured car, not bad. Wang Hao immediately sent over his location and soon got a reply from Zhao Zhenhao. Okay, I'll be there in 20 minutes. Leaving the film set, it was indeed only about 20 minutes before Wang Hao saw a black Jaguar approaching, with Zhao inside. What's up? Wang Hao got into the car and asked with a laugh. You're not planning to kidnap me and then grill me for information, are you? Of course not, Zhao Zhenhao laughed. You're held in high regard by Miss Yinning. I'd have to have a screw loose to trouble you. Hop in. I've already reserved our spot. All right. Wang Hao got into the car, said, hey, it's kind of embarrassing to keep freeloading off you. If you really feel like giving me some more nice stuff, I won't be shy about it, hee. You're being too polite. Zhao Zhenhao chuckled and started the car. Wang Hao's house was located in the southern part of Zhonghai City's third ring, which was generally considered the center of the city, so it didn't take long to arrive at a Western restaurant named Paris Fashion. By the time they got there, the entrance was already lined up with luxury cars. Zhao sure picked a fancy place. This time, without Bai Yining present, Wang Hao finally realized just how much charisma Zhao Zhenhao truly had. He was no less than a rugged version of Song Zhongjiapa. With his entrance, the young women in the restaurant instantly turned their heads, their eyes shining like 200-watt light bulbs. Look, a mega hottie. God, just look at that charming smile. Dear Lord, so handsome I can't even. That's the young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhenhao. He's actually here. Who's that country bumpkin following him? Could he be Mr. Zhao's lackey? Hearing the murmurs around him, Zhao Zhenhao responded with smiles and occasional waves, instantly dominating the scene, while Wang Hao following behind him looked like his little brother. This script is all wrong, damn it. You're the one who's supposed to be the main character, right? This will do. Zhao Zhenhao led Wang Hao to an empty table and sat down, smiling. I thought it over when I went home yesterday. I think we need to get to know each other again. After saying this, Zhao Zhenhao took the lead in reaching out his hand. Zhao Zhenhao, 25 years old, the only son in the side branch of the Zhao family, descended from Zhao Changsheng, currently running an internet technology company. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Wang Hao reached out and shook his hand with a cheery smile, saying, Wang Hao, 24, temping in a film crew. With that introduction, the disparity between them suddenly seemed as vast as between a pheasant and a phoenix. Actually, I invited you here because I wanted to have a proper talk and also to apologize to you. Zhao Zhenhao made no pretenses about it, quite frankly. I did have an ulterior motive when I gave you that Omega watch at dinner last night. I won't hide it. I did have some animosity toward you before I went over. So the watch's price of 444,000 was indeed a discourtesy, for which I ask your forgiveness." As he spoke, he stood up and bowed deeply to Wang Hao as a gesture of apology. The surrounding girls, seeing this scene, exploded with excitement. No way. What is the identity of that young man that Mr. Zhao would apologize to him? Oh heavens, am I still dreaming today? What on earth is happening? Is the sky falling? Something's definitely weird today. The Zhao family's Mr. Zhao is actually apologizing to someone. Chapter 139. The Frustrated Zhao Jinhao. Please subscribe and vote for monthly tickets. Everyone was surprised, and so was Wang Hao. Actually, he knew that Zhao Jinhao sending him this watch might not have had the best intentions, but he hadn't expected the guy to admit it so frankly, and even go ahead and apologize to him. Look at what you've done. Wang Hao felt a bit embarrassed. You're acting like I did something to you. It's really not a big deal. And didn't Ice Princess say she was also preparing to give me one? 2 watches together make 888,800, which is a pretty good number. Speaking of which, this Zhao Jinhao really was something else. Others would probably never apologize for something like this. Apologizing after giving a watch worth over 400,000. What a pitfall. My apology is mainly because of my ulterior motives. Zhao Jinhao sat back down and then said with a smile. Yesterday after I went home, I had a talk with Uncle Bai. He said that indeed, you and Miss Yinning are purely friends, which Miss Yinning herself confirmed. Is that so? Oh my, it's so embarrassing. It's like I did something to her. It's nothing. Really, Wang Hao scratched his hair. You're being so polite. It's the right thing to do. Zhao Jinhao nodded. If you don't mind, can we become friends? Now that's some friend with significance. Well, as long as you don't mind my humble background, Wang Hao said cheerfully. Being friends with you would be me reaching for the stars, heh. Not at all. I consider it an honor, Zhao Jinhao said. Having a genuine good friend who is open-hearted and doesn't engage in scheming is not something easily found. That's something you rich folks worry about. Us commoners don't have that many calculations. For what you just said, we need to have a drink. Wang Hao laughed. More friends, more pathways, heh. Thank you. As soon as Wang Hao agreed, Zhao Jinhao immediately hailed a waiter. Could you please bring a serving of pepper steak, bacon-wrapped asparagus, and borscht? Then he looked at Wang Hao. What would you like to eat? I'll have the same. Wang Hao, clueless about Western food and not picky, simply raised 2 fingers, 2 servings. Zhao Jinhao said, Open a bottle of Porto. Thank you. Soon the wine was served. Zhao Jinhao and Wang Hao poured their glasses and clinked them together. To our new friendship, cheers. Cheers. With that drink, they were truly friends now. Zhao Jinhao smiled and said, Yesterday, I heard Meng Fei and others calling you Brother Hao. If you don't mind, may I call you that too? Let's drop the formalities. It feels too distant. Just Hao is fine. Wang Hao smiled and nodded. Then I'll call you Zhao heh. Great. Zhao Jinhao took another sip of wine and said, Brother Hao, what do you think of Miss Yinning? Ice Princess. Wang Hao thought for a moment. She's great. Actually a really nice person, truly caring about friends, and so beautiful. Being friends with her is my honor, hee. Yes, Zhao Jinhao let out a soft sigh and said, I've actually liked Miss Yinning for a long time, since the first time I saw her from afar, 2 years, 6 months, and 8 days ago. Wow, he even remembers the exact count. 2 years ago, that was when Ice Princess was truly like a flower in her 21st year. If you've known each other for that long, Wang Hao said, how is it that you only had your first matchmaking encounter the other day? You also know that there are just too many people chasing her. Zhao Jinhao helplessly shook his head and said, just within our circle, I know of 13 people my age who are fairly competitive, and that includes me. Fang Wenbin, who came later yesterday, is also one of them. As for those outside our 4 big families, who knows how many there are? Wang Hao. Damn, the competition is so fierce. Wang Hao cautiously asked. You guys won't actually come to blows over her, will you? That won't happen, Zhao Jinhao nodded. But it's like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their special powers. Wang Hao. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Wang Hao felt that this was all very surreal. Miss Ice Princess is just a woman, no matter how beautiful. Sure, you could even say that she's peerlessly beautiful, but it shouldn't be like this, right? It's not just because she's beautiful. Zhao Jinhao's eyes were very gentle as he spoke as in a dream. You haven't been in contact with Miss Yining for very long, so you probably don't know. Actually, Miss Yining is a woman who could be called perfect. She's very kind, loves animals, cares a lot about her friends, and is the typical cold on the outside, warm on the inside kind of person. The first time I met her, she was buying food for a beggar and even left him some money. Know this, people like us hardly ever feel sympathy for beggars, as our life principle is to create everything with our own hands, and we absolutely do not give handouts unconditionally. Yet, Miss Yining just did so, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. I can picture that. The Ice Princess was very friendly towards Little by the first time she came to our place. I can imagine that. Miss Ice Princess really is quite a good person, Wang Hao said curiously. What else? What else? Zhao Jinhao said with a smile. The largest charity fund in our Heavenly People's Republic at the moment is called Tianxi Fund, which sponsors children from poor mountainous areas who can't afford education. You know about this? Right. I have no idea. I haven't been here long. Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. The Tianxi Fund you mentioned, is it Miss Ice Princess's? Exactly, Zhao Jinhao nodded. Miss Ice Princess earns a lot every year, but 60% of what she makes almost all goes into this fund. Otherwise, why do you think her popularity is so high? Everyone in our circle knows this. So whenever Miss Yining shoots a film, our four big families almost all go all out in promoting it. The four big families, you know, even though they appear amicable on the surface, each is secretly holding their breath to surpass the other three, right? But uniquely towards Miss Yining, the four big families almost have no prejudice at all. This can even be said to be a miracle. It seems our Ice Princess really is amazing. At least so far, I really haven't found any faults with her. Well, a cold nature doesn't count. It's forced. That explains it, Wang Hao laughed. Indeed, after interacting with her a few times, I found that Miss Ice Princess truly is a great person. It's just a pity, precisely because so many people are chasing her, that has made her so cold now. Zhao, no offense, but while it's normal to chase a girl, doing it in such a formal way like you is problematic. It easily creates a lot of pressure, and that's very bad indeed. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Zhao Jinhao was momentarily stunned. According to his understanding, when pursuing a girl, one naturally needed to display his most elegant, coolest side. That would surely capture a beauty's heart. But Wang Hao was saying that this was really not good? Why? Zhao Jinhao was certainly not stupid. He knew Wang Hao would not speak without reason and asked, why is that not good? Think about it. As their Western meals were served, Wang Hao took a sip of wine. What you're doing might work effortlessly when picking up ordinary girls. Young and rich, handsome, definitely a minute killer, right? But the problem is, who is Miss Ice Princess? Would she fancy such vanity? Not to diss you, but she is pretty much immune to all that you have shown her. In terms of family background, she's no less than you, right? In terms of abilities, she's also not inferior to you, correct? And when it comes to looks, isn't she streets ahead of you? With you showing no advantages in any of these aspects, how could you possibly succeed? Wang Hao's words left Zhao Jinhao completely dumbfounded. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Wang Hao was right. In these three aspects, the Ice Princess was stronger than him, and he even had the flaw of being a germaphobe. So what do I do? Just moments ago, Zhao Jinhao, proud as a swan, suddenly turned into a beaten rooster. After hearing you, it seems I don't have any advantages at all. In terms of family, she's the only heiress of the Bai family. In beauty, she's universally acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in the Heavenly People's Republic, and in ability, I can't compare. So does that mean I have no chance? Chapter 140. Brother Hao, you are a real man. I have no idea. Wang Hao decisively deflected the blame. Let me be clear. I will absolutely not meddle in Miss Ice Princess's romantic issues. I might give her advice on whom she likes, but I can't advise you. After all, I knew her first, and she's been really nice to me. I definitely won't betray a friend for personal gain. Zhao Jinhao felt even more frustrated, as the kid obviously took a hard hit. Sigh. I don't even know what to do now. I think I like her a lot, yet I feel a bit clueless about how to proceed. And you can't teach me. What should I do? Actually, Zhao Zhenhao was definitely not dumb. You could even say he's very clever. But there's a saying that's true. Love can turn a person with a 180 IQ into one with an 80 IQ. And when Zhao Zhenhao cares, he gets confused. Not to say his IQ drops to 60, but topping 80 is basically the limit. Actually, moping about it now is pointless, Wang Hao said. Think about it. Miss Ice Princess is actually quite pitiable. She hasn't had a single friend since childhood. Everyone who approached her had an agenda. So, she naturally resists what you guys call the 13 protectors and 3 giants. Her joining you for dinner last night already proves she respects you. No, no. Zhao Zhenhao frantically waved his hands. That was respect for you, Brother Hao. In her heart, you're different. I'm just an accessory at best. Good, you know it. It's simple then, Wang Hao smiled. Miss Ice Princess doesn't care for suitors at all. She'd even prefer if there were none. What does she want? She wants a good friend, someone she can have fun and be happy with. Did you notice how happy she was last night when playing cards? Yeah. Zhao Zhenhao's eyes suddenly brightened. Now that you mention it, she really was happy when we played cards last night. I could tell. It was a genuine smile from her heart. I get it now, I get it. He seemed quite smart now, as if he had recharged his IQ. Are you suggesting that I should become her good friend first, then see if there's any hope? I didn't say that. Wang Hao shook his head decisively. He couldn't carry this burden. I just feel sorry for her, having never had a genuine friend since childhood. Of course, whether you can become her good friend depends on your behavior. I can't be specific, but as far as I see it, your character is definitely fine. The rest is up to fate. Got it. I got it, Zhao Zhenhao said eagerly. I'll go home and plan how to become her good friend. Seriously? Wang Hao exclaimed, jumping on the spot. Are you going to plan which position to use when you decide to have a baby after getting married? Zhao Zhenhao blushed instantly, as if frozen, unable to speak for a long time. Then what should I do? His IQ took another hit. I have to arrange something. Properly. You have to arrange even eating out with me? Wang Hao questioned. Believe it or not, I'm going to drag you to a food stall to eat fried scorpions right now. Zhao Zhenhao's face paled instantly. That's the issue, you're just too deliberate, Wang Hao concluded. You have to arrange everything so meticulously. Human relationships aren't like your company. They don't need to be perfectly prepared. The more you do this, the more pressure you put on others. This really isn't the way to go. Well, okay then, Zhao Zhenhao, with an IQ that seemed to drop to 60. I'll try to listen to you. That's more like it. Wang Hao raised his glass. Come on, let's drink. After another round of drinks, Wang Hao suddenly remembered Zhao Zhenhao looking very surprised when Wang Mengfei appeared earlier. Ah, this was quite curious. Wang Hao asked, by the way, did you know Brother Fei before? Of course, Zhao Zhenhao laughed. We're both from the Taekwondo department. Of course we know each other. Wang Hao's eyes immediately lit up. Then tell me, how did you end up challenging Brother Fei? Ever since I heard about it, you've been like a god in my eyes. Anyone who dares challenge Brother Fei is a god. Let's not talk about it. This matter is really Zhao Zhenhao's dark past. He took a big swig of his drink, perhaps to fortify himself, and after swallowing said sadly, I originally thought this girl looked pretty good. Don't all men have a bit of a desire to conquer? Wang Hao, you're speeding down the road to ruin, comrade. Wang Hao anxiously asked. Then what happened next? Then I challenged her, Zhao Zhenhao said with a rueful smile. It ended disastrously. I was bedridden for 15 days before I could get up. My family wanted to make trouble for her, but I stopped them. After all, I had initiated the challenge, and I don't like family interference. It just fizzled out after that. That makes sense, given Zhao Zhenhao's character. But you're from the Zhao family. Wang Hao asked. Did it really just end there? You must be hiding something from me, right? How should I put this? Zhao Zhenhao thought for a moment, then suddenly gave a slight smile. You know about the Hong family, right? Brother Fei's mother is from the Hong family. With that, Wang Hao understood. No wonder Brother Fei was still prancing around even after causing such a big scene. Looks like this guy has a complicated background. Anyway, that's the situation. Zhao Zhenhao took another sip of his drink and sighed deeply. I only found out about it later. There's so much hidden beneath the surface of our four big families that you can't even begin to imagine. Huh, let's not talk about this anymore. Wang Hao, my entire body is crawling with goosebumps, damn it. Brother Fei has such a background. Just as they were discussing this, Brother Fei's call came through. Brother Fei, Wang Hao glanced at Zhao Jinhao. I'm eating right now. Then Wang Hao saw Zhao Jinhao's hands tremble, desperately gesturing him with his eyes, clearly meaning that he must not mention being together with him. Cut the crap. Brother Fei was fierce on the other end of the phone. 1 o'clock this afternoon. Get here quick. Oh shit. I just remembered. Today I have to put on the act as Brother Fei's boyfriend. Wang Hao broke into a cold sweat. Okay, where are you? Then I'll hurry over. I'll send you the location, Wang Mengfei said. By the way, you seem to have a pretty good relationship with that big star. Can you bring her along? Hee, I really fancy that girl. Wang Hao. Damn it, this is impossible. Hee. Wang Hao chuckled nervously. The weather is really nice today. I'll head over now, don't worry. Don't change the subject. Wang Mengfei shouted. I didn't even get enough contact with Miss Ice Princess's hand yesterday. Find a way to bring her along. Where the hell am I supposed to find a way? Who do you think she is? Am I supposed to just call her up on command? Maybe I should bring Brother Hao over to cool you off? Wang Hao shot Zhao Jinhao a sidelong glance. Then he saw Zhao Jinhao sweating profusely. Maybe we can talk about this another time, Wang Hao whispered. You know, Brother Fei, I'm just a regular citizen trying to invite a big star. I'm nowhere near that level. Even if I were at that level, I couldn't just do it. Just give it up. Fine. Then hurry up and get here, Wang Mengfei said. You have to sort this out for me today no matter what. Yeah, that is indeed the real issue. Wang Hao immediately nodded. Okay, don't worry, I'm on my way. As soon as the call ended, Zhao Jinhao, impressed by Wang Hao's performance of not betraying his comrade, looked around sneakily, then asked, Brother Hao, what's going on with Brother Fei? What else could it be? Wang Hao was utterly exasperated. Brother Fei has a blind date today, and he wants me to go mess it up, posing as her boyfriend. What? Zhao Jinhao's eyes nearly popped out. He stared at Wang Hao in disbelief for quite a while, then slowly gave a thumbs up. No more words needed. Brother Hao, you are the real deal. Chapter 141, Male Best Friend. Fine. Wang Hao was utterly frustrated. At a time like this, can you not add fuel to the fire? Why don't you go instead? I think you'd do a much better job than I would. Just one look at your outfit and they'd back off themselves. Brother Hao, spare me. Zhao Jinhao, who always dressed like a distinguished gentleman, immediately turned pale. I'd rather enlist in the army than mess with Wang Mengfei. Brother Hao, you should go. Wang Hao, looks like you've got a pretty big psychological shadow, comrade. Forget it, you seem pretty tragic. Wang Hao chuckled as he stood up. I'll head off then. I'll walk you there. Zhao Jinhao looked at Wang Hao as if he was gazing at a martyr about to make the ultimate sacrifice. I'm so thankful you didn't mention me earlier. Otherwise, if Mengfei knew I was involved, my troubles would be huge. Hee, remember you owe me one, huh? After settling the bill and leaving the restaurant, Zhao Jinhao escorted Wang Hao to the designated spot, still 2 blocks away from the destination. Zhao Jinhao dared not go any further. Wang Hao had no choice. It was unavoidable. Tension grew with each encounter. Yeah, understandably so. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao then walked gallantly towards the agreed spot. What a wonderful life. Days like these might be scarce in the future. Crossing 2 streets, Wang Hao saw from a distance a girl standing by a utility pole, sticking out like a crane among chickens. The first sight of her made his heart flutter. Damn, one must admit, Brother Fei is a genuinely gorgeous girl. Ignoring her character, which could rival that of the protagonist Long Outyin, she definitely has the potential to be a top star. Look at that tall figure, even taller than Bai Yining by half a head. Look at that ample chest and those toned arms, clearly a figure maintained by regular athletic activities. Not a bit of excess fat anywhere. Especially dressed in that refreshing t-shirt and jeans combo, with long hair tied into a ponytail, and those gentle eyes, clearly a pure and good girl. Wang Hao was still admiring her when a passing pedestrian's comment snapped him out of it. Look, that girl looks so spirited. Wang Hao, spirited. Do you even know what spirited means? Wang Hao felt the term couldn't be more accurate. Looking closer, Brother Fei had sharp, bold features, the look of a handsome, straightforward man. This is like a female version of Sister Cohen. All I feel right now is intense jealousy. If I looked like her, imagine how many girls I could charm. Like a modern-day Rouge. Brother Fei, regardless of his thoughts, he had to greet her. I'm here. I guess you made it pretty quickly, being old classmates. Wang Mengfei was quite straightforward. Listen, I thought about it yesterday. I can't say you're my boyfriend. When we go in, I have to say you're my guy best friend. You'll have to handle the rest, okay? Wang Hao, my first time being someone's guy best friend. But, hey, it's better than being a boyfriend. No problem, absolutely no problem. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. I've got it. Just a guy best friend. How tough can it be, right? Today Brother Fei needs my help. Oh man, just thinking that long out yin like Brother Fei needs me makes me feel incredibly satisfied. Ha ha, awesome. Good, Wang Mengfei smiled. Then I'm counting on you to stir things up. Rest assured, Wang Hao laughed heartily. Mission guaranteed. Isn't it just making a scene? I'm the best at that. That's good. Wang Mengfei breathed a sigh of relief, then pulled a pack of soft heaven cigarettes from her pocket. Have one, consider it a send-off. Her hand trembled visibly as she offered a cigarette, looking, perhaps, a bit nervous. Wang Hao, isn't this just like what they always show on TV? Heroes, after this bowl of wine. Let's head to Mount Liang. Brother Fei, why do I feel like you're a bit nervous? Wang Hao took the cigarette. It's just a blind date. You don't need to be so worked up, right? Do you think I want to be? Wang Mengfei sighed again. My mom seems to have noticed something about my situation, so it's tough for me now. I'm a believer in staying single, but my mom definitely can't handle that. If I don't have kids in the future, she'll be depressed. Sigh, let's just take it one step at a time. I knew this guy had a hard time every day. That? Wang Hao took a puff of cigarette and after thinking a bit, suddenly asked, how about I help you make today's meeting successful? Go to hell. Wang Mengfei snapped angrily. Just the thought of a man touching my body in the future makes me feel sick. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Let's go inside and talk. Wang Hao, maybe try being touched by a woman, Brother Fei? The appointed blind date spot was a CAF named Edinburgh on this commercial street, reputed to have a very high success rate at matchmaking. So Wang Hao felt considerable pressure. Should I make it happen or mess it up during the date? Entering the CAF, Wang Mengfei led Wang Hao to table number 18 and they sat down. Soon, a young man entered the CAF, looked around a bit, and when he saw Wang Mengfei, his eyes lit up and he confidently walked over. The man was around 26 or 27, dressed in a black suit with a white shirt inside, and his leather shoes were so shiny that a fly would break a leg if it landed on them. He had a crew cut and a face full of arrogance. When he reached Wang Hao's table, he gave Wang Mengfei a detailed look, then casually slouched on the sofa and nonchalantly placed a set of car keys on the table. Wang Hao sneaked a glance. It was a Toyota Key, Camry based on the design. He also glanced at the man's wrist, which was casually revealed and quite shiny with a watch that didn't look cheap. Is it Meng Fei? The man crossed his legs after sitting down and looked at Wang Mengfei. I'm Peng Yongyan. You can just call me Brother Yen. Wow, this guy's pretty cool. Asking others to call him Brother Yen right off the bat. Impressive. Yep, it's me. Facing the cool Brother Yen, Wang Mengfei shyly smiled, causing Wang Hao to sweat profusely. Since when did Brother Fei smile so demurely? Did the sun rise from the west today? Hello. Peng Yongyan nodded lightly, then looked at Wang Hao with a puzzled face and asked, Meng Fei, what's the meaning of bringing a guy along to your blind date? He's my best friend. Brother Fei actually lowered his head shyly this time, speaking very gently. It's my first blind date, and I was a bit scared, so I asked him to help me check things out. Wang Hao felt a chill. Brother Fei, what's happened to you, Brother Fei? This isn't like you at all, Brother Fei. Aren't you supposed to kick the other guy over and walk away coolly, based on your usual personality? This is making it very hard for me, Brother Hao. Should I mess things up, or help you succeed? While Wang Hao was hesitating, he suddenly felt a pain on his foot, then heard Brother Fei continue. I don't interact with guys much normally. You can just talk to him. Wang Hao immediately steeled himself and nodded. Yes, just talk to me. Oh, a male best friend, huh? Peng Yongyan smirked dismissively and then casually extended his hand. How should I address you? Sure thing. I'm Wang Hao. Wang Hao grinned and shook his hand, and that's when the actual blind date scene started. Wang Hao. Peng Yongyan withdrew his hand and immediately snapped his fingers. Waiter, 3 cappuccinos. After ordering the coffee, Peng Yongyan stared at Wang Hao and casually asked, "Hey, as a male best friend, are you straight or not?" Damn, is that even a question? Of course I'm straight. Since he was helping Brother Fei, Wang Hao kept his demeanor pleasant. Straight, definitely straight. Straight, huh? Peng Yongyan fiddled with the car keys in his hand, asking, "So you and Ming Fei, nothing will happen in the future, right?" That felt threatening. The moment Peng Yongyan spoke those words, Wang Hao felt a chill spread over him. Damn, stepping on me again. Take note, he stepped on me several times now. Chapter 142. I almost believed the bullshit you spouted. Please subscribe and vote for monthly tickets. No. Wang Hao continued playing the nice guy. You can rest assured, I just came today to help her check things out and keep an eye on things. Rabbits don't eat the grass at the edge of their nests, right? So that's how it is, Peng Yongyan nodded. At this point, he seemed to already regard Wang Mingfei as something guaranteed and chuckled. As long as nothing more than friendship happens between you two, that would be best. As he said this, Peng Yongyan carefully sized up Wang Mingfei and said, "Well, I'm quite satisfied with Mingfei's looks. But as you know, when it comes to arranged dates, it's not just about the looks. We also have to consider family background, zodiac signs, horoscopes, and all that stuff, right?" Wang Hao. Holy shit, your standards are pretty high, huh? Last year it was horoscopes, and this year it's the 5 elements? Yes. Wang Hao was sweating by now. Honestly quite frightened that Brother Fei couldn't control himself. Is Mingfei a local? Peng Yongyan took another look at Wang Mingfei, then asked Wang Hao, "For us Zhonghai people, when it comes to choosing a partner, it must be a local. If it's someone from outside the area, no matter how pretty, we can't consider them, right? Does she have a Zhonghai residency?" Damn, does she just have a Zhonghai residency? Do you know about the Hong family, one of the 4 major families? Of course, he couldn't say that. Local residency, absolutely local. Wang Hao nodded like a pecking chicken. Then he immediately regretted it. Damn, I should have just said she wasn't a local and ended it there, idiot. That's good. What about income? Peng Yongyan was clearly very concerned about this, looking at Wang Mingfei differently. She makes about 40 to 50,000 a month, right? Wang Hao, why don't you just go with the wind and rise straight up 9,000 miles? The income is quite okay, Wang Hao cautiously chimed in. There was absolutely no way he could let Brother Fei lose face now. So he nodded. She's involved in a special effects production team. And the monthly income, how much should I say? Wang Hao said, 30 to 40,000 at least. Oh, that's not bad. Peng Yongyan's eyes brightened immediately upon hearing this. Then she must have a car, right? Which one out there is hers? Or yours will do. Wang Hao, both of us walk everywhere. How would we have a car? Well, haven't bought one yet. Wang Hao hastily explained for Brother Fei. We're planning to buy a nice one. Besides, once we're married, 1 car for 2 people will be enough. Right, that makes sense. Peng Yongyan began fiddling with his car keys again. No rush really. I just got this new Camry, high-end model. I reckon it'll serve well as a commuter car. Speaking of which, if what you say is true, Mingfei and I together would have almost 100,000 a month, and both of us have local residencies, so future life should be quite good. Damn, you've asked so much, it's brother's turn to ask, right? Seems like you're doing well financially. That, Brother Yen. Wang Hao looked at Peng Yongyan, finally beginning his inquiry. May I know what job you have? It sounds like you have a high income. Wang Hao was just casually asking this question. As in arranged dates, such straightforward, direct questions were necessary. However, he hadn't expected that upon mentioning this, Peng Yongyan suddenly became spirited. My income is definitely great. Peng Yongyan had intentionally steered the conversation towards this topic, and upon seeing Wang Hao so cooperative, he slapped his thigh proudly and said, I'm in sales, real estate, you know? My performance this year is impeccable, especially with that Zhonghai Divine plate you might have heard about. It's in Goldenstone Town near the South Third Ring. I do sales there. And here I thought you were some high-end rich second generation or something. Turns out you're just a property salesman. But speaking of which, Why does the name Golden Stone Town sound so familiar? Wang Hao suddenly widened his eyes. Zhonghai Divine Plate? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? You really don't know much, do you? Peng Yongyan really got excited this time, looking rather spirited. Golden Stone Town within the Zhonghai three-ring divine zone. The Tianjin real estate flipping group was just here a couple of days ago. Just this neighborhood. Guess how many apartments were sold this month? Go on, guess. Sold how many apartments? This indeed calls for a serious guess. I'm guessing. Wang Hao thought hard. About 100 or so? 100. Hearing Wang Hao's reply, Peng Yongyan was initially stunned. Then he began slapping his thigh and bursting into laughter. Huh? How could it be only 100? Divine Plate. Do you understand what Divine Plate means? A neighborhood that doesn't sell 300 to 500 units a month can be called a Divine Plate. Damn. So then Golden Stone Town must really be doing well. So how many were sold? Wang Hao widened his eyes. 300. With a look that screamed, "You country bumpkin," Peng Yongyan proudly said, "This number." He stretched out his right hand, waving his 5 fingers in front of Wang Hao, and then proudly said, "Didn't expect that, huh? Over 580 units. And now, just the ordinary high-rises in our neighborhood. The price per square meter jumped from 31,000 to 45,000. Do you realize what that means? Just any apartment there is worth 2 to 3 million. Oh God, can it really be that exaggerated? So that means the apartment that Fatty gave us. Let me do the math here. If the ordinary high-rises are 45,000 per square meter, then those townhouses must be, damn, not 70 or 80,000 per square meter. Yes, yes. Wang Hao's eyes nearly sparkled. So many apartments sold in 1 month. Your commission must be quite a lot, right? Do you even need to ask? Peng Yongyan grew even more boastful. Just our Golden Stone Town has a villa area. You know about villas, right? Recently, the Tianjin real estate flipping group came to us. Seeing the houses, damn, the crowd was huge. All these people definitely have deep pockets. If they buy houses, they buy by the floor. At that moment, I figured, seeing such a big crowd, there's definitely money to be made. Guess what happened just now? We had a house with bad feng shui, and I immediately had an idea. Wang Hao, wait a minute, this scene sounds so familiar. The Tianjin real estate flipping group came, and there was a house with bad feng shui? Wang Hao already guessed something and sat there waiting to hear Peng Yongyan boast. Yeah, those from the Tianjin real estate flipping group indeed have a lot of money. You must have sold quite a few houses that day. Do you even need to ask? Peng Yongyan immediately began describing the scene. Just so happens I know a bit about feng shui. I first told the owner of the house with bad feng shui that road directly facing the house. That's called a gun evil. And if it was just that, it would be okay. But most importantly, those 2 tall buildings far away looked as if they've been chopped down by a knife. That's called heavenly/evil. With these 2 evils combined, even gods couldn't withstand it. He got more and more excited, unbuttoning his shirt and gesticulating in front of Wang Hao, his gold watch nearly blinding Wang Hao with its sheen. I immediately went to find our manager. Peng Yongyan spat as he spoke. I told the manager, we can't keep going like this with our real estate. The feng shui is off. It's going to cause big problems for the people living there. It must be changed. If not, we can't sell these houses anymore. Amazing, amazing. Wang Hao was even more amused, asking him. So the manager agreed? Do you even need to ask? Peng Yongyan was all coolness. Would it work if she didn't agree? I had clear and sound logic. I took the manager and the people from the Tianjin real estate flipping group to see that house, and right there on the spot, just as I saw, gun evil plus heavenly/evil. It's a wonder the owner wasn't directly done in, seeing they had such great fortune. Then I told the manager, we need to install something right on top of our neighborhood's main gate. What to install? Just find a big rock and secure it on the gate. Guess what happened then? Wang Hao's eyes widened. What happened? Right then and there, the evil chi was broken. Peng Yongyan roared with laughter. Just then, the owner's father. If I hadn't broken the evil chi, he would have almost been killed by a car. Tell me, am I amazing or what? If I hadn't been the protagonist of the event, I would have almost believed the bullshit you're spouting. Wang Hao and Wang Mengfei both nodded. Amazing. Chapter 143. Kid, you've got my lines down pat. Awesome, right? Peng Yongyan was still completely oblivious to the fact that his bragging had blown up, and he continued to boast. Oh man, as soon as I dispelled that evil qi, the Tianjin property speculators immediately started calling me master. Just guess how many villas I sold that day. Really, take a wild guess. Do I even need to guess? The villa gifted to me had its name written all over it. I totally get it. Could it be 10 villas? Wang Hao decisively played along. And the commission from that? It must have been quite a sum, right? How could that be? Peng Yongyan shook his head vigorously. If I only sold 10 villas, then what the heck am I doing? I'm not afraid to tell you guys. In this one go, I sold 26 villas. 26. Do you get what that means? Wang Hao and Wang Mengfei's eyes bulged. What does it mean? Wang Hao knew the twists and turns involved here, while Wang Mengfei usually didn't deal much with this sort of thing, so she was genuinely a bit curious. So your commission, it must have been quite a sum, right? Do you even have to ask? Peng Yongyan laughed heartily and said, for selling one house, my commission is 0.3%. You might think this commission seems small, right? That's because you don't understand the real estate market in Zhonghai City. The villas I sold, the smallest one costs 7 million, so 0.3% of that is 21,000. If it's the bigger kind, like 11 million, then that's 33,000. The 26 villas I sold, 17 were small ones and 9 were big ones. How much does that add up to? You do the math, use a calculator. Oh boy, this guy really got addicted to boasting. Of course, I've got to play along. Wang Hao immediately took out his calculator and started doing the math. Let's see, 21,000 times 17, that's 357,000. 33,000 times 9, that's 297,000. Altogether, holy shit, 654,000. My goodness, you made 654,000 in one day. Upon hearing this number, not only was Wang Hao stunned, even Wang Mengfei was rather shocked. Damn, her company doesn't even pull in 654,000 in a month's worth of business. And here's this little sales guy making a clean 654,000 selling houses in one day. Holy shit, I can't stand this. Wang Hao, sister, you're stepping on me again. How many times is that today? I need to go to the restroom, Wang Mengfei said, ducking her head as she ran out. Wang Hao hurriedly tried to smooth things over. She drank a bit too much water before coming today. A bit too much. Oh well, what can I say? Peng Yongyan leaned back in his chair with a smug laugh. The young lady might find it hard to accept the amount I've earned. But that's not a big issue. Once we're together and she gets used to it, it'll be fine. He was still boasting when Wang Hao's WeChat notification sounded. Wang Mengfei. Today you absolutely have to crush his arrogance for me. I can't stand him showing off in front of me anymore. If you don't do it, I swear my dad will step in. I'm going crazy. Wang Hao. Wang Hao. Holy shit, Brother Fei, please hold back. I'll do my best, I promise. Wang Mengfei. How the hell do I meet such a jerk even during a matchmaking encounter? My head is about to explode. Holy shit, this is the first time I've seen Brother Fei this worked up. Wang Hao. Understood. Wang Mengfei. Brother Hao? Big Brother Hao. Big brother. Moi? It's up to you to take this guy down a notch for me later. I hate nothing more than people who brag in front of me. Wang Hao. Holy crap, I got chills all over. Brother Fei is really angry. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Buddy, it's not that I don't want to help you, but if you have to blame someone, blame it on stepping on a landmine. Of all people to boast to, you had to choose Brother Fei, and he's not someone you can mess with that easily. After all, this is the information age. As Wang Hao was quietly chatting with Brother Fei, Peng Yongyan wasn't idle on his end. Either. On WeChat. Peng Yongyan. Hey, hurry up, is everyone ready? This lady is definitely a stunner. Come on. Nyo. Holy shit. Yongyan, is the girl that good looking? Brother Hao, for real or what? We need pics or it didn't happen. Old Peng. Peng Yongyan. Cut the crap, you'll see when you get here. That face. Those boobs. That waist. Those legs. Absolutely top-notch. 100 times better looking than those internet celebrities nowadays. I must score with her. Let's follow the original plan. Nyo. Old Peng is getting frisky again. How long are you planning to keep this one around? Peng Yongyan. Who cares how long? Let's get it on first. Brother Hao. Still the same old horn dog, eh? Wait up, I'm on my way. We sticking to the usual routine. Peng Yongyan. Of course. After sending the location and putting away his phone, just at that moment, Wang Mengfei returned. Sorry to keep you waiting. Wang Mengfei reverted to her good girl facade, walking back with much propriety. Seeing Wang Mengfei with that blush on her cheeks, radiating astonishing youthful energy, Peng Yongyan got excited again. Ah, bro, where were we just now? Peng Yongyan sneaked a glance at Wang Mengfei and then laughingly said, Right, we were talking about how much money the house sale made, weren't we? Actually, that 650,000 is before tax. After tax, it's about 400,000. The taxes are a bit steep, otherwise I'd have picked up a BMW straight away. Getting a Camry seems a bit of a waste, but no worries, I'll change it later, it's no biggie. Wang Mengfei pursed her lips and smiled, starting to fiddle with her hair again. Sure, there's always a chance to switch later. Seeing Brother Fei's tender gesture made Wang Hao feel a chill, but at that moment he had to play his part. Nice, nice. That car must have been expensive, eh? A high-end Camry. That's got to be what, 250,000 or 260,000? All in, 280,000. Peng Yongyan began toying with his car keys in his hand, while saying, as a man, you've got to be a bit harsh on yourself. So after buying the car, I just picked up a watch on the side, a Rolex, more than 80,000. The remaining 40,000 is just pocket change, haha. Wang Hao's face was almost red. Buddy, you're really running out of breath bragging about your weight. It's said that fortune is invincible, and today, with luck on his side, anyone showing off in front of Brother Hao is bound to bite off more than they can chew. The WeChat notification rang out. Wang Hao pulled out his phone and couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Feng. Master, where are you? Your friend has already paid the money yesterday, including the property, at P15-3 in your name. When will you have time to come and sign? Wang Hao. I'm a bit tied up right now, probably can't make it today. Zhao Feng. Is that so? Well, that's not a problem. Could you possibly spare a couple of minutes? I can personally bring the contract to you. You only need to sign and put your fingerprint. Wang Hao. That's so kind of you. I'll send you the location right away. After sending Zhao Feng the location, he put away his phone. Hee, little smarty, that's what you get for showing off. At that moment, Wang Mengfei asked, How exactly did you manage to sell 26 villas? Wang Hao. Brother Fei sounds pretty sweet when he gets gentle. Hearing Wang Mengfei's question, Peng Yongyan got even more excited and continued boasting. Speaking of which, Mengfei, you wouldn't believe the image I was rocking back then. Those guys. From the Tianjin property flipping group? How could I possibly let such fat sheep slip by? I dragged them straight to see the villas. You got to see the houses, right? I took the whole squad into the villa district and started talking about feng shui. He took out his phone, found the planning map of Golden Stone Town Villa District, and began to explain point by point to Wang Mengfei, while Wang Hao listened with a grin, hearing him pirate his speech. See those high-rises around? To the east, there are more than a dozen, all nicely staggered. Directly to the north, there are 8 high-rises but a bit lower than those in the east. On the west, also high-rises but lower than those on the north side. Wang Mengfei asked, Is there a special reason for that? You bet, Peng Yongyan said. Notice how all those high-rises are earthy yellow? That's called using the high-rises as mountains, turning this entire villa area into a classic cauldron-like structure. Those high-rises behind are what you call a strong backing. From a feng shui perspective, that's what you call a treasure land of feng shui. Wang Hao. Look at you, slickly reciting my lines. Chapter 144. Why does this sound so comforting? Never would have guessed Brother Yen was a feng shui master. Wang Hao said, dramatically widening his eyes. Not many people know feng shui these days. Brother Yen is quite impressive. Indeed, once he heard how much Wang Hao admired him, Peng Yongyan about believed his own hype. Look here, Peng Yongyan continued. The high-rise on the west side is shorter than the one on the east. In feng shui, there's an old saying, azure dragon on the left, white tiger on the right, vermilion bird in front, and black turtle behind. The dragon must rise among the clouds, so it has to be tall. The tiger needs to crouch lower than the azure dragon. The black turtle is heavy. Did you notice how large the high-rise at the back is? The vermilion bird needs to fly, so there must be nothing blocking the front. What do you call this? This is like a man-made treasure bowl layout right here in the city center, featuring complete azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black turtle. Great location. Wang Mengfei was also quite shocked. Surprised, he said, "Where did you get all this feng shui knowledge from?" "Oh well, just bits and pieces here and there." Peng Yongyan laughed heartily, noticed he had piqued Wang Mengfei's interest, and got even more excited. "Selling houses, you see, one must know a bit about feng shui. And guess what? Right after I explained it to them, that group wanted to buy houses on the spot. The best feng shui ones I showed them first were P1 and P2, located to the southeast, great views, unobstructed on all sides, and very convenient transportation. It's quite nice. Unfortunately, those two buildings were phase 1, and they're all sold out." Wang Hao nodded vigorously. "That's really a pity. Of course, I was even thinking of getting a villa." Peng Yongyan shook his head in regret and continued. "Another good spot is this one here, building P15, with a one in the southeast corner providing shelter from wind and rain. In feng shui terms, you say, let the azure dragon rise high, not allowing the white tiger to be higher. Brings nobility and prosperity." Wang Mengfei exclaimed, "This house is that good?" Peng Yongyan laughed. Of course. He was raving so extravagantly, as if he had reached the peak of his life. And just then, a fat man wearing a suit entered through the door. The fat man, who seemed to weigh over 200 pounds, had a red nose and wore a gold chain around his neck. He swaggered in and immediately started laughing as he approached Wang Hao's table. "Brother Yan, I've arrived." The fat man sneakily glanced at Wang Mengfei, his face suddenly showing a lecherous expression, subtly raised his eyebrows at Peng Yongyan, then said, with a laugh, "Oh my, sorry to disturb you while you're busy with personal matters. Look at this trouble." "Ah, not a problem at all." Peng Yongyan promptly introduced him to Wang Hao. "Allow me to introduce. This is Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu, my client, planning to buy a house. I was just around and called him over." Wang Hao and Wang Mengfei exchanged glances. "What's going on? Does this mean we get to watch you make a sale right here? All right then. Please, begin your show, Brother Yan." Okay. Mr. Liu greeted Wang Hao and Wang Mengfei cheerfully, then turned to Peng Yongyan. "Brother Yan, I liked the house before. You said it wasn't possible. What if I buy one in Golden Stone Town?" "Oh man, buying a house, you have to pick carefully." Peng Yongyan nonchalantly pulled out his phone, set it on the table for Mr. Liu to see. "I think with your ability, Mr. Liu, you should hurry and grab a villa. The villas in our development are almost sold out. Prices are changing every day. Not to mention, just these 149 SQM intermediate units, absolutely top-notch." "Oh my, isn't the villa gifted by the fat man just like these? Let's listen to what this guy has to say. Is it that good?" Mr. Liu asked curiously. "Can you explain?" "Sure thing," Peng Yongyan started. "You see, our country's regulations, any house over 168 SQM has a deed tax of 4%. But for this 149 SQM, it's within 168, so the deed tax is only 1.5%. Adding up the numbers, with the housing prices now, see the difference? Now the 149 SQM units have risen to 9 million. 1.5% is 135,000. But the end units, those are now 14 million. At 4%, that's 560,000. The difference here is 425,000. Holy crap, that's quite a bargain," Mr. Liu exclaimed. "That's really worth it." Wang Hao also listened excitedly. "Man, the fat man really is our true brother. Although we'll have to pay for the villa eventually, these taxes can indeed save a lot." Then another calculation. "Wait, that's not right. The fat man bought 6 units, each one averaging a 2 million increase. All 6 together. Damn it, this guy made 12 million just in these 2 days. Holy crap, this villa money." Indeed, just as he was thinking about it, Brother Hao received a WeChat message. "Brother Hao, you're simply amazing. In just these couple of days, my house made a clear profit of over 10 million yuan. Ha ha ha, hanging out with Brother Hao definitely has its perks. Wang Hao, when I have enough money, you must sell it to me at the price you bought it at. No price hikes allowed." "Renxing, what are you saying, Brother Hao? Thanks to you, My family made a clean 30 million yuan from coal, and I've earned another 10 million from the house. My dad said if I dare to take your money, he will break my leg. Brother Hao, please spare me. Wang Hao. Oh, how can one feel embarrassed? If it's free, why not take it? Just as Wang Hao was feeling elated, on the other side, Peng Yongyan was also speaking extravagantly. Mr. Liu, consider this house layout again, perfectly square. The garage our developers built was exactly 2.35 meters high, which by national standards must be at least 2.4 meters to count as residential area. Just this garage alone is equivalent to giving away around 60 square meters for free. Just think about it. In Zhonghai City, how much is a parking spot worth? And how about a garage? Mr. Liu kept nodding. Makes sense. Makes sense. Wang Hao couldn't stop smiling either. Oh my, why does this sound so satisfying? Peng Yongyan continued. Moreover, this house, the third-floor terrace, can be enclosed adding over 20 square meters, plus the rooftop garden provided for free. When you buy this villa, if you install an elevator later, it will go straight from the garage to the rooftop sunroom. Completely interconnected, absolutely grand and awesome. Yes, install an elevator. It has to have an elevator. It will be convenient when our parents grow older. Yeah, no wonder it sells so well. Mr. Liu stroked his chin. It really seems necessary to get one, especially with the prices rising so quickly. I really need to hurry. By the way, he said, looking mysteriously at Peng Yongyan. How about it, Brother Yen, Master Yen? I've heard that the reason your properties appreciate so fast is because you're excellent at feng shui. I heard even Manager Zhao listens to you. Could you pick a good spot for me? Wang Hao. Manager. Zhao? Zhao Fong, right? Wang Mingfei at the side. Brother Yen, you're really impressive. Wang Hao. Damn it, stepping on me again. No problem at all. Peng Yongyan, completely unaware of how Brother Fei was barely able to restrain himself, continued proudly. I have a lot of sway in our sales department now. He began to show Mr. Liu the feng shui. In this villa area, the two best spots are already sold out. There aren't many left. I can only try my best to pick a good one for you. Mr. Liu, look at this one. He pointed to a villa on the west side of the area, saying, this one, on the west side of the treasure basin, echoes the best one on the east. It's usually uncrowded and quiet here, bordered by high rises, and from a feng shui perspective, this is called vermilion bird protection, a good place. Wang Hao was utterly dumbfounded. Dude, you've learned to talk like us, but don't contradict yourself. Earlier, you said you'd rather have the azure dragon soar than the vermilion bird be slightly elevated, but now it's suddenly vermilion bird protection? And besides, there is no such thing as vermilion bird protection in feng shui. Wang Hao listened in all kinds of confusion, while Peng Yongyan still felt good about himself. Let's buy this one. You won't regret it. Mr. Liu, it's not me talking big, but you really need to hurry and make a move. You will thank me after a few days when the price doubles. Right. Mr. Liu immediately waved his hand grandly. Buy? Must buy. After all, that was the moment for Peng Yongyan to continue boasting, just as he managed to close the deal with his kung fu skills, ready to boast a bit more about earning 40,000. But there's always a dramatic twist. The very moment Mr. Liu said to buy, a gentle female voice followed. Isn't this little Peng? And little Liu? What are you guys doing here? Chapter 145. Expecting the unexpected? Surprised or thrilled? And now, my friends, the Rattle show begins. Several people turned their heads, and the woman who arrived appeared to be in her early 30s, quite dignified in appearance, and had a smile in her eyes as she looked at Wang Hao. Who else could it be but Golden Stone Town sales manager Zhao Fong? As soon as Zhao Fong arrived, she pulled out a folder and respectfully placed it in front of Wang Hao. Master, I've brought the contract. Master? Manager Zhao is actually calling this Wang Hao master? Manager Zhao, you're here? Wang Hao immediately stood up, first took the pen and signed his name, then with an embarrassed face. Ah, look at this, making you personally come over. I feel quite bad. Not at all. Zhao Fong pulled over a chair to sit down, and then laughed. If it weren't for you, our properties wouldn't have sold this fast. What's a little trip to me, haha? As soon as Peng Yongyan saw Zhao Fong, his forehead broke out in cold sweat, and he stammered, Zhao. Manager Zhao, the master you're referring to. Oh yes. Zhao Feng, clearly unaware of what had just happened, smiled and said, the one sitting in front of you is the feng shui master I mentioned before. Thanks to him, our properties are selling so well. Surprise. Wang Hao grinned at Peng Yongyan. How about that? Is it unexpected? Are you surprised? Is it thrilling? Little buddy, weren't you just boasting? Keep it up. At this point, not only was Peng Yongyan completely dumbfounded, but Mr. Lu Qiong, was also feeling miserable. Because clearly, as soon as Zhao Feng saw him, she called him Little Lu. One can be certain he's also a salesperson. Well, let me reintroduce myself. Wang Hao looked at the two clueless guys in front of him and said with a smile, my name is Wang Hao. I'm a scriptwriter, and of course, I am also the feng shui master who helped your property sell over 30 villas in one day. Peng Yongyan, Lu Qiong, Wang Mengfei. So you've been sitting there this whole time, just watching us make fools of ourselves? Peng Yongyan was thoroughly frustrated, and Lu Qiong was falling apart. This is like bragging in front of the person himself. Damn, my face is lost big time today. Oh, look at this situation, Wang Hao continued. I was thinking about reminding you earlier, but with such a cool entrance, I had to play along, right? It wasn't a big deal, but then you go on about your high-end Camry, your Rolex, earning tens of thousands a month. I had to let you finish your story, right? Peng Yongyan's face instantly turned green. This was a slap in the face. Actually, if it were just bragging a little bit, that would be SOSO. Wang Hao leaned back in his chair and continued. But you started getting more and more extravagant. If it weren't for the fact that all those words were mine, I would have almost believed it myself. Comrade, you can't do this, deceiving a young girl like that. Good thing I came today, or your bragging might really have worked. Humph, try to brag in front of Brother Hao, as if you weigh that much. Peng Yongyan's lips trembled. His face was completely lost today. Could it be? Wang Mengfei looked at Peng Yongyan, then at Wang Hao, her eyes suddenly bursting with a golden light that could dazzle someone's eyes. Nice, Brother Hao? So all that feng shui stuff he was talking about was actually what you said before. Praise like this feels so good. It's nothing much. Wang Hao scratched his head modestly. Just something I casually researched when I'm free, huh? Go on and lavish praise on me. I can never have too much. You all are. Zhao Feng was still a bit confused, looking at Wang Hao and Wang Mengfei, then at Peng Yongyan and Lu Qiong. It's nothing, Wang Hao smiled. Just that today my friend had a blind date with him. And here he came. I heard he earned quite a bit this month, selling over 20 villas, buying cars and watches, and he also lectured me quite a bit about feng shui. After all, as a sales manager, his mind just turned so fast. Once Wang Hao explained, Zhao Feng immediately understood. No wonder you borrowed the company car from me today. Zhao Feng's face grew cold in an instant. So, you were here to trick a young girl, huh? Wang Hao and Wang Mengfei were taken aback. Holy shit, he borrowed the car. No, Manager Zhao, let me explain. Peng Yongyan was sweating profusely, desperately trying to clarify. I really did come out to meet a client, which is why I borrowed the car. That's just how quickly the boat of friendship can capsize, isn't it? Before he could finish, Lu Qiong had spilled the beans. Manager Zhao, here's the thing, Lu Qiong shouted. He said he had a blind date today, so he borrowed the car, and even dragged me here to pretend to be the boss inspecting houses. Manager Zhao, this has nothing to do with me. I came because I couldn't bear to refuse. If you don't need me for anything else, I'll head back to work now. After saying his piece, he turned and left, moving at least 3 times faster than when he arrived. Wang Hao, Wang Mengfei, Zhao Feng, Manager Zhao, please listen to me. Peng Yongyan was so anxious he was almost wetting himself. This Manager Zhao was no ordinary person. Although just a sales manager, her authority was nothing to scoff at. Angering her was no joke. What else do you have to say? Zhao Feng's face was completely cold. Borrowing the company car to go on a blind date, deceiving that young girl. If it were only that, I might still understand the vanity of youth. But it wasn't just that. You also concocted lies about your amazing achievements, claimed you could read feng shui, and even bragged in front of the master. Luckily I was here today. Otherwise, how would I have explained to the girl if she'd been deceived? While Zhao Feng was fiercely giving Peng Yongyan a piece of her mind, Wang Hao just sat there grinning, enjoying the drama. There's no mercy for those who pretend to be rich to pick up girls. He might seem pitiful getting chewed out now, but who would pity all the young girls he deceived before? So, for people like him, you can't indulge their behavior. Manager Zhao, please let me explain. Seeing Zhao Feng's demeanor, Peng Yongyan knew this was serious and begged desperately. Give me another chance. I promise not to do this again. Explain what? Zhao Feng snorted coldly. You don't have to come to work anymore. Let me give you one piece of advice. Be down to earth and honest. Don't always think about deceiving people. Today it was me, but if some other girl got tricked, our company would be responsible. With a wave of her hand, Peng Yongyan shuffled off like a drowned rat. Nicely done. Wang Hao clapped his hands and laughed. People who lure innocent young ladies should not be spared. Otherwise, who knows what egregious acts he might commit in the future. I never expected him to do something like this. Zhao Feng sighed and shook her head, then smiled. All right, enough about him. Master, after you sign this contract, you'll officially be one of our homeowners. I would appreciate it if you could visit our neighborhood more often in the future. I've heard many homeowners are eager to meet you, and there are some feng shui matters that need your guidance. See, look at Manager Zhao, how polite and respectful she is. Of course, Wang Hao nodded and said. Now that I'll be a homeowner too, I'll be sure to visit more often. I'm relieved to hear that. Zhao Feng, always straightforward, got up and said, I'll treat you to dinner sometime. For now, I have to go back and file the paperwork. As soon as it's done, that villa will be in your name. It's important to get this sorted quickly. That is indeed important. Wang Hao smiled. All right, then I'll wait for the good news. After Zhao Feng left, Wang Mengfei stretched out languidly. Her curvaceous silhouette almost had Wang Hao's eyes popping. After stretching, Wang Mengfei slapped Wang Hao on the back hard and then wrapped her arms around his neck, bursting into laughter. Wow, Brother Hao, you're awesome. Haha. I was sitting there listening to that guy's bullshit and almost couldn't help but smack him. Was that even a question? Wang Hao's skin crawled, but honestly, Brother Fei's skin was really not bad. Brother Fei, what should we do next? Wang Hao asked with a smile. Your personal bodyguard is right here. Please command, Your Majesty. Chapter 146. You must never show weakness, understand? Her Majesty the Queen really knows how to make Brother Fei happy, doesn't she? She slapped Wang Hao's shoulder hard and laughed. I knew this job was perfect for Brother Hao to handle. Now, we've got to get down to real business. As she spoke, she retracted her arm and clenched her fist so hard it cracked, and she said fiercely, Damn it, some real estate agent bragging in front of me, claiming to make hundreds of thousands a month, dares to look down on me. Come on, let's go check out the office buildings. I've got to get my team up and running, so no one else dares to think I'm making too little. Wow, Brother Fei is seriously pissed. Definitely need to support this. No problem. Wang Hao stood up immediately. Let's go. We'll go check out office buildings right now. That guy's sneering at you for making too little. I couldn't stand to hear it. Actually, although Brother Fei's combat power could be ranked first, and if she were in ancient times, she would probably be at least on the level of Mu Ging or Hua Milan. We live in a harmonious society nowadays, so as long as she doesn't resort to violence, she's a really great friend. Wang Hao took her out and walked straight into a real estate agency. As the two pushed the door open, a clerk immediately greeted them. Welcome. Are you two looking to see some houses? Yeah, just having a look around. Wang Hao nodded with a smile, then looked around the place. This was an agency called 21st Century Real Estate. The walls were adorned with various second-hand housing information. Wang Hao pretended to look around, and then, misunderstanding ensued. Are you two looking for a marital home? The girl, clearly aiming to please, said, We have some very suitable second-hand homes here. New ones too, good layout and location. Sir, would you like to take a look? Wang Hao, there's a murderous vibe. I have a fierce, single-minded monster next to me, the kind that kicks without a second thought. No, we're looking to check out some office buildings. It wasn't the time to show off now. Wang Hao quickly clarified their purpose. Do you have any information on office buildings? Could you show me some? Renting office space. This is big business. Right this way, please. The girl, clearly unaware she'd just skirted the edge of Ghost Gate, led Wang Hao and his companion upstairs. After entering a small conference room, she went to call the manager. It's all on you, Brother Hao. Wang Mengfei clearly had no experience in this area and slumped back into a chair, saying, You handle it. I'm not familiar with this stuff. Knew you weren't familiar. Leave it to me. Soon a young man walked in, fashionably coiffed and dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt. He brightened up at the sight of the two and warmly extended his hand. Welcome, welcome. I'm the sales manager here. My name is Zhou Tai. Seeing how distinguished you both look, you're no ordinary folks, planning to start a company. Ah, that's music to my ears. You noticed we're not ordinary, did you? Ah, hello. Hello. My last name is Wang. Wang Hao shook his hand and smiled. We are planning to start a company. Do you have any good office buildings to recommend? We do have office buildings, but as you know, Mr. Wang, Manager Zhou sat down and proceeded to explain. Our real estate prices in Central C are quite high, so the cost varies greatly depending on the location. How many square meters are you two looking for? How many square meters? We're not clear on that yet. Wang Hao turned to Wang Mengfei and quietly asked, How much space do we need? The bigger, the better, Wang Mengfei replied. Around 15 or 16 people, and we need some space for equipment too. You decide. For 15 or 16 people plus equipment, that must be at least 200 square meters, right? About 200 square meters, Wang Hao said to Zhou Tai. What do you think? Do you have anything suitable? Of course, the lower the price, the better. Understood. Let me think. Zhou Tai pondered for a moment before presenting several options. For that size, there are a few. There's one at Wanda Plaza in the Central Body Center near the second ring, 188 square meters, with an annual rent of about 800,000. If you go a bit further out, it's much cheaper. There's one that's 176 square meters near the Central C Grand Theater on the third ring, with an annual rent of about 500,000. Of course, these are just simple decorations, like having tiled floors and whitewashed walls. If you want luxurious decorations, it will be more expensive. There's one in the Changbai School District on the third ring, 75,000 a year. After hearing the price, Wang Hao and Wang Mengfei exchanged a glance. The annual rent is so high, that's a significant expense. Well, Wang Hao stroked his chin. Is there something cheaper? Our office location doesn't have much need for fancy decor, as long as the place is decent and the rent is on the lower side. Zhou Tai thought for a moment, then asked, Would you mind telling me what type of company you plan to start? This is getting into the specifics, isn't it? Wang Hao smirked pretentiously, then replied, It's an internet-related project, about 15 people. We don't have many demands for the site's decor, mainly just that it's affordable. Of course, it can't be too far from the city center because that would make commuting troublesome for the staff. An internet project with no particular decor requirements. Zhou Tai took out his phone. Please wait a moment, I'll ask on my moments. He said that and immediately posted on his moments, detailing Wang Hao's requirements. Isn't communication just so convenient these days? Soon there were replies. Got it. Zhou Tai looked at his phone screen and smiled. Our colleague at Yifeng Times Square on the South Third Ring Road just mentioned that they have a place that fits all the criteria at an office building near Jining Lake by the South Third Ring Road Expressway. It meets all your requirements, and the key point is the rent is cheap, 320,000 a year. Would you like to take a look? Jining Lake? Wang Mengfei whispered softly. That location is good. It's close to my home. Looks like we've got a lead. All right, let's go take a look then. Wang Hao stood up. Let's go check it out. The three of them headed out the door. Zhou Tai went to get the car, and during this time Wang Mengfei said with a smile, Not bad. Brother Hao, diving into internet projects now. I almost got taken in by you. Isn't that necessary? Wang Hao said proudly. Never show weakness, you know? Just observe from the side later on. Brother Hao will take care of everything for you. Talking like you're out of breath, Wang Mengfei chuckled. I hope everything goes smoothly today. Was that even a question? I'm on a roll today, invincible. Zhou Tai fetched the car quickly, and once Wang Hao and Wang Mengfei were in, they set off. Brother Zhou, what's the condition of the office building like? On the way, Wang Hao asked Zhou Tai. It's not some sort of rundown place, is it? Not at all, Zhou Tai replied with a chuckle. How should I put it? The building initially had several companies, but for some reason, they all left, which started some rumors, and that's why it's cheap. But if you look at it as a whole, the traffic is quite good, it's by the lake, and the environment is very nice. However, the surrounding amenities are average, and the population resources are relatively low, which is why it's been vacant until now. We're looking at the 16th floor, which is also a decent level. This is exactly the kind of high cost-performance ratio I love. They soon arrived at the site, and from a distance, Wang Hao could see a 16 to 17-story office building standing by the lake. Here we are, this is it. Zhou Tai pointed to the building and smiled. What do you think? The environment isn't bad, right? Indeed, it's quite nice. The three got out of the car. Wang Hao looked around and nodded. It's clean, and transportation is convenient too. I think it's good. The three entered the main door, where only an old man on night watch duty could be seen looking after the place. He didn't say anything and just lay in the night watch room watching TV. Speaking of which, this was Wang Hao's first visit here. As they entered the lobby on the first floor, Wang Hao looked around and said, "The environment really isn't bad, it's just a bit dirty. Looks like it hasn't been cleaned for quite a while. That doesn't matter, as long as it's cheap." Wang Mingfei didn't care about that at all. She directly rushed into the elevator and laughed. Let's go up, and have a look. You guys take a look and see if the environment and everything are to your liking." Zhou Tai pointed around and said, "If there are no issues, then we can talk about price. At Century 21, real estate will definitely get you the best price, which you don't need to worry about." With those words, that settles it. Brother Hao, Brother Fei looked around, quite satisfied with the place. "I think the location seems fine. What do you think? By the way, didn't you study feng shui? You've even mixed with masters now. Can you give it a look for me?" Chapter 147. Zhang Youcai's Groundless Price Hike. Upon hearing that Wang Hao could read feng shui and was even a master, Zhou Tai also became happy. "Wow, Mr. Wang is so impressive. I want to hear about it too, and see how the feng shui is around here. This is our forte, so of course we must take a look." "No problem, Brother Fei. Just wait, and I'll check it out thoroughly for you." Wang Hao immediately started looking around. An office is a crucial place for generating wealth. So many people generally look for good feng shui when they're choosing such a place. After all, it's quite normal to seek a good environment and feng shui for peace of mind when aiming for prosperous fortune and a booming business. On the other hand, the environment constantly influences people's spirit. Creating good feng shui is like a tool for generating wealth, producing positive influences on people and consequently bringing continuous good fortune, achieving the company's goals. Since selecting good feng shui is crucial, naturally, we should start with the choice of location. A good location sets the stage for your luck and gives your company a head start, leading to successful business operations. Brother Fei, take a look. Wang Hao stood by the east-facing office window, pointing to the surrounding scenery outside. This building is quite far from the overpass we saw on our way here. There aren't any large chimneys, high-tension lines, or subways nearby, which is excellent. Indeed, there aren't. Wang Mengfei nodded. Brother Hao, is there a particular reason why having those things far away is good? Of course, Wang Hao explained to Wang Mengfei. In the city where road space is limited, buildings are often too close to overpasses or subways, and the constant traffic creates evil qi from the bridge rush, disrupting the energy flow. As a result, the auspicious qi can't accumulate, but this office building doesn't have that issue. Zhou Tai on the side was all confused. Brother Wang, you are so knowledgeable. Are you also a feng shui master? So, not bad. Wang Hao smiled, then moved to the back of the building and continued to explain. A high back and low front mean you have a mountain to rely on. A taller building behind the office serves as a supportive mountain, stabilizing the company. There should be open space in front of the building, with a broad horizon, to ensure a vast market. The buildings to the left and right should be orderly. This ensures employees' emotions remain stable, communication is good, and everyone is united and cooperative, benefiting the business. Brother Fei, see, there is a residential area with high-rise buildings behind this office, and the buildings planned to the left and right are also very orderly. This is excellent. Wang Mengfei. Indeed, this is great. The third and most important point. This time, Wang Hao finally made it to the south-facing window and said, In feng shui, there's a principle. The inner side of a curve amasses wealth. Brother Fei, look, we have Jining Lake in front of us, and the water there isn't stagnant. Flowing water represents money, and the water must flow continuously to generate wealth. Especially here in front of us, where the water curves and flows slowly, it keeps the money. But it has to be on the inside of the curve to protect people and retain the wealth. Finally, Wang Hao concluded, this location has excellent feng shui. Brother Fei, look, to the south we have Jining Lake, with water in front that brings prosperity and wealth. We have a mountain backing us, and the azure dragon and white tiger sand on the sides. The azure dragon is high. It's a good spot. Brother Fei was all ears, his eyes wide open. Based on what you said, this place is really a feng shui treasure spot. That's a given. Wang Hao nodded. This is definitely a great place. Brother, you've done so much research, so impressive. Zhou Tai was also listening with sparkling eyes, nodding and saying, I've heard about the inner curve accumulating wealth, but is this really that amazing? Well, you see, Wang Hao said with a laugh, taking out cigarettes and lighting one for each of the people there. Then took a light puff while looking relaxed and tranquil. Let me tell you about a place, and you'll understand once you feel it. Both men widened their eyes. Where? Wang Hao slowly opened his mouth and breathed out a word. Lujiazui. Now Zhou Tai was completely awed by Wang Hao. I'm convinced. Just thinking about it, Lujiazui really is a feng shui treasure spot. Water curving to accumulate wealth. One had to admit it, the geography of Lujiazui was exactly as Wang Hao described. Ha, that settles it. Wang Mengfei looked around and became even more satisfied, laughing. Brother Hao, you're brilliant. Once I rent this place, I can really start making moves. Our team is very satisfied with your idea. Just tell me, how should I reward you? How about a commitment of my person? Ha. Let's talk about that later. The key thing now is to rent this place first. Wang Hao turned to Zhou Tai, who was standing aside, and said, Brother Zhou, give the landlord a call. Shall we discuss the price? Sure, no problem. Zhou Tai went to make the call. Now all that was left was to agree on the price, pay, and sign the papers, and then it would be done. While Kung Fu was wandering around, glancing east and peeking west, Wang Mengfei remained in a constant state of excitement. Brother Hao, you're amazing. You've made this house sound so great. I can hardly wait to move my team over tomorrow. Of course, Wang Hao laughed. With Brother Hao on the job, you can sleep soundly without a worry. Such praise from Brother Fei. It makes me feel so grounded. The two casually looked around for a while, and in just 5 or 6 minutes, a middle-aged man who looked wealthy came in. This man appeared to be in his 50s, with a stubble of blue-black whiskers, a cleanly shaven head, big and burly. He had a gold chain as thick as a little finger on his nose. His arms were as thick as Wang Hao's thighs, and he wore an emerald ring on his thumb. Where are they? The man walked in and looked around until he saw Wang Hao and Wang Mengfei. His eyes lit up, and he said, Is it you who want to rent my office building? This must be the owner of the office building, right? Yes, it's me, said Wang Hao, walking forward with Wang Mengfei, smiling. May I ask how to address this big brother? My name is Zhang Yukai. Just call me Brother Zhang. After introducing himself, the owner looked at Zhou Tai and asked, You are the agent, right? Yes, that's me, Zhou Tai nodded. I've seen everything, it's all good. Brother Wang is quite satisfied with this place. Hearing that everything was to satisfaction, Zhang Yukai, the owner, suddenly got pumped up. How about it, young man? Zhang Yukai laughed heartily. Is it okay? Satisfied? With my place, not to mention an office. You could even set up a private village here. Look at this lake, this water in front of you. How clear is it? Look at the traffic around. So convenient. I'm telling you, if I didn't have my own company, I wouldn't be willing to let go of this place. Yes, this place is indeed good. Zhou Tai nodded incessantly. Brother Zhang, since both parties are quite satisfied, can the price be a bit lower? Brother Wang here is very sincere. I was thinking that renting it out would give you peace of mind too. Let's not talk about 320,000. Give us a bit less, and we'll go pay and process the contract. How does that sound? Wang Mengfei really liked the place and chimed in from the side. Yeah, how about giving us a little discount? Hold on. Just as they were about to discuss the price, things took a turn as Zhang Yukai shouted, "How much did I quote you?" 320,000 a year. Zhou Tai was clearly taken aback. What's the matter? That was the price half a year ago. Zhang Yukai shook his head like a rattle, nearly blinding Wang Hao with his shaven blue-black head. This price doesn't match the current market. You can't calculate it like that. Hearing this, Zhou Tai was also dazed. Then, Brother Zhang, how much are you thinking of charging? Zhang Yukai promptly extended his right hand, showing 4 fingers. Zhou Tai exclaimed, "For 100,000. Right." Zhang Yukai chuckled. "My place is too good, and it's in high demand now. Lots of people are coming to see it. My phone hasn't stopped ringing these past few days. Just before you, another group left, and there are still 3 groups after you. Altogether, that's already 5 groups of viewers today." Wang Hao, fuck, this is outright price gouging. What kind of game are you playing? Brother Zhang, isn't this price a bit high? Zhou Tai said anxiously. They came because they heard it was 320,000. You suddenly raised it by 80,000. I'm afraid Brother Wang can't handle that. What's there to not handle? Zhang Yukai glanced at the 2 men, saying, "Let me tell you, this place is absolutely a feng shui treasure. When you're tired from work, you can take a walk by the lake. It's an excellent office location, perfect." Chapter 148. Yin Yang merges into one, breaking the evil immortal body. Originally, the yearly rent was 320,000. It instantly rose to 400,000. How could they deal with that? Brother Zhang, they came here sincerely, Zhou Tai strongly urged on the side. If you put it like that, it'll be difficult to handle this. Well, about this, Zhang Yukai stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then reluctantly smacked his lips and said, "Ah, I have office supplies here, desks, chairs. I haven't even charged you for these. Look at this decoration. I spent over 1 million just on these. But I see you two are sincere, and it's not easy for young people to start businesses. So, how about 380,000? Fair enough, young man." 380,000. When Zhou Tai heard this price, he was completely baffled. Wang Mingfei was really anxious too, continuously pulling on Wang Hao's sleeve. "Brother Hao, this price is too high. My budget is at most 300,000. I can't come up with an extra 80,000. Now Zhang Yukai was hiking up the price, while Wang Mingfei liked the place but couldn't afford it. In a flash, the few people in the hall started glancing at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Wang Hao sneered inwardly. "Little lad, trying to play this game with me. It seems the bargain slayer Little Wang must come out of retirement today." How should I put it? Wang Hao stroked his chin, laughing and said, 380,000? I think it might not be worth that price. What? Hearing Wang Hao's words, Zhang Yukai instantly widened his eyes. How is it not worth that price? I even gave you a lower price, don't you know? Oh, Brother Zhang, don't rush, Wang Hao said with a beaming smile. Just listen to me explain, all right? Damn it. If you're merciless, I'll be unjust. Watch me confuse you. To be honest, the feng shui of your office building isn't good, Wang Hao said calmly, starting his big bluff. Look at this building. There's an overpass within 500 meters in front. How many cars come down from that bridge every day? It's chaotic, exhaust fumes. Those fumes could suffocate a person. And look at that lake in front. So dangerous. What if someone accidentally falls in while walking by the lake? Isn't there a saying? Often walking by the river, how can one not get wet shoes, right? The north side is all high-rise blocking the view, and the south side is too open. Isn't all your paperwork going to fly away as soon as you open the windows? With this bluff, he immediately confused several people. Previously, it was considered good feng shui. Now suddenly it's turned bad. This, Zhang Yukai was clearly confused by Wang Hao's words. Since he didn't understand feng shui, he couldn't come up with a rebuttal at the moment. Look at these two sides. Your office building has one huge building on each side in feng shui terms. The west is called green dragon sand, and the east is called white tiger sand. Wang Hao continued his lecture. See? Isn't the eastern one taller than the western one? This is called white tiger suppressing green dragon, but it's a big, evil chi. Let me see. Zhang Yukai swiftly moved to the pager, poked his head out to look, then exclaimed in surprise. It really is. Fuck, who built these damn buildings? I will blow them up sooner or later. That guy was still a violent man. That's why I said the feng shui of your building is bad. Wang Hao pointed down to the lake, saying, look at the position of this building. It's right in the middle of this lake peninsula. This is called fighting with one's back to the water. It's feng shui that cuts off your own retreat. This, Zhang Yukai stuttered, clearly confused, unable to utter a sound for a long time. Having bluffed about feng shui, Wang Hao switched to showing off mode, leading a few people to a desk on one side. He casually wiped it. Look at this dust. It must have been half a year since anyone came to see the property, right? Sweat streamed down Zhang Youcai's forehead. Look at this water and electricity meter. Wang Hao decisively shook his head, saying, it must have been a year since it last moved, right? It's full of dust. What does this show? This shows that there is a problem with your office building. How much did the last tenant lose by renting here? How did you know? Zhang Yukai looked at Wang Hao as if he'd seen a ghost. The last one did indeed lose over 300,000. Wang Mengfei also looked at Wang Hao as if seeing a ghost, whispering, how did you know the last one lost money? Brother Fei, isn't your head just filled with muscles? Don't you understand this? Wang Hao winked at her. If it were about making money, could you move it away? Then he continued to bluff. Brother Zhang, look at this room. From what I see, it's definitely a setup of great evil qi. It's good I came today. Otherwise, things here might really go south in the future. Big trouble. Zhang. Youcai's eyes widened. What big trouble? Look at the layout of this office. Wang Hao put his hands behind his back, walking in a swagger while humming. This conference room is in the northwest corner. That's called in feng shui fire burning the heavenly gate. Do you understand what fire burning the heavenly gate means? Zhang Yukai blankly shook his head. I don't know. Fire burning the heavenly gate means that this place could easily catch fire. Wang Hao continued to bluff. Now look at the CEO office. With the meeting rooms fire burning the heavenly gate and its proximity to the lake, that's called water disputing fire in feng shui terms. No wonder the previous owner lost more than 3 million. It's fortunate he left quickly. Otherwise, with both the water and fire evil qi here, it'd not just be about not renting the place out. The building might just burn down completely. This. Wang Hao's speech left Zhang Yukai kneeling. Are you a master? The previous owner did mention he faced all sorts of difficulties while operating here. Did you calculate all this? Calculated my ass. I'm just bluffing. So that's why I'm saying this place isn't worth the price. Wang Hao put on an expert's demeanor. Zhang Yukai learned his lesson and immediately cleaned a stool with his sleeve for Wang Hao, saying, Master, please have a seat, please. Wang Hao plopped down carelessly. That's more like it. Master, Zhang Yukai anxiously asked. So what should I do with this place? It's simple, Wang Hao reassured him casually. Let me tell you, this property, to me, isn't even worth 200,000. But considering you have probably spent quite a bit here, in the feng shui circle, we don't make dishonest money. Coincidentally, today, Wang Hao pointed at Wang Mengfei. My friend here has a special constitution. Ordinary people can't see it, but there's a term in feng shui called yin-yang converging to break evil immortal physique. If she stays here, this building would be worry-free in the future. Yin-yang converging to break evil immortal physique. Zhang Yukai stared dumbfounded at Wang Mengfei. This little sister has such divine powers. Don't believe it. Wang Hao signaled to Wang Mengfei. Show him your skill. This was just too easy. Wang Mengfei pursed her lips in a smile, then suddenly kicked out, sending a loud boom. A coffee table weighing around 50 to 60 pounds spun 6 or 7 loops in the air before crashing down with a loud thud. Zhang Yukai, Zhou, their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Holy shit, this is terrifying. This woman must be exactly as the master described. A yin-yang converging to break evil immortal physique. Otherwise, let alone a woman, even a man probably couldn't be this powerful. Brother, I am convinced. Zhang Youcai's snot was almost running. Brother, please, you must help me. This building has been almost a year without being rented out. Not to hide it from you. Not just this 16th floor. This whole building is mine. In these past 2 years, I don't know what happened. Whoever comes here loses money. Eventually, everyone started saying there's something wrong with my building, and nobody dares to rent. Please help, please. Hearing Zhang Youcai's words, Wang Hao frowned a little. He was actually just bluffing earlier. This building's feng shui was genuinely good. How could it be causing losses? It seems like I really need to take a good look. Wang Hao stood up. Normally, your place shouldn't be this cursed. But if the problem is this serious, something's not right. Come on, since I'm here today, I might as well help you break this evil spirit. But I have to say this beforehand. You can't raise the rent afterward. You must rent it to my friend at the lowest price. Chapter 149, Master is Right. Upon hearing what the master had to say, Zhang Youcai was nearly moved to tears with gratitude. Master, whether this house is any good depends entirely on you now. Zhang Youcai decisively began to cling to Wang Hao's coattails. As long as you can help me with this, rest assured, I'll make sure it's the lowest price. Your friends could use it for years with no problems. What luck! The lowest price. And it could be used for years. That's a lot of money being saved right there. So it's settled. Let's go, let's get moving. Before it was all just bluffing, but now it was different. It was about money, so they had to go all in. The four of them went downstairs right away. Wang Hao walked around the building and quickly noticed that something was awry. Because right behind the building, in a corner reeking to high heaven, at least hundreds of flies were buzzing around, and the air was foul to the extreme. Wang Hao took one breath and nearly passed out. Look here, Wang Hao said, covering his nose and pointing to a manhole in the corner of the building. This is a sewer well, and it looks like it's connected to the toilet drainage. But look, the manhole cover is clearly stolen. Heh, I told you, Brother Zhang. You've been sabotaged. God damn it, who's such a shady asshole? Zhang Youcai could see he was obviously being screwed over, and immediately started losing his temper. God damn it. If I find out who stole the manhole cover, I'll slap his ribs to the point of breaking them. Having found one problem, Wang Hao continued the search. This time, they found two more stolen manhole covers around the building, all from sewer wells. It was pretty apparent now, stealing only sewer covers and leaving the others untouched. This was definitely done on purpose. Indeed, after expanding the search area and going around another time, Wang Hao finally spotted the problem. It was a group of thugs gathered together. Wang Hao roughly counted 5 in total. The leader had an azure dragon tattoo on his arm and a pierced ear, indeed, presenting himself with quite the gangster vibe. As soon as these 5 saw Wang Hao and his group, they all looked over with distinctly unfriendly expressions. It wouldn't be strange to see thugs nearby, but the situation here was clearly different. The number of thugs was unusually high, with at least 4 or 5 groups like the one before them, far exceeding the normal proportion of such people. There are thugs here? Wang Hao looked at Zhang Youcai and asked, Did you notice these people around here before? I wasn't paying attention. Zhang Youcai scratched his head. Let me think. It seems these thugs really only started appearing around here over the past year or so. Master, are you saying that the reason I can't rent out my building is related to these thugs? By then, Wang Hao had a pretty good idea of what was going on and said with a smile, Even if it's not the whole reason, it's pretty close. Brother Zhang, are you ready to fight? Holy shit, why would I be afraid? Zhang Youcai immediately started to pull out his phone. I'll call some people over right now. He originally planned to call for backup, since there were more people on the other side, but seemed to have forgotten that he had a girl by his side with an extraordinary ability to clear negative energy. Indeed, in just a moment, Wang Hao felt the temperature around them drop a few degrees, and turning around, he saw Brother Fei licking his lips like a bloodthirsty wolf. Fei, Brother Fei, what's with you? Wang Hao was stunned. You can't be. What else could it be? Wang Mengfei was all fired up now. The lowest price. Rent for however long I want. You guys don't worry about me later. I'm going to warm up a bit first. How could they not worry? They feared a fatality would occur. Brother Fei had been holding back during the blind date before, but if he were to let loose, Wang Hao's scalp tingled in an instant. Normally, when Brother Fei got this excited, it was usually a prelude to a bloodbath. If he were thrown into the crowd now, it'd be like dropping honey into an anthill. Brother Fei might be all right, but those thugs might end up chopped to pieces and fed to the carp in Jining Lake. Brother Fei, hold back, please hold back. Wang Hao grabbed Wang Mengfei's hand in desperation, and it felt surprisingly pleasant. Let's talk this over civilly, Resorting to violence in public like this could ruin your perfect image. He was truly worried about a life being taken. Let go. Brother Fei shook off Wang Hao's hand, eyes gleaming with the glee of a dragon spotting gold. Money. The lowest price, rent for years. For that rent today, I'd slash through men and gods alike. Wang Hao. Fuck it. He couldn't intervene anymore. If he did, he'd be in trouble too. What's up? By this time, all the petty thugs had stood up, and the green dragon man at the head was grinning at Meng Fei, giving Wang Hao shivers. Brother, you're my real brother. According to Rin Xing, the last time some thug smiled at Brother Fei like that, he ended up lying in the hospital for 10 days. No idea how many days you'll last. Miss, looking for us for something? The green dragon man grinned lecherously, and as he laughed, he beckoned with his hands. Ah, I wonder what your guidance might be. Cut the crap, Meng Fei clapped her hands. I've taken a liking to this place. You punks sticking around here are an eyesore. You've got until the count of 5 to disappear from my sight, or don't blame me for being rude. 5. Wang Hao gave Brother Fei a thumbs up. True to form, Brother Fei, that's real domineering. Meng Fei started counting, and clearly, the green dragon man wasn't a pushover, leaping into action right away. Then, the next second, Wang Hao saw the green dragon man kicked by Brother Fei like a cannonball, flying over 5 meters. Wang Hao, Zhang Yuka, the thugs who were clueless about the truth. That scene, oh my, it was just too brutal to watch. Ahaha, finally felt great. Brother Fei laughed uproariously, looking just like a witch from ancient Europe. I was going crazy with repression before. That kick just now felt so satisfying. The 4 punks instantly knelt down. Mercy, heroine. We won't ever dare to do it again. Brother Fei is invincible. Wang Hao raised his thumb and then chuckled. Can I start asking questions now? Ask away. Brother Fei said proudly with a slap of her hands. Brother. How? Everything depends on you now. Now burdened with this important task, Wang Hao stepped forward with a beaming smile and asked one of the thugs. Tell me, who sent you? I'll tell you, I'll tell. The thug sobbed bitterly and confessed without reservation. It was Mr. Han who sent us here. He told us to loaf around this area when we had nothing else to do. And if anyone comes to look at properties, we should cause trouble and chase them away. With that said, Zhang Yukai understood immediately and stepped forward to slap the thug twice. So it was you scumbags ruining my business. I'll beat you to death today. The guy was burly. 2 slaps and the thug's face swelled up like Gao, looking as if it had 2 steamed buns attached. Enough, they're just small fries. Wang Hao stopped him, saying, Did you not hear him? This Mr. Han is the real troublemaker. Yes, the master is right. Zhang Yukai, who was previously all assertive, now turned as docile as an Alaskan in front of Wang Hao. You can deal with these guys as you see fit. Right, this guy learned fast, thought Wang Hao with a silent chuckle. He then coldly huffed at the thugs. All right, go call this Mr. Han over. Let's settle everything today. Otherwise, if you dare come back, expect a beating every time I see you. Scram. Yes. The 4 thugs scampered off. We're leaving now, right this moment. Soon after the people cleared out, Wang Hao took a deep breath and asked, Brother, Zhang, do you have some history with this Mr. Han? History? Zhang Yukai scratched his head. Nah, I haven't offended anyone. Oh well, can't be bothered to care too much. I'm going to call my guys right now. Can't let today's issue go just like that. He went off to make a phone call, while Wang Hao exchanged looks with Wang Mengfei. Nice one, Brother Hao. Wang Mengfei slapped Wang Hao's shoulder hard. Your gift of gab can turn the living into the dead. I almost believe the feng shui here was off. Heh. What? I couldn't have spooked him without talking that way. Wang Hao replied with a grin. Now you know how awesome your brother is, right? Meh. Mengfei smiled and nodded. You did okay today. Once this is all over, I will reward you handsomely. Wang Hao, the thing is, that should have been a really pleasant thing to hear. But coming from Brother Fei's mouth, why do I feel a chill down my spine? Chapter 150. When did Brother Hao start acting like a fortune teller? Boom, boom, boom. Just as Wang Hao and his group were waiting for news, down below the building on the street, a convoy marched thunderously toward them. The convoy sped arrogantly, leading with a Land Rover and followed by 3 Porsches, with the least impressive vehicle being a Toyota Prado. Such a fleet was nearly reckless, exuding an air of unbridled audacity. And that wasn't all. Following the convoy was a line of black sedans. Honda Accord, Toyota Camry, Audi A6L, 7 or 8 in total. If there were balloons tied to the rearview mirrors, it would have looked just like a wedding procession. Inside the Land Rover, the driver, a burly young man, at first glance seemed simple-minded with brawn over brains. But upon closer observation, you'd realize he was definitely not the kind of bully who preyed on the weak. The girl sitting next to him, delicate as a flower, said, "Mr. Han, this time we were messed up by a nobody. We can't just let this go. Not to mention anything else, just those long, white legs paired with slightly heavy makeup and a foxy smile. She was truly what every man dreamed of." "Don't worry, Jiao Jiao." The burly young man referred to as Mr. Han shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I've been working on this building for over a year now, drove out all the businesses, and even kept many hoodlums loitering around. It's almost within our grasp in another month. How could we possibly give up now?" "It's only natural," the girl asked softly. "But Mr. Han, are you really sure that the government will start development here next year and then include it in the free trade zone?" "Of course, would I exert so much effort without that information?" Mentioning this, Mr. Han suddenly spoke proudly. "Every inch of land here in Zhonghai is worth a fortune. It's one of the few areas still not fully developed, barely frequented by anyone now. But soon, it will definitely have people fighting over it." The convoy sped swiftly, and Mr. Han stopped the car where Wang Hao and his people were waiting. A dozen more vehicles lined up behind it. First disembarking was a group of about 7 or 8 young masters and misses in their mid-20s. Then, 8 more sedans parked around, and a group of burly men in black alighted, clearly not the friendly type. As a first-tier city in the Heavenly People's Republic, Zhonghai has always had its share of silver spoon-fed young masters. This fellow known as Mr. Han was born into a local magnate family, with significant influence not only in the business world, but also in the political realm. Birds of a feather flocked together. Besides Mr. Han, all the other young masters and misses were also from wealthy families, evident from their watches, clothes, women's handbags, and men's belts. Not cheap by any means, if not quite on par with Mr. Han. Hearing someone was looking for him, Mr. Han walked up to the front of Wang Hao's group and smiled. "I heard someone was looking for me. Here I am. What can I do for you?" "Are you Mr. Han?" Enemies on sight are typically inflamed, and Zhang Yukai said furiously, "You messed up my business out of the blue. How are we going to settle this?" "How else can we settle this?" Mr. Han shrugged. "I've brought my people, you tell me. No matter the game, I'm ready." Seeing Mr. Han's bold demeanor, Zhang Yukai immediately felt intimidated. No way around it. He knew this group was not easy to provoke, though he could take on 3 in a fight. When it came to backings, his nouveau riche status was no match for these highborn ladies and gentlemen. "Everything has to be reasonable," Zhang Yukai retorted, trying to hide his internal unease. "Let's not disturb each other's waters." No sooner had he spoken than the sound of cars roared from behind him, and 5 more black sedans arrived, discharging over 10 sturdy men, each armed, standing behind Zhang Yukai. Now bolstered, Zhang Yukai felt somewhat more confident. However, facing the opponent's arrogance, he still felt somewhat suppressed. "Do you only have these few people?" Mr. Han glanced dismissively at Zhang Yutsai's group and scoffed. "I had taken you seriously before, but now it seems pretty average. So what's your plan?" This was a difficult position, outmatched in manpower and clearly outclassed by the imposing group. Caught at both ends, Zhang Yukai was desperate, staring blankly without a solution. "I'm asking you." Mr. Han, seeing Zhang Yukai struggling to respond, grew impatient. He frowned and pressed. "Didn't you call me here?" "Well, I am here. But since I'm here, we should resolve this matter today, right? Hurry up. I don't have all day to stare down with you." Zhang Yukai, his forehead slick with cold sweat, stuttered, unable to utter a full sentence. Helpless, indeed, his power paled in comparison to these formidable figures. Seeing that things were about to go south, Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders. No matter whether they were really going to fight or some other special situation arose. In short, it won't be easy for Brother Fei to work here in the future. No choice. Brother had to take action. Hey, buddy, Mr. Han, right? Wang Hao stepped forward with a smile. I see darkness in your brow. You seem likely to have problems recently. Who the hell are you? One of the rich kids, who was hugging a beauty, yelled. Is this a place for you to talk? He slightly lifted his head, chin held high, looking at Wang Hao with disdain. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Han's group erupted in laughter. Exactly, a youngster like him. Where does he get the right to speak? When the boss talks, where is there room for his unsophisticated interruptions? Listening to the surrounding mockery, Wang Hao just smiled. I'm merely the 138th descendant of Ghost Valley, Wang Hao said nonchalantly, hands behind his back. What a joke, he was on a roll today, so he might as well dish out some bluster. If I say you're going to face a disaster soon, then there's definitely a disaster coming. The master had finally made his move. Zhang Yukai almost cried. With the master here, it seemed everything was going to be all right. Haha, in all my life, this is the first time someone dares tell me I'm about to face disaster. Mr. Han laughed loudly, wrapping his arms around Yang Jiaojiao's shoulders, and said teasingly, well then, tell me how. Am I about to face a disaster? There's a saying, a long stride might tear the eggs, Wang Hao said with a grin. Being too greedy might make you overeat. Buddy, listen to my advice. Lay down your butcher knife and become a Buddha right now. There's still time, or else you're going to be unlucky soon. Seeing Wang Hao acting all high and mighty made everyone laugh even harder. Ha ha ha, this guy is too funny, spouting nonsense without paying taxes, huh? Right, Mr. Han facing misfortune? If he said that he will be forced to eat shit later, that might be more believable. Kid, Mr. Han glared at Wang Hao, sneered, and said, then tell me how I'm going to face misfortune? The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Wang Hao was very clear about the power of his lucky streak and stated confidently, as for how exactly you'll face misfortune, that'll depend on your behavior. Damn, was this guy always so pretentious? Mr. Han stared at Wang Hao like he was an idiot. My behavior, my ass. He had intended to start a fight, but just then, suddenly, a refined-looking young man behind yelled, Mr. Han, it's bad. Look, the stocks we bought just plummeted due to a black swan event. They hit the lower limit. What now? Hearing about the stock plummet, Mr. Han's group looked at each other and simultaneously pulled out their phones to check. It really did. Mr. Han's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? The company's general manager is suspected of corruption and embezzlement, and he diverted $200 million for his mistress. Who would have thought the misfortune would come so quickly? Everyone was dumbstruck. This company's stocks, which these rich kids had bought quite a lot of, had just plummeted, causing each of them to lose at least $500,000 to $600,000 on average. Didn't I say you would face misfortune? Wang Hao hee-heed. Go back now, and the master here might still spare you. Otherwise, there's still more misfortune to come. Wang Mengfei watched with her mouth wide open. Since when had Brother Hao turned into a soothsayer? Chapter 151. The 138th generation descendant of Ghost Valley. For a normal person, being occasionally guessed right about something by others is absolutely insignificant, especially when it comes to matters of luck. Surely one wouldn't believe in that stuff. Damn it, hitting jackpot, and then putting on some psychic act. Mr. Han pocketed his phone and cursed viciously. Pretend to be all mystical in front of me. Believe it or not, I'll have my boys mess you up right now. How aptly used the word mess is. Don't believe me then. That's fine, Wang Hao replied with a grin. Actually, I can guess what you're thinking. Disrupting someone's deal and then waiting for them to cave so you can buy this office building cheaply. I'm not wrong, am I? And it turns out that Wang Hao's random guess was not far from the truth. Talking nonsense with all this mystical crap. Mr. Han, his purpose exposed by Wang Hao, pointed at him, infuriated and embarrassed. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I'll beat you up too in a moment. Hey, why are you getting so worked up? Wang Hao sidestepped with a chuckle and said, actually, whether this building suits you or not, you'll know if you look inside, right? I'm just kindly reminding you because your forehead is darkened, your energy is chaotic, and your footing is unstable. If you don't believe it, that's on you. Saying so, he turned to Zhang Yukai. Brother Zhang, let him through. Look at you guys, making such a big fuss over such a simple thing. People who don't know any better would think we're about to have a brawl. Now, in Zhang Youcai's eyes, Wang Hao was completely seen as a master. No, more like a real sage. How could he not be convincing? Everything he says comes true. Yes, 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 listen to the sage. This time Zhang Youcai wasn't shaking or quivering. He cheerfully made way. Mr. Han, please, feel free to wander around the building today. Go wherever you want. I promise no one will stop you. His brothers all stepped aside in unison, making a path, then whispered among themselves. Brother Zhang is so awesome. Where did he find such a sage? It's miraculous. Yeah, don't be fooled by his young age. But look at that grandeur. He's no ordinary guy. Seeing that Wang Hao had suddenly become so accommodating, Mr. Han hesitated for a moment, because he couldn't quite figure out Wang Hao's angle, wondering if there was some kind of ambush inside the building, or some mechanical trap perhaps. Mr. Han, are we going in or not? The young master who spoke earlier was also a bit puzzled. He looked around cautiously and said, Isn't this some kind of ambush? That guy's name was Yu Junshun, and he was Mr. Han's top lackey. Relying on his family's wealth, he was brash and straightforward in the social scene. But he was actually reliable when it came to getting things done, which is why Mr. Han valued him. Damn it, let's go in and take a look. Mr. Han hesitated for another second, then gritted his teeth. I refuse to believe he really has an ambush prepared. Touch me and try it. I'll tear down his damn building. Brothers, let's go in and view the property. With those words, Mr. Han, arms around Yang Jiaojiao, walked toward the building, and a large crowd followed noisily behind. But as soon as they reached the steps, whether he tripped over something or his left foot stumbled over his right, Mr. Han flew forward, crashing and stumbling several steps. Right in front of him was the door frame, and that's where the tragedy happened, catching everyone off guard. Ouch! A scream. Mr. Han's entire face slammed against the door frame, his mouth bleeding profusely. Wang Mengfei, Yu Junshun, the surrounding crowd, oblivious to the truth. Mr. Han, are you all right? Yang Jiaojiao was terrified and quickly rushed to help him up. How are you? How are you? My teeth. Mr. Han clutched his mouth and cried out. My teeth are loose. As soon as he spoke, Zhang Youcai's side erupted into an uproar. Master, you're truly amazing. Zhang Youcai was so impressed he wanted to give Wang Hao a big kiss. He'd willingly become bros with him now. It's just too amazing. His words are truly prophetic. Zhou Tai was also astounded. Brother Hao, you're incredible. Do a reading for me sometime. Today's commission for the real estate. I won't take your money. Wang Hao nodded. Sure thing, sure thing. See that, comrades? This is what you call unbeatable luck. That real estate commission is no small change. Brother Hao, did you spend the past few years studying with someone? Even the usually fearless Wang Mengfei was stunned. What you said today has been spot on. Is it really that accurate? Oh man, it was better kept inside the head. Why say it out loud, huh? I've told you. I'm the 138th descendant of Ghost Valley, but you just won't believe me. Wang Hao said cheerfully. How about that? Pretty good, right? Don't rush. I'm guessing with Mr. Han's personality, he definitely won't back down. Let's continue to watch the show. Wang Hao was right on the money. Mr. Han was really butting heads now. Everybody stay away from me. Mr. Han roared. I refuse to believe it. Am I really that unlucky today? Is this building really jinxing me? Let's go inside and take a look. With that, he charged inside. This time, he didn't even care if there was an ambush. He just barged in. Let's go. Let's follow and enjoy the show from behind. Wang Hao said with a grin to Zhang Youcai and the others. I'm actually quite curious to see how unlucky this guy will get today. Like maybe getting his hand caught or bumping into a wall. Oh my, that would be quite the spectacle. Exactly, exactly. Brothers, follow along. Let's go enjoy the spectacle. Zhang Youcai was feeling invincible, completely fearless. With a powerful sage at their side, unbeatable. So, Wang Hao led a large group of people into the building. And today, they truly understood what it meant to be blessed with foresight, what it meant to be the 138th descendant of Ghost Valley. Mr. Han's luck today was truly describable as utterly miserable. He first entered a room, and before he could steady himself, he stumbled over something. This time, he learned his lesson and quickly steadied himself by sinking his stance. Ha ha ha. Is this small incident worth mentioning? Mr. Han laughed heartily. How could I possibly make the same mistake twice? That's why they say it's being unlucky. As he was speaking, Yang Jiaojiao suddenly screamed out, Mr. Han, be careful. Huh? Mr. Han was perplexed, then suddenly heard a whooshing sound above him. With a crash, a light tube inexplicably fell from above, smashing right onto his head, shattering to pieces all over the floor. Mr. Han. That hit had a real impact. Mr. Han wobbled but stood firm. It's okay, I'm fine. Sure, the little light tube was no big deal, but this time it clearly wasn't so simple. A shard of broken glass was right in front of him. If he collided with it, it would, at the very least, result in a severe accident. Mr. Han. Yu Junshin quickly grabbed Mr. Han's arm, fortunately just barely avoiding a collision. Then, the two men lost their footing together. With a thump, both fell to the floor, kicking up a swath of dust in the room. Oh no, look how tragic that is. Wang Hao couldn't bear to watch. What did I say? I told you if you overstep, you'll stretch your tendons, but you didn't listen. Before he could finish, he suddenly exclaimed while hurriedly backing away. Everybody back. Move back quickly. The others were clearly still trying to process the situation, but Zhang Yukai treated him like a revered sage. Whatever he said was the gospel. Immediately, the group of more than a dozen people around Wang Hao retreated. Then they saw the office's smoke detector emit a piercing alarm, followed by a whoosh as two sprinklers in the room started spraying water simultaneously. Mr. Han and his group were utterly unprepared, instantly soaked to the skin. Retreat. Retreat fast. This time Mr. Han couldn't resist his superstitions any longer and didn't dare to act tough, racing towards the exit. Everyone get out. Quick. This building is cursed. Run. Whoosh, a large group of people dashed out of the building at a speed more than triple their entry, fearful that a moment's delay would lead to the building consuming them. Guys, what did I tell you? Wang Hao stood at the back watching them flee, laughing as he watched. I said I'm the 138th descendant of Ghost Valley, and you wouldn't believe me. You've learned your lesson now, right? Oh my, look at you all drenched. Those clothes must have been expensive, huh? Chapter 152. Ah, too dreamy, refreshing. Mr. Han was truly in a bind this time, unable to vent his frustration anywhere. You can't just take it out on others because you've been humiliated in the building, right? Kid, you're ruthless today. Mr. Han finally let out a breath of relief after exiting the building, but pride meant he couldn't lose face entirely, so he still made a threatening remark. I'll remember this. Let's go. A large group of well-to-do youngsters along with some hooligans all got into their cars, and in the blink of an eye, they were gone. Wang Hao stood there, dumbfounded. Damn, they're leaving just like that? Bro here gave you a friendly reminder, and you not only take it ungraciously, but even hold a grudge. As if, bro isn't afraid of you. Of course, regardless, with Mr. Han gone, the matter was considered settled. Great sage, today my eyes have truly been opened. At this moment, Zhang Yukai looked at Wang Hao as if he were looking at a deity. You name it, big bro. I'll follow whatever you say today. Whatever arrangement you propose, that's what we'll do. This was practically the power of life and death in the palm of one's hand. Wang Mengfei sneakily poked Wang Hao and then, coquettishly pulling on his arm, said, Brother Hao, you see, my hands are not too full right now. Could you please help me get a bit more? Damn, that was enough to send shivers from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Brother Fei was actually being coquettish with him. Don't worry, just relax. Wang Hao's face turned red with alarm. Bro guarantees you won't lose out. After comforting Wang Mengfei, Wang Hao cleared his throat and then turned to Zhang Yukai. So, Brother Zhang, here's the deal. With a friend like me holding fort here, your building will be raking in money. So, about that rent, hopefully, you can give us a good discount. Done, no problem. Zhang Yukai looked around. Now that the misfortune caused by the lesser man had been averted, the building seemed more pleasing to the eye with every look. He immediately said, Great sage, without further ado, I'll just charge the cost price. As long as your friend is here holding fort, no matter how much the land appreciates, I'll only ever charge 150,000 a year. How does that sound? An office building within the third ring of Zhonghai City for a perpetual 150,000 a year. Damn, this was like a pie falling from the sky. Let's not talk about anything else. What's the housing price now? Casually 30,000 to 40,000 per square meter. For an area of 2 million square feet, even flat residential space would cost 7 to 8 million. And he's only charging 150,000 a year. Totally fair. No problem. It's settled then. Wang Hao made the decision firmly. We'll sign the contract and make the payment tomorrow. Haha. Thank you, great sage. Zhang Yukai was profoundly grateful. As for the office supplies in this building, take a look and move whatever can be used. Consider it a brotherly gift. Well, this is perfect. Wang Hao grinned and asked, by the way, Brother Zhang, could you give the place a clean for me? My friend and I are going to get the money ready. Zhang Yukai replied, yes, of course. My son and I will come and clean it tonight to ensure a smooth move-in for you tomorrow. Wang Mengfei, Brother Hao, you were truly godlike today. So damn impressive. On the way back, Manager Zhou Tai, while driving, exclaimed, Brother Hao, you're just too awesome. I've worked in real estate for so many years, but I've never seen anyone negotiate like you. An office that was offered at 400,000 a year, you rented for 150,000 a year, with a permanent rate lock, too. I'm really impressed. In a club near the 3rd Ring Road, a bunch of young ladies and gentlemen were gathering, all expressing their dissatisfaction with the recent events. Mr. Han, we're just letting it go like this. Yu Junshun, with anger on his face, called out. We should have beaten him up just now. Some poor who's never seen the world, babbling nonsense. And there goes a great deal. Use your brain when doing things. Mr. Han extended a finger and prodded Yu Junshun's head, saying, don't think with your ass. From the moment I entered that building today, nothing went right. What if I really bought it, and then something big went wrong? Would you take responsibility? He made a very reasonable point. Generally speaking, buying a house is all about fate, and he was unlucky the moment he stepped into that building. It's obvious it didn't welcome him. Truly taking it by force, it may not be a good thing in the future. I just feel it's a pity, Yu Junshun said gloomily. Mr. Han, you got the internal scoop that there's going to be development near Jining Lake soon, and a profit margin of at least 2 to 3 times in 3 years. If we could get that building, 1 billion could turn into 3 billion. That's all real cash. Mr. Han caused such a stir here mainly because of this. The area around Jining Lake was about to be developed and was included in the free trade zone. The value of the land was bound to multiply several times. It was a pity that such an incident had occurred. If we just let it go, it would indeed be a pity. Mr. Han rubbed his chin and said, with a triple return on investment in 3 years, it's not easy to come by such good fortune. The others nodded in agreement. Absolutely right. Just tossing 20 million in, without worrying about anything, and in 3 years, it comes back as 50 million. This deal is a must-do. This group of rich second-generation kids all belonged to the type who had money at home but were too lazy to take care of business. Making money effortlessly was their favorite thing. Naturally, they were determined to secure this deal. What should we do next? Yu Junshun pondered and said, Mr. Han, give your orders. With just one word from you, your brothers would brave a mountain of swords and a sea of flames. Of course we can't just let it go. Mr. Han's eyes narrowed slightly. Our target is this building, but now I must find out the real story behind this young man. A descendant of the 138th generation of Ghost Valley? That sounds so mystical. Who knows if it's just his luck or if he really has the ability to divine and calculate. As he spoke, he gathered everyone together. If brute force won't work, we'll outsmart them. Everyone, when you go back today, dig into Wang Hao's background and unearth everything you can find about him. Everyone nodded, understood. At this moment, Yang Jiaojiao pondered for a while, then suddenly wrapped her arms around Mr. Han's arm, coquettishly saying, Mr. Han, what if I lure him with a few girls to test if he can really divine and calculate or if it's purely a fluke? Though the honey trap is simple, it often turns out to be the most effective method. Hearing Yang Jiaojiao's words, the crowd exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Ha! Yes, a beauty trap works best. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. Nicely done, Jiaojiao. Mr. Han's eyes also brightened, laughing. It seems you're not just a pretty face. That brain of yours works quite well too, doesn't it? You're admitting it now? Yang Jiaojiao sent a flirtatious look at Mr. Han. Then how do you plan to reward me? You make the call. Mr. Han laughed heartily, waved his hand with flair. Let's go, boys. We'll just play a slow game with Wang Hao. Wang Hao practically floated through his front door. What a thrilling day it had been. First, he accompanied Brother Fei on a matchmaking date, then looked at houses, and in the end, he even became a descendant of the 138th generation of Ghost Valley. Oh man, what a dreamy, fantastic day. Each day is just too exciting. Wang Hao felt as though his entire body was drained. Does it have to be this exhilarating? I just wanted to immerse myself in writing my book and making films, but life is full of surprises. Who can handle this? Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, Wang Hao soon fell into a deep sleep. The next few days were calm and peaceful. Brother Fei was busy moving his company, while Wang Hao's life was pretty much just shuttling between home and the film set. SUV Club in the southern part of Zhonghai City. Mr. Han and his group of wealthy friends were gathered here, exchanging the intel they had gathered. Mr. Han, the information I've got is that this young man is named Wang Hao, currently working as a temp in the domestic agent crew. Yu Junshun, who had had his car snatched, was most concerned about this matter. According to what I've heard within the crew, this Wang Hao seems to be quite popular there. His relationship with the members is fairly good. A temp in a crew? Mr. Han frowned. That's not very significant. The key issue is where did he learn his feng shui and face-reading skills from? Any clues? Nothing so far. Yu Junshin looked through the information in his hand. His father is named Wang Ming Wang, a small-time employee at the Labor Bureau in Yangon District. His mother, Li Hongba, works as a waitress at the Yixiangnong restaurant on the South 3rd Ring Road. The family of 3 lives together in a 72-square-meter apartment in Yulin District, at building number 43, apartment 1601. A typical small family. Overall, it doesn't seem likely he had a chance to be apprenticed to some master. Mr. Han, how could this guy be anything but a petty figure? Aren't we being a little over-anxious? Chapter 153. The Celebrity Who Loves Reading. A nobody who made me so embarrassed. After hearing the report, Mr. Han decisively shook his head and frowned. Could he really just be lucky? He pondered it for a while, and then asked Yang Jiaojiao, how are things going on your end? The candidate was already chosen. Yang Jiaojiao leaned on the sofa with her arms crossed, smiling. The girl I found is Xia Sweki. She works at a foreign company, and in terms of appearance, she can definitely score 90 points, not less than an average celebrity. I gave her a benefit fee of 30,000 yuan, and she has assured me that she will definitely hook up with Wang Hao. Then, we will know what's really going on. Not bad. Mr. Han nodded and suddenly asked, where is she from? Where from? Yang Jiaojiao blinked in surprise, then said, she's a local, why? Nothing, Mr. Han smiled and said. To hook up with Wang Hao, of course she has to be a local. Otherwise, what if he realizes she's from out of town and isn't tempted? You always think things through, Yang Jiaojiao spoke in a sweet voice. I never thought of that, he. All right, there should be no problem now. Mr. Han laughed loudly and said, he lives in the Yulin district, right? Building 43, apartment 1601. Send someone to scout it out now, find the closest place and rent it. Hee, I want to see whether you really have the skills or if you're just bluffing. The 138th successor of Ghost Valley? Why don't you ascend to heaven? These past few days had been truly exhausting. So early on Sunday morning, Wang Hao indulged in a lazy sleep. After getting up, he uploaded his book and casually checked the author's backend. To talk about a divine book, this is it. Nearly breaking 20,000 collections. Awesome. Thanks to his recent stroke of luck, Break the Heavens had climbed to the top of the new book list from the start and had never come down. Its popularity exceptionally booming. With over 3,000 daily additions to the collections and recommendations shooting from 2,000 a day initially to over 5,000 a day. The number of donors was also increasing day by day, from around 30 or 40 a day initially to 70 or 80 people every day. And by this Sunday, Break the Heavens finally received its first official recommendation, a massive feature on the homepage of Fengyun Chinese Network. With more exposure than the category pages, it brought even more attention to Break the Heavens. Everyone has their own habits for finding books. Some prefer to search by category, others by theme, and still more like to check out whatever is recommended. And on this day, many readers, after the switch in recommendations on Fengyun Chinese Network, discovered this seemingly excellent novel. Break the Heavens. Just the title alone outlined the style of the book. Simple, straightforward, satisfying. Unlike any current work on Fengyun Chinese Network, it jumped straight into the plot from the very first chapter. Many readers, just by reading the first chapter, were thoroughly captivated. The detestable villain, the satisfying counterattacks, the book was just that exhilarating. The story steadily progressed. Each chapter stirred readers' curiosity to keep turning the pages. Many times, once readers looked forward to the development of the plot, then the book was sure to be a hit. A once genius who inexplicably fell to become less than an ordinary person. Naturally, readers hoped the protagonist would rise. Unknowingly, they projected themselves onto the protagonist, and the more they did so, the more thrilled they became when the protagonist triumphed, unable to contain themselves. Update. Update quickly. 2 chapters a day just aren't enough. Finally found a great book. I'll give you my recommendation tickets daily from now on, and also a daily tip of 1 yuan. This is my style. This is my kind of novel. The book review section was already dominated by passionate fans. Of course, if it was just like this, it certainly wouldn't prove the power of this top-ranked divine book from a previous life. The readers didn't just leave messages in the review section. They also spontaneously promoted it in various book groups. Break the Heavens has been amazing these past few days, super exhilarating when reading. I've also read this novel. It's written impressively. I really like it. I read the beginning. It feels just average. Is it really as good as you say? Absolutely. The plot and pacing are unbeatable. At the editorial department of Fengyun Chinese Network, Wen Song, your insight is really amazing. Another team's editor, Jiang Shan, gave Wen Song a big thumbs up, saying, others' rankings increase by 2,000 a week, and it's considered good, but this Break the Heavens gained 20,000 followers in a week. Holy shit, I've never seen anything so crazy. The other editors nodded in agreement. Exactly, Wen Song really hit it big this time. This author is destined to become a great writer. Training a top writer comes with a bonus, so we'll definitely have to treat him to a meal. Absolutely, there's no escaping that, haha. Actually, it's not that great, Wen Song said with a smile. The beginning of the book is quite good, but the quality of a book really depends on what follows. I am just afraid that he might deviate from the path, so I check it every day. However, for now, the writing seems fairly stable. I hope there won't be any problems. Given the current performance, there shouldn't be any problems, Jiang Shan said with a smile. How it performs later will depend on the recommendations. What recommendation do you plan to arrange for him next week? It should be Sanjiang, right? Yes, I'm indeed planning to arrange Sanjiang for him. Wen Song nodded. This book is great in terms of story, plot, and characters, so it should qualify for Sanjiang. That is true, Jiang Shan sighed. You are lucky. I just don't know when I'll meet such a talent. Hee, if nothing unexpected happens, this book should be the newcomer of the year, right? The other editors agreed. It should be. Definitely can't escape that. Not only were the editors optimistic about Break the Heavens, but Ice Princess by Yining was also fervently following the book. Ice Heart, your writing is too slow. It's not enough to read. Wang Ritian, my heart aches, baby. I'm also helpless. There's a daily limit to writing. I also want to write more, but I don't have enough energy. Ice Heart, I don't care. Wang Ritian, I really can't write any faster, beauty. How about we change the topic? Ice Heart, you definitely still have drafts. Wang Ritian, I really don't. If I had drafts, wouldn't I show them to you? This guy? Lying on the bed and lazily looking at her phone, Bai Yining pursed her lips, shook her head, and said, just when it was getting exciting, it stopped. Really frustrating. She shook her head in thought, suddenly remembered something, and smiled, then sent this message. Ice Heart. Well, okay, but since I'm free today, how about I treat you to noodles? Will you come? Wang Ritian. A big star is asking me out for noodles. Oh, how could I accept this? Wang Ritian. I'll go, of course. I'm getting ready now. As always, meet at the entrance of Wang Hao's house complex. Less than 10 minutes after going downstairs, Wang Hao saw the red Ferrari coming. Sigh, the rich are just incomparable, changing cars every day. Bro can't even afford to change models. Arrived quite quickly, Wang Hao said with a broad smile as he opened the car door and, after buckling up the seatbelt, asked, "Where shall we eat?" "I saw a clean restaurant on the way here," Bai Yining said with a smile. "Let's go there. And you can also tell me about the upcoming plot while we're at it." Wang Hao, "I knew it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. See, the fox's tail is showing. No spoilers, absolutely no spoilers." Wang Hao's head shook like a rattle drum. "After spoilers, there won't be any fun in reading it." Bai Yining immediately pouted. "If you don't tell me about the upcoming plot, I won't tell you the news I got." News. What news? Do I really have to spoil it?" Wang Hao rubbed his chin. "How about I just casually tell you about something else later, just as fun, hee. We'll talk about it later." Bai Yining started the car, slamming her foot on the accelerator. "Hold tight." Wang Hao, "Oh, sister, slow down. My heart can't take this." Chapter 154, Tricking the Big Star. Bai Yining said that the restaurant wasn't too far from Wang Hao's house, about a 10-minute drive, and she found a parking spot to park the car. Wang Hao and Bai Yining entered the restaurant very unobtrusively and casually found a table to sit down. At first, they ordered 2 bowls of noodles, 2 bottles of soda, and then chose 4 of the most expensive dishes on the menu. That's what you call unassuming luxury, hom. Soon enough, the noodles arrived, and even with Wang Hao's extensive experience, he couldn't help but be a bit surprised looking at the 2 steaming bowls in front of them, topped with several strands of meat slivers. The meat was sliced as thin as hair, impressive knife skills. "Spill it. What happened to Xiaoyan?" Bai Yining asked while watching Wang Hao slurp his noodles. "Is it possible to obtain the falling heart flame or not?" "The falling heart flame," replied Wang Hao as he ate his noodles. "Oh, these noodles are actually quite good. Do you believe I won't drag you back and lock you in a small dark room to write every day?" Bai Yining sipped her soda, a little huffy. Her actions were adorable, lips slightly pursed. Even though she had applied makeup to tone down her beauty by at least 30 points, she remained the center of attention, such as Wang Hao, who thought she looked very appealing. There was no helping it. A 120-point beauty, even with 30 points deducted, still leaves 90. "Actually, it's just that knowing what happens next ruins the fun," shrugged Wang Hao. "How about I tell you a different story? I know a lot more than just break the heavens. I have a wealth of knowledge. What are you going to tell me about?" Bai Yining grew curious. 5 gods and 5 insects. Something like that. Wang Hao took another bite of his noodles and said, "Today, I'll tell you about strange stories from a Chinese studio." Hearing Wang Hao's words, Bai Yining was momentarily stunned. You can tell strange stories from a Chinese studio?" No wonder she was so surprised. Not many people have even read the book, let alone recount it. "PSSHD, you think less of me, don't you?" Wang Hao, with no intention to maintain any image, retorted, "What don't I know? I'm versed in the past and knowledgeable about the present. Push back 300 years or forward 300. No one surpasses me in experience." "You're full of bull." Not many had ever talked to Bai Yining in such a manner before, and she found it quite amusing, her eyes crinkling with laughter. "Well, go on. Tell me." "Oh, let me tell you about strange stories from a Chinese studio. There's a lot to say," Wang Hao began. "Have you read Investiture of the Gods? There's a vixen in it named Su Daji. You know about her, right?" "Yes, I know. What's next?" Bai Yining nodded. "Are you going to talk to me about the fox spirit?" "Exactly," Wang Hao smiled. "Speaking of which, where are fox spirits mentioned the most?" "Right, in strange stories from a Chinese studio. You see, there are several types of storytelling books. The first type is called the Long Spear Row Belt books, which include 3 kingdoms, the states, Eastern Han, Western Han Dynasty, focusing on emperors and generals. The second type is called Short Fight Judges Case books, with the 8 Righteous, Little 8 Righteous, Lu Gong Case, Judge Bao's Case. The third type is about the supernatural, with only 3 works, Journey to the West, Investiture of the Gods, Jigong's Story. The last type is Ghost and Fox books, comprising solely of strange stories from a Chinese studio. After Wang Hao said all this, Bai Yining was utterly astounded. She originally intended just to casually listen, but she never expected Wang Hao to spin such an elaborate tale, even detailing the 4 types of storytelling books. Not only was Bai Yining dumbstruck, but the nearby diners were also taken aback. Their eyes all turned to look this way. While others were thoroughly perplexed, Wang Hao was inwardly delighted. I absolutely adore you, Lao Liang. Your Lao Liang story collection is one of my favorite shows ever, huh? Strike while the iron is hot, Wang Hao continued. In strange stories from a Chinese studio, the stories either feature ghosts or fox spirits, but these fox spirits, unlike Su Daji, aren't malevolent at heart. On the contrary, most are kind and the bad ones are few. In fact, the book features many admirable fox spirits. Admirable how? Mostly in 3 ways. The first kind have a good nature, meaning they are genuinely kind-hearted. The second kind are loyal and righteous, resembling heroines among fox spirits. The third kind understands the ways of yin and yang and the dynamics of marital relations, deeply perceptive of righteousness. By yinning, unsuspecting onlookers around them. These fox spirits are really that great. Is that really true? Bai Yining felt amazed. Can fox spirits really be that good? Don't be so quick to doubt. Let me just give you an example, Wang Hao laughed. Take for instance Shenhua, the fox woman from Ghost and Fox book. What's the story about? Well, there's this scholar in the region, fairly famous, named Zhang Hongjian. He already had a family, but then in the wild outskirts, he met a beautiful girl. Her name was Shenhua, and in fact, she was a fox spirit. During the few days Zhang Hongjian took shelter from the rain at Shenhua's place, the two hit it off. From then on, Shenhua really pampered Zhang Hongjian, giving him money to spend every day, telling him to go out and enjoy his life in daylight, and to return after dark to spend amorous nights together. By yinning, the surrounding onlookers unaware of the truth. Oh, what a good fox. One day, however, something unexpected happened. Wang Hao kept on, absolutely engrossed in his storytelling. That morning, Zhang Hongjian spent all the money and was dawdling on his way back. When he got to where the house should be, he suddenly realized, where did the house go? There was just a tree left. He scratched his head, certain that this was the place. Then he remembered that Shenhua always told him to come back after dark, and he started to feel something was off. By yinning, he found out. The surrounding onlookers unaware of the truth. Oh, Wang Hao continued. While he was standing there dumbfounded, the house suddenly appeared. With a whoosh, Zhang Hongjian broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing that he had discovered the truth, Shenhua came clean. It turned out she was a fox spirit, and she and Zhang Hongjian were meant to have a connection. But now that her true identity had been exposed, what to do? Shenhua said she could send Zhang Hongjian back to his hometown. Zhang Hongjian, thinking it seemed safe enough since she admitted everything and she was beautiful and generous with money, forgave her. Comfort over ideology, or something like that, right? Look, he even rationalized it in his favor. By yinning. PSH, comfort over ideology, or whatever. The surrounding onlookers unaware of the truth. Oh. They continued their life together. Wang Hao took a sip of water and went on. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Then one day, Zhang Hongjian said he missed his wife and kids. Upon hearing this, Shenhua just sighed and said if he missed his lawful wife, then she would send him back at dusk. I mean, imagine a typical fox spirit as we imagine them. They'd probably have killed his wife, right? But Shenhua didn't. She gave him travel expenses, go back and see them. Missing your lawful wife and kids is natural. Shortly after Zhang Hongjian returned home, something went wrong. Bai Yining, serves him right. Yes, after all, she still couldn't accept a man having multiple wives and concubines. Understandable, understandable. The surrounding onlookers unaware of the truth. Oh, it turned out. When he had left there had been an unresolved case, and when he returned, he was accused and thrown into prison. Wang Hao continued explaining. But this Shenhua, far from being resentful, spared no effort to rescue him and finally reunited him with his wife and kids. Bai Yining, this fox spirit isn't bad. By the way, why do I feel like there's a murderous aura when she says that? Average, just average. Wang Hao laughed and said, so what do you think? Not a bad story, huh? It's all right. Bai Yining coyly shrugged her shoulders. Since the story you told wasn't too bad, I'll share some news I just got with you. Oh, the moment he heard this, Wang Hao immediately put down his chopsticks. Curious. What news? Why so mysterious? Bai Yining casually ate a couple of bites of noodles, her dining manners exquisitely graceful. Wang Hao was almost staring. Good lord, such otherworldly beauty. Even eating noodles looks good. Let's go, we'll talk in the car. After finishing the noodles, Wang Hao promptly paid the bill, and once they were in the car, Bai Yining started the engine and finally shared the news. The Heavenly Musician Association is hosting a youth songwriter competition. What do you think? Interested in participating? Chapter 155, Bubble. A singer-songwriter competition? Wang Hao's eyes instantly gleamed with golden light. Really? Is there prize money? Is money all you ever think about? Bai Yining laughed and scolded. Of course there's prize money. The champion gets 500,000. 500,000 in prize money. Damn, that's almost enough for a bathroom. I'm in. Wang Hao excitedly. So much moolah. Ha ha. Bai Yining. Then, Wang Hao suddenly touched his chin and said, but then again, I have lots of songs, but the problem is, I can't sing them well. That's easy. Bai Yining drove straight to Dream Recording Studio. You just need to produce the lyrics and melody, and I'll find someone to perform it. You don't need to worry about that. How about it? As long as someone else sang, that was no problem for Wang Hao, who nodded. What are we waiting for then? Let's go. Man, as many songs as you want, no problem. The championship is ours. Bai Yining pursed her lips and smiled. There you go boasting again. Wang Hao, why does telling the truth always get mistaken for boasting? Source, updated on Omicron News. Inside the music director's office at Cool Bro Music, Zheng Wenhui was busy with his work. As the music director of the country's largest music website, Zheng Wenhui often wrote music-related reports for major national entertainment media. Today, he was working on the latest music charts, the Heavenly People's Republic Mid-Year Popular Song Rankings. This popular song ranking is a very formal list in the heavenly music community. Most of the songs that make it to the list are the hot new songs of the year, each song needing hundreds of millions of views. Each play counts as one view. So people who loop a single song all day can rack up tremendous numbers, making hundreds of millions of views less exaggerated than it might seem. However, from Zheng Wenhui's point of view, the songs on this list were still far from meeting his expectations. Singing in a Tree, 125,474,787 views, pass. The Couple at the Door, 136,521,478 views, pass. A Song for You, 11,548, 752 *** views, pass. He passed several songs in succession and shook his head in resignation. These songs may have racked up views, but the quality is just too poor. Listening once or twice is barely passable, but any more than that makes me nauseous. He dumped all the songs into the trash bin. Zheng sighed. Good songs are hard to find. Old Zheng, a slightly balding middle-aged man sitting on the sofa, took a sip of tea and shook his head. I didn't like any of those songs you played. If these are the people going on stage for the youth singer-songwriter competition, the viewer ratings will definitely suffer. It's nothing personal, but these songs are trash. This middle-aged man is Du Zhiyun, the director of the Heavenly Musician Association and a key figure. It was his idea to organize this edition of the youth singer-songwriter competition. Exactly. Zheng Wenhui also smiled wryly and said, the stuff these young people are coming up with is just like lullabies. Listening once or twice is barely passable, but any more makes you nod off. If they play this on TV and the audience at the venue falls asleep, that would be quite the spectacle. The two were genuinely frustrated about this. Even though it's expected to have good and bad in one show, there should at least be something eye-catching. Otherwise, with the quality of these songs, forget about viewer ratings, they might not even gather enough audience. Ding ding ding. Zheng Wenhui was feeling gloomy when suddenly his phone rang. He picked it up and was immediately shocked. Miss Ice Princess. Zheng Wenhui made a silencing gesture. Du Zhiyun intuitively leaned over, and they listened together. Zheng Wenhui said, Miss Ice Princess, what made you think of calling me? Bai Yining. Chief Editor Zheng, do you still remember Wang Hao? Wang Hao. Zheng Wenhui's eyes lit up as soon as he heard the name and hurriedly said, "Of course I remember. What? Is he going to participate in the youth singer-songwriter competition? Oh, that would be great." Du Jiyun quietly asked, "Wang Hao? Who's that?" Zheng Wenhui. "Shush." Yining replied, "Yeah, he's planning to participate. Do you want to come and listen?" Wang Hao. "There's a song. Holy shit, I've got to go? Go, 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 definitely going." Zheng Wenhui's head bobbed like a pecking chicken. "It's still at Dream Recording Studio, right? No problem, I'll be right there. By the way, Music Association Director Du Jiyun is here too. I'll bring him along." Miss Ice Princess, did Wang Hao mention the name of the song? Yining. Bubbled. After reporting the song title, Yining promptly hung up. Zheng Wenhui and Du Jiyun looked at each other. Bubble. Du Jiyun shook his head upon hearing the name and said, "This is a young songwriters competition, primarily featuring love songs. What's this bubble he's come up with? Can this song even work? Do you know this Wang Hao?" "Of course. He's a very talented young man. He wrote Wind, Rain, Rainbow, Clanging Roses, you know." Zheng Wenhui stroked his mustache and said, "But I do agree the song title is a bit off. Something like Big Love and Small Love, or Love Like a Long River, would appeal more to the audience. This bubble, just by the name, who knows what it's even about? A child blowing bubbles. He's somewhat capable." Du Jiyun stood up and said, "Enough of that. Let's go. We'll see whether it's a mule or a horse once we get it walking, right?" The two of them then left and quickly arrived at Dream Recording Studio. Upon entering room number 1, Zheng Wenhui smiled and said, "Little Wang is here. Going to surprise me again today." "Nothing much, just a song," Wang Hao greeted with a smile. Chief Editor Zheng. Du Jiyun was closely observing Wang Hao. He looked to be about 23 or 24, quite sunny looking. But as for whether his song could make it, actually, Du Jiyun was quite skeptical. "Are you Wang Hao?" Du Jiyun smiled and extended his hand. "I'm Du Jiyun, director at the Music Association. I've heard from Zheng that you're very talented. Just not sure about your bubble today. I can't tell anything from the name alone." "Ah, it's just something I wrote when I was bored." Wang Hao shook his hand and then laughed. "An impromptu piece, just impromptu." Zheng Wenhui immediately frowned. "Kid, if you weren't showing off, we could actually be friends." "All right, everyone is here." Yining sat on the sofa and took a sip of her drink, then said, "Wang Hao, why don't you sing it for us now?" She knew Wang Hao could sing, but he couldn't write sheet music, so she went straight to the point, simply asking him to sing. But then, Du Jiyun wasn't having it. "Wait, hold on," Du Jiyun said. "Shouldn't we at least have some lyrics and sheet music to look at first? Could I see them?" Wang Hao scratched his head. "I don't know how to write that stuff." "What?" Du Jiyun was shocked upon hearing this and said, "You can't even write that, and you're making songs?" That was awkward. Yining and Zheng Wenhui knew Wang Hao couldn't write music, but Du Jiyun didn't. In Du Jiyun's mind, a songwriter not being able to write sheet music was simply inconceivable. Without that skill, what are you even doing in music? "Old Du, this kid is just like that." Zheng Wenhui hurriedly smoothed things over. "Let's just listen to him sing first. We did the same last time." "All right then." Du Jiyun relaxed into the sofa, ready to just listen. Let him sing. Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders, then sat at the piano and started playing. "Bubbles under the sunlight, they're colorful. Just like me, deceived, yet blissful. Chasing what's right or wrong, your lies, based on your love for me." Chapter 156, Investors Pulling Out? Bubble was a song Wang Hao really liked, with its sorrowful lyrics that vividly captured the psychological state of feeling as though everything had burst like a bubble after a heartbreak. Truly impactful. At first, Du Jiyun listened and felt it was just SOSO, reluctantly nodding. "The lyrics are on topic, I suppose." Bai Yining, on the other hand, closed her eyes to feel the music deeply. As the singing began, Wang Hao immediately remembered the feeling of his past heartbreak. A faint mist covered his eyes, his expression desolate and melancholic. Brother could totally pass for a movie star. The melody of Bubble was slow to start, very somber, then it began to rise higher and higher. Soon, Wang Hao's voice started to escalate in pitch, as if to vent all the discontent and gloom in his heart. Beautiful bubbles, though but a moment of fireworks. All your promises, though all too fragile. Love is a bubble, if one can see through it. What's there to grieve? At the beginning, Du Jiyun didn't feel much for the song, but as Wang Hao's voice soared higher, the song's sadness gradually entered their hearts. All of its bubbles, just moments of fireworks. All your promises, all too fragile. And your silhouette, blame me for not seeing through, hence the sorrow. When Wang Hao sang here, his pitch was already very high. He sang with such passion this time, remembering so much. Source: updated on Omicron Jizuro, Somicron. The girl he secretly loved in high school and never dared to confess to until graduation. Her gaze towards him was like she was looking at a piece of wood. Thank you. Because often, the saying that the youth should not be wrong due to poverty is not just an empty platitude. Yang Tao, although our past burst like a bubble, it is precisely because of past sadness that there's a future beauty, isn't it? Ice Princess, my big star, if there's a 1 in a 10,000 chance, may I pursue you? Wang Hao kept on singing, and by the time he reached the chorus, Du Jiyun and Zheng Wenhui were already too immersed to extricate themselves. Often, a song can clearly convey the singer's mood. At this moment, that was Wang Hao. He used to be a nobody, hard to notice in a crowd. But now, he was no longer a loser. This was his world. This was his stage. He would soar on this stage, fly towards the limitless skies. As the song quickly came to an end, when Wang Hao finally breathed out softly, Du Jiyun no longer held a trace of his previous disdain, clapping until his hands were red, loudly proclaiming, "Excellent song. What a song. Bubble, such a wonderful bubble. Fantastic song. Absolutely fantastic." Zheng Wenhui also exclaimed. The lyrics are sorrowful, striking straight into the soul. And the melody is great too, truly touching. Wang Hao, I really can't believe you're only 24 this year. Only 24. Du Jiyun was now looking starstruck, excitedly saying, "Monster talent, absolute monster talent. I really can't imagine you could produce such an amazing song." Zheng Wenhui, being experienced, asked by Yining right away, "Miss Ice Princess, I must make a move first this time. I'll offer 400,000 for the online streaming rights of this song. We can seal the deal right now." This, Bai Yining looked at Wang Hao. Teacher Zheng wants to buy the rights, and if this song goes online, it's definitely going to be a hit, which would be good for your future. "Ah, I don't mind," Wang Hao shrugged carelessly. "After all, I have as many of these things as I want." "Show off. Really, that many?" Zheng Wenhui's eyes widened. 400,000 per song to start. Can I reserve? Pre-order is possible, right? I'll offer 400,000 for each of your new songs. As many as you have. I'll take them all." Wang Hao, really? Zheng Wenhui. Really? Wang Hao. Okay, then I'll give you another song. Zheng Wenhui, really? Wang Hao. Really? Du Jiyun's expression turned serious. The monster talent was going to release a new song. So Wang Hao began to sing. "Ah, the fifth ring. You have one more ring than the fourth off fifth ring. You have one less ring than the sixth." Bai Yining. Du Jiyun. Zheng Wenhui. Wang Hao extended his hand. "Pay up." The final result was that Wang Hao, the clown, was kicked out with a smile by Bai Yining. Off to the restroom, he went. "Ah, 400,000 for a song. That's fairly decent, hee hee." Humming a tune, Wang Hao strolled along the boulevard of the new era, in quite a good mood. Everything's going smoothly right now. Brother's rich now. Wahaha. Enough to buy 2 toilets. He was cheerfully taking a leak when suddenly his phone rang again. Who is it now? He shook vigorously, shivered, and then pulled out his phone. "Hey, is that little Yaya? What's up?" On the other end of the phone, little Yaya sounded like a thief in action. "Hey, brother Hao, did you step in dog poo today?" "Definitely not." Wang Hao, clutching the phone with his neck as he pulled up his pants. "What's going on? You sound like you're up to no good." "That's great." Zheng Yu screamed so loudly that Wang Hao almost dropped his phone into the urinal. "Brother Hao, come to the set quick. It's a big deal." Zheng Yu called out in a rush. "If you don't come now, our crew is done for. This is absolutely the most urgent matter. It's critical." "Damn, scaring people like that. Are you serious? What's actually going on?" Wang Hao fixed up his clothes and washed his hands. "You're scaring me with all this alarming talk." "I'm not trying to scare you," Zheng Yu said. "The investors are making a fuss about pulling out. You better come quick. Director Gao is being chewed out. The whole crew is scared stiff. Wang Hao, that's intolerable. I'm the jack-of-all-trades temporary worker of this crew. If the crew goes under, who's going to pay my wage of 4,800? Hold tight, just hold on. Wang Hao shouted. I'm on my way. Whatever it is, wait for me to get there before you do anything. He hurried out the door to hail a cab, heading straight for the set. The current location of the crew was within a medium-sized urban film and television base in Zhonghai City. As soon as Wang Hao got out of the car, he saw Zheng Yu and Ma Ming's short and tall combo waiting at the entrance, hurriedly waving. Little yeah, Ma Ming, I'm here. Brother Hao, you're finally here. Zheng Yu almost flew over. Quick, go check out the set. Everything's in chaos. If you don't take action soon, our crew might have to disband. Is it really that bad? What exactly happened? Wang Hao asked while walking. It sounds so severe. What's wrong with the screenplay? Why would it disband? Can't we just shoot as planned? It's not about the screenplay, Zheng Yu said urgently. It's the investors. There's not just your friend funding this film, but 2 other parties as well, and the budget has been burning through. The investors are struggling and are thinking about pulling out. Holy moly, investors pulling out? That's a major crisis. What's the point of a crew that runs out of money to shoot? The 3 of them headed straight for the crew's location, and as soon as they walked in, they were met with a scene of utter gloominess. Everyone was hanging their heads in silence. The screenwriter Li Fei sat smoking in a chair, his ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. Wang Hao could tell at a glance that this situation was tricky. Teacher, I'm here. Wang Hao hurriedly approached. What's going on inside? Little Hao, you're finally here. As soon as Li Fei saw Wang Hao, his whole demeanor perked up. Not just him, everyone else came over as well, bombarding him with questions. Mascot, you didn't step in dog poo today, right? Our crew's fate depends on you now. No one else has a solution. It's all on you, Brother Hao, to fix this. Geez, suddenly it feels like the weight of the world is on me. Don't panic. I'm feeling quite all right today. Wang Hao looked around and asked, Where's Director Gao? He's inside, isn't he? Li Fei stamped out his cigarette decisively. Little Hao, whether our crew can continue and whether Director Gao can be saved today, it's all on you. Wang Hao, but I'm just a handyman, earning a measly 2,000 for a month. You guys are giving me such an important task. Is this really okay? Chapter 157, Roaring Investors. Whether it's good or bad, we absolutely must keep the investors calm. Wang Hao immediately headed for the production crew's small meeting room with a squad in tow. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard a roar coming from inside. This drama, you told me I could fund it with 3 million from the start. It's a web series, not so expensive, that voice shouted loudly. And now, what's the situation? Not only has the cost doubled, but you're telling me it's still not enough. Still not enough. I've invested 6 million now. Just this month alone I've made 3 payments, and we've only shot 2/3 of it. Do you expect me to pour in more than 10 million to complete the shoot? The person was banging on the table, obviously very angry. I was just thinking of improving the quality a bit, Gao Mingxing muttered. Mr. Li, you also know it's very common for a film to go over budget. Common my ass, Mr. Li yelled. Going over the budget by 1 million or 2 is no big deal, but how much have you exceeded? Just from me, it's nearly 4 million over, and that's just for now. Are you going to pay for the final third of the drama out of your own pocket? Mr. Wu is already at his wit's end over there. Keep this up, and it's not just you. All of us will be ruined. Wang Hao, damn, Mr. Li is really worked up. This can't go on. If we're not careful, the production crew could really fall apart. Li Fei, Zheng Yu, and a group of people were anxiously pacing around like ants on a hot pan, all looking to Wang Hao. Brother Hao, look, we're absolutely out of options. It's all on you now. Yeah, Brother Hao, you're our production crew's lucky charm. Whether we can continue shooting all depends on whether you can calm Mr. Li down. People were talking at once, leaving Wang Hao feeling overwhelmed in an instant. Source, updated on Omicron News. But no matter what, the show must go on. If we stop the funding now, all the work we've done will be in vain. Director Gao. Wang Hao gently pushed the door open, grinning. I'm here. Is everything okay? You're finally here. As soon as Gao Mingxing saw Wang Hao, he rushed over like a drowning man clutching at straws, pulling Wang Hao into the room. Quick, quick, quick. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Li Minghai, our production crew's investor. Hello, Mr. Li. Wang Hao quickly greeted. Nice to meet you for the first time. Who are you? Mr. Li was clearly in a bad mood, looking at Wang Hao with disdain. How come I have never seen you before? I'm just an assistant from our production crew. That's not good to say. Wang Hao scratched his head. An assistant? I think there might be some misunderstanding about our production crew. Assistant? Mr. Li sized up Wang Hao, then burst into a tirade. You're just a nobody. What are you doing barging in here, acting important? Speaking of which, I've got to ask, how much do you earn a month? How come I have never seen you during my previous visits? Taking my money and not working, and now you come in here, deliberately to provoke me, right? Gao Mingxing. Li Fei. Onlookers outside. It's all over now, the lucky charm. Was cursed to high heaven the moment he appeared. This time it's truly hopeless. Even the main actor, Yang Yunfei from the crowd, covered his forehead. It's done for. This is really bad. My first leading role in a drama. I thought it would surely be a hit. If this doesn't work out. Everyone was very frustrated. In fact, the script of this drama was definitely not an issue, but what's the use of a good script if the investor pulls out? Mr. Li, please don't panic just yet, Wang Hao said cheerfully. There's an issue, but aren't we supposed to solve it? Yelling at me doesn't resolve anything, right? Come, have a seat. Why not listen to what I have to say first? No matter what, Wang Hao's attitude was still quite good. Mr. Li was panting heavily for a while before he finally calmed down a bit and plumped down onto a seat. Director Gao, Wang Hao sat down beside Gao Mingxing and then asked, what exactly is going on? According to the script, it's all urban scenes, at most with some action sequences. How did it burn through so much money? When this was brought up, Gao Mingxing was also quite frustrated, saying, how would I know? I'm just responsible for shooting the film. I assign what's needed for each scene, and then the set is arranged, actors prepare, and then we start filming. If a shot isn't good, we reshoot. That's how it's always been done. I didn't notice anything amiss. Listening to Director Gao, this really did seem normal. This doesn't give me much of an idea. Wang Hao stroked his chin. Is there anything more specific, like a detailed breakdown of a scene's assignments? Otherwise, I can't pinpoint where the problem is. Quit your yapping, Mr. Li said impatiently from the side. Just tell me what you're going to do about it. I'm certainly not going to keep throwing money into this bottomless pit. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, this crew will disband right here, and I'll have to withdraw my investment. Everyone's heart sank. Mr. Li was laying down the gauntlet. Today, even if they had to exhaust every last idea, they had to figure things out, or the production would be over. Mr. Li, don't rush. Little Wang is here, so everything will definitely be fine. Gao Mingxing finally felt confident with Wang Hao there. This guy was extraordinarily capable when he wasn't stepping in crap. Sure enough, after thinking for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his thigh hard and said, I've got it. I wrote a proposal before, with details for each shot, set design, scene setting, and so on. It's all in there. Can you see if that helps? Better to have something than nothing, right? Wang Hao nodded. All right, get it for me to look at. I bet the problem is with that part. Soon, someone handed over a notebook, and Wang Hao began to read. At first, he didn't say much, but the more he read, the more wrong it seemed. Soon, his brows furrowed deeply. How is it? How is it? Director Gao was full of anticipation. No problems, right? Damn, no problems. This is a huge problem. If you keep this up, not even a god could afford it, my dear Director Gao. It's not that there aren't problems. Wang Hao took a deep breath. This is a huge problem. If I were Mr. Li, not to mention negotiating with you, I would immediately withdraw my investment. The onlookers outside all craned their necks upon hearing Wang Hao's words. What the hell? You're betraying us at the last minute? Oh, there really is a problem. Mr. Li's eyes brightened as he asked. Tell me, where exactly is the issue? Director Gao, you need set designs, and there's nothing wrong with that. But what you've written here is no good. Wang Hao flicked the notebook in his hand, saying, look at this scene. The male lead is taking the female lead on a date, and to create a romantic shot, you used a circular track around the lead actors, filming around them. That's right, isn't it? Yes. I'm particularly proud of how that shot came out. The effect was super good. Gao Mingxing said, confused. Are you saying we should cut costs and not use such techniques? Would the footage even be watchable then? Mr. Li, sitting nearby, leaned back on the sofa and huffed. It's just one shot, and you want to go to heaven for it? Just settle down. How much did you spend on that sorry shot? Tell me yourself. Gao Mingxing immediately wilted at this. It cost around about. Gao Mingxing thought carefully. Around 40,000 or so, right? I mean, it needs technical work. I smashed all the tables and chairs in the bar for that shot, laid down the circular tracks, and set up the lighting. Mr. Li, we can't skimp on the venue cost. Out of that 40,000, 30,000 was for remodeling. Mr. Li nearly leaped to his feet. UTM smashed someone's venue just for one shot. Why don't you just fly to the sky? Wouldn't carrying the camera around do the trick? 40,000 for one shot. How much money do you think I have for you to play around like this? Gao Mingxing was also quite disheartened. I had no choice. Carrying the camera can cause shaky footage, and that picture is just unwatchable. It would make the audience's eyes go blurry. Chapter 158. Filming Chicken. Why did it shake to death? Why did it shake to death? After hearing Gao Mingxing's words, Mr. Li slammed the table hard and shouted, You've thrown $40,000 into such a simple shot. I want to see why holding the camera isn't enough. Show me the footage that was shot before. Soon, someone brought over a laptop, and Mr. Li started watching. After quickly finishing, Mr. Li, Wang Hao also watched, and honestly, the footage was so shaky that it made one dizzy. Rubbish. All rubbish. Mr. Li threw his pencil onto the conference table with a smack, causing a dull sound, and shouted loudly, It pissed me off. I'm so angry. I'm really king angry. A broken shot cost me $40,000. This week, I refrained from having nice meals to add funds 3 times. And after all my scrimping, Mr. Li continued yelling, You just threw $40,000 into this shot, just for a piece of junk metal. Are all your photographers pigs? But Mr. Li, Gao Mingxing hastily said, filming definitely requires a good shot. Quality doesn't come cheap, Mr. Li. But where's the money coming from? Are you paying out of your own pocket? Mr. Li roared, obstructing our crap. He vented for a while, then helplessly sat down in his chair, sinking his head down. I'm not filming this movie for annoyance sake. This has turned out so fantastic. Damn it. Think of a solution. You must think of a solution. Otherwise, I'll cut off your troublemaking dangler. Then let 70,000 ladies-in-law kill you. Go. Gao Mingxing was sweating profusely. Yes, I will think of something. He said he would think of something, but did Gao Mingxing really have any good ideas? Such situations were definitely going to continue. Then his troublemaking dangler. Little Wang. Brother Hao. Gao Mingxing decisively looked towards Wang Hao sitting aside and urgently said, You think of something quickly. If this isn't solved, I can't shoot what follows. Such issues were absolutely unsolvable. Everyone present was out of ideas. Had they known a solution, they would have used it by now. But the problem was, just because others had no solution didn't mean Wang Hao didn't. This simple issue, you don't know it? Wang Hao was also stunned. In my opinion, this shot could be handled for $200, no more than that. What? The moment Wang Hao spoke, not only was Gao Mingxing completely shocked, even Mr. Li was stunned. $40,000 for a shot. And now you're telling me it could be done for 200? Are you joking? Gao Mingxing exploded. A $40,000 shot, and you can manage it for $200? How? Tell me now. If you can solve this, I'll worship you from now on. Wang Hao. You mean you hope I'll die soon, right? Little Wang. That's Wang Hao, right? Mr. Li's gaze towards Wang Hao softened. Come on. Tell us. How can this be resolved? Well, actually, this really isn't hard. Wang Hao said with a grin, scratching his head. Just prepare a small cart, the hand-pushed kind. Then get a chicken, and attach a small camera to the chicken's head. A chicken? Mounting a camera on a chicken's head? Is there such an ingenious method? Brother Hao, you're not joking, right? Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, Gao Mingxing immediately felt terrible. Using a chicken for filming? Camera refers to a machine camera, not a rooster's chicken. The people outside also nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Although we always talk about cameras, That refers to the machine in camera, but here he switched it straight to the chicken and rooster. Today is indeed a novelty. Never seen such an idea before. Even Mr. Lee was utterly perplexed. That, the method you mentioned, can it really be used? As far as Mr. Lee was concerned, he no longer wanted to spend even a dime, let alone 200 more. Hee, Director Gao. Mr. Lee, looks like you don't understand this, do you? Wang Hao began to explain to the crowd. Being a photographer for a long time, one naturally starts looking for good methods to capture the best images. So, many are designing systems, equipment, and the like. Right, photographers? A voice from outside chipped in. Right. I regularly study this myself. So generally speaking, the biggest challenge is how to stabilize the camera, Wang Hao said with a smile. Many people have spent tens to hundreds of thousands US dollars on just the research equipment. This is common, right? Yes. The person outside nodded again. I know a company in Hollywood that put 30 million US dollars into researching this. And as for the results, this comrade is quite the team player. Mr. Lee was puzzled on the side. Then are you saying the thing Hollywood spent over 30 million US dollars on, you resolved it using a chicken? Does it really work? Ahem. Wang Hao coughed and then said, well, can anyone find me a blackboard? I'd like to give everyone a primer on the knowledge about chickens. His statement came off as amusing, and many couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Such an interesting matter naturally demanded attention, and shortly someone brought over a whiteboard and markers. Wang Hao took them, and a group of crew members sat neatly in a small meeting room, looking for all the world like elementary school students. Even Mr. Lee sat down, watching intently. First of all, birds have a very awesome characteristic called head stabilization ability. Wang Hao drew a bird on the whiteboard, and someone asked, Brother Hao, the one you drew, are you sure that's a chicken? Come on, don't sweat the details at times like these. That chicken pecking grain image is still a chicken. Just think of it as a chicken, okay? Wang Hao briskly continued. Take our commonly seen chickens, pigeons, and even some swimming ducks. Why do they nod their heads while walking? Some say it's to maintain balance. Some say it's for more careful observation. Some claim it's the optimal evolutionary solution, and some think it's just ingrained nature. It all changes so quickly, opinions vary greatly. The crowd glanced around, and the photographer asked curiously, Chickens walk with their necks stretching in and out, eh? What's the problem with that? I really didn't know what that was about. It's simple, Wang Hao grinned. There once was an experiment where food was placed at one end of a room, and pigeons were released at the other end to seek the food while their walking was photographed. So what does this picture mean? Wang Hao drew a vertical line ahead of the chicken pecking grain image's mouth. As pigeons walk, their heads don't move regularly back and forth, but stretch forward continuously. The neck thrusts forward, head first. Then, the head remains still at the previous position, waiting for the body and feet to catch up. It's only because the body moves forward that the head's relative position to the body shifts backward, creating the illusion of nodding forward, then retracting the neck. The crowd. Holy crap, there's so much to this. Never paid attention to this before. The reasons are quite complex. I won't explain the scientific principles now, Wang Hao said cheerfully. In summary, whether you nod or shake your head, having clear vision is what matters. The crowd. That's quite a legendary phrase. So how do I prove my point? Wang Hao pointed to the photographer present. You, just you, carry a camera, walk and film, and show everyone what it looks like. Got it. Always eager to help at times like this, the photographer ran while shouting, Brother Hao, my name is Zhao Neng. Don't forget it. If you were Lu Neng, I definitely couldn't forget. Gao Mingxing quietly asked on the side. Brother Hao, can we really pull this off? Don't screw it up. Wang Hao was quite confident, smiling as he replied. Don't worry, I've played with this before. Chapter 159. What's the most important thing in the 21st century? Talent. It wasn't long before Zhao Neng came running back with the camera. The guy was really efficient at handling tasks. After connecting the power, he started walking with the camera. His steps were stable, but even so, the footage on the screen was shaking terribly. When that part was finished, Zhao Neng said, Brother Hao, take a look. This is exactly why we have to use equipment when filming. Holding the camera is no problem, but the moment you move, it's bound to shake. Of course, I know that. Wang Hao chuckled and nodded. Now, go get a chicken, quick. You got it. Zhao Neng dashed off again and somehow procured a large rooster in no time. Wang Hao instructed, aim the camera's lens at the chicken's head, then shake the chicken's body and see what happens. This experiment was really interesting. Everyone stretched their necks to watch, and then they saw. Damn, check out the camera. It's genius, sheer genius. Yeah, no matter how the chicken's body moves, its head stays right in the center of the screen, so steady. That's amazing, Brother Hao. How did you discover such a thing? It's no wonder they were so shocked. In the footage, no matter how the chicken was moved, even when Zhao Neng was holding it and rotating it in circles, its head remained right in the center of the camera's screen. Even Mr. Liu was taken aback, saying, Little Wang, where did you find out about this? It's simply magical. Now that they saw how incredible it was, Gao Mingxing immediately started pounding the table. What are you all waiting for? Go now. Give me the stuff Brother Hao is talking about. Now. Instantly. I want to see everything ready in 5 minutes. Whoosh. Once Gao Mingxing said that, what else was there to say? The onlookers from the film crew started preparing things immediately, and soon everything was in place. Wang Hao told Zhao Neng to tie the mini camera to the chicken's head and said, take a board to fix the chicken on it. Then carry the board and run to test it. Zhao Neng was the most excited about this. Without a second word, he got things ready and took off running. Watching the footage that was shot, everyone's jaws nearly hit the floor. My God, this time it's too steady, right? The image isn't shaking at all. Holy shit, this is like solving a super difficult problem in the film industry. It's so steady. I'm impressed, truly impressed. Brother Hao, you really are the mascot of our crew, invincible. It's mind-blowing. Chickens are better than humans. Gao Mingxing was also astonished, then slapped his thigh hard. Damn, Brother Hao, why didn't you say this earlier? Wang Hao looked innocent. Well, you never asked me. After everyone joked around for a while, Wang Hao told Zhao Neng to hold the chicken and said, now stand on the cart. Then have 2 people push the cart and turn in circles. Hey, who's that? Yang Yunfei, right? You sit in the chair, we'll shoot around you. Quick. All the people on set were filled with curiosity and gathered around. Then, the chicken and the camera were ready, and 2 crew members pushed the cart with the cameraman on it in a complete circle on the spot. On the screen, the lens appeared to turn in a flawless, steady circle without any flaws, even steadier than the previous shot. Gao Mingxing. Mr. Li. All crew members present. Everyone was dumbstruck, totally silent for a half-minute, and then the place exploded in an uproar. Damn, this effect is just too incredible, isn't it? It's just as good as the previous one. Brother Hao, you're invincible. Do you need someone to serve tea and water? Brother Hao need a secretary? I'm up for it. Mr. Li was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly for quite a while, and then roared. How did you only just discover someone this talented? Huh? How did you only just find out? What the hell have you been doing all this time? You've actually let such a talented person just run around? This is negligence. This is negligence. If we'd discovered this earlier, why would I have needed to invest so much extra money? Wang Hao. Mr. Li, your words are so flattering that I'm almost embarrassed. But, could you say a bit more? It does sound very nice to hear. Wang Hao was overjoyed, but everyone else was utterly speechless. Big brother, Mr. Li, are you seriously unaware of the situation? You don't know the power of Brother Hao as a lucky charm, Mr. Li. Today he hasn't stepped in dog poop. It's a miracle. Normally, if he stepped in dog poop, forget about shooting. It would be a blessing if the set didn't get blown away, let alone ancestral graves billowing green smoke. Normally, who would dare ask him to stay here every day? Mr. Li, Gao Mingxing cautiously said. Brother Hao has already signed a contract with our company. He's a temp worker for our crew, earning only 2,400 per month. He's already helped us out a lot on set. It really wouldn't be right to burden him further. 2,400 what? Only 2,400 a month. Mr. Li was utterly shocked this time. You're paying such an incredible talent only 2,400 in salary. Are you all idiots? Gao Mingxing was also feeling quite frustrated. But what could he do about it when the contract was already signed by the higher-ups? He was only responsible for directing the film, not for managing other people's salaries. Big brother. We really can't do anything about it, Gao Mingxing said with annoyance. It's signed by the higher-ups. Although Brother Hao is very capable, I'm not in charge of personnel moves. He's in our crew, and I can't just raise his price without permission. I was thinking of applying for a proper adjustment after we finished shooting the film. Idiot. Mr. Li was so furious he slapped his thigh, his mouth trembling. With such talent available, why didn't you tell me sooner? If I had known earlier, I would have directly given more through personal sponsorship. What's most important in the 21st century? Talent. Without talent, what kind of crap film are you shooting? Think about it. If we had employed... Oh no, I mean invited little Wang earlier to oversee. Why would we have needed to spend so much money? Huh, personal sponsorship. At the sound of these words, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Ah, this Mr. Li is really quite nice. Dear little brother, come sit. Mr. Li directly pulled Wang Hao to sit beside him, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. Where was the trace of his previous fury, slamming the table and glaring? Then Mr. Li said, I think you are definitely a talent. How about this? For many of the upcoming shots, you help us keep an eye on things, and any money saved, I'll give you 1/10 as your personal sponsorship. How does that sound? Wow. At Mr. Li's words, all the crew members present were green with envy. 1/10 might not seem like much, but don't forget, the total investment in a production can be terrifyingly high. Even if only 1/3 of the production was left, if that third required 3 million in investment, then 1/10 would be still 30,000. Oh my, how could I possibly accept? Wang Hao scratched his head bashfully, but before Mr. Li could continue, he promptly nodded. All right, I'll see how else we can save money on the remaining parts. Gao Mingxing. Mr. Li. Other crew members. You're really not shy about it. Okay, first off, the next scene, Wang Hao pointed to a scene in the script, asking director Gao Yu. Plan for the male lead and female lead to chase the enemy on a yacht, right? And this shot is taken from a helicopter hovering overhead, which costs a lot of money, tens of thousands for one shot. With my method just now, it'll only cost a few thousand, which can be counted as mine, right? Yes. Mr. Li was delighted. With this shot alone, we could save at least 30,000, and I'll give you 3,000. Ha ha ha. 3,000 bucks in the bag. Oh my, what do we call this? This is called knowledge is power, comrades. Chapter 160. Mr. Li goes to great lengths to save money. At that moment, everyone from the crew rushed into the room. A huddle of people turning the small meeting room crowded as can be. Brother Hao is awesome. This time it looks like our crew won't have to disband. That's right. Why else would he be called a mascot? Even director Gao calls him Brother Hao, so there's definitely no questioning it. If Brother Hao oversees things, I bet the stuff we need later on won't cost much to get done. A crowd of people chattered away, stretching their necks as they all waited to see what Brother Hao would do next. Look at this, the second shot that's coming up. Wang Hao pointed to a portion of the second scene's props and said, look at this part. The protagonist goes into a leader's office, right? The office should have a big solid wood desk, right? There's a great computer, solid wood chairs, and tea table. The tea is premium. And there's a bookcase in the back stuffed with all sorts of political and economic books. The budget for setting this scene is 25,000. The people around him all nodded in agreement when one of the set designers spoke up. That's right. This scene is exactly like that. I called in favors to get these items at the lowest price possible, but still, it's all going to cost at least 20,000 or so. Brother Hao, this has to be an actual set. We can't skimp on it. If props look too fake, it will be easy to spot flaws and ruin the effect. The group nodded emphatically. Mr. Li found himself in a dilemma. After all, saving money is one thing, but if it leads to ridicule for being obviously cheap, that would be worse than not saving at all. And then, with a single sentence, Wang Hao floored everyone. Who said I'm looking to save money on this scene? Wang Hao looked at everyone present with a curious expression. Such a great scene to make money from. And you're still thinking about spending? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Everyone was completely baffled. Making a movie is about saving money, not making it, right? How does that work? Then they watched as Wang Hao took out his phone. Hello, Manager Zhao, it's me. Wang Hao said, smiling into his phone. Ah, it's about this thing. I'm on a film set right now. That's right. Ah, it's not a big role, Just a bit of a jack-of-all-trades job. Sweeping, running errands. Haha, Manager Zhao Yu. Jest. Yes, there's a matter I need to discuss. You see, I need a location for a scene. Yes, it's just a simple office but needs to be of a higher standard, requiring a large writing desk, a solid wood one, you got it? And a set of solid wood desk, chairs, tea table, etc. The most important part is a bookcase in the back. Stock it with economics books and the like. You don't have it. Everyone looked at each other. As expected, finding such a setting isn't easy. Wang Hao continued. Oh, right, a bookcase with some books, like the 100 Secrets of Success, Political Economics, etc. Oh, great, no problem. Yes, your company CEO can make a cameo. That's right, sounds good. And maybe we can give him a line or two, or even run an ad for you. Sure, no problem. 30,000, huh? That's a bit low. 50,000, that's more like it. Should work just fine. Okay, that's settled then, bye. After hanging up, Wang Hao casually said, 50,000 in the bag, next up. Gao Mingxing. Mr. Li. The rest of the crew. Wait a minute, Brother Hao. Gao Mingxing was completely confused. What you just said about 30,000 being too little, 50,000. Is that what we have to spend? Right, Wang Hao continued nodding. Their CEO provides the location and gets to show his face on TV, some casual publicity, and then they give us 50,000 yuan. Everyone was astonished. Can filming a TV show really work like this? Isn't it supposed to be about finding investors, securing sponsorships, then hiring directors and actors to start shooting, and afterwards selling the broadcasting rights to video websites? For just this short scene, others would have to spend 20 to 30,000, and here you are, not only not spending, but also netting 50,000. And they should feel grateful to boot. Oh heavens! Oh earth! Tell us we're not dreaming today. So, Wang Hao looked at the expressions of the people around him, stupefied by the situation himself. How have you all been filming up to now? Isn't this sort of situation supposed to be handled like this all the time? Everyone, I hate that attitude of yours, just quietly being all pretentious. What do you mean? That's how we've always played. Actually, this was a rookie mistake from Wang Hao. The movie industry in this world was very underdeveloped. Not only was it behind the times, but it was also a money pit. In short, it all boiled down to one thing. Whether it was useful or not, they just blindly threw money at it. Little Wang, Mr. Li said excitedly as he grabbed Wang Hao's hand. Meeting you was really a blessing. If only I had met you earlier, I wouldn't have blundered and spent so much money. This line was too good. It had so many flavors of emotions that even Wang Hao felt a little embarrassed. Brother Hao. Gao Mingxing was also getting excited and called out. Take a look at this. Our budget for this needs to be at least 200,000, and no matter what we try, we just can't cut it any further. It's enough to drive a person crazy. 200,000. Mr. Li almost flew out of his chair when he heard the number. He was so close to running over the conference table to grab that notebook. Let me see. What in the world needs 200,000? Whoosh. The notebook was snatched from Wang Hao's hands, and then they heard Mr. Li reading. The main scene. The male lead attends a party and plays a heart-wrenching song on the spot, then gets shot by the female lead. In the end, the male lead tries to catch a white rose for her, but gets hit. This is the most crucial scene to bring the lead characters closer, so the music rights fee or the songwriting fee starts at a minimum of 200,000. At this point, Mr. Li's face turned almost green. A single song, starting at 200,000. The worst part is, it's clear, isn't it? It's just a heart-wrenching song, something that can't be removed at all. Otherwise, if such an important pivotal scene were messed up, half of the movie would flop. But this 200,000. Li, little Wang, Mr. Li's voice was trembling. Please take a look at this. Can we save some money here? We must figure something out. We must. It's 200,000. Even if we can save 50 or 60,000, that would be good. Could he not be in a hurry? Adding more investment now was already pushing the limits, and now another 200,000 just for one scene. Damn it, what's even the point of continuing? At this moment, everyone's eyes were all fixed on Wang Hao. This miraculous Brother Hao, the mascot of the crew. If he could solve this problem, he'd truly be a god. A god. Do you understand what a deity is? Right. Brother Hao, please think of something. The budget is way too high. Yeah, the scenes that follow don't need much. This is the most expensive one. You absolutely must save us some money. Brother Hao, big brother Hao. Yang Yunfei almost wanted to hug Wang Hao's arm and act coquettishly. You really need to nail this. Make the song emotionally charged to bring out that little bit of my charm. Well, he was going to be the one playing the song, so, well, you see. Wang Hao definitely wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. He stroked his chin, sighed deeply, and said, "This budget really is a bit steep. This scene by itself is very important. It can't be taken lightly, so the song must be apt, heartfelt, something that can showcase an actor's skill." As he spoke, everyone around him nodded in agreement. Exactly. It has to be heartfelt, something that showcases skill. Mr. Li's neck was stretching so long. He nearly resembled a giraffe. Little Wang, do you have any ideas? If you can save money, I'll give you 10,000 for saving 50,000, 20,000 for 100,000. This was a major sacrifice. Ha ha ha. That's exactly the line I was waiting for. Well, actually, when you think about it, Wang Hao waited for this moment, promptly nodded his head. I indeed have a solution. Not only to save money, but it won't cost a penny. Hee, Mr. Li, saving 200,000 means you'll give me 40,000, right? You have to be clear about this. No going back on your word. Mr. Li slammed the table hard. I promise. A deal's a deal. To save money, Mr. Li was indeed willing to go all out. Chapter 161, The Thickening Autumn Sentiment. Ha ha ha. 40,000 in the bag. You know, for most people to get a soundtrack, they might have to find a singer, buy rights, or look for someone to write the lyrics and compose the music, but for us, isn't it just a cinch? Is there a piano? Wang Hao asked as he walked down from the podium. I composed a piece before, and we can use it directly. The rights within the crew are free. Holy shit, does he actually have something? Once Wang Hao finished speaking, the crowd exploded. Brother Hao, no way, you've got a song too? Yeah, Brother Hao, you're too awesome, truly a jack of all trades. The almighty Brother Hao, dominate me. Gao Mingxing almost dropped his cigarette. He stared blankly at Wang Hao and asked, Brother Hao, you can do this. You can sing and play the piano too. Of course, Wang Hao chuckled with a smirk. There doesn't seem to be much I can't do. This dude is showing off again. Let's see how well he can. Actually play then. Everyone crowded around, and Gao Mingxing shouted, Quick, get Brother Hao changed. Where's the makeup artist? Makeup artist? This scene is perfect for the male lead to play piano and sing. Get Brother Hao made up as the stand-in. Someone below shouted, Got it, understood. And so, they took Wang Hao off to get made up. Outside, everyone craned their necks eagerly awaiting Brother Hao's appearance, and thankfully, the makeup artist didn't disappoint. About 10 minutes later, Wang Hao appeared before everyone, donned in a white suit. Before this, Wang Hao, dressed casually, had just seemed like a handsome and sunny young man, but the moment he stepped out now, everyone was stunned. The makeup artist had put Wang Hao in a white suit, a white waistcoat inside, and a pair of white leather shoes. That confident and dashing aura matched the male lead of the drama so perfectly that it seemed like he had stepped right out of the script. All set. How's my look? The now idle powerhouse said with a light smile. Let's begin. In real life, if someone was dressed head to toe in a white suit, with white leather shoes and hair so greasy it shone, you could easily call him a bored show-off. But in a setting like this, perfect is the only word left. My God, Zhao Nong, the photographer, stared through the camera, dumbfounded, and exclaimed, Director Gao, Brother Hao is simply born to show off. Look at his movements, his expressions. He even lit a cigarette now. Damn, that's just too cool. Of course I'm cool. Wang Hao's lips curled into a smile. Isn't that quite a deep line? The crowd. Brother Hao is powerful. Everyone was admiring him. When Wang Hao spoke again, Director Gao, don't just watch. Remember to give my cigarette a close-up later. Don't forget, there's good money in advertisement fees. As expected of Brother Hao. Make a note. Make a note. Mr. Li slapped his thigh hard. Brother Hao, you've won me over. Thus, Wang Hao walked over to the piano as if strolling in a park, smoothly flicked the tail of his jacket, and sat firmly before the piano. An eerie silence fell over the whole room. At that moment, Brother Hao possessed that kind of charisma. The melodious piano music started. As the prelude played, everyone in the room was utterly captivated. Autumn's sentiment is thick, weighing on the hearts of those who part. A cup of liquor, emotions manifold. Close your eyes, feel with your heart. The memories are so barren. The place where we once sowed dreams has long changed its appearance. The sky so high, the clouds so distant, the wind is cold. Here, the wild grass grows. Here, everything has transformed. Here, foreign yet familiar. Childhood friends have scattered to the ends of the earth. In our youth, we were reckless together. Once, paper airplanes circled in the sky, silently falling. Partings are many, in the season when leaves fall. Holding your hand, placing it over my heart, I want you to remember the unspoken promise. There was a time when I was just as obstinate, yet it faded like a flame doused. Now I hesitate. Now I fear both having and losing. Now loneliness falls like snow. Now all is but a dream in the vast sea. The past and the present, separated by a mere thread, have become two parallel lines, never to intersect again. Just like some people, who once were separated only by the distance of the heart, but later drifted apart, becoming farther than even before they had met. I do not fear the bitterness of longing. I only fear your pain. I lament only that humans in the wind have no say in their coming and going. I do not fear my own solitude. I only fear your loneliness, with nowhere to express the sorrow of parting. Have you ever loved recklessly? Have you ever listened to a sad song day and night? Have you ever felt melancholic after finishing a book? Have you ever drowned your sorrows in alcohol to the point of hangover? Touch by touch of sadness, a light yellow hue. Leaves no longer cling to the tree. The tree no longer yearns for the leaves. Without stars, without memories, it seems like the end was written from the very beginning. Such a quiet farewell, with only the autumn wind blowing a little too wildly. Only the frantic dance of falling leaves. Only the upward gazes of passers-by filled with sorrow. A faint smile, the heavy air of autumn. In an instant, just for eternity. Leaves fall, silently awaiting early spring. No place to speak of parting sorrows. The piece, autumn's heavy air, finished playing. Wang Hao took a deep breath, struck the final note, then slowly stood up. To show off, one must do it like this. I came quietly. I leave quietly, taking not a cloud, leaving behind only tears and fluff. By the time everyone finally recovered from the shock, the piano nearby had no trace of Wang Hao. What just happened exactly? Zhao Ning stared dumbfounded at the screen in front of him, murmuring, "Why am I crying? Where's Brother Hao? Where's he gone?" "Brother Hao, that was a big play you made." Gao Mingxing slowly opened his eyes, shaking his head. "I'm almost willing to replace you as the male lead." Compared to you, Yang Yunfei is really. Having changed back into his own clothes, walking home, Wang Hao's mood was still exhilarating. The show I just put on could score 99 points. Ha. It's important to perform well on the spot, Wang Hao chuckled. Singing a divine song felt amazing. Upon arriving home, as soon as he stepped through the door, he saw his mother excitedly washing vegetables in the kitchen, preparing to cook. As she washed, she asked, "Howard, today is Sunday. Your dad and I were thinking, if possible, could you invite that friend who gave you the watch and that big star to our place for dinner? They gave you so much. I think we should at least show our gratitude." Invite them for dinner. Wang Hao thought about it. Ice Princess might be a tough ask. She's too high profile, and Zhao Jinhao even less likely. That guy is a germaphobe. I'll try, but they might not be able to come. They're all pretty busy. Wang Hao took out his phone. If they can't make it, that's okay, right? His mother nodded. Sure, at least we've done our part in asking. First, he called the Ice Princess. Hey, are you busy right now? Yeah. Here's the thing. You gave me a computer set last time, right? My mom was thinking of inviting you for dinner to express our gratitude. Really? You're free tonight? All right then. Yeah. See, could you not be so smart? It puts a lot of pressure on me. I'll ask Zhao if he can make it, but you know his condition. Yeah. All right. Got it. See you tonight. After hanging up, Wang Hao looked at his mother. She said she's free tonight, can come. Great. His mother suddenly became excited. Then I'll really have to cook some good dishes tonight. Ask the one who gave you the watch too. So Wang Hao called Zhao. Hey, you busy? Yeah. Here's the thing, you gave me a watch last time, right? My mom says we can't just accept it without showing thanks. But we don't have anything worth giving back, and you're not lacking anything. So we thought of just inviting you for a meal. Yeah, Ice Princess is coming too. All right, great. See you at 6 tonight. Wang Hao. Zhao can come over tonight too. Great, great, great. I'll go buy groceries now. His mother was ready to leave, but hadn't even taken a step when Wang Hao's phone rang again, which suddenly made her halt. Quick, see who's calling. Hope there's no change of plans. Wang Hao was curious too, picking up to see. It was Brother Fei. Hello. Wang Hao answered as if he were up to something. What's up with calling me at this time? Brother Fei, you got plans tonight? The company's move is finished, was thinking of treating you to dinner. Wang Hao. Probably can't make it. I have to invite Ice Princess for dinner. He regretted saying that immediately after. Chapter 162, Undercover. Sure enough, as soon as she heard that, Wang Mengfei got excited. Brother Fei, damn, where is it? I'm going too. I want to go. Wang Hao. It's at my place. Bite my tongue 100 times, damn it. Brother Fei, what time? Ask Auntie if she welcomes me. Wang Hao. Wang Hao covered the mouthpiece. Mom, the girl from that blind date last time said she wants to come too. My mother burst into even greater excitement, grinning ear to ear. That's great. The more the merrier. Invite her over. I was just thinking how awkward it would be with Miss Ice Princess and young Master Zhao being a pair, and you're the only single dog here. So let's all get together. Oh my, I've heard that girl is quite decent, and she even has her own company. Wang Hao. Speaking of which, Mother, did you know she's a committed singleton? Wang Hao dejectedly. My mom says it's fine. We'll eat at 6 in the evening. Should I pick you up then? Brother Fei. You don't even have a car. What's there to pick up? I'll take a taxi there. Oh man, I get to see the big star again. I'm so excited. Those little hands, so soft, fair, and supple. Wang Hao. Keep your lecherous paws away from our family's big star. Indeed, it's one surprise after another with these folks. Brother Fei is coming. Ice Princess is coming. Zhao is coming. Hopefully, our old house can withstand the commotion. Little Bai didn't forget to add to the chaos. Woof woof. Yeah, add in a time-traveling dog, and tonight's going to be fun. Regardless, it's an honor to have a big star over, and proper preparations must be made. Mother went to buy groceries, and Wang Hao was responsible for cleaning the room. Our place might not compare to their big clans, but we shouldn't belittle ourselves. At the very least, it has to be clean and tidy, right? Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's 6 in the evening. Wang Hao was already waiting downstairs early, and before long, Brother Fei arrived by taxi. Coming down to welcome me in person? That's quite formal. Brother Fei got out of the taxi and looked around. The environment here at your place is quite nice. Of course, Wang Hao laughed. But be careful later. You better not cross the line. Don't worry, I know my limits. Brother Fei scanned around, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, that girl looks nice. Where? Wang Hao hurriedly looked and saw an upstairs neighbor walking over with a girl about 22 or 3. She was about 1.62 meters tall, with fair skin, long hair down her back like a waterfall, wearing a pink dress, a hairpin on her head, and big curious eyes scanning around. Brother Fei nudged Wang Hao's arm. She's just my type. Wang Hao, don't tell me you've taken a liking to her, Brother Fei? What happened to being a committed singleton? That is, I thought you were a singleton, Wang Hao cautiously asked. It's not right for you to flirt around outside like this. Cut the crap. I'm a woman too, and I can't get married. So how does that not make me a singleton? Brother Fei snapped. Do you know this girl? Introduce me. I love teasing little girls like her. Wang Hao, I don't know her, but that guy is my upstairs neighbor. Maybe I should ask him. Hurry up, Brother Fei said. Better if you can get her contact info, but at least find out what she does if you can't. Damn, you're even more proactive than a grown man like me. What's your deal? Is Uncle Wei out for a walk? Wang Hao greeted cheerfully. What brings you here today? It's Howard, huh? Uncle Wei replied with a smile. This girl is thinking of looking at a house, so I brought her over. Then, Uncle Wei kindly introduced the girl. This is little Hao from downstairs, a really good kid. If you're satisfied with this place and need any help, he's definitely the one to look for. Hello. The girl gave a modest smile. Pure and touching, leaning forward slightly like a refined lady. My name is Xia Sweki. If I'm happy with the house, we'll be neighbors, so I hope for your support. Hey, not bad at all. This girl's great. Hee hee. Hello, my name is Wang Hao. Before Wang Hao could finish speaking, Brother Fei rushed up and grabbed Xia Sweki's hand. Hello. Hello. My name is Wang Mingfei. I'm Wang Hao's girlfriend. Now that we're neighbors, we can help each other out. Do you have WeChat or a phone number? Leave me one, will you? Wang Hao saw Xia Sweki's entire body shiver as if she'd been zapped by electricity, yet the girl indeed seemed nice as she smiled and said, That's great. I'm afraid I might be bothering you quite a bit in the future. Then Wang Hao saw them exchange phone numbers and WeChat and stuff. Xia Sweki sneered to herself. Poor kid, doesn't even know he's fallen into my trap. Wang Hao sneered to himself. Poor kid, doesn't even know he's fallen into Brother Fei's trap. Brother Fei sneered to himself. Poor kid, by then I'll have you warming Brother Hao's bed. All right. After exchanging WeChat and phone numbers, Xia Sweki smiled. If I end up living here, I'll have to trouble you to look after me. Don't worry, don't worry. Brother Fei replied cheerfully. Let's keep in touch. Once the pleasantries were over, Uncle Wei said, All right, we won't disturb you any further. We'll head upstairs to take a look at the apartment. If there's no problem, you young folks can continue to socialize. After all, the rental business was important, so Uncle Wei led Xia Sweki away to view the apartment. Once they were gone, Wang Hao, with a deadpan expression, moved aside a couple of steps before saying, Brother Fei, since when did you become my girlfriend? How come I didn't know? How else was I supposed to hit on that girl? Wang Mingfei chuckled. I think she's pretty good, a decent match for you. Just give me the nod, and I guarantee I'll get her in your bed within a week. What kind of benefit was this? Brother Fei, impressive. Better not. Wang Hao sweated profusely, genuinely afraid that Brother Fei might drug the girl, and promptly stated his position. Business first, then family. As he said this, for some reason, the face of the Ice Princess floated into his mind. Wouldn't it be great if the Ice Princess were my wife? But, business first, then family. Keep striving, young man. All right then. Brother Fei nodded, obviously looking a bit regretful. I'll just play around then, sigh. Wang Hao. Xia Sweki followed Uncle Wei straight to the 17th floor. When Uncle Wei opened the door, and after Xia Sweki looked around the room and was satisfied, she said, Not bad. It has good lighting and is very clean. Let's do this. 18,000 for 6 months, right? Uncle Wei smiled. Right, 18,000, 3,000 a month. How does that sound? I told you, my apartment is top-notch. You won't find a better one. Yeah, sure. Xia Sweki smiled. Let's do that. She took out 2 bundles of cash, exactly 20,000. She then counted out 2,000 to keep and handed the rest to Uncle Wei. Please, see if that's correct. After counting the money, the two signed the rental agreement, including all provisions such as utilities and internet fees that were self-managed. Once they had pressed their fingerprints, the deal was done. After Uncle Wei left, Xia Sweki sat on the bed and took out her phone to send a WeChat message. Xia Sweki. All set, went smoothly, and the apartment is really nice. Yang Jiao Jiao. That's good. Did you meet Wang Hao? Xia Sweki. Lucky me, I did. And I happened to meet Wang Mingfei going to his place for dinner. When I mentioned I was renting upstairs, the landlord introduced us, and Wang Mingfei even gave me her contact. Yang Jiao Jiao. Is this Wang Mingfei Wang Hao's girlfriend? Xia Sweki. Confirmed, she told me so herself. Jiao Jiao, you know you'll have to pay me extra for snatching someone's man. Besides, we agreed. I'm only here to gather information, not anything else. If you expect me to sell my body, I definitely won't do it. I'm a decent girl. Yang Jiao Jiao. Ha ha ha, I know. We just want to see if he's really capable. You handle the rest as you see fit. When things are done, I'll add another 20,000 for you. Xia Sweki. Then I'll thank Sister Jiao in advance. Yang Jiao Jiao. It's nothing. After closing WeChat, Xia Sweki sighed softly. As a company's little clerk, though she was already making over 10,000 a month, there's a saying that goes, a horse won't get fat without night grazing. And it would be a shame not to seize such a good opportunity to make extra money. After all, it was merely flirting with a minor character to gather some intelligence. With her looks, that wouldn't take more than a minute, right? When those two turn against each other, fighting tooth and nail. Ah, just the thought of it is quite amusing. And so how should I start the first step? Xia Sweki lay on the bed, pondering. I need to find some kind of breakthrough first. Ah, never mind. I've been running around the whole day and am quite tired. Sleep first, teehee. Chapter 163, Dinner Party. The undercover settled upstairs, but Wang Hao hadn't noticed at all. At that moment, he was downstairs with Brother Fei, waiting for the arrival of the big celebrity. Fortunately, the Ice Princess was very punctual. At 5:58 on his phone, the white Lamborghini she had driven before entered the neighborhood and stopped in front of Wang Hao. Hee, here you are. Wang Hao quickly went forward to greet her and smiled. My mom said she wants to invite you to dinner to show her gratitude. She insisted on you coming personally, which is a bit embarrassing. It's nothing. The Ice Princess got out of the car, smiled, and then looked at Wang Mingfei. Hello, nice to see you again. I'm a huge fan, Ice Princess. Wang Mingfei stepped forward, grabbed by Yining's hand excitedly, and said, I was going to drag this guy out shopping this evening, but the moment I heard you were coming over for dinner, I had to join in. Is that okay? Of course. Bai Yining withdrew her hand calmly and said indifferently, Zhao Jinhao just called me, and he'll be here in about 2 minutes. Today, Bai Yining wore a long white dress, looking exceptionally ethereal with black hair contrasting her snow-white attire. Her beauty was breathtaking, especially under the evening sunset that seemed to shroud her in a mystical haze, almost making her seem not of this world. People often describe a woman's beauty as heavenly immortal, but since no one had ever seen one, seeing the Ice Princess made those words involuntarily come to Wang Hao's mind. There's a saying that comparing one to another can either bring death or cause one to be discarded. Xia Sweki, who was also a beauty with a score of 90, felt like a wild fowl next to a phoenix in comparison, not in the same class at all. Even the normally unruly Brother Fei felt somewhat ashamed of himself at this moment. Sometimes, a woman's beauty can be so overwhelming it leaves people dumbfounded, finding themselves at a loss for words. Even Wang Hao wasn't sure what to say for a moment. But fortunately, the awkward silence lasted only about 20-odd seconds before Zhao Jinhao's ride showed up, and the dashing, handsome, and debonair Mr. Zhao Jinhao came out of the car. He was dressed in a finely tailored suit and shining leather shoes, his handsome appearance unparalleled and irresistibly cool. If there were any naive young girls around, they would definitely have screamed by now. Then Brother Fei stepped forward and immediately quipped, Little Hao Hao, you finally made it. Zhao Jinhao stumbled. Quickly, Wang Hao added another jest. Oh, Zhao, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you. Look at you, all dressed up, dashing as Alexander. Let's go upstairs, everyone. The meal should be ready. We've prepared a lot of delicious dishes today, like steamed crab, spicy crayfish, dry-fried silk cocoons, and the like. Zhao Jinhao, ugh. Now that everyone was here, they all went upstairs. As soon as they entered the house, Wang Hao's mother came to greet them with a warm smile, immediately reaching out to grab Bai Yining's hand. Welcome, welcome. Ah, we were going to go out for dinner, but I figured you might be tired of fancy places, so it might be more relaxing to have a simple meal at home. Not bad for the Empress Dowager. With just a gentle word, not only did she save money, but also subtly praised the guest's family background, making her seem very sincere. Aunt, you flatter me. Bai Yining replied graciously to the elder, her face adorned with a very natural smile. As soon as Wang Hao invited me over, I came. I also have some script matters to discuss with him. Today's opportunity is just right, even though it troubles you, and I feel a bit sorry about it. It turns out, although the big star is quite arrogant in public, she's actually quite approachable and lacks the entitlement of someone from a big family. Hearing the big star talk like this, Wang Hao's mom became excited immediately. Oh, what a lovely girl you are. I was initially afraid you'd find our place too small, but now I'm reassured. Not at all, Bai Yining said with a gentle smile, very ladylike. Actually, Wang Hao's mother didn't really hope that Wang Hao would get too involved with her, but couldn't help it. The big star smile instantly won her over, and she led Bai Yining to the living room with the demeanor of treating a future daughter-in-law. Just then, little Bai came over wagging his tail, and without a second thought, he pounced with a woof woof. Little Bai, Bai Yining gently patted little Bai's head. Long time no see. Little Bai was conquered too. Meow. Listening to that sound, like a cat acting spoiled, this guy's degree of playfulness must definitely be possessed by a transmigrator. After settling by yinning down, Mom turned to Zhao Jinhao. You must be Mr. Zhao, right? When Howard came back, he told me you gave him a watch. That watch is quite valuable. We initially thought about returning it, but then I thought, if I returned something from the Zhao family, wouldn't that be disrespectful? So, I had to accept it. But I can't just take it for nothing. So I wanted to invite you to dinner to show our gratitude. It's a small place. Please forgive the lack of grandeur. In this manner, she indicated that Mr. Zhao was young and wealthy, mentioned his affluent background at that point. I'm not great with temper, and it's hard to find a job, so I might as well start my own business to earn some pocket money, haha. Everyone moved into the house and sat down on the sofa. At that moment, Wang Hao's dad also came out, welcoming everyone. You're all here. Don't be too formal, feel at home. There's nothing off limits. As long as you young folks are happy, that's fine. We might have a small place, but come, let's all sit at the table, we'll drink well tonight. Exactly. Mom also nodded. Tonight, I made dumplings filled with 3 delicacies and celery pork. Drink up, don't be shy. Everyone nodded together. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. And so, they were ready to take their places to start eating. But when a few started to sit down, Wang Hao realized he had perhaps oversimplified the evening's dinner. Actually, it was supposed to be a simple meal, casually eating, chatting, and drinking, quite relaxing. But the issue was, the relationships between these people were quite complicated, making seating a major difficulty. Dad, as the head of the family, naturally took the main seat, with Wang Hao naturally to his left. No issue there. Then, who should sit next to Wang Hao was more troublesome. Firstly, Wang Hao was neutral, fine anywhere except next to Brother Fei. Normally, men should sit with men. Thus, technically, Zhao should be next to Wang Hao, but Bai Yining wanted to sit next to him, as she considered Wang Hao among the people present as a good friend. Thus, Zhao had to be bumped to the next spot. Next up, both Zhao Jinhao and Wang Mengfei wanted to sit next to Bai Yining, but there was only one spot. So, Wang Hao saw Wang Mengfei give Zhao Jinhao a look, and then Zhao Jinhao, like a mistreated daughter-in-law, took his place behind Wang Mengfei. So, the seating settled as Dad, Wang Hao, Bai Yining, Wang Mengfei, Zhao Jinhao, and Mom in that order around the table. Be liquor. Actually, drinking and driving shouldn't mix, but with the people present, none were ordinary, and a simple phone call could summon servants to pick them up. Well, except for Brother Fei, but Brother Fei wasn't short on alcohol. I'm good with anything. Bai Yining took the lead. Uncle, please ask them. Wang Mengfei, I'll take the white. Zhao Jinhao, I'll have beer. I'll also take white. So, with that, everyone grabbed the white liquor, ready to dive in. Chapter 164. Isn't there a wall? Why else would we say the wine culture of the Heavenly People's Republic is world-renowned? Once you drink up, it's easy to start chatting. In no time at all, everyone had downed 2 glasses of wine and was already feeling tipsy. Last time we dined, Zhao Jinhao left with his tail between his legs. Although they were friends, today he still had to find a way to recover some face, so he had prepared quite a bit of material. Recently, I read quite a few books on the ancient culture of the Heavenly People's Republic and found that our ancestors were extremely wise. Wang Hao, great, here we go again. Why are the topics you prepare always so inappropriate? In this kind of situation, we should be discussing romance and the moon, not this. At this moment, Dad nodded. Indeed, take brewing alcohol, for example. It is definitely one of the greatest inventions of our ancient times. Young Master Zhao must have some insights on this matter. Finally, someone agreed. Zhao Jinhao immediately felt that looking at Wang Hao's dad, everything seemed pleasing to the eye. What's the most important thing when chatting? Not the jokester, but the flatterer. If you say something and no one responds, how can you continue, right? So Zhao Jinhao started to speak. Our Heavenly People's Republic has a long history of brewing and a wide variety of wines, which have been popular from the day they were created. Therefore, when people toast and praise wine, they always give the wine a witty nickname or alias. Most of these names are derived from anecdotes or are based on the flavor, color, function, and so on of the wine. Wang Hao, once again, listened until he was nearly asleep, but Dad laughed. Oh? So young master, Zhao must know quite a few anecdotes about wine then. Zhao Zhenhao got excited. Why didn't I invite you to dinner last time? With you here, our topics could definitely open up easily. Uncle, I do know a few. Zhao Zhenhao smiled subtly. In the Three Kingdoms period, there was an anecdote related to wine, which tells of Liu Bei going to Cao Cao, where he spent his days planting vegetables in his residence in Xuchang as a form of camouflage. Cao Cao, being who he was, recognized heroes all over the world and naturally understood Liu Bei very well. He also knew that once Liu Bei was fully equipped, he would be a formidable opponent. He immediately recounted the well-known historical wine incident of the hero discussion over wine. Actually, this episode is definitely one of the most famous wine parties in history and could totally be ranked among the top 3. Source: updated on Omicron. Somicron. But the problem was, Zhao Zhenhao read this as data, so it sounded a bit dry. By the time he finished, Wang Hao was all sorts of sleepy. It's totally uninteresting, Wang Mengfei commented from the side, not giving Zhao any face. Can't you switch to something more fun? You almost put me to sleep talking about those. Comrade. Brother Fei, we finally thought of the same thing. Dad laughed. Mr. Zhao is quite learned after all. It's good for young people to have a wealth of knowledge. Let's drink, let's drink. Everyone drank together. Last time, Bai Yining knew that Wang Hao was very talented, so this time she subconsciously asked, So Wang Hao, do you know any anecdotes about wine? Let's hear it. Wang Hao, why did this turn to me again? That's not good. Wang Hao scratched his head and smiled subtly. I know a little bit, but definitely not as much as Zhao. Zhao Zhenhao. Damn, I've seen that smile somewhere before. You know something about this topic for sure. Bai Yining, ever sensible, directly said. Then just tell us, what's there to be shy about? I'm very curious. Wang Hao. It's not really a good idea. What I know isn't very interesting. Zhao Zhenhao. Damn, does he actually know some anecdotes? Zhao Zhenhao urgently asked. Brother Hao, which anecdote were you planning to mention? The feast at Hong Gate. The wine and meat of General Guan. Drunken concubine. He mentioned these as they were all very famous historical anecdotes related to wine. So according to his thinking, those were probably what Wang Hao was going to mention. He had seen the material. Wang Hao. Well, do I really have to say it? It's actually not any of those. Zhao Zhenhao. Damn, could it be that he knows some others? Meng Fei got anxious. Hurry up and say it. Why are you dawdling so much? Wang Hao. All right, seeing you all one by one. Do you really have to push brother like this? Watch me utterly convince you all today with what I say. So I'm just going to say it, Wang Hao said. If I get it wrong, you guys can't laugh at me. Dad said, hurry up. And say it. Look at you dragging your feet. Be a man. Your face shouldn't even change if Mount Tai collapses in front of you. How come there's so much fuss about telling a story? Bai Yining said, hurry up, I want to hear. When a fairy like her acts spoiled with us, we can't really say no, can we? All right then, today brother is going to seriously show off. Everyone get the food and drinks ready. Let's do this. In fact, speaking of this drink, Wang Hao didn't hesitate and shifted straight into bragging mode. You need to train yourself to the point where you don't even need to drink it. Just by smelling the aroma, you should understand what kind of liquor it is and how many years it has been stored. Then he showed Zhao Zhenhao an example. First he picked up the cup, then he sniffed the aroma and said, This is Xinghua Village Fen wine that's been aged for 5 years. Definitely authentic. Zhao Zhenhao's face was full of confusion. Really? Dad laughed. It's true, I can vouch for that. Zhao Zhenhao, how much do I admire brother Hao, huh? Wang Hao chuckled secretly. As expected from my father, definitely my real dad. This liquor was actually gifted to us by Dad's colleague the year I got into university. Otherwise, how could I remember it so clearly? Of course, although he understood this in his heart, he couldn't show it on his face. Wang Hao said, Speaking of this liquor, not only does the drink require attention, the vessel for the drink is even more important. Zhao Zhenhao was again confused. There's also this aspect? Of course. Wang Hao then went full-on show-off mode. Zhao, you treat drinkware so carelessly, but in the art of drinking, you clearly don't grasp the essence. The right drinking vessel matters. For Fen wine, you should use a jade cup, as the Tang people have said in poetry. The jade bowl carries the amber light. It shows that jade bowls and cups enhance the color of the liquor. Zhao Jinhao nodded vigorously. Makes sense. Bai Yining too was dazzled as she listened. Wang Hao really could explain any topic under the sun. Regarding white liquor from the borders, naturally its taste is very good. Wang Hao continued with a smile. It's just a pity that it lacks a certain fragrant air. It is best to drink it from a rhinoceros horn cup, then it will taste incomparably mellow. Know this, jade cups enhance the liquor's color, and rhinoceros horn cups enhance the aroma. The ancients truly didn't deceive me. Zhao Jinhao had crammed a lot of information these past few days, preparing to use it next time he dined with Bai Yining. Especially with information about liquor, as no matter the occasion, there must be wine with a meal, right? So he knew a fair bit about the origins of various kinds of liquor, their aroma, brewing methods, and storage techniques, although his knowledge was somewhat haphazard. Yet at this gathering, he realized that while he understood about liquor, he was completely clueless about drinkware. Frustrating, isn't it? As for wine, Wang Hao continued, there is something to be said about that. The 82 La fight we drank last time was actually somewhat of a waste. When drinking wine, it should be from a nightlight cup. The ancients have a poem saying, fine wine in a nightlight cup, the urge to drink quickened by the pizzicato of peepus. Know that fine wine should look as vividly red as this, for us men, otherwise it lacks boldness. Once the fine wine is poured into a nightlight cup, its color becomes indistinguishable from fresh blood. Drinking it is like drinking blood. Song Dynasty's Yu Fei once said, with determination, one feasts on the flesh of the Tartars and laughs over a drink of their blood. What bold and lofty sentiments. Zhao Jinhao listened, utterly baffled. His usual business studies never touched on these matters. At this moment, hearing Wang Hao quoting poetry, especially the phrase, laughs over a drink of their blood, filled one with a bold and refreshing broadness of spirit. Fine wine in a nightlight cup, the urge to drink quickened by the pizzicato of peepus. Bai Yining repeated the lines with a smile. I've known about these lines for a while, but never thought of them this way. Now that you mention it, it really is as you say. Brother gets to show off successfully once again, huh? So, I always say the wisdom of the ancients is truly profound. Wang Hao continued cheerfully. As for sorghum wine, it is the most ancient of liquors. During the reign of Dayu, Ed made liquor, and Dayu tasted it and found it sweet. That was sorghum wine. Old Zhao, we all know Dayu regulated the waters and benefited future generations. But who would have thought that aside from that, his truly great achievement, do you know what it was? Old Zhao and a few others replied, making liquor. Chapter 165. Today, I will make you understand what resources mean. To drink sorghum wine, one must use a bronze wine goblet to capture the ancient spirit, Wang Hao said with a chuckle, glancing around before continuing. As for rice wine, though delicious to taste, it's slightly sweet and mild, so it should be drunk from a large vessel to demonstrate boldness. Just like the hero Wu Song from Liangshan, who couldn't handle more than 3 bowls. It's all about that kind of spirit. This time, Zhao Jinhao was completely convinced. I'm seriously impressed, Brother Hao. I would have never expected you to know so much. Who are you kidding? I've watched Break the Heavens several times over the years. You guys have never heard of this stuff, huh? Hee hee. 100 herb wine is made by infusing 100 herbs in a fine wine. So the aroma is fresh and fragrant, like walking in the fields in spring, intoxicating even before you drink. Wang Hao continued, nodding vigorously. That's why you need to drink 100 herb wine from an ancient vine cup. A cup carved from a 100-year-old vine enhances the aromatic essence of the wine. Zhao Jinhao asked, what is this 100 herb wine actually? Well, I honestly don't know. Wang Hao bluffed decisively. It's a medicinal wine, like Hongmao medicine wine. Ever heard of it? The kind that nourishes and fortifies kidneys. Zhao Jinhao expressed strong agreement. Oh, I see, got it. Wang Hao went on. To drink Shaoxing champion wine, you should use an old porcelain cup, preferably a Northern Song porcelain cup. Southern Song will do, but it shows a decline. And as for Yuan porcelain, it's somewhat crude. He said as none in the crowd had heard or even thought about this before, and Wang Hao continued. And pear blossom wine? That should be drunk from a jade cup. Bai Ji's poem, Spring View in Hangzhou goes, red sleeves weaving silk bragging about persimmon leaves, green flags selling wine by the blooming pear trees. Imagine the liquor stores in Hangzhou hanging emerald-like green flags, making the pear blossom wine look particularly splendid, so naturally, it should also be served in jade cups. After this lengthy discourse by Wang Hao, the crowd was utterly confused. It was the first time they heard that there were so many intricacies in drinking alcohol. Now it seems that their previous way of drinking was mere guzzling. Only this enlightening conversation defined elegance. "Nice one, Brother Hao," Wang Mengfei said in shock. "Where did you learn all this stuff?" "I'm almost dizzy." Listening. Yes, not just her, looking at Bai Yining and Zhao Jinhao's expressions. Clearly, they were too. When I first read Break the Heavens, I thought this section was very classy, so I decisively memorized it. See, knowledge is power. Source, updated on inzero.omicron. Usually, I love looking up information. Wang Hao smirked, taking credit for the effort. Over time, accumulating little by little, you eventually learn a lot. No wonder, Brother Hao. Zhao Jinhao's admiration for Wang Hao was like the endless river. I really can't match the breadth of your knowledge. That's why we say our ancestors from the Heavenly People's Republic were amazing. Wang Hao laughed heartily and changed the topic. Let's talk about something else. You all have heard the idiom, half a catty 8 tails, right? Everyone nodded together. Heard of it? Wang Hao asked. Do you know where the phrase comes from? Everyone shook their heads together. Don't know. Wang Hao explained. Back when Emperor Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 nations, he standardized weights and measures. How to handle weight units. Observing the stars, someone suggested. Your Majesty, as I observed the stars at night, I saw 16 brightest stars. Why not standardize the weight unit as 1 catty equals 16 tails? The emperor laughed. Which 16 stars? The minister replied. They are the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper, and the 3 stars of fortune, prosperity, and longevity. Emperor Qin pondered briefly. Delighted, he said. Excellent. Merchants seek profits. If they dare shortchange, a missing tail will be called deducting fortune, 2 missing tails injuring prosperity, 3 curtailing longevity. This is good. Thus, the unit was set. You see, a catty equals 16 tails. Doesn't half a catty perfectly equate to 8 tails? Again, the crowd was baffled. This historical anecdote was entirely new to them. As the conversation went on, nobody else had a chance to interrupt. Brother Hao's knowledge was simply astonishing. Luckily, then his mom came out to relieve everyone. Dumplings are ready. What are you all spacing out for? Come and eat while they're hot. What a lifesaver. At this point, Zhao Jinhao felt more and more fond of Wang Hao's parents. It's easy to add frostings, but providing fuel in snowy weather moved people the most. I'll try Andy's cooking. Zhao Jinhao decisively picked up a dumpling with his chopsticks. Smells so good. Bai Yining hurriedly followed. I'll also try one first. Brother Fei decisively joined in. I want the one with celery filling. The dinner went incredibly well, and everyone enjoyed themselves. At night, as Wang Hao saw them off to their car, he couldn't help exclaiming, despite highborn as Miss Ice Princess and Zhao are, they are quite easygoing. And Brother Fei? Today, Brother Fei was also pretty normal. That's rare. Forget it. Don't overthink it. Time to go to sleep. These past few days, Xiao Songtian had been checking the data for Break the Heavens every day, finding it increasingly difficult to sleep. Break the Heavens data is just outrageous. A single day saw a jump of 20,000 followers, and it's still growing crazily at a rate of more than 2,500 followers every day. Compared with Break the Heavens, his own book seemed completely crushed. No way, absolutely not. Xiao Songtian was so angry, he almost smashed his computer. After all, I'm a veteran top author. How can I let a newbie outshine me? His book, Martial Break the Heavens, had only about 15,000 followers and around 2,000 daily recommendation tickets. Such data was merely a backdrop compared to Break the Heavens. Damn it, let's do this. After watching for a while and seeing the data for Break the Heavens crazily rise, Xiao Songtian slammed the desk. I can't let him keep overshadowing me. I must take him down. Thinking this, as a veteran top author on Fengyan Chinese Network, Xiao Songtian still had plenty of resources. On Taobao, Xiao Songtian, God of Brushing, are you there? Feng Yun, god of brushing. Here, what does the top author need? Shouts Song Tian. Help me manipulate 2 books, no problem, right? Feng Yun, god of brushing. 2 books? Aren't you only writing 1 book right now? Shouts Song Tian. I want my own book pushed to number 1 on the recommended click ranking. How much? Feng Yun, god of brushing. Package deal. I'll charge you 8,000 for a week, friend's price. You know it's not high. Shouts Song Tian. Sure, for the other book, just brush 5,000 followers and lock his index, got it. Feng Yun, god of brushing. Holy shit, big move from a top author, no problem. After closing Taobao Wang, shouts Song Tian, snorted coldly. Break the heavens, huh? A flashy newcomer, is it? Today, old man here will show you what resources mean. Compete with me? Wait another 20 years. Inside the editorial department of Feng Yun Chinese Network, when Song was reviewing books, sending contract messages to those deemed suitable and discarding the rest. Busy at work, suddenly Jiang Shan, the editor sitting next to him, exclaimed in surprise, When Song, come look at this, something's off with these numbers. What's wrong? When Song didn't even look up, asking, why the fuss? Which book's data is incorrect? Break the heavens, Jiang Shan urgently said. The speed of its follower increase is off. What? Hearing it was break the heavens, when Song instantly panicked as it was his most favored book of the year and hurried over. What's off about the follower increase speed? As the two discussed, several other editors quickly gathered around. After all, Break the Heavens was the most sensational new book in the last couple of years. It would indeed be a pity if there were any issues. Look, said Jiang Shan, it's currently at 23,658 followers, right? Everyone nodded. Jiang Shan continued. Let's wait a minute, refresh, and then check again. A minute later, Jiang Shan pressed the refresh button, and the follower count for Break the Heavens displayed was 23,736. 23,736. Everyone exclaimed. It increased by nearly 80 followers in 1 minute. This speed is definitely off. When Song immediately broke into a cold sweat. This silkworm beans. Could he have been brushing followers these last few days? Then, his previous week's gain of over 20,000 followers. Could it also be fake? Chapter 166. Extremely lucky. When Song couldn't help thinking this. After all, a weekly increase of over 20,000 favorites was unprecedented for any book on the website, aside from the veteran super authors like those of Ask the Tao. And the author of Break the Heavens was a newcomer. When Song, what should we do? Jiang Shan said. This book might be falsifying its data. What do you think we should do? When Song frowned and thought for a moment before responding. My thought is to observe for a few days and not rush to take action. I've been following this book, and although the data looks really strange, I do have high hopes for the plot. That sounds good. Jiang Shan nodded. A very promising newcomer doesn't need to resort to this. Let's keep an eye on it. Otherwise, if we act too soon and lose a potential great author, that would be a real loss. Right? No rush, said Wen Song. I'll go and ask him what's going on in a bit. At Wang Hao's house, Wang Hao was currently coaching How Many Flowers Fall in Dreams on how to create exciting moments. To write a book with exciting moments, you need build-up. You can't just pull someone out of nowhere to mock the protagonist and then have the protagonist beat them up, Wang Hao explained. Hatred is something that accumulates bit by bit. It's like a balloon. You slowly fill it with water, and it gets bigger and bigger. At a certain point, if you prick it with a needle, what will happen? It would blow up on the spot, dude. You've got some skills. I'm starting to think highly of you. How Many Flowers Fall in Dreams replied. Cut the crap. Be serious. Wang Hao said. Oh, come on. Look at you all serious. How about we roll in the sheets instead? How Many Flowers Fall in Dreams suggested. Wang Hao went silent. To tell the truth, How Many Flowers Fall in Dreams, with its comprehension and typing speed, was beyond reproach. The only problem was that it was just too dirty. Jokes about rolling in the sheets were still mild. Who could stand it when you get a cucumber with a condom on it out of the blue? Stop. Wang Hao, breaking out in a sweat, said, Let's talk about the serious stuff. Your buildup of hatred is a bit too rushed. Don't hurry it. Take it slow, bit by bit. You have to make the villain provoke the protagonist gradually. like a whirlpool, small at first but growing bigger and bigger as it spins until eventually it can devour everything. Got it. Got it. Got it. What's there not to understand? I'll get to writing it right now. Good, go ahead. With the pace of your progress, you'll probably be ready to properly start the opening in 2 more days. That's pretty fast. How many flowers fall in dreams? Sent Wang Hao 3 red packets. Rental fees. Let's fly high together when we have the chance. Inside were actually 3 188s. Those red packets were really generous. Thanks for the reward, big boss. Wang Hao exclaimed. Closing the chat window, Wang Hao stretched out lazily. How many flowers fall in dreams really had great comprehension. Judging by what had been written so far, there was already a good structure, especially suitable for writing Devouring the Stars. Wang Hao knew well that in Devouring the Stars, one of the highest climaxes during the Earth arc was the Doomsday Crisis brought by the golden-horned giant beast from space, an absolute highlight in the book. In that battle, the protagonist Luo Feng, along with other powerful figures, fought to protect Earth and their loved ones, valiantly facing certain death. Such passionate scenes required a special finesse that typical writers just couldn't achieve. But How Many Flowers Fall in Dreams managed to write it with absolutely no issues. This is really divine. Wang Hao rubbed his temples. The world is full of wonders indeed. Exiting QQ, he freshened up, got dressed, and after eating, he sat down in front of the computer. Damn, it's already 10:30. Better upload the book. Wang Hao prepared to upload his book, but was shocked as soon as he opened the author's dashboard. Holy shit. 28,568 favorites. What's going on? He clearly remembered that when he uploaded the book yesterday afternoon, the favorites were a little over 22,000. Since when did it spike by 6,500 overnight? Forget it. It's a divine book after all. Climbing the charts for a day and getting a boost is normal. After uploading the book, Wang Hao went to check the rankings. With the speed of the increase in favorites, Break the Heavens should be #1 on at least 2 charts, right? But when Wang Hao saw the rankings, he was dumbfounded. Member-click rankings showed that the top 15 were all other people's books. His own Break the Heavens was in 17th place. New author, new book ranking. Others' books are still listed higher, and Break the Heavens remained in the 17th place. Recommendation list, still the same. Others' books up front, and Break the Heavens stuck in the 17th place. Damn it to hell. What's going on? Wang Hao was utterly shocked. Normally, Break the Heavens should be at least first in the new author, new book ranking, if not topping all 3 lists. But now it was 17th. Glancing casually at a few books ahead, the highest collection didn't even reach 3,000, and the least didn't even hit 300. On the member clicks list, several books with fewer than 50,000 words had not even hit 1,000 votes. The recommendation list was even more absurd. Wang Hao found at least 5 books under 5,000 total collections. These people have gone mad with botting, damn it. Wang Hao was depressed, but after thinking carefully for a while, he immediately sensed something fishy. Wait a minute. Under normal circumstances, it's understandable that a few books might bot data each week, but for all the lists to suddenly push me down and my collections to increase this fast. No way. Something's definitely wrong. With that thought, Wang Hao suddenly felt there was a problem. Could it be that Xiao Sangtian? Wang Hao frowned. Deliberately suppressing me? That's highly likely. The guy's been at odds with me before. Possible, very possible. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. That guy could definitely come up with such a dirty trick. Damn it. Looks like they're forcing me to make a move, damn it. Regardless of who it was, he was ready to fight to the end. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao took out his luck dice from his pocket. You want to play with me, huh? I'll show you why the flowers are so red. Luck dice, roll out. After resting for a few days, Wang Hao was looking forward to what the dice would turn up this time, not asking for extreme or divine level luck, at least not extremely bad, or just bad luck, right? Rattle, rattle. The luck dice clattered on the table, spinning around, and when it finally stopped, Wang Hao looked at it and was stunned. Written on the top of the luck dice was, extremely lucky. Extremely lucky. Wang Hao felt like he was going to soar into the sky. He was going to be shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Holy shit. It's extremely good luck, damn it. Ha ha ha. Today I am utterly invincible. Bring it on, Whatever enemies come my way will be annihilated. I've experienced extremely bad luck before. That scene, TSK. Dozens of cars piling up in a massive collision. The ground even caved in. Luckily, I had the wits to survive, or else I'd have lost a layer of skin that time. Ha ha ha. Try botting against me now. Try messing with me. Today, I have extremely good luck. Wang Hao laughed loudly towards the sky. I am now invincible. After laughing for a while, Wang Hao directly opened QQ. Let's see what good things happen today. As soon as he opened QQ, he received a message from the editor, Wen Song. Wen Song, you there? Wang Ritian, I'm here. What's up, editor Wen big guy? Wen Song, did you bought your book data? Wang Ritian, no, absolutely not. Wen Song, then how did your collections rise so fast? I specifically checked, in just over an hour since 9 a.m., it's up by more than 3,000. Shit, I thought it was normal growth, but someone's been botting it. No need to ask, it must be the same group botting other books. Wang Ritian, not just that. Editor Wen, big guy, take a look at the rankings. The lists I could be on, I'm 17th across the board. Damn it. Obviously someone's targeting me. Wen Song, let me see. Holy shit, it's true. Did you offend someone? How could this happen? Wang Ritian, I'm not sure. Maybe someone is jealous of my success. Wen Song, okay, I got it. Don't worry, just focus on your writing. I've been following your book, it's great. Rest assured, we won't let you be wronged. I'll go talk to the tech department right now. Wang Ritian, tears of joy. Thank you so much, Editor Wen. Chapter 167, Earthquake. Aha, I feel so relieved now. Waha, trying to compete with me? Today, I'm extremely lucky. Damn it, whoever comes at me will die. When Song had just left when Turn sent a message. Brother Ri, I've finished writing the section about the protagonist experimenting with his telekinesis power you asked for. Want to check it out? Wang Hao. Where did these nicknames even come from? My name is Wang Hao, not Wang Ri. Can you please put some effort into this? Wang Hao roared. Don't just casually throw around names. This is one of the most thrilling parts in the early stages of Devouring the Stars, where the protagonist activates his golden finger and becomes a spiritual mind master, possessing the ability to control objects and kill using telekinesis. If this part is well written, we can basically start publishing the book. Turn. I know, just check it out. Wang Hao quickly started reading. Luo Feng's gaze landed on the railing, and with a thought, the railing's steel pole began to spin eerily and then detach from the railing. Under Luo Feng's watchful eyes, the front end of the entire steel pole gradually twisted and sharpened, turning into a lethal spike. The whole process took place mid-air, controlled by an invisible force. Go! Luo Feng willed. The steel spike shot out like lightning toward a 10-meter-tall rockery in the community below. With such formidable speed, the spike instantly pierced through the boulder. Whoosh! 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 Multiple images of the spike flashed as it furiously kept piercing the rockery, as if it were being shot through repeatedly by armor-piercing bullets. The rockery quickly turned into a sieve and then exploded into powder with a bang. Having swiftly read through this part, Wang Hao let out a long breath and chuckled. Not bad, not bad. It's well written indeed, with a straightforward yet vivid imagery. Pretty good. He continued reading, and after finishing, he suddenly frowned. It feels like something's missing. After thinking for a while, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. You forgot to write about the surrounding characters' reactions. He quickly messaged Turn. Are you there? Quick, Turn. Right here, Brother Ri. How did you like what I wrote? Wang Hao. Your sister. Wang Hao. Overall, it's very good, just missing one part. Turn, huh? What part? Wang Hao. Think about it. With such a commotion in the prison, the guards must have some reaction, right? The alarms would go off, right? The protagonist must have some psychological turmoil after causing such a stir, right? Turn. Makes sense. I'll add that right now. Nice one, Brother Ri. Here's a big cucumber as a reward. Turn sent a cucumber picture. Wang Hao. Turn went off to make the changes, and Wang Hao, feeling satisfied, leaned back on the sofa, exclaiming, Not bad, huh? Turn really gets it. Although it was a bit of trouble teaching him before, he's growing fast. Once this part is done, we can start writing the introduction. Hee hee, Devouring the Stars, a classic textbook example of a web novel upgrade rhythm. Once this book hits the web, I'll have 2 hit novels in my hands. Ha ha. At this time, when Song went to see tech support, Turn was busy writing, and Wang Hao started thinking about today's schedule. Being lucky is one thing. Everything goes smoothly, and sometimes there are even surprises. But being extremely lucky can't be taken so lightly. Based on the 2 significant dangers I faced during the previous extremely unlucky times, Wang Hao, stroking his chin, started planning. This extremely good luck should correspond to 2 major opportunities. After all, there's a saying, fortune favors the bold. If extremely unlucky means danger, then extremely good luck should mean riches. They should be roughly comparable. He wasn't stupid. Despite being all over the place sometimes, when it mattered, he was sharp-witted. He had a good grasp of the situation with the luck die after using it for a while. Firstly, extremely unlucky basically meant 2 huge dangers, and it was like an aura affecting everyone around. Bad luck basically meant even drinking water could get stuck in your teeth, and nothing went right, but there was no real danger to personal safety. The normal roll on the luck die was about the same as usual, half good, half bad. Good luck meant everything went smoothly with occasional surprises. So, by that logic, extremely good luck should be 2 huge opportunities. After all, extremely unlucky involved 2 life-threatening dangers. Extremely good luck couldn't just give you 2 extra lives, right? Having confirmed that extremely good luck is essentially equivalent to twice the riches, the next step was to choose in which aspects he wished to have this good fortune. Result. This is why he's accused of being too naive and silly. Just as Wang Hao was planning, the luck die in his pocket vibrated slightly. Then he noticed the computer screen seemed to shake. Creak, creak. What's going on? Wang Hao sat in his computer chair, and soon he knew what was happening. This time it wasn't just the computer screen that shook, everything in the house started shaking. Earthquake, my God. The luck of this dice is simply beyond reason. Change is indeed faster than plans. Dice brother, you are my real brother. Wang Hao sprung up from his seat, raised his hands high over his head, put them together, and bowed 3 times. I'm convinced. Truly convinced. Can I not go out now? If I don't go out now, this building will collapse. Without another word, he headed straight out the door and saw his new, beautiful neighbor, Xia Sweki, desperately running down the stairs. Yes, running, too scared to take the elevator. Then, this whirlwind of a woman didn't forget to remind Wang Hao. Aren't you running yet? Don't you know there's an earthquake? If you're too slow and there's a stronger shake later, this building might just collapse. You dare to take the elevator? Do you have a death wish? During an earthquake, you shouldn't take the elevator, good common sense there. But today, I'm incredibly lucky. I have to take the elevator downstairs. Ding dong. Arrived safely, wahaha. That was fast. Ah, this earthquake sure came unexpectedly. Once outside, Wang Hao looked around. By now, a lot of people were standing in the neighborhood, all scared out of their homes. Look at how scared you all are. Is it really necessary? It's just a minor earthquake. What's the big deal? As Wang Hao was reflecting, Xia Sweki, panting heavily, finally made it downstairs and immediately felt down when she saw Wang Hao. You're smart, next time. There's an earthquake, I'm taking the elevator too. Hey, you really shouldn't learn from me. Who knows how the next one will happen? Actually, there's nothing to worry about, Wang Hao said with a grin. An earthquake is an earthquake. An elevator is an elevator. They're unrelated. I've got everything under control. Xia Sweki, are you that amazing? Off to the streets. I was walking when a call came through, first from Mom. Did you know there was an earthquake? Where are you now? Wang Hao. Downstairs, it's no big deal, just a small issue. Mom, as long as you're okay, I'm hanging up now. Then came Dad. You little brat, are you okay? There was just an earthquake. Ask your boss for leave and go downstairs. Be careful in case of aftershocks. Dad is Dad, always calling me a little brat, but his heart is in the right place. Wang Hao. Don't worry, I'm fine, I'm outside. Click, Dad hung up the phone. Well, that's normal, it's always like that. Then it's Ice Princess that? A big star cares about me this much. Ice Princess, there was just an earthquake, are you okay over there? Wang Hao. Well, I was just about to call you. Didn't expect you to beat me to it. Ice Princess. I was worried that if something happened to you. it would delay your writing. Wang Hao. Can you not be so discouraging? Ice Princess. You're all right. That's good then. I'm hanging up. Wang Hao touched his chin. Tough on the outside, soft on the inside, heh. Right after hanging up that call, Ren Xing had already called in. Brother Hao, there was just an earthquake. Are you okay? Wang Hao. I'm fine, where are you? Are you okay? Ren Xing. I'm good. I'm outside swimming with a girl. You're fine, so I'll hang up now. See that? That's a real buddy. Wang Hao. I'm all good. You do your thing. Then came Wang Mingfei. Earthworm, you're not dead, are you? Wang Hao. You think a small earthquake like this can kill people? Wang Mingfei. Glad you're not dead. I'm in the process of registering a company. I'd be annoyed if you died and caused me trouble. Then she hung up. Wang Hao. You dare to jinx me, sis. Do you even know how this earthquake happened? It would scare you to death if I told you. This was just a little symbolic earthquake from Dice Brother to get me to go downstairs, you know? Chapter 168. Those idiots' punches just now were pretty smooth. After finishing a phone call, Wang Hao actually felt quite warm inside. It's all our relatives and friends, genuine and pure, calling to check in right after an earthquake. Oh my, that feels different. Walking on the streets, there were people everywhere, but as Wang Hao strolled around, nothing much that was worth anticipating happened. This script is wrong. It's almost noon, and there seems to be no reaction. Forget it. Let me check the book rankings first. He took out his phone to look at the rankings, still 17th overall. Then he looked at the favorites. Holy shit, 36,587 favorites. Wang Hao's eyes widened suddenly. Over 10,000 favorites in one morning. This is crazy. He logged on to QQ, and immediately, a message from his loyal reader, Tianyi Mou, popped up. Tianyi Mou. Brother Ritian, what's happening today? Did you offend someone? Why are you getting pushed down on all the rankings? And your index has even been locked. Wang Ritian. Damn it. I have no clue either. It must be someone targeting me. Crap, it has to be Xiao Sangtian. I'm going to fight you to the death. Tianyi Mou. It must be that fucker Xiao Sangtian. There can't be anyone else. Now that your index is locked and you can't get up the rankings, what are you going to do? Wang Ritian. Don't ask. Not just that. The favorites have been inflated by more than 10,000. I still don't know how the editors are reacting. The chief editor said he'd look into it, but there's been no news. Tianyi Mou. Brother Ritian, everything else aside, having an issue with the favorites is serious. I know an author who previously got caught inflating favorites, and his book stayed exposed until the very end. Holy shit, this is just insane. Wang Hao was fuming. Xiao Sangtian, huh? You think we're easy to bully? I used to ignore you, but today, I'll end you. After closing the phone app, Yining sent another message. Have you had lunch yet? I'm at the entrance of your neighborhood to pick you up. Wang Hao. Not yet. What shall we eat? I'll treat today. Hee hee. Maybe another bowl of noodles? Yining. I'm easy. Whatever you like is fine. It's better if you choose. Wang Hao chuckled. Whenever I suggest something, it somehow feels lacking. You know better. Choose whatever you like, and I'll pay. Okay. Yining smiled and glanced at Wang Hao. Then let's go to Hualong Xian. Wang Hao. Damn it. This meal is going to cost me a fortune. Xiao Sangtian was very pleased today. He finally dragged Break the Heavens below his spot. Ha ha ha. Little guy, I'll see if I don't kill you now. Xiao Sangtian laughed maniacally as he watched Break the Heavens, unable to climb up the ranks, and said mockingly, without the boost from the rankings, let's see how your results will look. Relying on just a recommendation spot, the effect is much lesser. As an established writer on Fury Chinese Network, Xiao Sangtian naturally knew all the tricks of online literature. Today, not only did he topple Break the Heavens from the rankings, but he also inflated the favorites. Eventually, the editors would notice, and then there'll be entertainment. Ha ha. Excellent. Xiao Sangtian looked again at the index for Break the Heavens, delighted to see it securely locked. Trying to compete with me. Damn it, aren't you screwed now? Time to code. Feeling good, his typing speed skyrocketed. In just over half an hour, Xiao Sangtian had written about 3,000 words, an unprecedented speed. Epic. Feeling satisfied, he stretched out. Lazily, exhaled a long breath, and said, time to eat. But just as he hadn't finished speaking, his computer flashed suddenly. and then Xiao Songtian smelled something burning. Holy shit! Holy shit! Xiao Songtian's eyes widened in panic, desperately pulling out the chassis to check. When he finally found what had burnt, he totally lost it. The hard drive. My hard drive, damn it. All his manuscripts were on that hard drive. Over 200,000 words. I'm screwed if it's burned. Thank goodness. I still have a backup in my cloud storage. Xiao Songtian immediately took out his phone to log into his cloud storage. So what if the computer is broken? Then he was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't access the cloud storage anymore. There was a notice on it. Dear users, we regret to inform you that due to the storage of a large number of pornographic videos by many customers, we are currently reorganizing. The specific recovery date will be announced later. Xiao Songtian. No way. Xiao Songtian, frantic, grabbed his computer tower and ran outside. I hope it's not too late. I hope it's not too late. He sprinted downstairs and directly got into his BMW 5 Series. Where's the computer repair? Where's the computer repair? He checked the GPS and started the car. The computer must be fixed. The cloud storage was down. Now, he could only hope the computer could be repaired. In his panic, he drove at maximum speed. At such a time, who cares about speeding? Getting his manuscript back was the priority. He drove onto the main road where the speed limit was 60, but he pushed it over 100. The hard drive is fried, and only the computer city could fix it. Nowhere else could do a good job. When people panic, problems often arise, and sure enough, as Xiao Songtian was about to make a right turn at an intersection, a black Land Rover shot out from the crossroads. That car was speeding too. Xiao Songtian's car was already fast, and it was clearly too late to brake when a harsh screeching noise sounded. Screech. Then came a loud bang, as the two cars collided head-on. Crash. The moment the two cars collided, the cars behind them all slammed on their brakes and swerved, immediately causing a traffic jam at the intersection. How the hell do you drive? A young man jumped out of the Land Rover, walked up to Xiao Songtian's car, opened the door, pulled Xiao Songtian out, and started beating him furiously. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Don't drag others down with you. If I hadn't been wearing a seatbelt, I'd be lying down right now. Xiao Songtian's BMW had collided head-on with the Land Rover. Even with a seatbelt on, he was badly shaken, and the airbags had deployed. He was already anxious, and now, having been in a car accident and hit right at the steering wheel, he wasn't even sure how his right arm was, let alone able to type. His anxiety skyrocketed, and he started fighting back like a madman. Like I wanted this to happen. I have an emergency. An emergency? You have an emergency, so you hit people? The young man was furious, smacking Xiao Songtian repeatedly. I have an emergency too. What if I had killed you, then what? As the two scuffled, Wang Hao and Bai Yining just happened to drive by that place. What's going on up there? Wang Hao and Bai Yining exchanged glances. Was there an accident? It looks like it, Bai Yining said. Not sure if we can get through up ahead. I'll go take a look, Wang Hao said, waiting for Bai Yining to park the car before walking over. You better stay here. Scenes like this aren't good to watch. They might give you nightmares. All right, Bai Yining responded softly, watching Wang Hao's back, thinking, this guy is quite considerate. Wang Hao casually walked over, but as he pushed through the crowd, he suddenly stopped. The accident involved a BMW and a Land Rover, which was nothing unusual, but the problem was, why did the two people fighting look so familiar? He paused for a moment, then covered his stomach. Oh man, this is too funny, huh? Normally, Wang Hao wouldn't have been so amused by someone else's misfortune, but these two were a different story. Wang Hao, laughing and holding his stomach for a while, finally said, Isn't that Mr. Han? What's going on here? That round of idiots' punches was pretty slick. It turned out that the young man driving the Land Rover was Mr. Han. Wang Hao. Mr. Han, seeing Wang Hao, was also stunned. He let go of Xiao Songtian's collar, dazed. What are you doing here? I'm just passing by to buy soy sauce. Wang Hao waved his hands with a grin. Carry on, carry on. I'll be leaving if there's nothing else. Mr. Han looked bewildered. What's happening? Just then, Xiao Songtian pounced again. My arm might be broken from the crash. What should we do? Mr. Han. Cut the crap. You were driving fast. Don't blame it on me. The two instantly started fighting again. Chapter 169. Back in the car, Bai Yining asked, What happened up ahead? Was it a bad crash? Should we call 120? Ah, no need, Wang Hao said, barely suppressing a laugh. It's just my two enemies who crashed into each other, and now they're fighting, creating quite the spectacle. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Bai Yining's mouth dropped open. Two enemies, and they crashed into each other? Oh, it's unavoidable, let me tell you. Wang Hao started to ramble. When a person is down on their luck, even drinking water can get stuck in the teeth. These two guys normally don't cross paths, but who would have thought they'd crash into each other? I've always said to drive carefully and safely, but they wouldn't listen. What can you do? This is a case of a person with no foresight must face immediate worries. Bai Yining. This guy really can turn anything into a long story. Let's just go eat. The two followed the main road to Hualongxian, where Bai Yining parked the car, and they entered the elevator. Inside the elevator, Wang Hao was actually pondering. Normally, extremely bad luck involves two crises, so extremely good luck should also involve two major events. Whether Xiao Songtian and Mr. Han's fight counts as one event, though, even if that counts as one, where or in what form would the other event emerge? He was totally clueless. Under a normal route, today should simply involve having meals with the drama crew in that order, but according to the normal effects of extreme good luck, these events don't seem like they could turn into anything significant. What are you thinking about? Bai Yining asked curiously as they left the elevator. You've been lost in thought since we got on. Can you tell me? Do I even need to ask? Of course not. Today, the dice of luck rolled extremely good luck, so I'm waiting for a big event to happen. Would you believe that? Ah, nothing much, just planning what to eat later, Wang Hao said with a smile, walking alongside Bai Yining. Say whatever you want to eat. We can still afford a meal. He raised the bank card in his hand, which had several 100,000 in it. Looking proudly pleased, Bai Yining pressed her lips together and smiled. Then I won't hold back. Well, she really didn't hold back. She casually ordered a few dishes, and Wang Hao only saw the bill when he swiped his card. 3,668 yuan. Tears ran as he thought ruefully that they might as well have gone for noodles. Instead, the meal passed uneventfully. No mishaps occurred, and Wang Hao continually felt that something wasn't right. It's nearly 1 o'clock. Where is this promised big event? Why hasn't it arrived yet? At 12:45 p.m., in Hualongxian's underground parking lot, the roar of engines filled the air as a white Ferrari GTC4 Lusso led the way, followed by an Audi R8 and a BMW i8 among a total of 4 luxury cars pulling up and parking side by side. The leader of the pack, the young man from the Ferrari, stepping out, was about 25 or 26 years old, with short hair, sharp facial features, well-balanced muscles, and striking abs. He was Fang Wenbin from one of the 4 major families. The people from the other 3 sports cars also got out, 2 men and a woman, all of whom were Fang Wenbin's followers. Brother Wenbin. One of them approached Fang Wenbin and smiled. This new ride of yours is just too cool. After we eat, you have to let me have a go in it. This was Li Mingzhi, Fang Wenbin's top lackey who had been the first to confront Wang Hao in their last drama crew encounter. The other 2 nodded in agreement, the woman adding excitedly, Yes, I've been drooling over this model for a long time, but it's just too expensive to buy. Definitely, Li Mingzhi laughed. This is an Augusta AW109E. Costs a total of 55 million. With a maximum takeoff weight of 3 tons and a top cruising speed of 300 kilometers per hour, it can accommodate 8 people including the pilot. It's not a child's toy. Just thinking about that deafening propeller sound gives me goosebumps. Country bumpkin, never seen the world, Fang Wenbin teased, and then added. But speaking of which, I'm really curious about the look on Zhao Jinhao's face when he hears that I bought a plane. I can already imagine his dumbfounded face when the time comes. Li Mingzhi laughed, and then asked, By the way, Brother Wenbin, is it easy to fly this helicopter? Is it difficult to learn? Harder than driving, Fang Wenbin boasted with a smirk, but not too hard. Brother Wenbin, now that you've bought this thing, you have a great reason to invite Miss Ice Princess. Li Mingzhi laughed. She never came out before no matter how you invited her, but this time it should be no problem, right? A private jet, flying together in the sky, how cool. Do you even need to say that? The girl said. Brother Wenbin has even prepared the wine, Romane Conti, just waiting to drink with Miss Ice Princess. Not so easy. Fong Wenbin, however, gently shook his head and sighed. Miss Ice Princess's family background is not just a notch above mine. Buying this toy might work to show off to Zhao Jinhao, but it's nothing compared to her family. Her family owns a Hawker 800 XP, 150 million per plane, and they have two of them. Li Mingjie exclaimed. Hawker 800 XP. Is that the one with 10 seats and a top speed of 850 kilometers? Exactly. Fong Wenbin nodded. Two of them. Li Mingjie immediately felt overwhelmed. Actually, when you think about it, be it Fong Wenbin or Zhao Jinhao, which one of them isn't worth billions? If we're just talking about beauties, setting aside the most beautiful woman of the Heavenly People's Republic, they could have any number of stars they want, right? But why are they so obsessed with Ice Princess Bai Yining? Apart from her personality and looks, isn't it because of her family background? To put it bluntly, marrying her means reaching the pinnacle of life instantly. As they were talking, a Jaguar quickly drove into the parking lot and stopped beside them, revealing Zhao Jinhao's face. Fong Wenbin, you mysteriously asked me to meet here. What? Want to treat me to a meal? The two had had their frictions while pursuing the Ice Princess, so naturally, they had words to exchange upon meeting. Actually, it's not as complicated as you think. Fong Wenbin laughed heartily, reaching out his hand first. Haven't seen you for days. I can't forget the image of that octopus face you pulled last time. Fong Wenbin thought these words might provoke Zhao Jinhao a bit, but Zhao Jinhao didn't take it to heart at all. It doesn't matter. Some people wish they had the chance to be an octopus. Although my image last time wasn't great, Miss Ice Princess had a lot of fun. She didn't make fun of me at all. So, what do you really want to see me for? You. That hit a sore spot for Fong Wenbin. He got angry for a moment, but quickly resumed his rich playboy demeanor, smiling. Actually, it's nothing. Didn't I hear that your family recently discovered a tomb? I was thinking of asking you to go on an adventure. What do you think? Are you talking about the tomb my family discovered on Taining Mountain? Zhao Jinhao thought for a moment, then said, that tomb is indeed large in scale, but it's in the mountains. How would we get there? That's simple, Fong Wenbin said proudly. Would I dare to suggest it if I didn't have a plan? I just bought a plane, an Augusta AW109E. Just thought of inviting you to check it out together. Augusta AW109E. Hearing this name, Zhao Jinhao was stunned. As a member of one of the four major families, he was naturally no stranger to such truly extravagant toys. In fact, he had long coveted this particular model of Augusta AW109E, but his family had always refused to sponsor him. Unexpectedly, Fong Wenbin had beaten him to it. I thought there was some issue. Zhao Jinhao was stunned for a moment, then sneered. So you came to show off your plane to me, right? Don't put it so harshly. I just got it, and was happy. Good things are meant to be shared with friends, right? Although Fong Wenbin was outwardly modest, inside he was thrilled, secretly thinking, you always used to show off in front of me, and now I've finally got one up on you. Well then, let me congratulate you first. Zhao Jinhao smiled slightly, but his mind was racing. No way, I lost face in front of this guy last time. If he outshines me again, where will I put my face? But I don't have anything to show off right now. And although the company is doing well, his business isn't any worse. What should I do? Chapter 170. These words are said with determination. Actually, Zhao Jinhao can't be blamed for thinking that way. After all, apart from the Bai family, the other three major families have always been in a silent rivalry, none willing to be outdone by the others. If you have a Ferrari, I must have a Lamborghini. If your company earns $1 billion a year, mine has to earn at least $1.2 billion. It was truly a situation of striving to outdo each other at every turn. But now that Fong Wenbin had brought out an Augusta AW109E, Zhao Jinhao didn't have anything impressive to counter with, so he naturally felt quite empty inside. What should I do? Zhao Jinhao thought for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Right. I have Brother Hao. If Brother Hao steps in, he'll definitely shut them up. How memorable it was. He had almost never managed to get the better of Wang Hao. Especially that time they had dinner here. Over 3 million spent. All just to watch Wang Hao dominate the conversation. That's right. Brother Hao will definitely be effective. As for you buying a plane, there's nothing I can really offer, Zhao Jinhao said indifferently. So how about I treat you to a meal first? If you're planning to go somewhere, You've got to fill up your stomach first, right? Oh man, isn't that going to cost you? Fong Wenbin was utterly smug. We used to be neck and neck in every aspect. Your company's annual net profit was 4.6 billion, and mine was 4.4 billion. We were matched in looks and nearly the same age. It was as if we were born to be rivals. But what can you do if you're born a Yu and not a Liang? If I can't outdo you in career and looks, then let's compare who has nicer things. Let's go. Zhao Jinhao adjusted his clothes and led the way into the elevator. Soon, they arrived at the entrance hall of Hualongxian, and just as they were about to enter, two people walked out from the restaurant. Everyone stopped in their tracks in surprise. It was Wang Hao and Bai Yining. Zhao. Wang Hao was baffled when he saw Zhao Jinhao and Fong Wenbin together. How did you two end up together? Zhao and Fong Wenbin were just as perplexed. How did you two end up together? Wang Hao, Bai Yining, Zhao Jinhao, Fong Wenbin. Can't anybody hold a conversation here? What's with the how did you two end up together? Isn't it normal to have dinner together? Haha, just came out to grab a bite. Wang Hao laughed. How about you? Fong Wenbin greeted the Ice Princess first. Miss Ice Princess, hello. Then he turned to Wang Hao. We were thinking of grabbing some food before going on an adventure. An adventure? Wang Hao was curious. Where would you go on an adventure? Are there still places to explore nowadays? Oh, it's like this, Zhao Jinhao said with a smile. Fong Wenbin wants to explore the burial ground that was discovered on my family's land. We haven't eaten yet, so we thought we'd get a meal first and then go together. Brother Hao, are you planning to come along? After finishing his sentence, Zhao Jinhao kept winking at Wang Hao. Ha! What a pleasant surprise. I was just looking for you, and here we run into each other. This sounds like something's up. Fong Wenbin was also thrilled, never expecting to run into Bai Yining. He'd just purchased a helicopter and then encountered the woman of his dreams. If not now, when would he show off? Bai Yining thought for a moment, then asked, Are you talking about the tomb complex that your family found in Taining Mountain? Zhao Jinhao nodded. Exactly, that's the one. So here's the deal. Fong Wenbin took a deep breath before proudly saying, I just bought a helicopter and wanted to go for a ride. It's perfect timing since the Zhao family has just discovered a burial ground. We could really have an exhilarating exploration. I wonder if Miss Ice Princess would be interested in joining. Wang Hao was utterly astounded. Here I am, without even a car, and this guy is already flying planes. This is just an unfair comparison. Isn't it a blow to one's pride? As Wang Hao was thinking this, Miss Ice Princess already stepped in to make a stand for him. Not interested. Bai Yining shook her head and said indifferently, I have a song recording this afternoon, and we already have 2 helicopters at home. They're too noisy. Fong Wenbin. Zhao Jinhao. Man, I really love you to death. That was some solid talk, ha. Wang Hao at the side couldn't help but snicker. See? Didn't I tell you? All that high-end stuff might fool an inexperienced girl, but what hasn't our big star seen? It's just a helicopter. How big a deal can it be? As the situation looked about to blow over, Fong Wenbin became instantly downtrodden, looking quite dejected. All that effort buying a plane, and not even a chance to show it off. At this time, Zhao Jinhao actually joined forces with Fong Wenbin. It was essential to pull Brother Hao in today and to harshly knock his arrogant attitude down a peg or two. Zhao Jinhao said, Miss Ice Princess is recording that song, Bubble, that Brother Hao gave you before, right? Actually, you can't record it in just one day. Why not relax a bit and go out for a walk? How about it? After the previous dinner, Bai Yining had slightly changed her view of Zhao Jinhao. Seeing him advising her like this, she seemed a bit hesitant. She looked at Wang Hao and asked, Are you planning to go? Zhao Jinhao winked furiously at Wang Hao. It was like his eyelids were about to fly off. In fact, Wang Hao originally had no intention of getting involved in this mess. Why mix into the jealousies of the big clans when he could go back and record songs with Ice Princess and have fun? But just as he was about to refuse, Wang Hao suddenly remembered something. Today he really was in luck. Could this sudden adventure be the key to an incredibly lucky event? Tomb exploration, huh? Would they find any treasures inside? Well, actually, I don't want to go, Wang Hao started, just as Zhao Jinhao and Fong Wenbin's faces fell with disappointment when he suddenly changed his tune. But working every single day is indeed quite tiring. After all, we're not machines. We should relax and lighten our spirits, Right, Miss Ice Princess? Thanks, Brother Hao. Fong Wenbin inwardly called out with utmost sincerity, not knowing how else to continue the conversation. Okay, fine. Bai Yining gave it some thought, and then smiled slightly. Then let's go relax. Once Bai Yining had agreed, the deal was sealed. Zhao Jinhao and Fong Wenbin, along with the rest, didn't even bother to finish their meal and prepared to set out. While going downstairs, Zhao Jinhao whispered to Wang Hao, Brother Hao, today Fong Wenbin outshone me. You have to help me get vengeance no matter what. What happened? Wang Hao asked curiously. How did he outshine you? He bought a plane, and I didn't, Zhao Jinhao said bluntly. He can't steal all the limelight. This is a matter of face for the Zhao family. Well, in the Heavenly People's Republic, there's nothing more to say once face becomes the issue. A helicopter, eh? What can I do? Wang Hao decisively shook his head. Don't drag me into your noble family affairs. Anyway, Brother Hao, it's all on you now. Zhao Jinhao gave Wang Hao's arm a firm pinch. You have to lend me a hand no matter what. And with that, he got into the car. Damn it, the guy can buy a helicopter. How am I supposed to help you out? Forget about it for now. There's an event waiting for us. The big, lucky event might just happen during this tomb exploration. Gotta prepare well. Alright, since everyone's ready to go, Fong Wenbin got into his car, which was a convertible, allowing for easy conversation. Get ready, and let's meet at the top floor of my company at 2 o'clock. My helicopter is parked there. The crowd responded together. Okay. So, they each went their separate ways to prepare. Wang Hao got into Bai Yining's car, and she asked, We're going on an adventure soon. What do we need to prepare? I really don't know anything about this. Do you have a clue? Slightly, Wang Hao said with a very pretentious smile. But I'll probably need you to be the driver for a while, as we'll need to run to several places. No problem, Bai Yining responded with a smile, started the car, and said as they drove away. I'm finding out that you seem to know a little about everything. Where do you get all this knowledge from? Could I tell you that all I know about tomb raiding comes from Ghost Blowing Lamp and Tomb Raider notes? I read a lot normally, Wang Hao replied with a smile. I remember things here and there from places I like, heh. You're full of hot air, Bai Yining teased with a smile. Okay, let's see what kinds of amazing things you'll do this time. Chapter 171, Tornado. At 2 in the afternoon, everyone gathered punctually on the top floor of Fong Wenbin's company. Fong Wenbin's company was located at the top of an office building within the second ring of Zhonghai City, and the entire building was owned by the Fong family. However, Fong Wenbin's company was just a branch and didn't need so much space, so the floors below were rented out. It was said that the building could bring in over 160 million in rent alone each year. Rich guy, incomparable. All right, is everyone about ready? Fong Wenbin looked around at everyone, but when he saw Wang Hao's nearly half-person-tall backpack, he was stupefied. Brother Hao, are you preparing for the end of the world or something? Such a big bag, isn't it tiring? Everyone looked and immediately burst into laughter. Wang Hao's huge backpack could indeed be described as gigantic. From the back, it could definitely fit an adult inside with no problem. Cut it out, you just don't get it, do you? Wang Hao snorted disdainfully. You have to trust the professional. Fong Wenbin and everyone else laughed heartily, especially one of the girls, who laughed so hard she bent over. Though she didn't say it out loud, she thought to herself, You're professional? You probably haven't even been in a helicopter before, right? We're only bringing you today to be courteous to the Ice Princess. Zhao Jinhao thought. Brother Hao is really awesome, always full of surprises. But Bai Yining was thinking, I just followed him around half of Zhonghai City. How does he know so much? Okay, professional. Fong Wenbin gave a thumbs up with a chuckle. Brother Hao, impressive. Let's board the plane. Then he looked at Wang Hao's bag again and mused amusedly. That tomb has already been excavated, and the artifacts have been handed over. We're just going for a stroll. But you, with your big and small bags, heh. Anyway, carry it if you want, as long as you're not tired. So, everyone boarded the aircraft. Fong Wenbin really had learned how to fly. Once everyone had buckled their seatbelts, he started the plane very skillfully. Soon, the roaring of the propellers began, and amid a gust of wind, the Augusta AW109E slowly rose from the ground and began to ascend. The noise inside the plane was very loud, and everyone wore headphones. Speaking of which, The distance wasn't really far, about 200 kilometers, which would take less than an hour with the speed of this helicopter. But even short distances can feel tedious when you're just sitting, and everyone was curious what exactly Wang Hao had bought. Li Mingzhi himself had bought a lot of fresh meat and vegetables, planning to cook them on site. So he was eager to see what Wang Hao had brought and said, "Speaking of which, what exactly is in your bag? Show us, will you?" Everyone chuckled, and all eyes were on Wang Hao, waiting to see if his bag was filled with snacks like bread and sausages. Zhao Zhenhao was also very curious. Bai Yining just pursed her lips and smiled, because she knew that once the items in Wang Hao's bag were taken out, they would absolutely astonish everyone. I can't say, absolutely can't say, but Wang Hao played coy. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. If I tell, the magic will be lost. Keep playing it cool. Li Mingzhi scoffed. Today I've got to see what you actually bought. You won't show us now, huh? Wait till we get there and see if you keep hiding it. When we arrive, you'll know. Wang Hao simply closed his eyes. After all, I am Brother Hao of Erlong Lake. Treasure hunting in tombs never comes up empty. Everyone's mouths formed an O shape. The plane was fast, and in just about 20 minutes they had flown out of Zhonghai City and started to head in a southwest direction. Taining Mountain was located more than 200 kilometers southwest of Zhonghai City, near the Wui Sd Baixiangxia Ridge, a place where the Zhao family's founders had risen up during the establishment of the Heavenly People's Republic. When the country was founded, this area was given to our Zhao family, and later it was always kept as a natural reserve. Zhao Zhenhao started to explain the history of Taining Mountain out of boredom. We can consider this place the Zhao family's cradle. During the war of founding the country, the invaders' horses were spooked by these mountains and treacherous paths, forcing them to retreat, which saved this area from being ravaged. This truly is a blessed land. Wang Hao had checked up on that war of founding. The history of the Heavenly People's Republic in this world was clearly different from his previous life. The founding war happened around 1920, after the fall of the Qing dynasty, starting a change in history. Wang Hao had only glanced at the specifics, knowing only that the four great families of today were the descendants of the founding generals Bai, Hong, Zhao, and Fang. This Taining Mountain area, Zhao Zhenhao continued the explanation. Stepping up onto Taining Mountain between the ridges, ancient trees reach the sky, and layered forests stretch across peaks. Stone paths are embedded within ravines without any side paths. The mountain is so quiet. The snap and crackle as your shoe soles hit the stone can echo in the valley for a long time. It was indeed a good time to talk about such scenic beauty, but unexpectedly, just as he was speaking, Fang Wenbin suddenly shouted, "Severe storm and thunder ahead. Everyone hold on tight. It might get a bit bumpy." Ah! Everyone became tense upon hearing this. We're in the sky after all. Turbulence up here is definitely more terrifying than on the ground. Li Mingzhi, who was the least able to bear it, hugged the man next to him, Wang Hao, whose name he still didn't know, and exclaimed, "Oh God, could it be a plane crash?" The man punched him hard. Jinx! Ahead of him, Fang Wenbin suddenly shouted again, "Hold on tight, everyone. The wind is strong, and the plane is going to shake violently." As if to prove his words, the plane began to shake violently. Zhao Zhenhao turned pale with fear, clinging tightly to the armrests, while Bai Yining, seeing such a situation for the first time, grasped one armrest with her left hand, and her right hand started trembling nervously. The three people sitting opposite, including Li Mingzhi, hugged each other, already pale with fright. Among all the people present, Wang Hao was probably the calmest. "What are you kidding? Brother is extremely lucky today. Invincible, you know? This is just to scare you." "Oh, but such a good opportunity." Wang Hao firmly grasped Bai Yining's hand and whispered comfortingly, "Don't be afraid. It's all right." Bai Yining, her face pale, looked at Wang Hao and finally nodded lightly. "Yes, I know." But her grip tightened even more. "Oh, Brother Dice, I love you." Ah, our celebrity's little hand. Everyone has been on planes before, and it's normal for them to shake during thunderstorms, but it usually passes shortly. But this time, the situation seemed a bit off. Initially, the plane just experienced severe turbulence, but this condition unexpectedly continued for 3 full minutes. And not only did the turbulence intensify, but looking out the window, The entire sky had begun to undergo massive changes, with dark clouds pressing down. Oh damn, what is going on? Not good. The storm is intensifying. Fong Wenbin, sitting at the front pilot's seat, yelled, "Hold on tight, everyone. The situation looks bad." Li Mingzhi shouted, "What on earth is going on? Why is there such a big storm here?" Wang Hao, sitting in his seat, holding Bai Yining's hand, also felt very strange. "Today I'm very lucky. What do you mean by bringing up signs of a plane crash? Judging by the current trend, such a big scene definitely means something big is about to happen." Wang Hao stroked his chin. "But where exactly will this big event occur? Damn, it's really hard to guess. Currently, a big event has definitely started, that should be right, but the trend seems a bit odd." Then very soon, Wang Hao knew that his guess was indeed correct. Damn, a big event really is happening. "Look, a tornado. There's a tornado ahead." Li Mingzhi screamed. "Oh my god, that thing is huge. Mom, I'm scared." Following his gaze, sure enough, about 100 meters ahead to the right of the plane, a huge tornado was rapidly forming, rolling toward their direction. "Oh god!" Zhao Jinhao broke into a panicked sweat, exclaiming, "If we get caught in that, we're definitely dead." The tornado formed rapidly, and in just a blink of an eye, it had already reached a diameter of 20 meters. At this moment, the sky and the ground were dark, and the trees and rocks on the ground were swept up by the tornado, swirling through the sky. Chapter 172. Brother Hao is here. Demons and monsters retreat quickly. F***CK. How can there be a tornado here? Merciful Lord. Boom crack. A lightning bolt followed closely, illuminating the whole world. The clouds above spun rapidly under the influence of the tornado, forming a massive black hole that seemed to swallow up everything between heaven and earth. It's just like the legendary abyss entrance. Wang Hao was flabbergasted. My god, isn't this a bit too much? Generally, thunderstorms and fierce winds aren't a big threat to helicopters, and they often pass without much trouble. But this tornado was clearly no ordinary storm. Getting caught in it would surely be disastrous. Damn it, we are up in the sky. The slightest mishap could lead to a plane crash. No one would survive. It's too windy. Fong Wenbin was also drenched in sweat by now and yelled, "Damn it! How could we run into such strong wind? And it's a tornado, for Christ's sake. Everyone, hold on tight. The storm is coming." Along with Fong Wenbin's shouts, the tornado came within 50 meters of the helicopter. Now, one could clearly see countless trees and rocks flying in the sky. Huge trees thick as water barrels were being uprooted and tossed around like straw in the tornado's grip. Damn it! Aren't tornadoes supposed to be rare in the heavenly continent? What the hell is going on here? There's a lake. There's a lake below. Wang Hao shouted. "Fong, can you manage to get the helicopter to the lake's surface?" "I can't," Fong Wenbin cried out. "The propeller is damaged. I can't control the direction. Crap, this ain't fun at all. Dice, please help. It shouldn't be so unlucky when having great luck. We were hundreds of meters in the sky, and humans can't fly after all. Falling would mean complete obliteration." Wang Hao reached into his pocket and grasped the dice, screaming inwardly, "Dice, if you don't show your power now, brother is really going to die today. A crash. I really can't hold it anymore." He was desperate for a miracle, and unexpectedly, the luck dice actually responded with a slight vibration in his palm. And it's freaking huge to boot. The diameter must be at least 30 meters. And it's not just the tornado, there's lightning too. Boom crack. Another loud noise resounded as a giant bolt of lightning struck the forests, instantly pulverizing a huge rock into powder. Oh my god. By this point, apart from Wang Hao, who remained relatively calm, everyone else was petrified, dripping with cold sweat. It's one thing to mess around, but this can really kill. Everyone get ready. Fong Wenbin shouted loudly. We are entering the tornado's vicinity. Hold on tight, and don't get thrown out. No sooner had he spoken than the dark mass of the tornado engulfed them. The moment the plane entered the storm, it started to bump violently in the sky, as if someone was using the helicopter for yo-yo tricks. Suddenly, the whole world seemed to quiet down. After a brief silence, the only thing that filled everyone's ears was the howling wind. Inside the cabin, everything had already flown around. Zhao Jinhao and Li Mingzhi's preparations were nowhere to be seen. Looking out from the cabin, The dark clouds seemed to press directly onto the ground, everywhere filled with fierce winds and swirling leaves, with countless scattered branches. One could even see dozens of wildly dancing trees. With a whoosh, a huge tree flying in the sky nearly brushed past the helicopter. The helicopter trembled madly, and Li Mingjie was nearly paralyzed with fear, desperately crying, "I don't want to die. Mom, help." No one else fared much better. Everyone's legs were trembling, and a girl was so scared she covered her eyes with both hands, continuously praying, "Blessed Buddha, please protect us, please protect us." Among them, only Wang Hao remained relatively calm. "What a joke. Today I'm extremely lucky. If dice broke and cause earthquakes, there's no way there will be a plane crash, right? But this situation is a bit much. Everyone, don't panic, don't be anxious, we'll be fine," Wang Hao loudly said. "Don't move around, sit tight." "Sit tight, my ass," Li Mingjie cried out. "We're definitely goners now." As if in confirmation of his words, suddenly a series of crackling noises came from the helicopter's rotor blade, and then the whole helicopter began to spin madly. Bang, bang, crack. Sounds of twisting and crushing parts came from above, and the cabin inside was chaos itself. With a loud bang, a rock smashed on the glass outside, sending glass shards everywhere. Anything that the passengers had brought out was swept away, and in the end, it was Wang Hao who reacted promptly, pulling out his large bag to block the hole. Things were somehow better now. The plane's out of control. Although the hole was sealed, the propeller was damaged, and Fong Wenbin was completely out of options. He yelled desperately, "Everyone be careful. We might have to make an emergency landing." "What emergency landing? Just say the helicopter is going down." Indeed, today's events were clearly a mess, and there were cracking sounds from the control panel in the cockpit, followed by a loud bang as thick smoke billowed out. This time it really seemed like we were about to die. Initially, the shaking was bearable, but now the helicopter was completely out of control amidst the fierce thunderstorm, and the likelihood of a crash was nearly 100%. There would be no miracles. Moreover, the most terrifying part was that none of us on board had parachutes. There was no chance of escaping, and in such situations, parachuting would only lead to a worse death. The situation caught everyone off guard, and Wang Hao was stunned. Could a crash really occur? Impossible. This morning dice had caused an earthquake just to force me out of the house, and now this in the afternoon? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Hao was aware of the power of the dice, able to change the very backdrop of the world. Would it really bring about a crash in the midst of great luck? Today wasn't a day of terrible misfortune. However, by this time, everyone was close to losing control. Wang Hao could not worry about others. He wrapped one arm around Bai Yining's shoulders, noticing her body trembling, and with his other arm, he held Zhao Jinhao, who was not faring any better, his body completely drenched. Wang Hao consoled them. "Don't be afraid. We'll be okay, I guarantee it." "Wang Hao, are you not scared?" Bai Yining looked into Wang Hao's eyes and asked, "The plane's going to fall. Are we? Are we all going to die?" "What a joke." Wang Hao decisively shook his head. "With Brother Hao here, I've got you covered, don't worry." Really, having someone to rely on felt like the last straw for a drowning person. Zhao Jinhao desperately reassured himself. "Brother Hao is invincible. We won't die. We definitely won't." Although he believed in the power of the dice, Wang Hao knew that sometimes he also had to make an effort. He comforted everyone while checking the scenery outside the window. The helicopter twitched and jerked in the sky, circling with difficulty. The surrounding mountains were lush, with trees. Wang Hao looked down and dimly made out an upcoming valley. It was surrounded by cliffs with practically no escape routes. But the key feature was a lake at the bottom of the valley, surrounded by grasslands. The environment was surprisingly pleasant. This could work. At this point, there was nothing else to do, so he might as well make a big show. Let them see the invincible bravado of Long Lake's Brother Hao. Wang Hao suddenly stood up and, pointing at the sky, shouted loudly, "Brother Hao is here. All monsters and demons quickly disperse. Earth, water, fire, wind, heed my call. Take us to the lake's surface." It was just a spontaneous shout, and everyone thought he had gone mad from fear. But to their surprise, right after Wang Hao spoke those words, a miracle truly did happen. Chapter 173. The tornado is back. The colossal tornado was wreaking havoc on the ground, all swept away under the ferocious winds. However, as it passed a small hill, the wind speed dropped significantly, possibly due to the terrain. In that brief lull, the helicopter carrying Wang Hao and others was flung out. The helicopter was thrown with astonishing velocity, spinning in the air like a cannonball, crashing headlong into a valley ahead. Everyone inside the helicopter screamed in panic. Wang Hao, with his keen eyes, spotted immediately that the direction the helicopter was flying was precisely towards the valley he had seen earlier, and right below was the lake. Damn, there's a chance, guys. Quick, unbuckle your seat belts and get ready to jump. Opportunities are fleeting, and there could be no hesitation. Wang Hao was the first to unbuckle by Yining's seat belt, and everyone quickly followed suit. No one was foolish enough to miss the chance to jump into the lake below. Waiting strapped in would be idiotic. Soon, everyone had their seat belts off. Just then, the helicopter was right above the lake's surface, mere meters away. Wang Hao shouted loudly, "Jump, jump now." He, with a large backpack and holding by Yining, was the first to leap. With his splash, they hit the water. They survived. Following Wang Hao's lead, everyone else jumped like dumping dumplings, splashing repetitively into the water. Fang Wenbin didn't hesitate either. Screw helicopters. Saving their lives was crucial. Jump. Splash. 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 Everyone jumped down. And then Wang Hao watched the $50 million helicopter spin and crash into the cliff with a thunderous explosion, turning into a massive fireball. The entire lake's surface even trembled from the impact. In the water, Fang Wenbin covered his face and screamed, "My 50 million! My Romane Kani! 50 million gone, just like that. Oh, what a pity. That money could have been so useful. Surviving the calamity. Being alive is indeed a fortune. Who cares about the cost of the helicopter at such a time?" Zhao Jinhao even grinned at Wang Hao, whispering, "Brother Hao is awesome. I was wondering how to take this guy down. But now look, the helicopter is gone. Haha, thrilling. Damn it. Are you saying this helicopter wreck is all my fault? I can't take this blame. But thinking about it, it actually is." Now, Wang Hao understood even more the power of this luck dice. Whenever it rolled either extreme bad luck or extreme good luck, it indeed created dramatic scenes. The scene just now could rival a Hollywood disaster movie without any special effects. It's good to be alive, Wang Hao sighed deeply. At least we didn't die, right? I mean, although we lost the helicopter, we did save everyone, right? Shouldn't they be thanking me? From one side, Fang Wenbin shouted, "Brother Hao, thank you. If it weren't for you, we probably would have been goners." See, as they spoke, another thunderous crack roared through the sky. A bucket-thick bolt of lightning struck a large tree on the shore, which fell over with a crack and began to burn. God, the disaster clearly wasn't over yet. Everyone looked up. The sky was covered with dense, spinning clouds, as if ready to devour the whole world. Close by, the terrifying storm was rolling towards them. Damn, this isn't over yet. Right now, they were in the lake, unable to run fast, and there was clearly nowhere suitable to hide. When that storm hit, death was imminent. "Brother Hao, think of something quick," Zhao Jinhao shouted. "If you don't figure something out before the storm is here, we're all going to die. Damn, what can I do at a time like this? This is a natural disaster." As Wang Hao was trying to think, suddenly there was another boom. A second explosion from the helicopter, distinct from the first. It wasn't just the sound of the helicopter exploding, the mountain was collapsing too. Rumble, huge boulders tumbled from the cliff, revealing a huge cave. Today really is my lucky day. Heaven doesn't seal all the exits. There's a cave. Everyone, quick, to the cave. Wang Hao yelled, immediately swimming towards the cave with Bai Yining in tow. Fortunately, all the young gentlemen and ladies from wealthy families knew how to swim, and Wang Hao, who had grown up in the countryside by the river, swam effortlessly. He even managed to pull Bai Yining along with one hand while carrying his large bag with the other. Everyone hurried along at different paces, finally rushing into the cave. Just as everyone had caught their breath upon entering the cave, the tornado they had been outrunning finally arrived. Whoosh, whoosh. People inside the cave exclaimed, "What a powerful wind!" By then, the wind outside had started to rage, its howling sound terrifying, especially from within the cave. A gigantic tornado. With a diameter of at least 50 meters, it was even larger than the one during the previous air disaster. Interestingly, the geographical location of this valley was truly magical. Although it was summer, the air outside remained hot and dry, while the valley floor was quite cool. The interplay between hot and cold air easily generated winds. The main reason was that once the previous tornado entered the valley, it couldn't escape the cliffs surrounding the area and simply spun in place. The more the air spun, the bigger and stronger the tornado became, including the small lake at the bottom of the valley. Wang Hao saw a massive tornado that one would usually only see on TV furiously swirling within the valley. The lake water was being sucked up, and not just water, but several large trees as well, including one that had been split and set ablaze by lightning, rotating and burning all at once. With a plop, a fish was flung to the mouth of the cave, flopping around on the ground. This is freaking insane, damn it. Everyone was stunned. And just as the tornado continued for a good half an hour without any sign of stopping, it grew bigger and fiercer, and rain started pouring from the sky. "Oh God, what is happening?" Wang Hao exclaimed as he stared at the dark sky. "Are you kidding? Is this for real?" As if in response to his words, another loud boom crack resounded, and a massive bolt of lightning struck down. The entire valley was illuminated by the electric light, as bright as day. Everyone huddled behind Wang Hao, with Bai Yining clinging tightly to his arm, whispering, "Wang Hao, I'm scared." The usually aloof girl finally revealed her vulnerable side in the face of nature's formidable power. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Wang Hao gestured with his hand. "Everyone, move further inside. Be careful not to get swept up by the tornado." This was no joking matter. No one dared not listen, and they all ran deep inside the cave. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky also gathered more densely, covering the last glimmer of the sunset completely, and suddenly another lightning bolt flashed, illuminating the surrounding scenery in intricate detail. Boom crack! Another lightning bolt struck a giant tree in the valley that was thick enough for 3 people to embrace. The tree was instantly split in half by the force of the lightning and burst into flames. Holy shit! Witnessing everything, Wang Hao instinctively wrapped his arm around Bai Yining's waist and retreated further into the cave. This lightning is terrifying. And where exactly was his hand touching? Bai Yining blushed, but knowing this wasn't the time to dwell on such details, she let him hold her as they moved further into the cave. Boom crack! Boom crack! Thunderclaps resounded one after another, booming in everyone's ears, making it hard for them to keep their balance. Fang Wenbin and others were terrified, their last bits of bravado vanishing without a trace, huddling together. They had never seen, nor even imagined, such a scene before. Fang Wenbin cursed loudly. Damn meteorological station said there wouldn't be any rain. Trusting them is like expecting to win the lottery. "You heard the weather forecast for Zhonghai City," Wang Hao said frustratedly. "We are over 200 kilometers away from Zhonghai, you bumpkin." Fang Wenbin had probably never been called a bumpkin to his face before, but hearing Wang Hao swear at him surprisingly calmed him down. Brother Hao was almost like a deity. "Brother Hao, what should we do next?" Zhao Jinhao asked loudly. "The tornado is coming." Chapter 174. Can only kneel to this. At that moment, everyone was still at the entrance of the cave, which was shrouded in thick darkness inside and out. So dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, truly terrifying. But at a time like this, who could afford to care about that? Wang Hao pulled out a flashlight from the large bag slung over his back. "Everyone run inside. Make sure to hold on to each other. Don't get scattered." The group emphatically nodded. Okay. The line of people started running into the cave, only to find out after a mere 10 meters or so that they had hit a dead end. Who? At the same time, the cyclone outside had reached the mouth of the cave, continuously whirling around. Normally, if it had been a plain cave with no airflow inside, even if there was a violent tornado outside, it wouldn't be much of an issue. But unfortunately, this cave had an end below and another opening above. A strong current of air surged in from the opening above, the fierce wind whipping up countless stones from the cave. Everyone felt their bodies lighten, as if they would be swept away by the tornado at any moment. Oh my God, what do we do now? Li Mingjie was almost in tears. I don't want to die. Somebody help. Brother Hao, why don't you curse at the heavens again? Feng Wenbin shouted loudly. Your remark on the plane was quite effective. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, it worked. Wang Hao was completely bewildered. Which remark are you talking about? Zhao Jinhao rushed to say. You had said Brother Hao is here. All evil spirits and demons scatter fast. Earth, water, fire, wind, heed my call. Brother Hao, please say it again. Boom crack. As if in response to their words, another massive bolt of lightning tore through the sky, brightening the surroundings like daylight. The violent clap of thunder almost seemed as if it would rip apart the heavens, and the girl screamed, covering her ears. Damn it, at this point, it was a case of trying anything in desperation. Damn it, time to do something. Wang Hao took a deep breath, feeling incredibly lucky today, as this was indeed a massive predicament, no less serious than the last car accident. Outside it looked like the end of the world. If it continued like this, people would literally die of fright. Outside in the valley, everything was being lifted into the air, with thick trees whirling across the sky and fish flipping in midair, while the helicopter wreckage had been scattered far and wide beyond trace. The wind was wreaking havoc overhead, with heavy black clouds, shrouding all daylight, just like the end of the world. You get gutsy when I don't talk, huh? Wang Hao struck a pose with his left hand on his hip and his right hand dramatically pointing at the massive cyclone. Brother Hao is here. Evil spirits scatter. Earth, water, fire, wind, heed my call. Cyclone, cease your fury. The people in the cave. That sounded like a magic spell. Nobody really believed it would work. But then, just as Wang Hao finished speaking, raindrops the size of soybeans began pouring down like buckets, combining with the furious cyclone to lash down viciously from the sky. The rain beat on the ground, drumming like thunderous war drums. With the rain coming down, the wind did indeed calm somewhat. The people in the cave. Brother Hao is truly mighty. Even the heavens could not withstand him. They were forced to kneel. Damn it. Brother Hao, from now on I'm following you. Feng Wenbin rushed forward to hug his leg. Whatever you ask, I'm on it. No second words. Wang Hao, I can still understand your feelings. We finally survived. Li Mingjie tearfully exclaimed. It was no small feat. I was so scared. Lucky Brother Hao was with us. Zhao Jinhao practically started worshipping Wang Hao like a living deity. Brother Hao's words are truly magical. Phew. Finally, we can catch our breath, Wang Hao said, sitting down on the ground with a laugh. Good. The crisis is finally over. He took a deep breath and then looked around. Everyone rest here for a while. In a bit we'll. But just as he said this, he suddenly shouted, Fuck! Everyone grab your things quickly and listen to my command. Everyone almost reflexively leapt to their feet, and Li Mingjie urgently asked, What's wrong now? Water. The water is coming in. Wang Hao shouted. This place might get flooded soon. Get ready, everyone, and don't let your guard down. I'm going to check the situation outside. By now, the fierce wind outside had gradually weakened, but the downpour was getting heavier. Wang Hao sprinted to the cave entrance, then pulled a necklace from his chest and held it in his hand while he looked outside. A single glance made him take in a sharp breath of cold air. The rope was at a 90-degree angle to the ground, but from his vantage point outside, it was clearly a slope, with the valley higher on the east and lower on the west, and such heavy rain. This cave was definitely going to flood. Fuck. Wang Hao's guess was not wrong. Outside, the storm was raging. Although the wind was weaker, the rain was intensifying. Water rushing down the slopes was quickly entering the cave, and in just a few breaths, it had already reached their ankles. There was no way out, but staying in the cave didn't seem much better. Everyone was completely bewildered, with only Wang Hao keeping his cool. Brother is so lucky today. Unbeatable. Everyone, don't panic. Just don't panic. Wang Hao desperately comforted the group, who'd be dead if anyone panicked. There's always a way out of no way. Remember the wind that blew in earlier? It means there's another world above. Grab your weapons, and whatever you do, don't get separated later. The rain outside continued to pour, bucketing down, and in the blink of an eye, all that could be seen was a vast expanse of water. More and more rainwater surged into the cave, and within just about 10 minutes, the water in the cave had risen above their knees, while outside, the entire area had become like a lake. "How can it rain this much?" Fong Wenbin said, standing in the water and looking up at the top of the cave. "Brother Hao, there's about 3 meters of height left above us. Can it hold back the water? If it can't, we're all going to die here." "Don't worry, we won't die," Wang Hao reassured as he shone a light on the cave ceiling. "Anyway, we all can swim. When the water rises, we'll just float up. Remember to grab your belongings. We might have to stay here a long time, and without tools, even if we don't drown, we'd starve." The group nodded in agreement, and with Brother Hao's words, everyone's hearts felt a lot lighter. As long as they weren't going to drown, they could endure some hardship. Now that they knew what was to come, everyone began preparing their tools. When the water flooded in, they couldn't afford to be empty-handed, so everything useful was taken and anything useless was discarded. As Wang Hao expected, the water inside the cave rose even faster. 20 minutes later, it had reached their chests. The group clung to one another to avoid being swept away. Wang Hao shouted, "Everyone get ready. Once the water rises, use the tools in your hands to anchor yourselves. Don't get washed away." Everyone responded collectively. "Understood." The water kept pouring relentlessly into the cave, the level rising ever higher. Soon, people began to float with the rising waters. The level continued to rise, and quickly, Wang Hao could already see the upper cave. "Is everyone still here?" Wang Hao called out. "Let's start a roll call. Zhao, are you there?" "Zhao Zhenhao. I'm here, I'm all right." "Wang Hao Fong." "Fong Wenbin. Right here." After calling several others who were all still present and accounted for, everything seemed fine. Although Wang Hao knew he was very lucky today, he still felt a bit nervous. While he might be fine, he couldn't guarantee that nothing would happen to the others. Just as he thought this, he felt something slip from his hand. Bai Yining, who had been holding on to him, suddenly disappeared without a trace. "Oh, for fuck's sake, you can't play me like this, God." "Yining." Wang Hao took a deep breath and dove down. Chapter 175. They kissed. They really kissed. Talking about it now, those young masters and Mrs. Present had also been trained in water, but they were mostly the kind that could barely avoid drowning. So, when they heard Wang Hao's loud shout, they immediately became anxious. Saving someone from the water was almost like risking one's life. Even for a big star, if someone panicked and clamped onto you in the water, it might be sultry for sure, but death was also certain. Thus, although everyone was nervous, nobody dared to jump into the water. Especially in a situation where it was pitch black, whoever dived in was doomed. Fortunately, Wang Hao had grown up in a small mountain village by the river and was as nimble in the water as an eel. He had experienced rescuing people from water before, so this was familiar territory for him. He dove underwater, illuminating the surroundings with a waterproof flashlight. Soon he saw a struggling figure. Who else could it be but Bai Yining? Glub glub. Wang Hao blew out a bubble and swam straight toward Bai Yining. Within a few strokes, he reached her side and hugged her from behind, their bodies pressing tightly together. By this time, Bai Yining had already swallowed quite a bit of water and was desperately struggling. Luckily, Wang Hao held her from behind. Otherwise, she would have surely dragged him down. This is not good. If this keeps up, she'll definitely pass out. Wang Hao noticed that Bai Yining was struggling violently at first, but then started to become motionless. He knew she must have inhaled a lot of water, and her consciousness was gradually fading. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't matter, but there was no place suitable for emergency treatment here. If she kept ingesting water, she wouldn't die, but she'd be severely disabled. "I can't worry about that now." Wang Hao took advantage of her weakening struggles, swam up front within 2 strokes, and then kissed her. Their lips met, and at this moment, Wang Hao had no ulterior motives. He was just trying to give her some air. Breathing in fresh air, Bai Yining's consciousness finally began to return. She opened her eyes and saw a dark silhouette in front of her. Not knowing who it was, she frantically flailed her arms in panic, swallowing a few more mouthfuls of water in the struggle. Wang Hao hurriedly shone his flashlight on his face, not caring whether she saw it or not, and then kissed her again. After being kissed a second time, Bai Yining's eyes widened, but at that point, she had no choice but to let Wang Hao block her mouth. It's much easier to save someone from the water if they don't struggle. With their lips locked, Wang Hao held her with one hand and kicked with his feet. About half a minute later, they finally surfaced. Huh. It nearly killed Wang Hao to hold his breath. He held Bai Yining and patted her back hard to help her cough out the water, then asked, "How did you slip in?" Cough, cough, cough. Bai Yining coughed violently for quite a while before the tight feeling in her chest eased. She said, "The water was too cold, my leg. Cramped." That figures, Wang Hao thought. He held her tight and said, "It's okay now. No need to be scared. I'm here." Feeling Wang Hao's warm embrace, Bai Yining finally whispered, "Thank you, thank you." Her face was red in the darkness, and she sneakily looked at Wang Hao's figure, her beautiful eyes expressing an indescribable charm. She had never been kissed by anyone in her life until then. Although the situation was urgent just before, she still felt an unusual sensation. He kissed me. How am I supposed to face him after this? Though she was a big star, she was still a woman at heart, and having her first kiss taken in such a way left her visibly flustered, her heart pounding like a frightened deer. But Wang Hao was completely stunned. Good heavens! He had just kissed their big star. Kissed her. Really kissed her. Her small mouth was so soft, unforgettable for a lifetime. And she even said thank you, thanking him for the kiss. Looking at her slender waist, if he paid close attention to her figure, she had to be at least a D cup size. And with her height, she wouldn't be out of place even beside a Miss World. What an incredibly lucky day for him. Such a thrill. "Miss Yining, are you all right?" It wasn't until they heard the two talking that Zhao Zhenhao and Fong Wenbin hurriedly asked, "You had us scared to death just now." "I'm fine, cough cough, don't worry." Bai Yining regained her usual composure, her voice light and devoid of unnecessary emotion. Once the danger had passed. "That's good to hear, good that you're fine." Both men sighed in relief. Wang Hao, these two guys were clearly still in the dark. "Man, I didn't do that on purpose, I just got there first. How else can I explain my incredibly good luck today? It's unbeatable. Got a kiss from our goddess. Ah no, it was 2 kisses. Got 2 in the water." At that moment, the water level continued to rise. Because of the recent dangerous situation, everyone held on to each other even tighter, drifting upward with the rising water. As the water rose higher and higher, Wang Hao shone his flashlight upwards and finally saw clearly what the cavern ceiling looked like. It was an enormous upper cave, pitch black inside, but it was clear that there was enough room for people to stand and walk upright. Could it be that my incredible good luck lies right in here? The exit is here. Wang Hao confidently continued playing the part of the prophet. Just hang on a little longer and we'll be safe. At this point, survival was the only thing that mattered. Hearing Wang Hao say the exit was near, everyone immediately became excited. Li Mingzhi, tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, "The exit! We've finally found an exit. I want to go home. Mom, I want to go home." This naive kid. Now, the water was less than a foot away from the cave entrance. After another 10 minutes or so, the water finally rose above the entrance. Wang Hao shouted loudly, "Everyone hold on. Tight, get ready to go up." "Okay." Everyone responded in unison. Soon, the water level surpassed the height of the entrance. Amid a thunderous roar, everyone was washed into the upper level of the cave. Whoosh! At this point, everyone truly became drenched through and through, carried down by the current for over 10 meters, sliding downwards like they were riding on a surf slide, sliding straight down into the depths of the cave. The cave's downward slope was made of blue stone. As the water passed over, it gleamed, and everyone slid down in spirals, as if riding a surf slide. "Ah!" Everyone screamed and hollered. The water slide was evidently quite long. Wang Hao tightly hugged Bai Yining while calculating in his mind. They must have been swept over 100 meters by now. Who would have thought that beneath a small hole, there would be such a vast space? Soon, everyone was washed onto a flat area, finally coming to a stop. This place was the entrance to a large cave. The entrance was 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. As far as the eye could see, there were rugged rocks, winding paths, and at least 3 different tunnels leading off from a central hall that was wide enough to accommodate hundreds of people, a completely different world. Here, there was no longer any fear of drowning, and everyone finally relaxed. Wang Hao looked at Bai Yining and asked softly, Are you all right? My leg hurts a lot. Bai Yining shook her head. I don't think I can walk. Seeing Bai Yining's cramp in her right leg making it very difficult for her to walk, Wang Hao didn't hesitate and carried her on his back. Let me carry you. Don't move your leg for now. Once we find a place, I'll help you get the blood flowing again. Complete with the goddess resting on Wang Hao's back, Bai Yining softly hummed a mim and said no more. Feeling the goddess's soft chest pressing against his spine, Wang Hao secretly reveled in the sensation. Oh man, this feeling is unbeatable. This is our ice princess, a lady as pure and noble as Xiao Long knew herself. Today I've kissed and hugged her, and now I'm carrying her. Thinking about it this way, I can forgive the embarrassment from earlier. Today, I'm really on an incredible streak of good luck, unbeatable. Waha. Wang Hao carried Bai Yining, flashlight in hand, and the group moved forward, guided by the light, feeling their way. Initially, the cave walls seeped water and were quite damp, but as they moved on, it began to dry out. If the previous water slide was the bottleneck, this place was the body of the bottle, a circular hall with a dome 5 to 6 meters high, embellished by variously shaped stalactites and cool, clear pools of water. It was quite enchanting. The group found a dry spot to sit down and rest. It had been a thrilling day, and anyone would be terrified by such an experience. Li Mingjie said abruptly, "Let's not rest here. I can't stand this godforsaken place for a moment longer. Let's hurry and get out." "What's your rush?" Wang Hao replied irritably. Blindly scrambling around when the situation is unclear is a big no-no. Got it? I want to go home. I want to go home. Li Mingjie cried. This place is too scary. Let's find the exit fast. I need to get home. In such a situation, spreading panic could have big consequences. Wang Hao bluntly cursed. If you can handle it, then go ahead. If not, shut up. Chapter 176. The Omnipotent Brother Hao. Li Mingjie, finding the exit by himself? How could he? When Wang Hao scolded him, he just ran out of steam. Okay. Thinking about it, he had never been spoken to like that before, but at that moment, after being scolded by Wang Hao, he didn't even have the courage to talk back. Everyone, check your gear first, then observe the surroundings, and don't wander off. Wang Hao directed everyone to explore the terrain, and meanwhile, he pressed on Bai Yining's thigh, helping her improve blood circulation. Don't worry, your blood flow will be normal soon. With a man's hands rubbing her thigh, Bai Yining had never experienced something like this before. But, at that moment, as she looked at Wang Hao, she couldn't bring herself to oppose him at all. Instead, her mind kept replaying the scene in the water. He kissed me. What should I do? Suddenly, her heart fluttered erratically like a little deer, leaving her at a loss for what to do. This wasn't really her fault. She truly lacked experience in this area. That was her first kiss. Brother Hao, come see. We found something. Zhao Jinhao's voice came from nearby patrol. There's a pile of firewood here, clearly placed by humans, though I'm not sure when exactly. If there was firewood placed by humans, then naturally, there must be an exit. Don't move, just keep massaging. Wang Hao instructed Bai Yining and then quickly walked over. Zhao Jinhao was right. In a corner of the large cave, there was a pile of dry branches, a placement too orderly for animals, definitely set by humans. If there's this, that means there's an exit, Wang Hao said. Don't move. I will go check which tunnel might lead out. The cave walls had 5 small tunnels, each about 2 meters high, pitch dark inside, looking eerily sinister. After making a round, Wang Hao came back and said, All right, if I'm not mistaken, there could be a tomb here, and a large one at that. Upon hearing this, everyone's jaws dropped, and Zhao Jinhao asked, Brother Hao, really? Can you actually tell? I'm just saying it's a possibility. Wang Hao was quite certain in his heart. Very lucky indeed, setting up such a big scene. If it turned out to be just a lousy cave, then what use would there be for any effort? Of course, while he could think this way internally, he couldn't say it out loud. Decisively playing the role of a mystic, Wang Hao said, I calculated it. No talking. Let's make a fire and cook. Who knows how long we'll be stuck here. Better to fill up our stomachs first. Speaking of which, everyone had boarded the plane at 2 in the afternoon, and after being tossed around for half a day, it was already past 7 in the evening. They were indeed hungry. So, Those who were supposed got firewood. Those who had supplies got them. And thus, they prepared to cook. Finally, they could breathe a sigh of relief. Their clothes were already soaked through, sticking uncomfortably to their bodies, especially by Yinning. She was originally wearing a white dress. Now soaked through, the outlines became distinctly visible. Before, everyone was desperate to survive and didn't take much notice. But now, once safe, they vividly felt it. That tall figure rivaling a model, the delicate curves, the generous bust size, absolutely perfect. Wang Hao's breath hitched, the sight tantalizingly half-hidden, much more attractive than any adult movie. While he was gaping, Zhao Jinhao, Fong Wenbin, Li Mingjie, and some others just couldn't look away either. Blood dripped from their noses. Oh, crap, can you not embarrass yourselves? Wang Hao quickly pulled Bai Yining away. Don't let them see. Let's go change clothes, you know what I mean. Bai Yining blushed and nodded. Turtles, you laughed at me for packing too much before. Now who's the foolish one? Feeling uncomfortable, aren't you? I did pack spare clothes, wah. Zhao Jinhao, Fong Wenbin. Others. Dear God, why didn't we think to bring a set of spare clothes? Everyone looked at each other. All helplessly shook their heads. Let's forget it. Not being dead is lucky enough. Let's not bother with the rest. Soon, Wang Hao and Bai Yining found corners to change their clothes, and when they returned, they once again caught everyone's eye. Wang Hao was dressed in camouflage, looking sharp and dashing. Bai Yining, on the other hand, wore a casual sports outfit and had her hair tied back in a ponytail, which looked very refreshing. You know, standing together like this, they really did look quite the pair. I told you, hanging out with Brother Hao means you get to enjoy the good life. Zhao Jinhao squatted on the ground. All kinds of morose. Why didn't I go shopping with him at that time? After Wang Hao and Bai Yining had changed their clothes, of course the good stuff had to be shared. Wang Hao pulled out a few sets of clothes from his big backpack and threw them over. Change into these, and don't complain about the quality. At that moment, having dry clothes to wear was impressive enough. Who would be picky? They quickly changed clothes. Soon after the clothes were all changed, Zhao Jinhao and the other 5 people came back. Everyone sat down on the ground in a circle. Earlier, when they had parachuted down, everyone had brought some items with them, and now it was time to check what equipment everyone had. Speaking of which, Fong Wenbin and others had come with a tourist mindset, so they brought a mishmash of stuff, including sleeping bags, bottled water, various fresh meats, a rice cooker, a basic first aid kit, and tents. Additionally, Li Mingjie and the other 2 assistants, probably fearing boredom, brought a laptop, and the girl brought quite a bit of food. Of course, all uncooked. I'll cook, she declared, having had a rather adventurous day which half scared the life out of her. And having been unable to help much before, she was finally ready to shine and took on the role of chef without hesitation. Just wait for the ready-made meal. Speaking of which, the ingredients she brought were indeed plentiful. Beef, lamb, eggs, pork, tomatoes, oil, salt, and various seasonings. Not just these, but cleavers, frying pans, pots, soup spoons, bowls, and chopsticks were all included. This girl was definitely a foodie, a pure one at that. And so, Wang Hao and the others watched her cook. Yet, it quickly turned into a disaster. Wang Hao, that's salt, not sugar, right? Goodness, that's vinegar, not soy sauce. Hold on, put that down. That's chili paste, not tomato sauce. The girl, forget it, I'll do it, Wang Hao said, all kinds of speechless. This girl was really a pure foodie, only good at eating. He washed his hands, then swiftly chopped the beef into small pieces, sliced the tomatoes, and heated the oil in the pan. He stir-fried slices of garlic, ginger, and red chili, then added water, refined salt, chicken essence, granulated sugar, dark soy sauce, and oyster sauce to a boil, before finally putting in the beef and covering it with a lid. All his moves were seamless and looked incredibly cool. Everyone was dazzled and dumbfounded. Brother Hao, are you also a chef? Bai Yining had countless admirers from all walks of life, almost all of whom were top-notch in their fields. But even she was standing there with her mouth slightly open, extremely surprised, since she had known Wang Hao. There seemed to be nothing he couldn't do. A farm kid. These are just basic skills. Wang Hao calmly explained these as his own inherent skills. It should be ready in about 10 minutes. Everyone obediently began to wait, and soon, the enticing aroma slowly spread. The foodie girl's mouth corners glistened, saliva almost dripping. While waiting for the meat soup, they chatted casually, and Wang Hao got to know the names of the handsome guy and beautiful girl he had been waiting with. The man was named Jiang Feng, and his family was also well off. His father was the chairman of a listed company with total assets of around 3 billion. The foodie girl was named Duan Yunyun, with conditions similar to Jiang Feng's, also quite the catch. Feng, what should we do next? Li Mingzhi asked while eyeing the meat soup. You used to go on expeditions often, so you're the most experienced among us here. Wang Hao instantly looked over. Oh, so Feng used to like doing this stuff? No wonder this guy seemed so muscular. And fit. It wasn't just for wooing girls. When it comes to exploration, it naturally requires equipment and experience. Feng Wenbin finally had his moment to shine. He cleared his throat and began. First about the equipment. Considering the local climate and the temperature inside the cave, there's no need to worry too much about waterproof clothing. Because the humidity inside the cave is near saturation, waterproof fabric would hinder the quick secretion of sweat and warmth. So it's better to use a one-piece suit made of TC material that balances durability and breathability. Wang Hao looked at the soaked clothes not far away and nodded decisively. Right. Everyone followed his gaze and couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Chapter 177. 177 Brother, Hao is mighty. Unexpected, totally unexpected. Feng Wenbin's face flushed for a moment before he continued. After clothing, the second most important thing is footwear. The best option is a pair of sturdy, high-quality, high-top plastic work boots, as mountaineering boots aren't entirely suitable for the complex geological conditions inside caves. It's also best to wear a professional caving helmet. Damn, this guy really knows his stuff. Wang Hao looked at him with admiration and then pulled out plastic work boots and a professional caving helmet from his backpack. Feng Wenbin, where did you get this stuff? Feng Wenbin exclaimed. I had a hard time even trying to find these. Wang Hao, I happened to see them and just bought them on a whim. All right. Brother Hao truly is Brother Hao, Feng Wenbin continued. Carry personal items and tools in a backpack with a sealed, waterproof roll-top closure. A PVC material with mesh reinforcement is ideal. Everyone turned their gaze toward Wang Hao's backpack. Feng Wenbin's sweat was pouring like a waterfall. As for lighting, a headlamp is best, Feng Wenbin went on. A single battery set should last for more than 8 hours of continuous work. LED light power should be greater than 1 watt, and the brightness of other light sources should be above 300 lumens. The brighter, the better. For ropes, guide ropes or main ropes are best, and they should include a safety harness, tail lanyard, foot loops, and several carabiners. Wang Hao's eyes bulged. Damn, Feng, you really do know a lot. And then the guy started pulling out ropes, carabiners, and searchlights from his backpack. Feng Wenbin was utterly dejected. Everyone, Brother Hao, you're the true master here. Feng Wenbin ranted in exasperation. If I had known you were this badass, why the hell was I showing off? As he spoke, he ran over and stared intensely at Wang Hao's large backpack. What the hell do you have in that pack? Let us have a look. We're practically dead in the water now, and we're all counting on you. Now you realize we're in a tight spot. Wang Hao pointed out the odd assortment of useless items they'd brought. What use are these things to you? Pointing at a laptop. You were planning on bringing this to the ancient tomb? Got signal in there? Got power? What if it gets wet? It's not just the laptop that might get waterlogged, but their brains might be soaked too. Li Mingzhi. Wang Hao pointed at a hair dryer and a pile of cosmetics. Who were you planning on dolling up for, huh? The wild boars in the mountains or the ghosts in the tomb? Duan Yunyun covered her face in embarrassment. Then it was the turn of the fresh meat and rice cooker. Out of power, right? Can't cook any rice, right? I didn't expect this. Zhao Jinhao covered his face. Who knew we'd have a plane crash? But luckily, we're all safe. No kidding, I was very lucky today. It would be weird if someone had gotten hurt. All right, stop harping on the useless stuff, Bai Yining said with a pursed smile. Open up your pack first. Now we need to take stock of what we have that could be useful, since we've arrived here and it seems we won't be getting out anytime soon. Yeah, she wasn't wrong about that. This place had a real underground labyrinth vibe, and it seemed like there was little hope of getting out anytime soon based on our environment. It's a good thing it's Miss Ice Princess asking, or I wouldn't bother with anyone else. Wang Hao huffed, and finally opened his backpack. When he did, and everyone finally got to see what was inside, they were stunned on the spot. Wang Hao began pulling things out. One by one. Know what this is? In his hand was a small pack taken from the big one. Everyone shook their heads, and Wang Hao opened the small pack. I knew you guys wouldn't think of everything. This pack contains professional gear needed for tomb exploration. Knee pads, elbow pads, anti-slip and cut-resistant gloves, a multifunctional diving watch. Everyone was dumbstruck. Zhao Zhenhao gave a big thumbs up. Brother Hao is mighty. Feng Wenbin was astounded. Brother Hao, where did you learn all this? You're like a professional. I couldn't have thought of all this. You're stating the obvious. Wang Hao huffed. Would I dare to go tomb raiding with you all if I didn't have some skills? Look at this. He pulled out another small bag, filled with all sorts of tools. Paracord, a folding entrenching tool, multifunctional climbing axe, folding hunting knife. Damn, Li Mingjie was dumbfounded. You even thought of these? You have a climbing axe. Knave, Wang Hao sneered with disdain. What? You thought I came here to play? With you bunch of pampered young masters and young ladies. If real danger struck, you'd definitely be flustered. So, these things can only be sorted out by me, got it? The group bowed their fists in thanks. We appreciate Brother Hao's thorough preparations. That's more like it. Ha ha ha. Look at this bunch of masters and mistresses, afraid to even let out a peep after I spoke. Bai Yining was beside them, filled with utter helplessness. The miraculous Wang Hao was beyond her wildest imagination. She always felt like there was nothing he couldn't handle. Next is the lighting equipment. Wang Hao pulled out another small packet. I really wonder how you were planning to explore an ancient tomb without any lighting equipment. Lucky for you, I've prepared everything. Take a look at these. Wolf-eye high-intensity flashlights, flare illumination rounds, tactical headlamps, cold pyrotechnics, signal flares. This is what I call professional, you know? Otherwise, if you went into the tomb like that, you'd find yourselves in a baffled state within half an hour. Feng Wenbin and the others broke into a sweat. Brother Hao was absolutely right. If they had blundered in without a plan and the lights went out, they'd be completely in the dark. Brother Hao, I'm genuinely impressed. Feng Wenbin, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, Lucky you're here. Otherwise today would have been a tragedy for us. You actually hit the nail on the head. If I hadn't come, your airplane probably wouldn't even break down. Of course, these words had to be kept to himself. Uft, you need to trust my expertise. Wang Hao continued pulling out items. These are all essential for exploration safety, including magnesium bars, windproof lighters, waterproof matches, a military water bladder, gas masks, and so on. What would you do if the air in the tomb turned bad? The others looked bewildered, nodding their heads like pecking chickens. Brother Hao is mighty. All right, everyone must be hungry by now, right? I've bought quite a lot of food, all of which are essential items. There were 2 smaller bags left in Wang Hao's large pack, from which he took out one of the larger ones. This bag contains compressed rations, self-heating meals, canned sausages, beef jerky, and so on, things you can eat right away. We need to fill our stomachs first. Later on, we have to prepare to work. It's Brother Hao who thinks of everything. The group said with emotion as if they were about to cry. What a great kindness from Brother Hao. Eat a bit now, so you won't be hungry later. Wang Hao first shared some compressed biscuits and beef jerky with Bai Yining, smiling. We can't get out of here anytime soon, so in a bit, we'll have to find our way out, and that will surely involve some hard work. Eat up. Yes, okay. Bai Yining felt sweet inside, seeing that Wang Hao was still most concerned about her. She smiled and took a small bite of the compressed biscuit. Indeed, like a fairy in human form. Even eating a biscuit is so graceful. The group started eating and soon finished most of the food. At that moment, Feng Wenbin looked at the last package Wang Hao hadn't opened and asked, Brother Hao, what's in that package? Why haven't you taken it out yet? Feng Wenbin's question drew everyone's full attention, and they gathered around once more. This package? This is my most awesome one. I'd scare you to death. If I told you. I'm telling you, professionalism is not just a word. All that I showed you before was child's play, you understand. Wang Hao said with a smile. The real skills are all in this package. Seriously? They looked at each other and exclaimed in unison. Then Brother Hao, please show us, and let us broaden our horizons. All right. Wang Hao took a deep breath and finally opened the last package. Everyone looked, and to their astonishment, saw inside the package several necklaces and a compass adorned with the yin and yang 8 diagrams, with no idea where Wang Hao had acquired them. Let me tell you, in professional tomb raiding, you need to know how to locate the dragon's acupoint and divide the golden section. Wang Hao looked around the group and asked, do you even know what locating the dragon's acupoint and dividing the golden section means? They had no idea, so they shook their heads collectively as if they were reading some arcane scripture. Grinning, Wang Hao said, there's an old saying among the tomb raiding experts that goes, seeking the dragon and dividing the gold is akin to the coiling mountain. Each coil is a challenge to overcome. In gates that harbor 8 dangers, you cannot do without the form of the yin and yang 8 diagrams. If you want to raid tombs, you must have this compass and the 8 diagrams. Otherwise, you'll rush in head first and won't be able to find anything good, you know? Ha ha ha. Did you think I read Ghost Blowing Lamp and Tomb Raider Notes for nothing? Forget whether these trinkets work or not. First, I'll dazzle you with them. Chapter 178. You must definitely be the modern successor of the Tomb Raider captain. Zhao Zhenhao was completely dumbfounded. He knew that bringing Wang Hao along would definitely be a surprise, but he could never have imagined that Brother Hao would be so awesome. Seek the dragon, divide the gold, entwine the mountain. 1 entwine equals 1 barrier. If in the barrier there are 8 dangers, don't leave the yin and yang 8 diagrams. Tell me, doesn't this sound like something only a professional tomb raider could say? Everyone was just stunned. Brother Hao even knew such histories. Wait a second, Brother Hao. Fong Wenbin rubbed his temples desperately. That's a lot to process. You just mentioned that Prince Xiao of Liang, Lu Wu, built a huge tomb, and then Xiao Qiao, out of financial necessity, plundered this tomb to finance the military? Exactly, nodded Wang Hao. At that time, Prince Xiao of Liang, Lu Wu, cut through mountains to form corridors and bored through mountains to create hiding places, involving extensive projects and grand scales, recognized by the archaeological world as the foremost tomb chamber, magnificent in form and rich in funeral objects, absolutely breathtaking. And that's not all. The very first ice storage and the earliest seated toilet in the history of the Heavenly People's Republic were discovered in this very tomb. There's a saying in the archaeological world, 9 out of 10 Han tombs are empty, and that's where it comes from. Everyone looked confused again. Oh crap, so that's where 9 out of 10 homes are empty comes from. During the Eastern Jin dynasty, an ancient text called the way spring and autumn was passed down. In this text, Cao Cao is described as, Wang Hao started to tell a story. Cao Cao sent troops to Xuchang, raided the tomb of Prince Xiao of Liang, broke the coffin, and collected tens of thousands of pounds of gold. Did you know that with just this looted treasure, he sustained his soldiers for nearly 3 years? You can imagine how much treasure he got. Everyone was stunned. Was there really such a thing? Wang Hao continued. To ensure the success of tomb raiding and the collection of treasures, Cao Cao resourcefully created the position of fake Yuzhonglong general in the military, who supervised the tomb raider captains dedicated to tomb raiding and treasure hunting. In 218 AD, Cao Cao decreed his will in Xuchang, choosing a burial site in barren land, buried deep in flat ground without any seals or trees, with no gold or treasures inside the tomb. After his death, fearing that people would dig up his tomb, he set up 72 doubtful tombs. I know this. Fong Wenbin, being an adventure enthusiast, said eagerly. The legend of the 72 doubtful tombs is confusing and mysterious. Tomb raiders throughout the ages racked their brains to find Cao Cao's mausoleum but came up empty. Is the legend of the 72 doubtful tombs actually originated from these tomb raider captains? That's right, Wang Hao nodded. Before Cao Cao died, he ordered the execution of 18 tomb raider captains to be buried with him, to prevent future generations from using the ghostly skills of the tomb raider captains to dig up the 72 doubtful tombs. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned, and unexpectedly one of these captains escaped, vanishing into the vast world, never to be seen again. As he said this, He sighed lightly, and everyone's view of him changed. The Tomb Raider captain from the past had escaped. Could it be? Brother Hao, Zhao Jinhao gulped and swallowed. Could you be the descendant of that last Tomb Raider captain? That's some wild imagination. Thumbs up. I didn't say that. Wang Hao decisively acted ignorant, but his hands were busy picking up some necklaces from his bag. Do you know what these are? Everyone looked baffled and shook their heads together. No idea. The necklace in Wang Hao's hand had a dark, transparent pendant, glinting with a moist luster under the firelight, its front end sharp and pointed, with the cone-shaped bottom embedded with several strands of gold thread, forming a see-through pattern. The talisman itself was engraved with the ancient characters for Tomb Raider. This is called a Tomb Raider talisman, only worn by legitimate Tomb Raider captains. Wang Hao spun another yarn. Wearing this can protect you from evil spirits, making entering ancient tombs as if entering an uninhabited realm. He wasn't completely wrong. After all, if there were people in the tombs, that would truly be spooky. Of course, none of the others noticed the loophole in his statement, all exclaiming together, "Awesome!" Actually, a genuine Tomb Raider talisman should be made from a pangolin's claws, which Wang Hao obviously couldn't find on short notice, so he had to have a few made temporarily. Of course, it was good enough to fool the country folk. "Come on," Wang Hao said. "Oh, I came in such a hurry this time I didn't prepare any welcome gifts. Here, each of you take one of these Tomb Raider talismans as a charm for warding off evil spirits when we enter the ancient tomb." A Tomb Raider talisman gifted by Brother Hao. That must be something really good. Everyone hurriedly took one respectfully and put it around their necks, and it really seemed like the real deal. After everyone had put on the Tomb Raider talismans, Wang Hao continued to explain. The token of the Tomb Raider captain is the Tomb Raider talisman. The Fakyu Zhonglong generals is the Fakyu seal. The Banshan Taoist typically uses various household items as tools, and the Shelling sect involves a large group digging graves, causing more damage to the artifacts in the tombs. Of course, by the time of the Song and Yuan dynasty, disciples from Fakyu, Banshan, and Shelling sects were rarely seen. Hence it was often thought that these sects had lost their lineages, leaving only the Tomb Raider sect. Brother Hao, I'm impressed. I'm really impressed. Fong Wenbin's eyes were as wide as a bull's. So, Brother Hao, can you tell us about the intricacies of tomb raiding? Everyone nodded vigorously, all extremely curious, weren't they? As for tomb raiding, there are 6 verses of secret codes, and I'm going to share them with you now. At this point, Wang Hao confidently switched into know-it-all mode and began. These 6 verses are known as Fakyu Seal, Tomb Raider Talisman, Banshan Shelling Dragon Seeking Skill, Human Lights a Candle, Ghost Blowing Lamp, Survey Inversion Seeking Star Peak, Mercury Spot, Nurture the Bright Vessel, Dragon Tower Palace, countless others. Sunk Coffin, Bronze Coffin. If your fate isn't strong, don't approach. Vertical Burial Pit, Casket Grave, Banshan Shelling, walk around it. Red-Clothed Fiend, Smiling Corpse. Rather listen to the ghosts weeping than its laughter. After Wang Hao finished these 6 verses, everyone was bewildered again. They felt as if they had lived their lives in vain. Not even a single finger of Brother Hao could they match. Look at Brother Hao's reservoir of knowledge, eloquently talking about everything. Brother Hao, Zhao Jinhao was astonished and pleaded. Can you explain these 6 verses to us? I don't understand them. Everyone continued, nodding in agreement, and even Bai Yining was staring intensely at Wang Hao, almost afraid he wouldn't explain. Explain? All right. Wang Hao cleared his throat. Oh, why am I so thirsty? Brother Hao, here's some water for you. Fong Wenbin immediately handed over a bottle of mineral water, a brand Wang Hao had never heard of, but the packaging sure looked expensive. Fancy stuff. Good job, kid. After having a drink, Wang Hao, pleased with Fong Wenbin's actions, started explaining. This first verse, Fakyu Seal, Tomb Raider Talisman, Banshan Shelling Dragon Seeking Skill, refers to the 4 major tomb raiding sects, Fakyu Sect, Tomb Raider Sect, Banshan Sect, and Shelling Sect. Each of these 4 sects has its unique skills and techniques for tomb raiding. Do you know what these tomb raiders call themselves? Everyone shook their heads. No idea, Wang Hao said. These 4 sects are respectively known as Tomb Raider Captain, Banshan Taoist, Shelling Strongman, and fake you general. Everyone exclaimed together. That's so impressive. Wang Hao continued. Of course. Let's start with this Tomb Raider captain. According to historical records, the Tomb Raider captain originated in the Eastern Han at the end of the Three Kingdoms period, when Cao Cao, to supplement insufficient military funds, established positions such as Major of Fake You and Tomb Raider captain, which were specifically responsible for raiding tombs to procure wealth to supplement the military expenses. Fong Wenbin asked. Then, Brother Hao, why did Cao Cao raid tombs at that time? Was it really to make up for the shortfall in military expenses? They only knew that tomb raiding could make money because the tombs were from ancient times, and the items dug up could be sold as antique relics. But Cao Cao was raiding tombs from his own era. How much could those items be worth? You're underestimating the nobles of ancient times, Wang Hao responded. Back then, during the Han Dynasty, Prince Xiao of Liang, Lu Wu, was the grandson of Liu Bang, son of Emperor Wen of Han, and the younger brother of Emperor Jing. He enjoyed prosperity and riches his whole life, but even such a person had his regrets. His greatest regret was not ascending to the utmost power. As the saying goes, what you regret in life, make up for after death. Since he couldn't fulfill his dream in this world, Prince Xiao of Liang decided to do so in another world. Thus he constructed a massive tomb, so that he could indulge in being an emperor after his death. Again, everyone looked at him, still not admitting it. You absolutely must be the present-day descendant of the Tomb Raider captain. Chapter 179. 179. This is Brother Hao's charm. Wow, impressive. After Wang Hao finished speaking, everyone asked in unison. This is practically the history of the Tomb Raider sect. What do the other 5 sentences mean? People light candles, ghosts blow out lights. Geomancy reversed searching for. Seeking Star Peak, Wang Hao said. The meaning of the second sentence is that you shouldn't rush when entering ancient tombs. When you come across a coffin, you must first light a candle in the southeast corner before you can open the coffin. If the candle remains lit, it means you can take the treasures you find out. But if the candle goes out, it means the tomb owner disagrees. Then you must put back the treasures you've found, take nothing, and quickly exit the tomb. Otherwise, something dangerous will occur. Everyone gasped in shock. Brother Hao, what if someone really takes something out? Will it be dangerous? Fong Wenbin asked cautiously. Will there really be danger? The risk is considerable, Wang Hao bluffed. Otherwise, do you think just anyone can engage in tomb raiding? Everyone nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Then they all looked at Wang Hao again. And they say you're not a descendant of the Tomb Raider captain. Wang Hao continued to bamboozle them. Mercury spots, artifact preservation, countless visits to Dragon Tower Palace. The third sentence means that you must be cautious of mercury when entering large tombs. Mercury can prevent both the corpse and the treasures from decaying and rotting, but it's highly toxic. Ancient people used mercury to preserve treasures, which over time develop mercury spots. Hence the term mercury spots, artifact preservation. Visiting countless Dragon Tower palaces signifies the experience gained from having visited numerous tombs. Everyone nodded vigorously. Good thing Brother Hao reminded us. Otherwise, accidentally inhaling mercury fumes is no joke. The fourth line, sunk coffin, bronze coffin, don't approach if your life's fate isn't strong enough. Wang Hao said, in ancient tombs, if you encounter sunken wood or coffins made of bronze, be careful because these materials are specifically designed to prevent the tomb owner from rising from the dead, as these tomb owners showed signs of zombification before their burials. A zombification? Duan Yunyan screamed. Don't scare me. She burrowed into Fong Wenbin's arms. Wang Hao, look how frightened you are, yet you still dare to partake in a tomb raiding adventure. And don't mention it. Right after she said that, a chilly wind suddenly swept over. Everyone gasped collectively. Descendant bro, it's all on you now. If there aren't even coffins here, why are you all so scared? Chided Wang Hao, deciding to keep the explanations brief, and otherwise, they'd be scared to death before even entering the cave. Vertical burial pits, chest-like tombs, walk around them. This phrase means if you encounter coffins that are buried vertically in the tomb or the entire tomb is in a box-like structure, you must walk around them. Red-dressed fierce spirits, smiling corpses. Better to hear a ghost cry than to see one laugh. When you encounter corpses dressed in red, they are prone to rise as fierce spirits, and if they're already risen and smiling, they're definitely malicious spirits. However, crying spirits are easier to deal with. After finishing the explanation, Wang Hao summarized, "Actually, all these are passed down from the past. I haven't seen any myself." The audience was utterly baffled. "Brother Hao is mighty." Having finally finished the explanation, Wang Hao said, "All right, since we're done talking, next I'll assign tasks. We only have a few people here, so no refusals. Brother Hao, what shall we do next?" At this point, Wang Hao had naturally become the leader of the group, and Fong Wenbin asked, "You decide. We'll all follow your lead." "All right." Wang Hao looked at the people present, then glanced at the distant cave entrance, and said, "There are 4 smaller caves inside this one. Zhao, you take the furthest left one. Fong, you take the second left. And you? What's your name again?" Li Mingjie felt hurt. "Li Mingjie. Right, Li Mingjie, you take right one." Wang Hao then pointed at the last Jiang Feng. "You take right too." Every time he saw Jiang Feng, Wang Hao remembered the music circle from his past life. As he spoke, he handed each person a self-defense item and seriously instructed, "Remember, no matter what happens, ensure your own safety first. If you encounter any situation, return here to regroup immediately. And especially remember to walk along the wall. If you come across a fork in the path, turn back immediately." Did everyone understand? This was a matter of life and death. The 4 people did not dare to be careless and nodded together. Understood. Wang Hao then arranged for Bai Yining and Duan Yunyun. "Yining, you and Duan Yunyun gather some dry wood around here as a backup," Wang Hao said. "We might not be able to get out for a while. We'll depend on fire for cooking, lighting, and heating." Understood. The 2 women nodded together. Understood. "And what about you, Brother Hao?" Zhao Zhenhao asked. "Do you need our help with anything?" "Me? The toughest task can only be handled by me," Wang Hao said casually, shrugging his shoulders and shaking the compass. "Seeking dragon, dividing gold by observing the mountains. Each binding is a barrier. Gold division and positioning. Finding the way out depends entirely on this guy." Everyone looked at him with admiration. Brother Hao is awesome. Since the roles were clearly divided, everyone got to work. As the 4 left, Li Mingjie wondered aloud, "Why do we just naturally do what Brother Hao says?" "Legend, it indeed still exists," Fong Wenbin shrugged. "You're just willing to do anything for him. Maybe that's what they call the charm of a leader." "No, it's Brother Hao's charm," Zhao Zhenhao stated. The 4 each entered different cave entrances. Bai Yining and Duan Yunyun busied themselves, while Wang Hao wandered around with the compass. He didn't really know much about gold division and positioning. The main reason he said so was to give himself space to think. Logically, Wang Hao calculated as he walked. Based on the phenomenon of sheer bad luck, such good fortune must correspond to once or twice a great opportunity. So this lucky dice causing an earthquake this morning to shake me out, and causing a plane crash forcing me to land here. It makes sense. However, what exactly this opportunity is, I can't tell currently, but it's definitely within this underground mountain cave. Whether I can find it depends on whether I'm careful enough. I think there's a high chance it's a great hidden treasure. Aren't there always amazing finds in novels like surviving a cliff fall? Thinking this, Wang Hao looked around, and indeed, the signs of human alteration were very obvious in the large cave. He even found a stone platform polished smooth in one corner. Such smoothness could only be achieved through processing. Naturally occurring stone couldn't have these qualities. Having discovered this, the matter became simpler. Someone had been here, which indicated that the cave had a history. As for what could be discovered, what a joke. Today was his lucky day. The dice went to great lengths to bring him here. Could the things here be anything less than extraordinary? Chapter 180. The Mysterious Cave. Wang Hao walked while looking around, but after a while, he couldn't find anything special. "This place is barren everywhere. Can't find a thing." He continued for a bit and suddenly slapped his forehead. "Damn it. I was thinking all wrong. If there's really a great hidden treasure, it should be in a hidden cave or something. What the hell am I doing wandering around on flat ground?" He went straight to the base of the cavern wall and started searching. Fong Wenbin walked about 200 meters from the cavern and didn't find anything useful. When he proceeded further, he had reached the end of the cave. On his way there, he remembered what Wang Hao had said about always keeping a hand on the wall to avoid getting lost at any forks. It's a dead end. Nothing here. Fong Wenbin shone his flashlight around. The cave was only about 2 meters high with no visible exits. Let's head back the way we came. Walking back the way he came, Fong Wenbin saw Wang Hao holding a compass and muttering to himself, "To seek the dragon, divide the gold to find the entwined mountain. Each twist is a barrier." Fong Wenbin thought to himself, "This Wang Hao really knows his stuff, but is it real or fake? Can he really use the gold division and positioning?" Then he saw Wang Hao leisurely walk to a spot and randomly touch the wall. And then Fong Wenbin was dumbstruck, because he saw Wang Hao casually touching the wall, without knowing what switch he hit. A loud rumble ensued, and an actual large cave appeared in the cavern wall. Holy shit! Fong Wenbin's eyes went wide. Brother Hao is like a god. No wonder he can say so much. He has real skills. Truly legendary. At this point, Wang Hao in front of the cave was also staring with astonishment. Holy shit! I'm really unbeatable today? I just randomly picked a direction, and I actually found a hidden cave. Since he found the target, Wang Hao naturally wouldn't recklessly barge in. After all, the situation was unclear. Who knew what might be inside if he entered without any equipment, and without it, escaping danger, if any, would be impossible. Let's wait for everyone to come back. Hee. Wang Hao retreated the way he had come, and soon after met up with Fong Wenbin. Wang Hao asked, "Fong, did you find anything?" "Nothing, just a dead end." By this time Fong Wenbin looked at Wang Hao with obvious admiration. "Brother Hao, did you discover something?" "Oh, I found a cave over there." Wang Hao casually pointed in the direction of where he found the cave. "Let's get ready for an exploration when everyone is back." "All right," Fong Wenbin agreed quickly. "Then we'll just wait." Just then Bai Yining approached and asked softly, "Wang Hao, did you just find a cave there?" "Yes," Wang Hao nodded. "But the situation is unclear, so I didn't dare to go in directly. We'll arrange things when everyone is back, then go for an exploration." They didn't have to wait long before Zhao Jinhao also came back, shaking his head. "Dead end. Nothing there." Then after a while, Li Mingzhi returned too. "Didn't find anything." Only Zhang Feng hadn't yet come back, and Wang Hao said, "Zhang Feng must have found something, otherwise we can't explain the source of the wind." Everyone nodded together. "Makes sense." Sure enough, after a short while, Wang Hao saw Zhang Feng walking out from the cave, but unlike when he went in, Zhang Feng was now ashen-faced. Whether from something he had seen, his expression seemed frozen in terror, speechless. What the hell was so frightening? "What's wrong?" Everyone rushed over, and Wang Hao comforted him. "What did you see? Don't be scared, we're all here." Huff, huff. Zhang Feng gasped for air and after a while finally stuttered out, "Ahead, there's an entrance. Inside, lots of bones. White bones. Human. What the hell does that mean?" Wang Hao and the others exchanged glances, nodding together. "Let's go have a look." The 7 of them took their flashlights and carefully followed Zhang Feng back into the cave he had entered. The cavern was quite spacious, roughly 2.5 meters wide, and the air was very fresh. After about 200 meters, the space suddenly opened up. They shone their flashlights ahead, and as soon as they saw clearly what was there, Duan Yunyan screamed sharply. Bai Yining also wrapped her arms tightly around Wang Hao's arm, her body trembling. On the ground, there were a dozen or so white skeletons lying in disarray. The clothes on these skeletons had rotted away, with many still holding tools in their bony hands. Ugh! Zhao Jinhao, who was a bit of a clean freak, couldn't stand the sight of so many bones and immediately vomited. It seemed everything he had eaten before was in vain. The air was filled with a faint stench of decay. Wang Hao looked around and saw that they were in a secret chamber with no doors, but there was a dark hole in the ceiling that occasionally allowed fresh air to seep in. "Hao, brother Hao," Fong Wenbin said with a cold sweat beading on his forehead, whispering, "Can we figure out anything from the bodies?" Often, a body can provide a lot of information. Wang Hao took out a military shovel and signaled everyone to keep their distance. He then put on a mask, goggles, and helmet, securing the searchlight on top of the helmet before moving forward. "Stay alert and don't spread out. I'll check what's going on." Everyone nodded in agreement. Okay. Wang Hao approached one of the skeletons and used the shovel to sift through the remains, stirring up a cloud of dust. The flesh on the skeleton had completely decomposed, and the clothes were nearly gone, turning to dust at the touch. However, from the style of the clothes, it was obvious they were from ancient times. The long hair still attached to the skull also indicated the remains were quite ancient. Wang Hao sifted through the remains carefully for a while, but discovered no clues. Then, he moved on to the next. He inspected them for quite some time, and when he started examining the eighth skeleton, he suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Haha, I found something." The group, curious, asked, "What did you find?" "It seems these skeletons are indeed quite ancient." Wang Hao smiled, then pulled an item from the belongings next to the skeleton, wiping it clean with a cloth and saying, "Come and see what this is." The group gathered around, Fong Wenbin fighting his discomfort, asking, "Let me see what it is." He took the item Wang Hao handed to him, and after just one glance he cried out, This is, it was a seal, but what mattered was the two characters, Fake You, carved on it in Xiaozhuan script. The Fake You seal. Is this the Fake You seal? Fong Wenbin exclaimed. The general's seal of Fake You? It looks like it. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Remember what I said before? Generals with the title Fake You practically disappeared after the Song dynasty. So, the time of this person's death should be before the Song dynasty. This tomb is extraordinary. First, this cave was indeed a grave, as indicated by the hidden cavern Wang Hao had previously found. Second, the tomb must date from before the Song dynasty, ancient enough. Third, the tomb had not been plundered. There were definitely treasures inside. Brother Hao, it seems like we're on to a big discovery this time. Zhao Jinhao had recovered somewhat, and said, If we unearth the items here, wouldn't that mean? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Wang Hao chuckled. Let's go. Since there's nothing left here, we should explore that hidden cave I found earlier. Let's see what's actually inside this tomb. Everyone headed back the way they came. When the group stood before the hidden cavern, Wang Hao took a deep breath, then gently grabbed by Yining's hand, whispering a word of caution. Remember not to stray from me. This place could be more complicated than we think, and it would be troublesome if we got lost. Bai Yining gave him a gentle smile, nodding her head. Yes, I understand, squeezing his hand tighter. After making all preparations, each person tied a rope around their waist as a lifeline. With Wang Hao leading the way, they descended into the hole for an adventure. Chapter 181. The hidden cave entrance wasn't large, only about 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall. Yet once inside, it revealed a completely different world. The walls around were clearly artificially carved, even bearing the marks of sculpting. And the further they walked, the more spacious it became. From the initial meter-wide and 2 meters high doorway, they soon reached a width of 2 meters and a height of 3 meters. The entire passage felt like it was winding downwards, yet it wasn't stuffy at all. It was evident there were air vents. Having walked over 1,000 meters, suddenly, the space ahead dramatically widened, and they had entered a large underground hall. Look quick, Bai Yining exclaimed. There's a huge door ahead. Everyone shone their flashlights in that direction, and with that illumination, they were all stunned. What a massive door! They all gasped. It was a giant iron door, 4 meters wide and 6 meters tall, dark and imposing, standing in this open cave, looking terribly forbidding, as if opening it would lead directly to hell itself. How could we possibly open such a big door? Fong Wenbin nearly despaired. Such a massive door, not to mention just them. Even with 10 times their number, it might not budge. Don't panic. Let me take a look first. Wang Hao stepped forward, shining the flashlight bit by bit over the door. He soon noticed something unusual. There was no lock on the door. Instead, right in front of him, there were 5 delicate objects scattered and embedded on the door, and among these 5 objects was a circle with a 5-pointed star in the center. Brother Hao, what is this? Zhao Jinhao asked quietly. It looks like some sort of mechanism. You're right, it is indeed a mechanism, Wang Hao nodded. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the 5 elements lock. The 5 elements lock. Everyone exclaimed. As Tomb Raider captains, we must understand the 5 elements and the Bagua. Wang Hao didn't let everyone down and began to show off decisively. The 5 elements generate each other. Metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, and earth generates metal. The five elements also overcome each other. Metal overcomes wood, wood overcomes earth, earth overcomes water, water overcomes fire, and fire overcomes metal. Therefore, whenever you encounter something related to the five elements in a tomb, you mustn't get it wrong. It's very dangerous. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhao Zhenhao was deeply impressed by Wang Hao's knowledge and asked, "Brother Hao, I've heard of the generating and overcoming aspects of the five elements, but why they generate and why they overcome, I don't understand. Could you explain?" Wang Hao asked. "Explain?" Everyone nodded again. "Explain. These five elements. Oh, there's a lot to say," Wang Hao started. Wood generates fire because wood has a warm nature, with fire hiding within it. By drilling wood one can start a fire, hence wood generates fire. Fire generates earth because fire is so hot it can burn wood, and the burnt wood becomes ashes. Ashes is earth, therefore fire generates earth. Earth generates metal because metal needs to reside in stone, relying on mountains, moistened to form. Soil gathers to form mountains, and where there is a mountain, there must be stone, hence earth generates metal. Metal generates water because the nature of metal is moist and flowing. Metal comes to life through water, and smelted metal can also be turned into water, hence metal generates water. Water generates wood because water moistens and allows trees to grow, therefore water generates wood. Now you all understand, right? At this moment, everyone was utterly in awe of Wang Hao. He was simply invincible. What about the overcoming aspect? Bai Yining, who always enjoyed Wang Hao's eloquent speeches, asked. With a smile, "Can you explain that too?" "Sure," Wang Hao continued to boast. "Because the nature of heaven and earth is that abundance overcomes scarcity, hence water overcomes fire. Essence overcomes solidity, hence fire overcomes metal. Rigidity overcomes flexibility, hence metal overcomes wood. Focus overcomes dispersion, hence wood overcomes earth. Substance overcomes emptiness, hence earth overcomes water." Can you actually understand any of that? Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Wang Hao knew they hadn't understood and explained. Fire overcomes metal because the indestructible gold melts drop by drop under intense fire. Hence fire overcomes metal. Metal overcomes wood because metal can be made into swords, axes, and other tools that can chop down trees. Hence metal overcomes wood. Wood overcomes earth because when trees grow, their roots extend endlessly through soil and stone, clinging to the earth and absorbing moisture to their fullest ability. Hence wood overcomes earth. Earth overcomes water since earth can be used to build walls or embankments that act as barriers against water flow. This is the so-called, when water arrives, earth covers it. Hence earth overcomes water. Water overcomes fire. And this principle is quite straightforward. Any blaze, any spark, can be reduced or even extinguished when water is poured on it. Hence water overcomes fire. With that explanation, everyone suddenly understood and nodded together. Amazing! Having listened,